Chapter 3431, Secret Investigation 1. Open the furnace. Following the order, the huge pill furnace was slowly opened, and a seven-colored airflow rushed into the sky. Like a wave, each wave was stronger than the last. These seven-colored air currents were the energy that had been compressed and accumulated in the alchemy furnace. Now that they were suddenly released, they immediately scattered in all directions. The air currents condensed into the shape of seven-colored snowflakes, dancing in the sky, dazzling the eyes. Some cultivators, by chance, would create such a strange scene, making people mistakenly think that flowers were falling from the sky. If an ordinary person was contaminated by the energy flower, they would undergo a thorough cleansing of their muscles and marrow, thereby expelling all diseases and keeping their body healthy. If it was the energy emitted by this kind of pill, the effect would be even better, and even cultivators would enjoy many benefits. It could increase one's cultivation, break through barriers, and even instantly cross a major realm. At this moment, countless pills flew out of the pill furnace and fell into the deep pit. These carefully refined pills were the food prepared for the super creatures. At the same time, they were the main means to lure them back. Regardless of the ingredients used or the alchemist who personally refined them, they were all top-notch existences. The value of this furnace of pills was definitely beyond the imagination of ordinary cultivators. Ordinary living beings could obtain endless benefits just by eating one. But now, these precious pills were being poured into the deep pit in tons, as if they were useless garbage. Such a practice had been going on for a long time, and the many years of accumulation of the hunting camp had been constantly consumed. Although it was extremely painful, this crazy consumption had to continue until the descendants of the ancient creatures returned. Other than the baited pills that were thrown into the deep pit, there were also runic magic circles that were flashing around the campsite, and they were running non-stop. The faintly visible runic magic circle was personally built by the peak divine generals with the purpose of increasing the energy concentration of the hunting camp. The scene of energy rolling around was very similar to the runic magic circle in the Nameless City. One was to tame monsters, while the other was to attract monsters. With this operation, the hunting camp really changed its appearance, becoming a special holy land for cultivation. However, the cultivators in Lusheng didn't have the time to think about cultivation. Instead, they were thinking about the results after the plan was launched. Such an operation regardless of cost was just to restore the past situation. If there was no effect, it would undoubtedly make people feel anxious. However, there was a lack of effective means to monitor the bottom of the Forbidden Sea and determine whether the sea monsters were attracted. Super creatures were invisible in the Forbidden Sea, and Lu Cheng's methods would be severely limited. Unless a cultivator was willing to risk his life and enter the deep sea to test whether the descendants of the ancient creatures had returned. However, such a method still did not have a high accuracy rate. This was because there was no way to determine if the ones who launched the attack were the descendants of ancient creatures or the exact number. A cultivator's life was often sacrificed for each exploration. The cultivators in Lusheng had always been in awe of the Forbidden Sea under their feet, and this was even more so after the war. All the cultivators in the camp were carrying out the plan with all their might, both top and bottom. However, he didn't know that someone was watching quietly in the dark, silently searching for traces. Outside the hunting camp, a few figures slowly appeared, silently looking at the place where the war had once taken place. Due to the influence of the island's rules, the traces of the previous battle had been quietly and completely erased. The latecomers could not see anything unusual on the battlefield. At this moment, there was a cultivator who was looking forward without blinking. His eyes seemed to be out of focus. However, upon closer inspection, one would discover that there seemed to be a galaxy flickering in his eyes. If one's strength wasn't enough to take a look, one would definitely fall into it instantly and be unable to extricate themselves from their memories. This kind of memory was very dangerous, and it would consume one's own profound qi. If one could not get rid of it, they would probably turn into nothing in an instant. This was especially true in the Origin Realm, on the special island of the Forbidden Sea, where there was almost no concept of time. Using time backtrack was a huge challenge for the user. All kinds of backlashes would appear in the process of backtrack, and one had to be powerful enough to withstand them. If a cultivator stronger than him appeared during the process of turning back time, he might even lose his life. If they were not careful, they would sink into it. If they could not escape in time, even a peak expert would turn into dust. Compared to this vast world, a peak immortal general was still not worth mentioning. The few figures around him were all silent, as if they were waiting for the result of the backtrack. After about a dozen breaths, a figure condensed from smoke suddenly appeared in the originally empty place. The two figures were blurry, and it was impossible to see their faces, but the surrounding audience did not force it. To be able to do this was already not easy. The two sides fought and killed each other. The process was extremely brutal, and it was obvious that they were not giving the enemy a way out. It didn't take long for the two figures to split up, and one of them was obviously at a disadvantage. The other side had the upper hand, but they didn't kill him. It was obvious that they were more cautious. They were worried that if they were too hasty, the opponent would give it their all and cause unnecessary damage. At this moment, the outcome of the battle had been decided, but because it was not the right time, the final life and death battle had not been decided. Seeing this, the surrounding figures couldn't help but secretly nod, already recognizing the identity and origin of the winner. The one who had the upper hand was obviously the peak divine general who had gone missing. According to the analysis of some evidence, the one who had lost should be the most powerful one from the origin realm. Doubts arose. The peak divine general had won the battle, so why did he disappear? Just as this thought rose in his mind, a change occurred. A blurry figure made of smoke suddenly appeared and attacked, severely injuring and killing the peak stage divine general who was sure to win. In the next instant, the smoke figure charged at the Alliance expert once more. However, in the blink of an eye, the Alliance's strongest expert also died. The figure formed by the smoke stood there for a breath of time before disappearing without a trace. However, before it disappeared, everyone seemed to see the misty figure glance at them. Although they couldn't see his face clearly, his coldness and killing intent made the spectators feel a chill. Hee. The cultivator who cast the time recall spell suddenly let out a muffled groan and his entire body collapsed. Seeing this, the surrounding figures hurriedly stepped in to help. If they didn't care, this cultivator would probably die on the spot. This was the price to pay for turning back time. Not only could he reproduce the scene at that time, but he could also suffer all kinds of injuries. The group of cultivators worked together and finally repaired the cultivator's broken body. They were secretly relieved. The cultivator, who was surrounded by several cultivators and responsible for turning back time, slowly opened his eyes. The mastermind behind the scenes is too powerful. After saying this, he closed his eyes again and continued to heal his injuries. When the surrounding figures heard this, they didn't respond, but they knew in their hearts that these words were true. If it had been them, they would not have been a match either. There was a 90% chance that they would have been killed in an instant. Chapter 3432, Special Envoy for Investigation 1. In the battlefield ruins deep in the island, the investigators were silent. The initial results of the investigation showed that Divine General Ling Huan, who had mysteriously disappeared, had indeed died from a sneak attack. Not only was Divine General Ling Huan attacked, but the Alliance's supreme experts who were fighting him were also killed. The sneak attacker's actions might prove that he wasn't on the same side as the Alliance's strongest person. This was normal. After all, there were many forces in the origin realm, and they were not united. As for who the attacker was, there was no way to know. From this, it could be deduced that Divine General Lang Wo, who had disappeared earlier, might have met the same fate. It was a pity that the environment under the Forbidden Sea was complicated, and there was no way to use the secret divine art of time backtrack. The envoy, who was able to use the secret technique, was also severely injured. It was equivalent to taking on 30% of the enemy's attack. If he were to do it again, he would probably die on the spot. After realizing this, the special envoys were filled with indignation and helplessness. The cultivators of Lu Cheng were of the same breath and branch, especially in the origin realm. They needed to take care of each other. Now that his companion had been killed, he couldn't sit by and do nothing, no matter what. The special emissaries had accepted the mission with the intention of avenging their companions, so they would never be perfunctory. However, after an actual investigation, the special envoys were shocked to find that the matter was definitely not as simple as they had imagined. The ambusher was extremely powerful, enough to crush any special investigator. If it was a one-on-one fight, he could definitely kill any one of them in seconds. Although they were already prepared, the special emissaries were still shocked when they faced such a dangerous and powerful enemy. At the same time, he sighed inside. No wonder two peak stage immortal generals disappeared in a row. They might have been the same. Although the situation was extremely dangerous, since they had already accepted the mission, there was no way for the special envoys to refuse. I checked the mission report before I left. I thought that the previous batch of executors was not strong enough, which led to the failure of the platform's mission. Now that I look back at the scene, it's clear that this isn't the case. A peak-level immortal general sighed with emotion. The ambusher was too fast and didn't leave any flaws. It's impossible to determine the camp. Of course, there was also a possibility that the ambusher was deliberately hiding to prevent his identity from being exposed. If that's the case, it means that the ambusher knows enough about the cultivators of Lusheng and knows that we have the means to turn back time. This method of turning back time is actually not too rare. The only difference is the method of operation and the strength of the operator. In particular, the attacker was so powerful that he could kill a peak stage immortal general in a second. I'm sure you're all familiar with the two missing peak divine generals and know that they're true experts. To be able to insta-kill them, how much power does one need? Faced with this question, the special envoys fell into deep thought again. It could exclude cultivators at the level of god kings. Otherwise, it would be impossible to complete the time reversal just now. The envoy who used the spell technique would have disintegrated into ashes in an instant. Therefore, the only possibility was that the other party had condensed enough law seeds, and his comprehension of the condensation of laws had reached an extremely high level. In this way, he could kill two experts instantly. Even a peak divine general couldn't fight back at all. The envoys who were in charge of the investigation were also condensing their law seeds and trying to comprehend and condense their laws. It was precisely because they were doing the same thing that they were very clear about how difficult it was to condense the seed of rules. Sometimes, after spending tens of thousands of years, he could only condense a dozen or so law seeds, and this was under the circumstances of good luck. There were many similar cases in the Origin realm. If his judgment was correct, the enemy must have condensed at least dozens of rule seeds. It was even possible that there were more than 100 of them. After all, the opponents that the other party had hunted included the strongest people in the alliance. To obtain such a title, one would have to at least condense dozens of rule seeds. The special emissaries who made this guess immediately felt heavy pressure. In their minds, an image was gradually outlined. Although they could not see the true face, it was bound to emit an aura of vicissitudes. No matter where the ambusher came from, they could be extremely old, at least 100,000 years old. Even if it was a million-year-old monster, it was very normal. In fact, this was even more reasonable. Of course, this was just a guess. As for the truth, it was still impossible to make a conclusion. It wasn't a rational move to draw a line based on preconceived notions, and it was very likely to lead the investigation to a mistake. The few special envoys had been through a lot and had seen many things. They would definitely not make such a low-level mistake. The special emissaries would make a preliminary analysis based on the current situation, but they would definitely not be restricted. The exchange and discussion at this moment was equivalent to a live meeting, where the special envoys expressed their opinions. I did some research before I left. The two missing peak divine generals communicated very closely in private. Is this a clue that can help us find the motive behind the sneak attack? One of the special investigators made a guess. In his opinion, this was the clue to solve the case. If that's the case, we can investigate further. Another special envoy of the investigation spoke and expressed his thoughts. If that's the case, it means that there's a connection between the ambusher and the two peak divine generals. Perhaps it involved opportunities and treasures, or it might also involve personal grudges and old grudges, which led to the sneak attacker attacking. The other party's ruthlessness proved that the cause of the conflict was impossible to resolve. The direction of our investigation can be carried out around the above 2 points, and perhaps we can get useful clues. At the same time, investigate if the two peak stage divine generals have any friends and if we can get any clues from them. The investigators all nodded, indicating that they could try. As the investigation envoy sent by the Cornerstone platform, they carried secret treasures with them and had some privileges. As long as the heirloom was activated, he could connect to every cultivator in the city through the authority given by the Cornerstone platform. Through this method, the special envoys could freely investigate and ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Questions, as if they were there in person. They could save a lot of time and get the answers as quickly as possible. When these special envoys investigated cases, they did not do it one-on-one, but with many thoughts at the same time. If needed, he could even ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. A million cultivators at the same time without affecting his analysis. After coming to a decision, the investigation agents immediately activated their secret treasures and began a rapid investigation with the two missing divine generals as the starting point. All the cultivators who were related to them and could be contacted were listed as the targets of investigation. While the investigation was ongoing, the special envoys would also exchange information and summarize it. This way, they could avoid wasting time and energy, and at the same time, sort out useful clues. With the previous failure experience, the cornerstone platform would definitely not make the same mistake again. At the same time, they would also send true elites. Whether it was the heirloom or the authority, it was enough to prove the attitude of the cornerstone platform. The silence did not last long. The investigation came to an end, and the meeting was convened again. The emissaries' expressions were solemn. It was obvious that the results of their investigation did not surprise them. Chapter 3433. The suspected Tang Zhen. 1. The special emissaries once again began their investigation of the case. According to our investigation, the two peak gods have worked together many times and have gone on missions together. The missions they carried out might make enemies and attract the enemy's pursuit and revenge. However, there was no one who could kill two peak stage divine generals in an instant. If we use this as a clue, it will involve many experts from the outer realms, and it's impossible to investigate clearly through the cornerstone platform. Although the world of Lusheng was powerful, there were also other experts in the thousands of worlds. It was impossible for them to cooperate with the cultivators of Lucheng to investigate the missing divine general. They might even try to cause trouble. If they investigated according to this line of thought, it would not be an easy task. The clues could be lost at any time. The emissaries felt their heads hurt even more when they thought of this. It was impossible to find the answer easily, so it was reasonable to be confused. The two divine generals, friends, were mostly cultivators from Lucheng, and a few of them were in the origin realm. I've just successfully contacted these cultivators through the cornerstone platform and inquired about possible enemies as well as clues that could trigger revenge. The answer was that there were too many suspicious targets both inside and outside the tower world. No one could be sure that there was an enemy who they had missed or neglected in the past who now had the ability to kill peak stage immortal generals. We can't make an accurate judgment based on the evidence we have. Perhaps the clues will only become clear after the third victim appears. One of the suspects said slowly, his tone tinged with worry. It was not that he was deliberately cursing, but the fact was that it was almost impossible to solve the case based on the existing clues. It's true that the current clues are not sufficient. Even if we can list some suspects, it will take a long time to explore and investigate. Although two peak stage immortal generals are of great value and can't be sacrificed in vain, our time is also precious. If we spend a long time and end up wasting our time, it would also be a huge loss. As a peak divine general, the most important thing was to form a rule seed and comprehend and form rules. Or, he could use other methods to try and become a god king instead of wasting his time. Although they had plenty of time, no peak divine general would waste their precious time. Even though I don't have enough clues, I have a feeling that this matter is still related to grudges. It's best to investigate the cultivator who had a grudge against the two peak stage divine generals. Perhaps we can find something. Since the clues were complicated, he could only grasp one point first and then continued to track it. After finding the root of the problem and eliminating it, he could find another clue, just like sorting out a mess. Although it was a little complicated, it was the best solution at the moment. The few special envoys nodded at the same time. It seemed like this was the only thing they could do under the current circumstances. There were 5 special envoys this time, and each envoy was in charge of one clue. This way, they could speed up the process. Speaking of the common enemy of the two peak divine generals, I did think of something. Before they arrived at the origin realm, they had participated in the battle zone ranking competition together. By right, it would not be easy for a battle zone to be promoted in this competition. In fact, it might even be impossible for one to be promoted. However, at the last moment, he had unexpectedly won. This result was indeed beyond the expectations of many people. The two missing peak stage divine generals formed an alliance with some other divine generals, all preparing to win the first prize in the competition. Because of the unforeseen event, the plan did not go smoothly. The first merit was obtained by a small divine general. At that time, some accomplices, such as Yu Ju, had also obtained great benefits. It was said that after this matter was over, the lord who had obtained the greatest merit was secretly targeted by some divine generals. But so far, there had been no news of this lord's death. On the contrary, the death of 2 divine generals seemed to be related to this matter. Because he had fallen in the outer realms, there was no detailed information, but it was very likely that he had encountered an accident while trying to assassinate this overlord. The lord's name was Tang Zhen. He wasn't too strong and shouldn't have the ability to kill 2 middle-stage divine generals. Now, he had killed 2 peak-stage divine generals. But there's one thing you need to take note of. He's been to the Island of Destiny before, and he's even received the honorific title of Destiny's Child. The special envoy slowly spoke and talked about a long-sealed past that was all related to Tang Zhen. This was the first time the special envoys present had heard of this matter, and they couldn't help but feel curious. They were the big shots of the 4th battle group. If their battle group's ranking could be raised, they would be the ones to benefit. The cultivators in the 4th battle area all had to express their gratitude to Tang Zhen as they had obtained more benefits. However, when they heard about Tang Zhen's encounter, the special envoys frowned. Anyone could feel that the cornerstone platform was clearly not fair enough when dealing with this matter. He clearly knew that Tang Zhen was in danger, so he should protect him. After all, the moral conduct of some cultivators in Lusheng was indeed worrying. It wasn't that there weren't people who tried to harm others out of jealousy. In fact, it was a common occurrence. The rules of the Tower world were strict, and the strong were respected, but that didn't mean that there were no dark beings. Tang Zhen had stolen the credit of a group of peak divine generals. It was absolutely inevitable that he would be targeted and framed. The special emissaries were experienced and knowledgeable, so they were not surprised by this kind of thing. Since this matter had nothing to do with them, they were certainly too lazy to care. However, if Tang Zhen was involved in this case, they must pay attention to it, regardless of whether he was treated fairly or not. If there was a reason, the incident wouldn't have happened. Perhaps in the eyes of the cornerstone platform, the value of a peak divine general naturally far exceeded that of Tang Zhen. Helping was a favor, not helping was also normal. The cornerstone platform's handling of it was in line with the rules, but it was just unreasonable. A small lord was not as important as one might think. If this matter is related to Tang Zhen, he definitely didn't do it personally. It's very likely that it's related to the Island of Destiny. But the question is, what is Tang Zhen's identity and what kind of price did he pay to make the Fate Island do these things for him? A special envoy had raised his doubts. This was something that he could not figure out. When the incident happened back then, Tang Zhen was just a small lord. He had not been a creator for long. With his current strength, he could not fight against a peak divine general. He could only avoid the disaster with the help of external forces. Through further investigation, he found out that among the organizations and forces that had contact with Tang Zhen, only the Island of Destiny had the ability to do this. Perhaps there were other organizations, but they had yet to be identified. The envoys were well aware of how mysterious and powerful the Island of Destiny was. Otherwise, the cornerstone platform would not have allowed it to remain in the battlefields. Even special envoys like them might not be qualified to negotiate with the Island of Destiny. They might even choose to stay away from it. Tang Zhen was just a small lord. What capabilities did he have to make a deal with Fate Island? At least, in the eyes of the special envoys, this was impossible. Following this lead was just a waste of time. Chapter 3434, A Gentleman's Revenge. 1. In the process of the special envoys' discussion, there was not much content that involved Tang Zhen. In the eyes of these special envoys, although Tang Zhen was suspicious, he was not the main suspect. To put it more bluntly, he didn't look down on Tang Zhen and thought that he didn't have such ability. He was just a small overlord who had only become a creator a few hundred years ago. What right did he have to challenge a peak divine general? Even if he had the means to invite experts, what could he pay to kill 2 peak divine generals? If he were to follow this train of thought, the suspicious points on Tang Zhen would be greatly reduced. He could even ignore him. The special emissaries had made a decision to investigate Tang Zhen, but he didn't need to be the main suspect. If Tang Zhen was aware of the content of the discussion, he would definitely laugh softly. At the same time, he would secretly feel that he was lucky. These special envoys from the platform who were investigating the case had obviously made an empirical mistake. They believed that it was impossible for Tang Zhen's strength to increase so quickly and that he would not have the ability to personally take revenge on his enemy. There was nothing wrong with this thinking. However, Tang Zhen was an exception. He had once created many cultivation miracles. Even after becoming a divine general, he was still the same. As the envoy did not understand, he made a wrong judgment. This was the reason why Tang Zhen had deliberately concealed his strength. If the few special envoys were to know of his current cultivation, it was likely that they would immediately treat him as a main suspect. He had once been treated unfairly and even secretly hunted down, so it was normal for him to take revenge. In fact, there was no need to talk about fairness in this matter. It was only a matter of whose fist was harder. The disappearance happened outside the world of Lusheng, which was beyond the jurisdiction of the Cornerstone platform. Settling personal grudges in the outside world was actually a tacitly agreed rule of the cultivators of Lusheng. The Cornerstone platform sent an envoy mainly to confirm the fate of the two peak divine generals and whether there was any possibility of saving them. The other purpose was to prevent similar things from happening again. Even if they could confirm that this matter was really done by Tang Zhen, the Cornerstone platform would first give a warning. It warned him to stop immediately and not attack him. After all, Tang Zhen's actions didn't violate the rules of the Tower World. The Cornerstone platform didn't punish him at all. Even if they wanted to take revenge, the Cornerstone platform would not have a chance to do so. Otherwise, the rules of the Tower World would be completely messed up. As time passed, one after another, clues and suspicious targets were filtered out by the special envoys. After screening, a list was made, and then the oracles were responsible for further investigation and tracking. Without wasting any time, the special envoy began to move again and continued to investigate to find out the truth. They didn't realize at all that they were already close to the truth, but in the end, they brushed past each other again. Many times, things that seemed impossible were actually the truth. Although he was not the main suspect, Tang Zhen still entered the list of suspects. This was actually an inevitable result. If his true strength was exposed, he would definitely be highly regarded, and things would become more complicated. The remaining enemies would not stretch their necks out to be killed. They would definitely think of ways to resolve this matter and would even eliminate Tang Zhen at all costs. After all, from the very beginning, there was almost no possibility of resolving this matter. In the hunting campsite, Tang Zhen looked into the distance before slowly retracting his gaze. He could vaguely sense that there seemed to be some powerhouses gathering in the direction of the camp. Although he could hide from the cultivators of Lusheng and even the peak divine generals, Tang Zhen could clearly sense it. This was the difference in strength. Even those veteran special envoys were slightly inferior to Tang Zhen. Of course, Tang Zhen's advantage was currently limited to the number of rule seeds he had condensed. In terms of resources, he was far inferior to these special envoys. Peak stage god-level generals had Lu Cheng as their backs, so they only needed to pay battle points to obtain rule particles from the descendants of ancient creatures. The long years of accumulation had given the divine generals a great advantage, which made the supreme masters of the origin realm extremely envious. This was the advantage of having a powerful organization behind him. Those ordinary individual cultivators and super experts simply could not be compared with him. Normally, with Tang Zhen's identity, he could enjoy such treatment. However, he could not reveal his existence. Therefore, this benefit was destined to have no fate with Tang Zhen. In addition to gathering information, he had also planned to obtain law particles by sending his clone into the city. After all, the identity of the clone was very reasonable and would not arouse anyone's suspicion. Of course, this was a long-term plan and might not be carried out. Perhaps one day, his avatar would mysteriously disappear. The hunting camp was only Tang Zhen's foothold. He used it as a trap and successfully killed 2 of his enemies. If it was possible, Tang Zhen would make use of this place to fish for even more prey. If he couldn't do it, Tang Zhen would directly retreat and continue to search for the location of other enemies. As for the wealth in this hunting camp, it had nothing to do with Tang Zhen. He would definitely not have any ideas about this place. No matter when, Tang Zhen would have his own bottom line. He would never touch things that he should not touch. The arrival of these special envoys was already within Tang Zhen's expectations. After the peak divine general in charge of the camp failed to investigate, Tang Zhen was sure that there would be new cultivators coming to investigate sooner or later. The bigger the matter, the higher the level of the cultivator investigated, which also meant that Tang Zhen's situation would be more difficult. He even suspected that he would attract the God King experts before he even finished his revenge. No matter what the reason was, the cornerstone platform couldn't stand such continuous killing of peak-level immortal generals. If a peak divine general couldn't solve the problem, it would be natural to send a divine king expert. However, even if this was the case, Tang Zhen still did not have any intention of giving up. After all, this was a grudge where one of them would die. Even if he stopped now, his enemies would not be grateful. Instead, they would try their best to kill him. After all, people's hearts were fickle. Only after they were killed could their grudges be truly resolved. It could be said that Tang Zhen already had no way out from the beginning. His many years of hard work was only for self-protection. I just hope that you don't really find me. Otherwise, in order to ensure the smooth execution of the plan, I won't let you live either, Tang Zhen muttered to himself. He no longer bothered about those special envoys. Those special envoys didn't know that the operation that they thought was very secret had already been exposed to Tang Zhen. Although he already knew of the existence of these special envoys, Tang Zhen did not take any action because the other party was not his hunting target. Otherwise, even if he was the special envoy, Tang Zhen would not let him return. Of the 5 enemies back then, 2 had already been killed by Tang Zhen. The remaining 3 were still missing. Among these 3 enemies was Divine General Serene Inquiry, the one who had planned to kill Tang Zhen. He even personally took action and participated in the pursuit of Tang Zhen. To Tang Zhen, Divine General Yaoan was a target he had to kill. He couldn't let him go no matter what. However, in the vast and boundless Origin realm, there were countless places that they could go to. Perhaps even the cornerstone platform did not know where they were going. Due to Tang Zhen's identity being limited, he could only slowly investigate in the dark. While he avoided exposing his identity, he also did not want to beat the grass and alert the snake. As a hunter, he must have enough patience and not be in a hurry. Otherwise, they would be used by the enemy to set up a trap, making the hunter become the prey. It was a good time to make use of this long time to cultivate and comprehend, so that his strength could rise to a higher level. After killing 2 peak divine generals and a few of the most powerful experts of the alliance, Tang Zhen's wallet had already swelled up again. Therefore, Tang Zhen did not lack these cultivation resources for the time being. Chapter 3435. The plan failed. 1. The things in this world were unpredictable. There was almost no eternity. Even the stars and mountains that seemed to last forever would eventually fall and collapse. It seemed appropriate to describe the change in the camp this time. The cultivators of Lusheng were willing to pay any price to repair the hunting camp, just to obtain more long-term benefits. However, the result of his efforts was somewhat disappointing. The runic magic circle had been completed, and the priceless bait pills had been continuously thrown in, but the descendants of the ancient creatures were still nowhere to be seen. The fishing hook that was hidden in the pill bait did not have any reaction after such a long time. Time passed slowly, and the cultivators in Lu Cheng became more and more anxious. In order to test the effect of the plan, the high-level divine general had dived to the bottom of the sea more than once, risking his life to obtain real information. The ocean floor, which used to be filled with monsters, was now bustling with activity. Glowing forbidden sea creatures could be seen everywhere. They were of different sizes, and even the 1,000-meter behemoths would appear before them from time to time. However, these special creatures were of no value at all. The more they appeared, the worse the situation was. In the sea where there were a lot of super creatures, these glowing creatures would subconsciously stay away from them. It was probably due to their instinct to avoid danger. It was obvious that they had enough means to determine if there were any super creatures in the surrounding sea. As long as a super creature appeared, these special creatures would avoid it as much as possible. They would never gather in groups like they were now. Knowing the habits of these deep-sea creatures, the cultivators also used this as a standard of judgment to confirm whether there were super creatures nearby. The current scene in the ocean made the high-level immortal generals' hearts turn cold as they knew what this meant. The piles of bait pills were all at the bottom of the sea, and there were no super creatures to consume them. This also explained the problem. The cultivators in Lu Cheng did not achieve the expected results. There were no signs of the descendants of the ancient creatures returning. Even the ordinary super creatures did not show any signs of returning. Otherwise, the bait core would have been devoured. After the news spread, the cultivators in Lu City were in an uproar. No one would want to encounter something that would not work, and they did not want to see the hunting camp abandoned. They had been carrying out missions in the camp for many years, so they were very clear about the value of the hunting camp, and even more so about the meaning of its existence. After losing this camp, Liu Cheng might not be in a difficult situation, but the income of law particles would undoubtedly be greatly reduced. A chain reaction would also occur, resulting in a situation where there was a shortage of battle points and they could not be exchanged when using the battle points exchange rule particles. To cultivators, the lack of cultivation resources was the most depressing thing. Everyone knew the seriousness of the matter, but the cultivators in Lusheng City had tried their best to solve it, but to no avail. The current plan was already the best solution the cultivators of Lusheng could think of. If they still couldn't save the current situation, they might really be at a loss. The arrival of new changes made the hunting camp gloomy. The cultivators of Lusheng had obviously been dealt a blow. They no longer tried as hard as before to try to reverse the situation. This was because the cultivators of Liu Cheng knew very well that they were powerless in this matter. There was no point in continuing to make bait pills. The ones he had made before were already enough. It was a pity that there were no monsters to devour even though they were piled up like a mountain, which was very heartbreaking. As expected, it didn't take long for the high-level divine generals to order them to stop making bait pills. The precious alchemy materials were collected after processing, ready to be used again in the future. Although he didn't say it clearly, the cultivators knew that the high-level cultivators clearly had the intention to give up. Of course, it was still too early to give up. The high-level cultivators would continue to look for other ways. Perhaps he would only choose to give up when he was helpless. Many cultivators were not optimistic about this kind of persistence. After all, the best methods had been used at the same time, and there was no point in working hard. The peak stage divine general was the clearest about this. Just as the cultivators of Lu City were hoping to get lucky, the peak stage divine generals had already made their judgment. The plan had failed, and the descendants of the ancient creatures would not return for a long time. There was even a possibility that he would never return. The previous battle had indeed shocked these monsters, causing them to completely escape from this land of slaughter. At the same time, there was also a possibility that it was driven by an ancient creature, and it did not want its descendants to sacrifice themselves in vain. Because of the godly artifact lighthouse, the ancient creatures were afraid and could not attack directly. However, he could order his descendants to move to other places and stop providing resources to the cultivators in the city. This move was equivalent to pulling firewood out of the cauldron, completely abandoning the hunting camp and not allowing any more gains. If that was the case, then there was really no hope. Unless the ancient creature changed its order or was killed, its descendants would never gather here. To the descendants of ancient creatures, this was not a big deal. They could survive anywhere. However, to the cultivators in Lusheng, this was a heavy blow, and the losses caused were immeasurable. If there was really an ancient creature behind this, it was no longer appropriate to stay in this hunting camp. Not only would it be a waste of time, but it would also increase unnecessary risks. If they were attacked by ancient creatures one day, not a single cultivator in the entire camp would be spared. The law particles were important, but the cultivators in the entire camp might be more valuable. The purpose of obtaining rule particles was to serve the cultivators in Lusheng. If there were people in the lost land, there would be a way to recover the loss sooner or later. However, if he encountered another accident which caused the death of a high-level immortal general or a peak-level immortal general, he would really suffer a great loss. Therefore, after a brief discussion, the peak god-level generals in charge of guarding the base reported the news to the cornerstone platform. He told her everything and said that he shouldn't stay here for long. He believed that the cornerstone platform would make a fair judgment on this matter and would not only care about the immediate benefits. In the following time, the hunting camp stopped operating. Liu Cheng's cultivators were all waiting for news from the cornerstone platform. The cultivators in Lusheng City felt uncomfortable and even panicked after stopping their busy state. Fortunately, in order to appease the people, every cultivator in the building was given a law particle. Although the number wasn't large, it was still a pleasant surprise for the cultivators of Liu Cheng. The runic magic circle was still running. He could use this precious opportunity to improve his cultivation. After all, such a cultivation environment could not be encountered at any time. If he could make use of it, he would naturally not miss it. As for the high-level divine generals, including the peak experts who guarded the camp, they were no longer restricted by the environment when they cultivated. No matter how rich the energy was, they wouldn't be interested. The only useful thing was divine source. A few god generals released their god kingdom slaves, clearly not wanting to waste such an opportunity. Divine servants needed world energy to cultivate. If they cultivated in the divine kingdom, they needed divine source to transform it. This was a huge consumption of origin energy, so the divine generals naturally tried to save as much as they could, allowing the divine servants to absorb as much as they could. Chapter 3436, The Opportunity Before the Evacuation. 1. In the quiet hunting camp, there were figures cultivating seriously everywhere. Cultivating in such a special environment was definitely a blessing that could only be encountered by luck. No cultivator would waste this precious opportunity. Among these figures, some cultivators had unique auras and occupied an area by themselves. One could tell the difference with a single glance. These were actually the divine servants of the divine general. They possessed strength far beyond that of ordinary cultivators and had received the true inheritance of the divine spirit. Compared to ordinary cultivators, they had a higher chance of becoming gods. As a cultivator of the fourth battle area, Lu Cheng's chances of becoming a god were much higher than those of the other battle areas, but it didn't mean that he would definitely become a true god. The vast majority of cultivators, no matter how hard they tried, were unable to cross the barrier that represented transcendence. However, after becoming a divine servant, there was a chance to be favored by the divine master, and one could become a god with a single thought. Of course, the price to pay was that after becoming a god, he would not be free, and even his life and death would be controlled by the divine master. But even so, there were still countless cultivators who were afraid of falling behind, hoping that such an opportunity would fall on them. It was simply impossible for one to be free from the system. Even God King level powerhouses were still under the restrictions of the cornerstone platform and accepted some special missions. Although they were both cultivators of Lusheng, there was a huge difference in their future development. There was no unnecessary communication between the divine servants and the cultivators of Lu Cheng, and they were even secretly competing with each other. Due to the operation of the runic magic circle, it had accumulated a huge amount of energy, which the cultivators of Lu Cheng could absorb as much as they wanted. The accumulated energy couldn't be taken away, and it would be a waste to keep it, so it was better to let his brothers take advantage of it. Since the high-level divine general had expressed his stance, the cultivators in Lusheng City naturally followed his instructions. Many of the cultivators who had occupied the towers had already retreated because their mission to provide reinforcements had been completed. The rewards they received would be directly given by the cornerstone platform. Because the support was timely and powerful, the rewards this time would definitely be very generous. Sending charcoal in the snow was better than sending an umbrella after the rain. If these cultivators had not rushed to the rescue, no one knew what would have happened. Although the cornerstone platform was cold and rigid, it would definitely not be too stingy with the rewards in this area. There were still some cultivators from Lu Cheng who didn't leave because of their mission. They had to help carry out the plan of luring the sea monster back. Most of the cultivators in the building had a special skill, which was alchemy or weapon refinement. With special skills, they would be valued at all times and could accept some important missions. At the same time, he could also reap higher returns. Although the plan had failed, these cultivators did not leave immediately. Instead, they also enjoyed a wave of benefits. Although the god generals didn't care about it, it was a great opportunity for the cultivators in Lusheng. Ordinary cultivators of Lusheng wouldn't even have the chance to encounter a runic magic circle jointly set up by several peak stage divine generals. At this moment, the cultivators of Lu Cheng were using their own skills to absorb the rich energy. At the same time, they were also competing in secret. The stronger the strength and potential, the faster the absorption rate, and the wider the range of influence. The situation of competing with each other was silently formed. The cultivators of Lusheng City had an unyielding spirit in their bones. When they encountered such a special opportunity, they would naturally not show weakness and start a fight. The god-level generals were also happy to see such a situation. How could there be progress without competition? They were even observing in secret. If they performed well, they could try to focus on training them. The cultivators of Lu City knew about this, so they did not hold back and did their best. Energy vortexes appeared one after another, like a fierce battle between dragons and tigers. The vortexes were of different sizes, representing the strength of different people. It was clear at a glance. When they realized that they were being crushed, the Lu Cheng cultivators immediately tried to catch up, trying to tie or surpass their competitors. Those who maintained their lead naturally wouldn't give in, and they would also go all out to maintain their advantage. For a time, they were fighting over it, and it looked very lively. The divine generals looked at them in silence and commented from time to time. When they encountered cultivators with potential, they would keep them in mind and continue to observe. Every divine general had their own faction and needed to cultivate their own team. If cultivator Lu Cheng was chosen, it would mean that he had reached the sky in a single step. Perhaps it was for this reason that the competition became more and more exciting. Under the lighthouse with the number 9, over a dozen figures were sitting cross-legged in cultivation. Tang Zhen and Fatty were also among them. Compared to the other cultivators who were fighting for it, Tang Zhen and Fatty's performance seemed somewhat out of place. Tang Zhen didn't want his performance to be too stunning. He didn't want to catch the eye of a god general and be pulled into his god nation. Although he could reject it, it would be a troublesome matter. Therefore, Tang Zhen decided to wait and see. If there was no need, he would definitely not fight with these cultivators for the opportunity. As for the Fatty behind him, he was also confused. He didn't even cultivate. Tang Zhen was a little surprised when he saw this scene. Why didn't you seize the opportunity to cultivate? Why did you miss this opportunity? Upon hearing Tang Zhen's question, the Fatty scratched his head and revealed a helpless expression. The cultivation method of our race is basically based on eating. The more we eat, the stronger we become. I've never learned a cultivation technique like cultivator Lu Cheng's, so I don't know how to do it. Tang Zhen gently nodded. He sized up Fatty from head to toe before placing his hand on his head. Fatty didn't understand what was going on, but he had extreme trust in Tang Zhen and allowed him to examine his body. Not long after, Tang Zhen withdrew his hand and revealed an expression of understanding. Your physique is quite interesting. I believe your ancestors should be related to ancient creatures, and there seems to be a hidden ability in your bloodline. There's nothing wrong with saying that you and your clansmen are the descendants of ancient creatures. Descendants of ancient creatures. Fatty's eyes widened. He didn't expect that he would be born like this. He suddenly felt dizzy. He had participated in the killing of many descendants of ancient creatures some time ago. Was this considered killing of the same kind? Tang Zhen seemed to have seen through Fatty's thoughts as he smiled and shook his head. There are many types of ancient creatures. Since they don't belong to the same race, it naturally can't be considered as killing each other. If I'm not wrong, your race's ancestor has already fallen. Otherwise, your bloodline ability wouldn't have not been activated yet. If you want to increase your strength and activate the divine ability in your bloodline, I can help you try. If you can succeed, perhaps it won't take long for you to become a supreme expert. When the Fatty heard this, his eyes immediately widened, and his big face revealed a look of anticipation. Please help me, sir. I want to become a super expert. Fatty was obviously unable to resist this temptation. He immediately nodded to show that he was willing to try. The activation process is very painful. Are you sure you can endure it? The fat man laughed foolishly, but he nodded firmly. Tang Zhen did not ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks any further. Instead, he raised his hand and gently waved it. A bottle that was as pure as colored glass landed in the hand of the Fatty. Drink it, then sit on the ground. Fatty opened the glass bottle and took a look at the liquid inside. He felt that the shape and taste were somewhat familiar. This is the oil for the xianxia lamp. The Fatty looked at the lighthouse behind him and revealed an expression of sudden realization. He did not expect that Tang Zhen would actually let him drink lamp oil. Chapter 3437, Bloodline Ignition 1. Fatty was no stranger to this special lamp oil. It was because of the existence of lamp oil that the lighthouse had the effect of intimidating ancient creatures. Both of them were mystical items, and neither could be missing. The origin of the lamp oil was extraordinary. It also came from ancient creatures. Cultivators would carefully refine the remains of ancient creatures to obtain a special oil. Only by carefully mixing the oil could it be made into precious lamp oil. Not every organization had the ability to refine lamp oil. Not to mention how complicated and high-end the refining methods were, it was very difficult to obtain the raw materials. Without sufficient strength, one would not be qualified to possess it. It was because of this special lamp oil that the cultivators could build hunting camps in the Forbidden Sea and drive ships through the Forbidden Sea blocked by monsters. Even if they were to explore other forbidden areas, lamp oil was an indispensable item. Without enough lamp oil reserves, they could not even explore. In the original realm, the lamp oil refined by these ancient creatures was definitely a top strategic material. It was just that every cultivator organization would strictly guard such a precious thing. Where did Tang Zhen get it from? However, when he thought of Tang Zhen's means, Fatty felt that it was only natural. It was just some lamp oil. How could it be difficult for the omnipotent Tang Zhen? Fatty mistakenly thought that the lamp oil in Tang Zhen's hands was obtained during the chaos of the war earlier. After all, there were plenty of opportunities to obtain the lamp oil during the chaos. However, how would he know that Tang Zhen's method of obtaining it was not as simple as he had imagined? The lamp oil was Tang Zhen's spoils of war. There was actually a lot of it, and it could be considered a large amount of wealth. With this precious lamp oil, Tang Zhen had the confidence to venture into even some dangerous places. Of course, it was impossible for Tang Zhen to say these things. Fatty would also never know about it. Fatty raised the glass bottle, raised his head, and poured the lamp oil down. Then, he frowned. It's awful, and has a stale smell. At this moment, Fatty was still in the mood to evaluate the taste of the lamp oil. His heart was as big as the sea. It's really strange that it's good to drink. Do you know that many of the materials used to make this lamp oil are corpses that have been around for hundreds of millions of years? As time passes, these corpses will accumulate as stale air, which will cause great harm to cultivators. Hearing Tang Zhen's explanation, Fatty's eyes involuntarily widened as he revealed a trace of doubt. If it was harmful to his body, why would Fang Hao allow him to drink it? Was he up to no good? Fatty felt that it was impossible. If Fang Hao wanted to kill him, he would not have used such a stupid method. The most important point was that even if Fatty racked his brains, he simply couldn't find a reason for Tang Zhen to trick and harm him. Although this lamp oil is poisonous, it has a special effect. It can activate a hidden bloodline talent by burning one's bloodline. It's just that this process is very dangerous, and we need a strong enough cultivator to protect us before we can take the risk. It was because the Fatty trusted Tang Zhen that he swallowed the lamp oil without any scruples. Now that he had heard Tang Zhen's explanation, there was no doubt in his heart. He cupped his hands toward Tang Zhen and did not say anything. However, his attitude was clear. He allowed Tang Zhen to control him without any complaints even if he lived or died. Tang Zhen laughed softly. He extended his hand and pointed at the Fatty. After which, he saw raging flames suddenly surge out from the surface of his body. If it was any other cultivator, they might not be able to guarantee their safety, but Tang Zhen could definitely guarantee their safety. As the fire of his bloodline burned, Fatty's expression became ferocious, and the unspeakable pain kept piling up. In order to resist the pain, Fatty instantly transformed into a ferocious monster. He kept growling from his throat, as if he was trying to suppress the pain. The blazing flames did not weaken because of Fatty's transformation. On the contrary, they became more and more intense. This flame was only targeted at Fatty. The cultivators around him were not affected at all. At the same time, the surging energy surged toward Fatty, like water from a broken dam. However, he was like a bottomless pit. He devoured all of them without any hesitation and did not let even a single bit escape. This strange scene was witnessed by the surrounding cultivators, and they couldn't help but feel shocked and anxious. If this continued, Fatty would crush the other cultivators and attract the attention of the divine generals. If the cultivators in Lu City could not share such a precious opportunity equally, how could they let outsiders get it? At this moment, the cultivators of Lusheng had already regarded Fatty as a competitor and were trying their best to suppress him. The god generals who were watching from the side noticed the strange phenomenon on Fatty's body and looked at him with concern. Is this the Suan Ni's bloodline ignition? One of the divine generals said softly. His voice was filled with doubt, as if he was unable to confirm his own judgment. That's right, it's bloodline ignition. This guy's luck is a little bad. Another immortal general said as he slightly shook his head. Burning one's bloodline is equivalent to self-harm, and one will turn into ashes if one is not careful. The entire process is irreversible. Even if this cultivator didn't die, he would be severely injured and his cultivation path might be cut off. It's truly a pity to encounter such an opportunity and be so unlucky. In the divine general's eyes, Fatty, who had ignited his bloodline, was definitely going to die. Such a situation was not rare on the battlefield. Many cultivators in desperate situations would subconsciously burn their bloodline. But in the end, they all died together with the enemy. However, there were also other god generals who did not agree with this saying, thinking that there could be fortune in disaster. The vast majority of bloodline ignition is indeed a self-harming method, but there are also exceptions. These cultivators had surprisingly survived after burning their bloodlines. Some of them had even awakened special innate abilities. I just don't know if this cultivator is lucky or unlucky. It was clearly the same matter, but the god generals had different views, which also made Fatty receive more attention. At this moment, no one was thinking about what caused their bloodline to burn. They only wanted to know the final result. Even if someone wanted to investigate, they wouldn't be able to find the specific reason unless those peak divine generals took action in person. However, the peak divine generals didn't care about it at all. They didn't even have the interest to take a look. Not to mention the ordinary cultivators, they might not even bother with the gods, generals, and masters of creation. If not for this task, peak stage immortal generals might not even cooperate with ordinary cultivators. Perhaps it was because of this arrogance that the peak stage god-level generals didn't notice that a god's clone was hiding right under their noses. He didn't even know the other party's true identity. He was the mastermind behind the series of events and the one the investigation agents were trying to track down. At this moment, Tang Zhen watched as Fatty was wrapped and burned by the raging flames, gradually becoming motionless. Like a huge pile of firewood, it was burned into a pile of ashes, and the ashes kept falling. The violent cyclone that surrounded Fatty also gradually disappeared without a trace, and there was no longer any movement. All of the above changes made people feel that Fatty, whose bloodline was burning, would die without a doubt. Even the spectating god generals thought the same. Only Tang Zhen, who was the closest, revealed a faint smile on his face as he looked at the Fatty who had been burned into charcoal. Chapter 3438, Withdrawing from the Forbidden Ocean 1. Just when all the cultivators thought that Fatty, who had ignited his bloodline, would definitely die, only Tang Zhen knew that this was not the case. That pile of burning charcoal was just a useless shell, a restraint on the outside of the true body. Fatty, who was being burned by the flame of the lamp oil, had really been reborn and had undergone an incredible change. His bloodline, which was originally extremely thin, had been forcibly extracted. Although it was only a tiny trace, it still originated from a powerful ancient creature. That kind of nobility and power was not something that ordinary living beings could compare to. It was like comparing mortals to gods. A special aura erupted. Fatty, who had activated his ancient bloodline, was destined to be completely different from the past. Although he had gained some benefits, he had also suffered some pain. The burning of the lamp oil was equivalent to the spiritual attack of the ancient creatures. Otherwise, it would not have been able to intimidate other ancient creatures. The pain that Fatty had suffered was far greater than he had imagined. Of course, the opportunities he had obtained were also far beyond his imagination. If it wasn't for Tang Zhen's help, Fatty wouldn't have been able to activate his innate ability no matter how hard he tried. He didn't even know what kind of talent and potential he had. Horses that traveled 1,000 li were common, but Bola was not often there. This was the truth. Fatty should be well aware of this. Compared to the benefits he would get, the pain was nothing. The gratitude he felt for Tang Zhen in his heart was similarly difficult to express in words. He didn't even know how he should repay this gratitude. However, how would he know that Tang Zhen did not care about his return at all and had only helped him by chance? Tang Zhen would never mistreat his own people. Since Fatty had followed him all the way, he more or less had to give him some care. Now that he had awakened his innate magical power, as long as Fatty was willing, he could definitely become a cultivator of the Lusheng. Even if they didn't want to be restricted and return to their own tribes, there was a great chance of becoming a super expert. With a muffled sound, the huge pile of ashes burst open, revealing a strong figure sitting cross-legged inside. This was clearly a shrunken version of Fatty. He had shed off his bloated outer shell, but he gave people a feeling of incomparable valiance. When they saw this figure, for some reason, the cultivators felt a sense of fear in their hearts. It was as if the gaze from ancient times had fallen on him. Although it was not dangerous, he felt flustered. Looking at Fatty's appearance, his mouth had turned into a whirlpool, constantly swallowing the surrounding world energy. Compared to his previous speed, it was actually several times faster. Under the Fatty's crazy devouring, the surrounding energy was completely consumed, and cultivator Lu Cheng didn't gain anything at all. They were angry and anxious, but there was nothing they could do. Anyone could tell that Fatty's current state was very strange. It was very likely that he had just experienced nirvana rebirth. This was a great opportunity, a great fortune that could be encountered but not sought. The surrounding immortal generals had also noticed Fatty's abnormal behavior. This lucky guy didn't die. He activated his innate divine ability. Try to sense it again. Is there anything different? If my guess is correct, this fellow's ancestor should be the descendant of some ancient creature. The innate divine ability that was activated by accident also came from the inheritance in his bloodline. It should be a special devouring ability. The stronger the cultivation, the stronger the innate divine ability. It's indeed a rather impressive method. I've taken a good look at this kid. I'm going to take him in as a divine servant. Don't fight with me over this. I was thinking the same thing. Why don't you give me the chance? A high-level divine general interrupted the divine general's discussion. I've just investigated and this kid isn't a cultivator of Lusheng yet. I'm not sure if he's willing to join. With his talent alone, as long as he was given the right opportunity to help, it should not be a problem for him to become a god. If you become a divine servant, it would be a waste, and it would be the same for both you and him. The divine generals who had been fighting for the sword all nodded at the same time, acknowledging the truth. Fatty's innate divine power was not bad. If he successfully joined Lu Cheng, he should also walk on his own path. Only by doing so would he not waste his innate magical power and also give the other cultivators in Lusheng a chance. At this moment, Fatty didn't know that a group of divine generals were discussing him and had already arranged his future path. As long as he was willing to join Lu Cheng, he would receive special attention and be nurtured as a seed to become a god. It could be said that from now on, Fatty had flown up to the top of the branch, from a chicken to a phoenix. The gazes of the surrounding people were placed on Fatty. However, they did not know that the source of all this was actually Tang Zhen, who was beside him. The scene in front of them was very similar to Tang Zhen's previous actions. No one realized that the truth was right in front of them. What happened to Fatty was only a small interlude and didn't attract the attention of many cultivators in Lu City. The world of Lusheng had never lacked geniuses. Geniuses more monstrous than Fatty could be found everywhere. It was only because of the special occasion that he received extra attention. If it was at the genius gathering in the world of Lusheng, Fatty's performance would only be considered average. As time passed, the energy accumulated near the camp was gradually absorbed by the cultivators of Lu Cheng. Many of the weaker cultivators had already stopped absorbing because they couldn't compete for it. Those powerful cultivators also couldn't hold on for long and withdrew from their cultivation state. The slowly rotating runic magic circle also crumbled and dissipated at this moment, no more energy gathering. A high-level divine general had given the order that the hunting camp would be officially closed, and no one could be sure when it would be reopened. Although they were already prepared, the cultivators in Lusheng were still filled with emotion when they heard the order. No one would have thought that this hunting camp, which had been in operation for many years, would actually encounter such a miserable ending. However, the following order surprised the cultivators in Lusheng. The cultivators in Lusheng thought that they would return to the city and wait for new missions. However, he was told that he wouldn't return to Lusheng, but would head to another place. It turned out that there were secret resource points in other places, but they had not been developed yet. Perhaps it was because of the long journey, or the harsh environment, or even the hunting camps that could not produce as much as the islands. Now that the hunting camp had been destroyed, Lu Cheng could only settle for the second best option and use the resource points he had developed. The cultivators of Lusheng City in the hunting camp would be the explorers and explorers, ready to embark on a new journey. This was actually a good thing. New missions meant new gains, and the cultivators in Lusheng would have more opportunities to earn battle merits. Obtaining resources through battles had always been the cultivation method pursued by the cultivators in Lusheng. They would definitely welcome this challenging pioneering task warmly. There was no need to worry about safety for such a mission. Lu Cheng would definitely send high-end combat forces to follow them. In fact, for a very long time, they would send their top experts to guard the place to prevent any accidents from happening. After receiving the order, the cultivators of Lusheng quickly started to pack up all the items in the camp. Every item used here was carefully crafted. An ordinary-looking item could very well be a magical item. No one had the right to throw away such a precious item at will, and it was even more impossible to seal it with the camp. After the camp was cleaned up, the peak stage god-level general finally appeared in front of the cultivators. Turn off the engine. With an order, the 9 magical lighthouses that had been burning in the hunting camp for many years simultaneously extinguished their blazing flames. The moment the flame was extinguished, an indescribable terrifying aura descended on the cultivators on the floor. The aura carried the desolation of hundreds of millions of years and an undisguisable brutal force, as if it was going to tear all the cultivators in the building into pieces. Chapter 3439, Invitation 1. Withdraw the tower. With another order, the 9 god artifact lighthouses were absorbed into his divine kingdom. The divine artifact lighthouse was very important, and there was no room for any mishaps. At the same time, an indescribable panic and fear surged through his heart. The cultivators of Lusheng were enveloped by this aura and mistakenly thought that they would be turned into dust in the next moment. The difference in strength between the two sides was simply unbelievable. Even if they were watching from a distance, the cultivators still couldn't bear it. Calm your mind, there's no need to fear. Fortunately, at this moment, the peak stage divine generals acted at the same time and took the terrifying spiritual impact for the cultivators of Lu Cheng. It's just a remnant will. It can only hurt his spirit, not take his life. The words of the peak stage divine general were to tell the cultivators of Lu Cheng that they did not need to fear such an attack. The cultivators of Lu Cheng understood tacitly and used their own methods to shield themselves from the impact of this mental attack. Good, good, the peak divine general praised and encouraged him as he attacked again. In the blink of an eye, the cultivators of Lu Cheng were gathered together, and then there was a feeling of space being cut. It was as if he had been completely separated from this world. A peak stage divine general transformed into a giant and took the terrifying pressure from the sky head-on, leading the cultivators in the city away quickly. Compared to the helpless cultivators of Lusheng, the peak stage divine generals had enough power to fight against the remnant will of the ancient creatures. He also knew that once the lighthouse retreated, the remnants of the ancient creatures, intent to hunt for profit, would instantly explode. What he had to do now was to leave quickly, not to foolishly bear the burden. As long as they could escape this area, the pressure would automatically disappear. Of course, in the face of this kind of pressure, ordinary cultivators of Lusheng City had no ability to escape at all. They had to rely on the help of super experts. The peak stage divine general was in charge of the safety of the cultivators in the building. If anything happened to him, the cultivators in the building would be in trouble too. Fortunately, these peak stage immortal generals' performance didn't make the cultivators in Lu City too worried, and they easily got rid of the terrifying pressure. The cultivators of Lu Cheng heaved a long sigh of relief. All the cultivators in the hunting camp had arrived, and fog was rising rapidly behind them. In a short period of time, the once hunting camp was covered in this thick fog. The thick fog had a concealing effect, and at the same time, it had a defensive ability. If someone tried to break in, they would definitely suffer a fatal attack. A runic magic circle set up by a peak stage divine general was naturally extraordinarily powerful. While he was sighing, the peak stage immortal general had already swept up cultivator Lu Cheng and flew towards the depths of the island. Although this deep and terrifying island was extremely dangerous, there was a safe route. The safe route was a top secret and only the cultivators of Lu Cheng knew about it. It was said that it was personally explored by a divine king many years ago. And that was indeed the case. When they walked on this safe route, they would not be attacked by monsters. Except for a few peak stage immortal generals, it was the first time for all the cultivators of Lu Cheng to go deep into the island, so they were naturally very curious. They all knew the dangers of the island's depths. The outcome of entering this place was basically a one-way trip. However, with several peak divine generals leading the way, he didn't need to worry about safety. At this moment, he could not only satisfy his curiosity, but also increase his knowledge. However, some cultivators knew that their memories of this route would probably be sealed and erased in no time. Such a secret route could not be easily divulged, or it would cause unnecessary losses. Even if they really wanted to obtain it, they had to exchange for it through battle merits. Even for ordinary cultivators, this was useless but dangerous information, which would only bring unnecessary trouble to themselves. There were even many cultivators in Lu City who took the initiative to erase such memories. It wasn't always better to know more secrets, especially those big, useless secrets, which would only make his steps heavy. The road ahead is still very long. Why don't you all make the best use of your time and continue to cultivate? The high-level divine general's voice rang out as he warned the cultivators in the city. The cultivators nodded in agreement and entered their cultivation states one after another, digesting the energy they had absorbed earlier. At this moment, the way he moved was a little special. It was as if a piece of space had been cut off, and cultivator Lu Cheng was in this space. Because of the protection of a peak stage divine general, he was not affected at all when he was walking, sitting, or lying down. Some cultivators were cultivating while others were conversing, discussing cultivation and other aspects. At this moment, the fatty beside Tang Zhen, including Tang Zhen himself, received the call of a divine general. Their previous performance had been seen by the Lu Cheng cultivators, and they had been recognized by them. Now that they were going to a new place, their identities had to be solved. They had to become cultivators of Lu Cheng. It could be said that Tang Zhen and Fatty didn't have a choice at this moment. If they didn't want to become Lu Cheng's cultivators, they might face the fate of being imprisoned or enslaved. Of course, it was also possible that he would lose his life. After you accepted the mission, you followed him and witnessed the change. To be able to survive, it's enough to show that you're very lucky. Of course, your performance was indeed very good. Whether it was your attainments in alchemy or your innate abilities, you were much stronger than ordinary cultivators. With such an excellent performance, he was fully qualified to become a cultivator of Lu Cheng. Now, I'm sending out an invitation to invite you to join Lu Cheng. I hope you can cherish this opportunity. It wasn't too much for a divine general to say such words, not to mention that Lu Cheng of the 4th battle area was a super force. It was very difficult for ordinary cultivators to join, and such an invitation was even rarer. If one asked around at the edge of the Forbidden Sea, one would know that joining Lu Cheng of the 4th battle area was actually the dream of many cultivators of the Origin realm. In the hearts of these cultivators, there was no clear concept of territory. After all, this world was so vast that it was boundless. In the eyes of many cultivators of the Origin realm, cultivator Lu Cheng was also a part of the Origin realm, just that he was a little further away. Tang Zhen glanced at Fatty and saw him scratching his head. He was currently looking at Tang Zhen with a pleading gaze. Clearly, he did not know what choice he should make. Instead, he decided to listen to Tang Zhen's arrangement and follow him to make the same choice. I will only listen to you, sir, Fatty said to Tang Zhen. After which, he turned to look at that divine general and expressed his attitude. The divine general nodded his head and turned to look at Tang Zhen. Naturally, I can't ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For more. Tang Zhen laughed softly in the face of the divine general's gaze and gave the answer that the divine general wanted. You've made the right choice. Your future path of cultivation will be affected because of this, and you'll have the chance to reach a higher realm. The divine general praised and then threw out 2 tokens that represented his identity. After refining them, he always carried them with him. With such a thing, he would be recognized by the cultivators in other buildings. It was definitely not that easy to become a true cultivator of the Tower City. It was only because of the limited conditions that he had to keep everything simple. When he returned to Lu Cheng, he would have to complete all the missing procedures. This was the rule. Even if Lu Cheng's cultivators wanted to simplify it, the cornerstone platform would definitely not allow it. Chapter 3440. The Forbidden Area in the Lightning Sea Part 1. This huge island was like a huge continent, and many unremarkable places hid fatal dangers. Fortunately, the peak stage divine general was leading the way, and there was a safe route to follow, which saved them from the fatal danger. Even though they were running at full speed, it still took them a long time to reach the edge of the island. However, the long journey had only just begun. No one knew where their destination was and how long it would take them to reach it. At this moment, only peak stage immortal generals knew the real answer. However, they would never reveal it to the public. For a peak divine general, there was no need for that. The cultivators of Lu Cheng only needed to follow and obey. As the cultivators left, the death of the 2 peak stage divine generals came to an end. The special envoys were still investigating, but it was difficult to make any progress. After all, they had already ruled out Tang Zhen from the beginning. It was even more impossible to follow the clues and figure out Tang Zhen's true whereabouts. The journey was long and boring. Fortunately, the cultivators had long gotten used to it. Sometimes, traveling in the void for decades or even centuries in order to hurry on with one's journey was simply a very normal thing. There was no need to mobilize them at all. The cultivators of Lu Cheng began to cultivate quietly, constantly improving their strength. Only when one's own strength was strong enough could one deal with all the possible changes after arriving at the new mission location. In the following time, several peak stage divine generals sailed extremely fast in the Forbidden Sea on flat boats. The simple-looking ship was an out-and-out divine weapon, and it had the speed of lightning. The aura of an ancient creature emanated from the ship, causing the super creatures to avoid it. Compared to the difficulty of the cultivators of Lu Cheng crossing the sea, the peak stage divine general was extremely relaxed, as if he was taking a stroll in the courtyard. The journey was dangerous but not dangerous. The cultivators of Lu Sheng finally reached the shore and entered a strange continent. The cultivators of Lu Cheng perked up and quickly looked around. On the vast land, there were huge plants everywhere, and their shapes were all strange. They were not ordinary plants. Each of them had a spiritual mind and could be regarded as high-level creatures of the origin realm. They could cultivate on their own and had a tenacious vitality. Some plants even had special innate divine abilities. In addition to the ferocious plants, there were all kinds of huge beasts that were fierce and brave. Even in the face of a peak expert, these monsters still dared to bare their fangs and would even take the initiative to attack. Occasionally, they would pass by some areas and encounter giant beasts with the bloodlines of ancient creatures. The behemoth's body was as large as a mountain, and its every move would change the color of the wind and clouds. It could easily control the rule power of the area it was in. Some places were like a sea of fire, some places were covered in snow and ice, and some places were like an ocean that connected the ground to the sky. Even a peak divine general would have to stay alert and avoid a fight. When encountering such a dangerous area, ordinary cultivators could not even move an inch. They could only continue to go deeper by following the strong. The harsh environment made the cultivators realize that without the leadership of a peak stage divine general, they would never be able to leave. There were also some powerful races that also lived on this continent. They had built huge cities and raised many fierce giant beasts. The bodies of these cultivators were extremely strong, and together with those terrifying beasts, their strength was absolutely not to be underestimated. To be able to survive on this dangerous land, one must have a strong capital. Otherwise, they would have been devoured clean. In the face of such a dangerous world, the cultivators in Lu Cheng were excited, knowing that there must be great opportunities and benefits hidden here. The greater the risk, the more benefits he would get. After advancing for an unknown distance, he finally saw the end of the earth in front of him, which was shrouded in boundless black chi. The lightning was as dense as rain, striking the ground continuously. The terrifying sound of thunder made people tremble in fear. One could vaguely see countless broken walls and ruins, and each building was as large as a mountain. It could be clearly seen that these buildings had once been severely damaged. Otherwise, they would not have been in such a dilapidated state. On the surface of these buildings, there were many potholes, which were filled with bright slurry that had been struck by lightning. At the same time, there were countless black lines that appeared and disappeared one after another, causing the entire space to become foggy. These black lines were spatial rifts. For cultivators, they would definitely avoid them like the plague. Such a dense number of spatial cracks was enough to show how dangerous this place was. The slightest carelessness would cause the space to collapse. Once they encountered such a situation, the cultivator would either be crushed into pieces or be teleported to an inexplicable place. Most of the time, they would face the danger of entering the forbidden area, and there was no chance of survival. They had finally arrived at the destination they had expected, but they didn't expect it to be so dangerous. The cultivators in Lusheng were worried about their future. No matter what the path ahead was, the cultivators in Lusheng had no choice. Even if they were afraid of the path ahead, they could only brace themselves and continue to move forward. In the blink of an eye, the team had already rushed into the Sea of Lightning and was rapidly advancing towards the depths of the Sea of Lightning. Looking at the terrifying purple lightning and the fine spatial cracks, the cultivators in Lu Cheng were all on high alert. This was no ordinary lightning, but chaos divine lightning. It could create and destroy all things. From time to time, lightning would explode, causing plasma to fly everywhere. Anything that came into contact with it would instantly turn to dust. However, when it touched cultivator Lu Cheng, it passed through his body without any hindrance and did not cause any damage. Seeing this, Lu Cheng heaved a sigh of relief. It turned out that a peak stage divine general could keep them in an independent space. Although they seemed to be close to the surrounding world, they would not be hurt at all. With the worry in their hearts gone, the cultivators of Lu Cheng began to look around, trying to understand more about this dangerous place. Compared to the island of the Forbidden Sea, this area was obviously more dangerous and not suitable for cultivators of their level to explore. If it weren't for the protection of a peak stage divine general, most of them would have died on the way. However, the more dangerous a place was, the more opportunities there were. The cultivators of Lu City were full of anticipation for what would happen next. Tang Zhen, who was in the group, was also silently observing. He was still secretly pondering in his heart. Looking at the dangerous environment, one would know that if one did not have enough strength, one would not be qualified to enter. The peak-level divine general who came to the hunting camp must have stopped here before, which was why he was so familiar with the route. The other peak-level immortal generals might be here. Apparently, it was good news. Perhaps, the enemy that Tang Zhen was looking for was in this area. If this was really the case, it would also save Tang Zhen a lot of time by eliminating the need to search for it. Before this, Tang Zhen had also thought of using some special methods to search for traces of the enemy. For example, he could force the other peak-level immortal generals to tell him the whereabouts of their enemies. However, such a thought was quickly rejected. Although this method would allow him to find the enemy's tracks faster, it would put him in extreme danger. The enemy might set a trap and wait for Tang Zhen to walk into the trap. They might even invite a divine king expert to help. Therefore, the safest way was to let nature take its course and slowly wait for the opportunity to come. Ordinary people could still endure for 10.5 years after taking their revenge. As a god, how could Tang Zhen be too anxious? Moreover, in the process of tracking the enemy, Tang Zhen did not delay his cultivation. He had been steadily rising. Tang Zhen's current strength was enough to kill a peak divine general, and he would become even stronger in the future. The later he found his enemy, the stronger Tang Zhen would be and the higher the success rate of his revenge. If he was lucky enough and could advance to a divine king as soon as possible, Tang Zhen would definitely crush his enemy into dust even if he had to hide at the ends of the earth. Chapter 3441, Remains of Ancient Lifeforms. 1. There was no danger along the way. After passing through the sea of thunderbolt plasma, the scene in front of him suddenly became clear. A huge, charred and barren world suddenly appeared in front of the cultivators. Because the ground was not spherical, they could see very far. On this land that seemed to have been burned by flames, there were still countless giant buildings, each of which looked dark. Although the land was barren, it didn't mean that life had been cut off. On the contrary, it gave people a strange feeling. It couldn't be explained clearly, and it made people subconsciously raise their vigilance. In addition, this pitch-black land was covered with pieces of 7-colored ice crystals. Some of them were erected into the sky, while others covered the earth. Occasionally, he could see the bones of some giant beasts hidden in the charred ruins. If one observed carefully, they would discover that there were actually many living creatures in the dark ruins. Most of the living beings were just ordinary fierce beasts, and their strength could not be considered too strong. They were like cockroaches and ants, insignificant and unremarkable in this strange world. At the same time, there were some areas with huge buildings surrounded by arrays. Judging from its size and form, it must be a powerful cultivator organization. The cultivators in Lusheng were quite surprised. They didn't expect that there were other cultivator organizations in this world. After thinking about it carefully, it was very normal. Any forbidden area with rich resources would inevitably be fought over by cultivator organizations. It was simply impossible for one person to enjoy it alone. The hunting camp on the island was exclusively owned by Lu Cheng's cultivators. Although they would face the threat of super creatures, they didn't need to guard against competition from other cultivators. However, things were different now. When the cultivators in Lu City obtained resources, they were likely to be coveted by more enemies. Thinking of the powerful races they had encountered on their way, the cultivators in Lu Cheng secretly raised their vigilance. As they continued on their journey, some powerful ores would sweep past the group of cultivators from Lu City from time to time. They were all supreme experts from different races and were stronger than the peak divine generals. Every time they encountered such a situation, the peak divine generals in the team would immediately respond. This was to confirm their identity and background. If the Lu Cheng cultivators were not strong enough, they would likely be blocked and attacked. If they couldn't win, they would either be enslaved or killed on the spot. There was no such good thing as leaving money to pay for the passage and then leaving safely. Fortunately, the cultivators in Lu City were strong enough. The formation of a few peak stage divine generals was enough to intimidate those cultivator organizations with bad intentions. The exchange between them was only for a moment, and nothing else happened. In the process of advancing, the cultivators of Lu Cheng discovered that many cultivators were excavating the huge crystals. When seen from the sky, These crystals were like huge lakes and seas, flashing with a dazzling light. Just like digging a mine, the cultivators would break these crystals and then dig out something from them. For some reason, the cultivators in Lusheng who were looking down from above couldn't see the details. Just as they were feeling puzzled, a cold voice suddenly rang in the ears of the cultivators in Lucheng. You must be wondering what these cultivators are doing. I'll answer your questions now. In fact, these cultivators were excavating the remains of ancient creatures. These crystal-like things were actually the form of solidified laws. The remains of ancient creatures were wrapped in them, and it was very difficult to excavate. The lamp oil that we usually use is refined from the remains of ancient creatures. Some special divine artifacts also use the remains of these ancient creatures. After hearing the peak stage divine general's explanation, the cultivators of Lucheng were enlightened and their hearts were filled with excitement. To the cultivators in the building, ancient creatures were undefeatable existences. Even peak stage divine generals had to stay away from them. Back in the hunting camp, the remnant will of the ancient creature had made the cultivators in Lusheng shiver in fear. Most of the cultivators in Lusheng had only heard of the terrifying ancient creatures. Wanting to see it with his own eyes was simply a fool's dream. Now that he finally had the opportunity to see it for himself, it was only natural for him to be excited. Compared to rule particles, the remains of ancient creatures had a greater refining value and had better effects. The problem was that the remains of such ancient creatures were more difficult to obtain and had higher value, so the cultivators would settle for second best. When refining the remains of ancient creatures, there was also a disadvantage. It was very easy to be affected by the remnant thoughts of ancient creatures. If it was a cultivator of a lower realm, it would not take long for them to be controlled by the remnant thoughts of the ancient creatures. Without sufficient strength, it was impossible to escape, and it would not take long for them to become puppet monsters. Even God General level experts had to be extra careful when refining to prevent themselves from being attacked by the remnant thoughts of ancient creatures. Under the influence of the remnant will, they would even enter a sealed space-time fragment and fight with ancient creatures. The ancient creatures in the space-time fragments were only afterimages and did not have the true strength of the main body. But even so, he still had to be extra careful. After all, ancient creatures were unusually strong, and afterimages could not be underestimated. If they were to lose the battle, it was very likely that they would be sealed in the space-time fragment, with almost no possibility of escape. In this forbidden land, cultivators would mysteriously disappear from time to time, and many of them were due to this reason. In the future, when you carry out missions, if you obtain the remains of ancient creatures, you must not refine them easily. After refining this thing, you'll indeed obtain great benefits, but it's also possible that you'll be consigned to eternal damnation. Therefore, the safest method was to slowly condense the nomological seed, then refine the nomological particles for cultivation. It's not too late for you to consider refining the remains of the ancient creatures when you become immortal generals and have enough strength. Hearing the peak stage divine general's warning, the cultivators of Lucheng immediately dispelled their thoughts. Never touch things that shouldn't be touched. This was a common rule of survival in the cultivation world. The end of overestimating one's own ability was often to lose one's life. The more profound a cultivator's cultivation base was, the more they would understand this principle. Usually, only those rookies believed that their fate was in their own hands and not in the hands of the heavens. They wanted to go against the heavens and change their fate. Of course, the final outcome was usually an extremely miserable death. Just as the cultivators were secretly warning themselves not to have any improper thoughts, another cultivator from Lucheng asked with doubt. This ancient creature doesn't look too big. It's even smaller than some super creatures. The larger the size of the creatures in the origin realm, the stronger they are. Could it be that when it comes to ancient creatures, they no longer follow the rules? In fact, many cultivators in Lucheng had the same idea, but they didn't ask. Do you really think that ancient creatures are only this big? The peak-level immortal general said with a bit of emotion. These are only the remains of ancient creatures. The true ancient creatures are much larger than you can imagine. These powerful ancient creatures are equivalent to miniature worlds. You and I are just ants compared to them. Chapter 3442, Ancient Chaotic Land 1. After traveling hundreds of thousands of miles through the Sea of Lightning, a huge mountain peak appeared in front of them. There was an open space at the peak of the mountain. It was extremely large, and there were also remains of buildings. These ancient buildings had been cleaned up. Although they were still old and mottled, they were now more lively. There were some rare plants growing on the peak of the mountain, and their postures looked twisted and powerful. The size of these special plants was also huge, and they all had intelligence. They could fight as pets, guard their homes, and even obtain rule particles after killing them. There were also runic magic circles around the mountain, which could be seen clearly from a great distance. Countless teeth-like crystal objects covered in mysterious runes were spinning around the mountain. They looked like giant dragons, and they looked extremely majestic. At the same time, they also had a rather terrifying power. Only the cultivators who were truly knowledgeable could tell that these sharp objects were obviously from the remains of ancient creatures. With the same appearance and so many remains, they were definitely worth a city. After it was refined, it would act as a runic magic circle for the Guardian camp, and its quality would start at the level of a divine artifact. The peak stage immortal general spoke from time to time, introducing the information about this place. The cultivators in Lu Cheng also perked up their ears to listen. It turned out that in this forbidden land, the use of a divine weapon-level runic magic circle was actually the most basic requirement for the cultivator organization. If they didn't meet these standards, they wouldn't be able to show their face at all. Not only would they be looked down upon by other cultivation organizations, but they would also cause unnecessary trouble. In the top-notch cultivation world, there was actually such a behavior of comparing and showing off one's wealth. It had to be said that it was very strange. It seemed that only ordinary people would be entangled in these superficial things. This was the case for the cultivators of the Origin realm. They never hid their strength and would reveal whatever they had. He believed that this was the only way to intimidate the enemy and make them not dare to act rashly. In fact, it was not only the cultivators of the Origin realm. Cultivators of many planes were like this. They all liked to show off their strength in a flamboyant way. This was because the cultivation world was like nature, where the strong preyed on the weak. If one was too low-key, they would only be regarded as weak and be endlessly coveted and bullied. As for his act of pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, it was purely unnecessary. If he really had the strength to devour wolves and swallow tigers, why would he deliberately hide it? Just as the team was approaching the mountain peak, the runic magic circle that was constantly operating rapidly opened up a gap. The team's speed did not slow down, and they directly rushed into the mountain. At this moment, when he looked at his surroundings again, it was completely different. In many places that seemed empty, there were actually a large number of strange objects. It was like a pill furnace steaming, constantly revolving. In addition to the equipment, there were also many cultivators flying around busily. From the looks of these cultivators, they were obviously native creatures of the forbidden area. They didn't have the exclusive token of Lu Cheng cultivators. Any such native cultivators could be regarded as slaves and be ordered around by the cultivators of Lusheng. If they performed well enough, they would have the chance to join Lusheng and become a true cultivator of Lusheng. Greetings, Lord. When they saw the cultivators of Lusheng arrive, the busy cultivators all bowed and saluted. The people they greeted were not ordinary cultivators, but the peak stage divine generals in the team. As for the title of Lord, it was only limited to peak divine generals or the supreme experts of the world of origin. This was a cultivator's recognition of their strength. Once they reached the supremacy level, countless cultivators would take the initiative to join them. These cultivators from the Forbidden Lands must have taken the initiative to join them. They're all cultivators from Lusheng who came to reinforce us. They don't know much about the camp, so you'll be in charge of explaining it to them. The peak divine general's voice sounded, cold and undeniable. Yes, sir. Master. A servant cultivator replied loudly. He quickly walked out of the crowd and greeted Lu Cheng. This was the etiquette of the cultivators in Lu City, and the servant cultivators also followed the local customs. Greetings, sirs. The servant cultivator's strength had reached the level of a super master, far beyond most of the cultivators in Lusheng. But even so, he still remained humble, as if he was a relative of his master. The cultivators of Lu Cheng returned the greeting one after another. They would not be arrogant just because the other party was a servant cultivator. He was indeed a servant, but his master was a peak divine general, which had nothing to do with them. If he thought that he could order people around without any restraint just because he was a cultivator of Lusheng, he was definitely asking for trouble. Even a peak stage divine general would take care of those reckless people, let alone the servant cultivators. It was the right of peak stage divine generals to enslave and command their servants. What right did the other cultivators have? After they bowed to each other, the super expert began to explain. This area is called the chaotic ancient land. According to the evidence we have, countless cultivators gathered here 30 million years ago. They built huge cities. Each city was millions of square kilometers in area and had countless people and cultivators. The cultivators in the city worshipped ancient creatures, prayed for protection, and obtained innate magical abilities, making the strength of the cultivators extremely strong. However, for some unknown reason, these giant cities started a war. Not only did all the cultivators participate in the war, but even ancient creatures were affected. The battle was extremely brutal. Countless cultivators had fallen and the huge cities had been reduced to ruins. The ancient creatures that had participated in the battle had also suffered casualties. There was definitely more than one who had died. After an ancient creature fell, it would instantly explode into countless fragments, which would then lead to all kinds of strange phenomena. The torn flesh and blood would change in different situations. The flesh and blood that was full of vitality would transform into all kinds of living creatures. Not only would they have powerful strength, but they would also have the bloodline innate abilities of ancient creatures. However, this kind of inherited divine ability would become weaker and weaker as time passed, until it completely disappeared. However, once they were awakened, they would possess great strength. Many of the major races in the ancient Chaos Land were descendants of ancient lifeforms. They were extremely powerful and it was best not to provoke them. Most of the remains of ancient creatures would be conjured due to the loss of control of the power of the natural order, and would be wrapped in extremely solid crystals. These crystals were of different sizes. Some were exposed to the surface, while many were buried underground. The cultivators in the ancient Chaos Land would search for and excavate the remains of ancient creatures. However, most of them were occupied by cultivator organizations. This super expert briefly introduced the information about the ancient Chaos Land to let the cultivators in the city know what to do next. It was obvious that they were going to become miners from now on, excavating the remains of ancient creatures. Fortunately, cultivators from Lu Cheng were very willing to participate in this kind of work because it would bring them great benefits. The remains of ancient creatures are mainly used to refine lamp oil. They are not very useful to ordinary monsters, but they are only useful to intimidate ancient creatures. The other is to create god tools, god talismans, and arrays for high-level cultivators to use for cultivation. A faint smile appeared on the super expert's face as he said this. There's another thing that I must let you know in advance. There's a runic magic circle built in the camp to assist in cultivation, which is made of the remains of ancient creatures. The creator of the runic magic circle is the Divine General Yunmo of the War Zone. I'm sure you've all heard of his name. Divine General Yun Hong specialized in runic magic circles and was a rather famous powerhouse in the 4th Battle District. If anyone has condensed the seed of rules, they can enter the array to cultivate, and it will definitely yield twice the result with half the effort. When the surrounding cultivators heard this, they nodded their heads in agreement, acknowledging Divine General Yun Yun's name and his attainments in runic magic formations. Tang Zhen, who was in the crowd, revealed a faint smile when he heard the name of Divine General Yun Long. Chapter 3443, Hidden Danger 1. For the cultivators in Lusheng, there was no such thing as a welcoming banquet. After learning about the situation in the ancient Chaos Land, the cultivators in Lusheng could not wait to start their exploration. The enthusiasm shown was extremely high, and there was no need to deliberately mobilize. The cultivators of Lu Cheng would never show such lazy emotions, otherwise, it would be the greatest perfunctory attitude. With a body that knew no fatigue and a tempered mind, cultivators were always working hard. The Supreme Lord Divine Generals would definitely satisfy the cultivators' urgent needs. In the following time, the servant cultivators were responsible for leading the cultivators to the nearby mine. According to the servant cultivator, the nearby large mines all belonged to cultivator Lu Cheng. There were also some small mines that belonged to some indigenous races. They were not as powerful as Lu Cheng's cultivators, but there were also supreme experts in the tribe. The strength of the alliance between them could not be underestimated. In order to prevent unnecessary casualties, the cultivators of Lusheng City didn't take the initiative to attack, but acquiesced to the existence of these tribes. But these guys aren't grateful. Instead, they formed an alliance and went against us. It was said that behind these tribes, there were some larger cultivator organizations that specialized in going against the cultivators of Lusheng. If you encounter the cultivators of these tribes in the wilderness, avoid fighting as much as possible. But once you attack, don't show mercy. If we don't teach them a lesson, they'll really think that cultivators of Lusheng are easy to bully. The super expert's tone became extremely cold as he spoke up to this point. It was as if there was quite a bit of hatred in his voice. Although they were all native races of the Origin realm, they were on different sides, so they killed each other. In fact, the small tribes in the Forbidden Area only hated the cultivators in Lusheng for snatching resources, but they never cared about their origin. The Origin realm was too large, and there were countless races of all sizes that killed each other. In such a special environment, there was not much difference between an outsider and a local cultivator. The words of this super expert were actually from his experience, and the cultivators in Lucheng would naturally remember them. If he encountered a similar situation, it would be easier to react and deal with it at a faster speed with the current communication. After 2 battles, the number of cultivators in Lusheng who had moved from the hunting camp was less than 10,000. It sounded like a lot, but compared to the native cultivators, it was obviously at a disadvantage. Fortunately, the quality of the cultivators in Lu City was extremely high. Even though they did not have the advantage in numbers, each of them had the means to fight against 10 people. As long as he had one skill, he could defeat thousands of enemies who had hands but no brains. If a real battle were to break out, the 10,000 cultivators in Lusheng City would dare to face the attack of hundreds of thousands of enemies. It didn't take long for the cultivators to arrive at the mine. All he saw was a sea of blue, mixed with traces of gorgeous colors, like a huge gem mine. There were many holes on the surface of this huge crystal. It was obvious that it was man-made. From time to time, servant cultivators could be seen entering and leaving these densely packed holes. If it was in the mortal world, such a mining scene would definitely be normal. However, in the Forbidden Mine, the same scene had appeared, which was very surprising. If one understood the crystal's characteristics, they would know that this was normal because spell attacks could not damage the crystal at all. Only by personally using specially refined tools could the crystal be shattered. The cultivators had no choice but to use this method to continuously excavate the crystals manifested by the laws. There were also some cultivators who tried to excavate crystal mines through puppets, but the results were not satisfactory. This was because the inside of this special crystal mine was made up of different block-shaped crystals, and the patterns and joints were completely different. It was tight and firm, without any gaps. The cultivators had to make a detailed analysis and judgment according to the situation at the scene. And then find a way to dig. Although the puppet also had such intelligence, it would be affected when operating and would often have serious faults. The most troublesome part was that these puppets could easily be controlled by the remnant thoughts of ancient creatures and attack cultivators when they were least expected. The puppet controlled by the remnant will would become extremely powerful and could easily cause serious damage to the cultivator. It was because of all these disadvantages that they had to give up on using puppets and let cultivators excavate it themselves. However, cultivators were in a crystal mine and were more susceptible to attacks from remnant thoughts. They had to be on high alert during the excavation process. Once there was an abnormal situation, they had to leave the excavation site as soon as possible. In addition, there were all kinds of monsters inside the ancient crystal mine. Some were formed from flesh and blood, while others were formed from remnant thoughts. The seemingly simple mining was far more complicated and dangerous than one could imagine. The slightest carelessness could lead to unforeseen events. The cultivators of Lusheng City, who were full of anticipation, finally became really vigilant. He definitely couldn't forget that he was in a forbidden area and that danger was still everywhere just because he was safe now. If he was careless, he could lose his life at any time. Soon, there were cultivators who taught them cultivation techniques, allowing them to cultivate silently while mining, which could effectively resist the attacks of remnant thoughts. At the same time, he also taught her how to refine weapons, so that she could refine tools that were suitable for her own use. If Lu Cheng's cultivators were not good at this, they could exchange for it with battle merits, but the quality varied. When everything was ready, the cultivators could find an area and start a long excavation. It was all up to luck when the remains could be excavated. After they had gained something, they could exchange it for battle credits. The specific price would be determined by the quality. If they were lucky, it wasn't impossible for Lu Cheng's cultivators to become rich overnight. This rule was still fair. Everything depended on strength and luck. As long as one worked hard enough, even a small cultivator would have a day of success. After everything was settled, the cultivators of Lu Cheng immediately took action and spread out above the huge crystal mine. At every set distance, it would be occupied by a cultivator. According to the refining method that he had just learned, as well as the free bone piece of an ancient creature, he would refine his own exclusive mining tool. Although it was a free gift, the price was not cheap. It was a benefit given to the cultivators in Lu City. The bone piece was crystal clear like jade, and it wasn't very big, only the size of an infant's fist. Under the special refinement technique, the bone pieces of these ancient creatures quickly turned into a soft form that could be kneaded. If one did not have a suitable refining technique, it would be almost impossible to refine the bone pieces of ancient creatures. It was the first time for the cultivators who had just arrived in Lusheng to come into contact with the remains of ancient creatures, so they could not help but be curious. However, the ancient creatures' bone pieces in their hands had all been specially processed, so they were not dangerous. No matter how much he observed, it was impossible to gain anything. In the end, he had to make the necessary mining tools according to the weapon refining spell technique and other refining materials. The size of the bone was too small, so it could only be used to make the tip of a pickaxe or a blade that was similar to a steel clamp. If he had enough materials in the future, he could continue to upgrade it, which would increase the efficiency of mining. Chapter 3444, Dangerous Crystal Mine. 1. Tang Zhen and Fatty were still together and had chosen to cooperate. This type of cooperation model was allowed. Not only could two people work together, but many people could also work together. Working together also had its benefits. When they encountered danger, they would have partners to help solve it. However, the majority of cultivators would choose to act alone and would not easily choose to cooperate. The reason for this was to avoid disputes of interests and unnecessary trouble. There was another concern, which was related to his own luck. After reaching a certain realm, a cultivator's luck wouldn't be too bad, and they would find ways to seek good fortune and avoid disaster. People were divided into 3, 6, and 9 grades, and luck was also divided into strong and weak. Some cultivators with strong luck would not easily choose to cooperate with others. This was because once they cooperated, their luck would be split. If one relied solely on their luck, they might have the chance to encounter a treasure or even obtain a supreme opportunity. However, if he gave his luck to others, his fortune would be diluted. It was very likely that he would miss out on the supreme opportunity that originally belonged to him. There was another reason, and that was that there was no knowing what was in a person's heart. If they chose to cooperate, no one could guarantee that their companions wouldn't have any evil thoughts when they obtained a great opportunity. Therefore, the most straightforward method was to choose to act alone. He would be responsible for all profits and losses, and he didn't have to worry about the betrayal of his companions. He would end up free and unfettered. As comrades in arms of the cultivators of Lu Cheng, they could cooperate with each other without worry. However, even so, the cultivators of Lu Cheng preferred to act alone. As for Tang Zhen and Fatty, they were completely special cases. One didn't care about the harvest at all, while the other wanted to give the harvest to his companions. From the beginning of the distribution, both sides had no intention of separating. The magic tool that Tang Zhen personally refined was completed in a very short time. The excavation of the crystal mine had also officially begun. Fatty's strange strength came in handy at this moment. He waved the tool in his hand and kept cutting down, peeling off pieces of crystals. The seemingly stupid Fatty had extraordinary spirituality and talent when he was doing this kind of work. In Fatty's vision, there was a very clear gap in the crystal mine that seemed to have merged into one. Every time he moved the tool, it would hit the key point, causing the stable crystal to loosen and fall off. It was not like the other cultivators of Lusheng, who had to constantly probe to determine where the crack was. Their digging speed definitely could not compare to Fatty's. Tang Zhen discovered this point and guessed that this should be Fatty's innate talent. It might be related to the bloodline ability that he had awakened. With this kind of talent, even if Fatty was alone, he would still be able to obtain rich rewards. Fatty relied on his natural talent while Tang Zhen relied on his realm. Although it was only a clone, its strongest ability was its perception ability. If one's perception ability was not good enough, how could one complete the task of gathering information? What Fatty could do, Tang Zhen could also do it. Tang Zhen was indeed extremely interested in the remains of this ancient creature. He really wanted to gain a further understanding. As they arrived at the primal chaos ancient land, Tang Zhen immediately sent the 2 divine servants, Vajra and Black Mist, to search for the remains of the ancient creatures. If it was really like what was described in the cultivation effect of the ancient creatures' remains surpassed the law particles, it would definitely be a great thing for Tang Zhen. His strength had already surpassed ordinary peak divine generals. If he could get an item that could speed up his cultivation, his strength would definitely increase again. The happiest thing was still getting information about the enemy. Tang Zhen had indeed heard of the name of Divine General Yun Mo before. He was rather famous in the 4th battle area. Among Tang Zhen's 5 enemies, Divine General Yun Mo was the most famous. The runic magic circles he created were also used in many territories. Logically speaking, such a peak expert should not be calculative with Tang Zhen back then. After all, he was merely a nameless nobody back then. Be it reputation or strength, Tang Zhen simply could not compare to Divine General Yun Mo. However, such an expert had really participated in the plan and attempted to carry out the so-called punishment on Tang Zhen. Perhaps the main reason was that he felt offended. The magnanimity of Divine General Yunmu was far from his own reputation. He was a calculative person. No matter what the other party's status was, and no matter how big of an impact it would cause after killing him, since Divine General Yunmo had taken the initiative to attack, Tang Zhen would definitely not be polite at all. To him, he treated his 5 enemies equally. He would definitely not show mercy because of his identity. However, the problem was that Tang Zhen did not find any traces of Divine General Yunhong after searching the entire camp. The servant cultivator had only said that the runic magic circle was constructed by Divine General Yunmo, but he had not said that he was here. It was very likely that he had already gone to other places after building the runic magic circle, in an attempt to seek new opportunities. Tang Zhen did not feel disappointed or regretful. Since he already had a clue, it would be much easier to search again. He couldn't slack off in his search for clues about the enemy. He also had to work hard to improve his strength. The advantage had to be maintained. This was the only guarantee of a favorable and undefeatable land. His main body and clone were both busy working towards the same goal. The peak stage divine generals paid close attention to the cultivators who had just arrived to see if they could adapt to the environment. Although it seemed unnecessary, it was actually very necessary. Compared to the hunting camp in the Forbidden Sea, this chaotic ancient land was actually more dangerous. In the hunting camp, a peak stage divine general could come to their rescue in time if they were in danger. Ordinary descendants of ancient creatures couldn't cause much damage to the cultivators in Lu Cheng and were basically killed. However, if it was the chaotic ancient land, the peak god generals wouldn't be able to take care of them in time. They wouldn't even be able to sense the danger. Although the ancient creature was dead, its power was still there and it could fight against a peak divine general. Even peak stage divine generals couldn't check the mine precisely because they would be blocked by an invisible force. Even if he turned into a giant and punched the mine hard, the mine would not be damaged at all. The seemingly omnipotent peak-level immortal general was indeed helpless in the face of the crystal mines formed by the remains of ancient creatures. That was why there was a requirement that once an abnormality was found in the mine, they must immediately evacuate to a safe place. At this moment, above the mine, the divine generals were watching the progress of the cultivators in Lu Cheng. It could be said that it was clear at a glance who had the best performance. Although the speed of the excavation would not affect the harvest much, it was still a display of strength. This was because this crystal mine was extraordinary. Without enough experience or methods, it was impossible to excavate it quickly. It was common for newbie cultivators to be unable to break through the ground after half a day of hard work. For example, many cultivators in Lusheng City were busy digging a small hole in the mine. The cultivators of Lusheng City felt embarrassed at the speed of digging. In front of a peak stage immortal general, these cultivators were indeed not strong enough. In fact, each of them had the power to move mountains and fill seas. When he followed Lu Cheng to invade the 10,000 worlds, he could even be the vanguard of a general and shock a world by himself. However, even such an expert still felt overwhelmed when faced with such a special crystal mine. They had so much strength, but they had nowhere to put it to use, which made the cultivators in Lusheng extremely depressed. Before this, they were still wondering why they had to dig a cave in the crystal mine instead of excavating it in pieces. Now, he finally knew that he was forced to do so. It took so much effort to dig a small mine hole. If he were to open the entire crystal mine, he would probably have to spend more than 100 times the energy and time. However, there were also some cultivators who had found the trick to excavate the crystal mine and had already dug out a large round pit. This was a normal speed, and it could be improved in the future. However, the divine generals' gazes were all drawn to a hole. Compared to the cultivators of other Lusheng, the digging speed here was at least 10 times faster. Chapter 3445, Lingering Spirit Monster. 1. The cultivators in this area are quite fast. Could it be that an old hand in your tribe discovered it? A god general looked at the hole and asked the super expert who was in charge of explaining the details of the camp and arranging the command. He had another identity, which was the chief of the servant tribe. Hearing the divine general's question, the clan leader immediately replied, "There are only cultivators here, none of my clansmen are involved." As the chief replied, he was also filled with curiosity and carefully looked at the hole. He didn't expect that there were so many hidden talents among the new cultivators of Luxiang. Someone had easily mastered the trick of mining. If not for that, he would not have been able to move so quickly. But the problem was that even the veterans in the tribe might not be able to achieve such speed. Which cultivator excavated this area? The divine general asked again with an interested expression. If all the cultivators were like this, the harvest of the camp would greatly increase. It was a pity that not everyone could excavate at such a speed. Excavating a crystal mine not only required sufficient strength, but it also depended on luck and talent. Otherwise, even if he became a veteran, his speed might not be that fast, and the same was true for his gains. For a newbie to be able to do this, it was enough to prove that he had extraordinary talent. He had to be nurtured well. They were also transferred to important Guangzhou to participate in important excavation work. It wasn't like what he was doing now, trying his luck in the new Guangzhou and slowly wasting time to accumulate experience. Your Excellency, this area was excavated by 2 cultivators. They just accepted the invitation and joined the tower. The clan leader quickly checked the information and gave another reply. There was a hint of envy in his tone. To be invited by Luxiang and become a cultivator of Luxiang was the dream of him and his clansmen. However, it wasn't as easy as he had thought to join Luxiang. He and his clansmen had served the cultivators of Luxiang for many years, but they had never received a similar invitation. When the clan leader thought of this, he felt a hint of heartache. His tribe was declining day by day, and because there was no omnipotent expert in charge, they were bullied by other races from time to time. Not only were the mines robbed, but they were also almost exterminated. Left with no other choice, the clan leader could only lead his clansmen to seek refuge with the cultivators of Lu City. Only then would they be protected. At first, he was indeed forced to do so. But after he knew the strength of Lu Cheng's cultivators, he had a strong yearning. He only hoped that one day, he would be able to truly join them. Now that he saw that 2 foreign cultivators had received Lu Cheng's invitation, he was naturally full of envy. At the same time, he suddenly realized why the other party had been invited. Just by looking at his current performance, he knew that he was extraordinary. Without enough ability, how could he be chosen by Lu Cheng? The divine general seemed to have seen through the clan leader's thoughts. He smiled and said in a calm tone, "You seem to be envious of the 2 cultivators." The clan leader nodded in agreement, not hiding his desire. "Your clansman's performance is clear to all, and you will certainly be rewarded. I think it won't be long before you receive the same invitation and officially join Luxiang." The clan leader, who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years and had an expression full of vicissitudes of life, immediately revealed a touch of excitement when he heard this. "Thank you for your understanding. On behalf of my people, I swear to you that I will be loyal to Lu Cheng. If I break my oath, my bloodline will be cut off." The patriarch's oath was severe enough, and it also showed his determination. The divine general nodded slightly, indicating that he already knew of the other party's loyalty. "Pay special attention to the 2 new Luxiang cultivators and give them timely help. If they meet the requirements, bring them to the core Guangzhou and not waste their talents here. Only the hidden core Guangzhou could produce good things, and the real mining experts were also gathered there. That's how it should be." The clan leader in charge of the mine also had the same idea, but he also knew that there was no need to rush. The production of the surface crystal mine was not high, but it was the best place to hone one's skills, and it was also safer than the core Guangzhou. For a newbie, the surface crystal mine was actually the best place to test themselves. If they could not even pass the test here, they would not be qualified to go to the core Guangzhou. Otherwise, it wouldn't be helping, but deliberately causing trouble, or even playing with his own life. As the 2 sides were conversing, they heard an explosion from the ground and saw another pillar of light shoot up into the sky. When they looked at the place where the light pillar had appeared, it was clearly the big pit that they had just been paying attention to. A low growl rang out, causing everyone to be momentarily dazed, even the clan leader. However, in the blink of an eye, everything returned to normal. Residual thought attack. The clan leader's expression changed. He immediately rushed to the mine and went straight to the glowing pit. He was experienced enough to know what was going on just from the light and the roar. These were the remains of ancient creatures that the cultivators had accidentally touched when they were excavating the crystal mine, and they were of a higher grade. For cultivators, this was an opportunity, but it also represented danger. All of these items would gather the remnant thoughts of ancient creatures and could transform into attacks. If they encountered a powerful remnant will monster, it could even kill a cultivator in an instant. They wouldn't even have the chance to dodge. However, in the crystal mines on the ground, such a situation was very rare, and even he had only seen it a few times. The cultivators of the city had just started digging, and they had already encountered such a situation. They didn't know if they were lucky or unlucky. It's best if nothing happens, Yingluo, the chief prayed in his heart. He didn't want anything major to happen while a group of god generals were watching. If the progress of joining Lusheng was affected because of this, the clan leader would be so depressed that he would vomit blood. In a flash, the clan leader had already arrived in front of the deep pit. He was the commander of the scene. If there was an accident, he would be responsible for dealing with it. If they couldn't solve it, then it would be the god general's turn to make a move. Before the clan leader could go down to take a look, he saw a ferocious giant beast coming out of the hole and letting out a deafening roar. It's indeed a giant beast of will. The clan leader didn't hesitate anymore. He pulled out a whip made of white bones and whipped it at the monster. The weapon he used was refined from the remains of ancient creatures, and it had already reached the level of a divine weapon. It was definitely the most suitable weapon to deal with the lingering spirit monsters. If it was a normal lingering spirit monster, he could kill it with a single whip. If it was a more powerful one, he could kill it with 3 to 5 whips. As such, the clan leader was completely fearless in the face of the remnant thought monster. With his strength and the divine weapon in his hand, he could easily resolve the crisis. Go to hell. The clan leader growled and raised the whip in his hand, ready to strike. But at this moment, the spirit monster trembled violently and instantly exploded into a pile of crystal fragments. The remnant will hidden in the crystal mine would condense into a body through the crystal. Now that he was killed, the crystal naturally shattered. However, the clan leader had not attacked the divine general yet, so how could the monster of residual thoughts, which was comparable to a super expert, suddenly disintegrate? Could it be that xianxia? At the thought of this, the clan leader immediately looked down to watch the drama. He saw a figure coming out of the hole. Clang, clang. A blood-red crystal the size of a table was thrown in front of the clan leader. A fat man with muscles all over his body climbed out of the hole, his big eyes shining. Looking at the clan leader standing at the entrance of the cave with the divine weapon long whip in his hand, the fatty scratched his head and then revealed a simple and honest smile. Chapter 3446. The Fatty with Potential. 1. It was the two of you who killed the lingering spirit monster. The clan leader stared at the fatty and asked in a calm tone, but a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Even though he already knew the answer, he still asked. Killing lingering spirit monsters wasn't a big deal. He had killed many of them in every mine. However, the problem was that killing these special monsters would require the help of a super expert. If it was an ordinary cultivator, when facing such a monster, the faster they could escape, the better. This was because the strength of the remnant will monsters was stronger than normal super creatures. At the same time, they could also inherit the innate abilities of ancient creatures. Of course, this innate divine ability was only a projection of an ability, a highly imitated attack method. Fortunately, this was the case. Otherwise, the cultivators would face greater danger when mining. Even so, he could not let his guard down. If he did not have enough experience, even a super master would be at a disadvantage. It was for these reasons that the clan leader found it unbelievable. After all, these two cultivators were not super strong. And what method did he use to kill this remnant will monster in an instant? That's right, it's us. Fatty laughed and climbed out of the pit. He looked at the clan leader and asked, Sir, may I know how much this thing is worth and where I can sell it? There's a special location in the camp where you can buy back the items at a fixed price. You just have to bring the items there. If you have any needs, you can also directly ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. And there will be cultivators to help you answer. The clan leader looked at the blood-colored crystal on the ground and nodded in satisfaction. This crystal is formed from blood, so its grade shouldn't be low. No wonder it formed a remnant will monster. If they were sold, they could be exchanged for a lot of battle points. It's just that in the surface crystal mine, such a harvest is indeed rare. It seems that your luck is quite good. Hearing the clan leader's words, Fatty immediately smiled. That's good. I'll go and sell it immediately. Picking up the blood-colored crystal on the ground, Fatty was about to get up and leave, but he was stopped by the clan leader. Don't be anxious. This thing can be sold at any time. Why don't you tell me how you killed the remnant will monster first? Because the crystal mine had blocked off all forms of detection, the clan leader didn't know what had happened in the battle, and the other divine generals were the same. They really wanted to know what had just happened. The fat man scratched his head and showed a puzzled expression, as if this question was somewhat inexplicable to him. What's there to say? We'll kill the monster when it appears. Looking at the fatty's matter-of-fact expression, the clan leader frowned slightly. Such an answer was equivalent to not saying anything. As experienced as he was, the clan leader immediately thought of a possibility. Can you demonstrate the techniques you used in battle? There must be a special reason behind this seemingly impossible task, and he could not make arbitrary conclusions. The clan leader thought of a possibility, which was why he asked Fatty to demonstrate it in front of everyone. Although the fatty didn't understand, he still growled and punched forward. A gust of wind blew past, but nothing happened. Just this? The clan leader asked, his brows furrowing even more. This one? Fatty nodded firmly, indicating that it was true. Something's wrong. The clan leader shook his head. It was impossible to kill the monsters with such a method. Don't tell me it's another person. A thought flashed through the clan leader's mind, but he suddenly rushed towards the fatty, at the same time swinging his whip horizontally. This attack was extremely sharp. If it had hit Fatty, it would have very likely split him in two. The sudden attack shocked Fatty, but he did not hesitate to swing his fist. But at this moment, the fatty's surroundings changed, and a fierce and desolate figure appeared. Although its specific form could not be seen clearly, it was enough to make one's heart tremble and involuntarily develop a sense of respect and submission. The huge crystal mine under his feet was actually flashing continuously, as if it was responding to him. Indistinctly, there seemed to be roars coming through time and space, as if a giant beast was guarding its territory. As expected, ha ha ha, seeing the scene in front of him, the clan leader was not shocked but happy. He looked at the fatty as if he had found a treasure. Just as the two sides were about to exchange blows, the sharp divine artifact whip disappeared, and the clan leader appeared behind the fatty in a flash. He aimed at the fat man's butt and kicked him. Aiya! The fat man cried out in surprise, but a silly smile appeared on his face. He knew that the clan leader had no intention of hurting him, otherwise he would not have been so casual. He turned to look at the clan leader, and sure enough, he saw the other party smiling and constantly sizing him up. Fatty was not used to such an expression, so he's awakened an innate ability, which is why he's able to suppress the remnant thoughts of ancient creatures. Compared to the remnant will, the bloodline ability is undoubtedly of a higher level. However, as time passes, the number of cultivators who can awaken bloodline abilities has been decreasing. The tribe leader sighed. If there were cultivators in their tribe who had awakened their bloodline superpower, they wouldn't have ended up in such a state. Although there would be better development if he joined Liu Cheng, he would still be living under someone else's roof. The awakening of a bloodline superpower required luck and talent. It was not something that could be forced. Since Fatty had awakened his bloodline ability, it was certain that he would become a super master. He might even become an ultimate master one day. This was an existence known as a supremacy. No wonder Liu Cheng took the initiative to absorb him. He was indeed a potential seed worth cultivating. This fatty has awakened his bloodline ability. Why was the other cultivator absorbed? The clan leader thought, but he instantly extinguished this thought. No matter what the reason was, it had little to do with him, and it didn't matter whether he knew about it or not. Do your own thing. Don't care about what you shouldn't care about, and don't ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. What you shouldn't ask. Since he had joined Liu Cheng, he had to learn to follow the rules, or he would be asking for trouble. Remember, the next time you encounter such a thing, don't be too overconfident. There were also different types of lingering spirit monsters. If you encountered a powerful one, it could kill you in one hit. When you encounter a monster of this level, it's best to run as fast as you can. After reporting the news, someone will naturally go and kill the monster. The fat man nodded and laughed evilly. He picked up the blood-red crystal and flew forward. He had an impatient look on his face, and it was unknown if he had really taken the clan leader's advice to heart. The chief didn't care. In the crystal mines on the surface, such things couldn't happen often. Moreover, from now on, he would be watching over her at all times. Even if there were any changes, he would be able to turn the danger into safety in time. The god generals witnessed the whole process. After understanding the cause and effect, they all laughed. No one would care about such an interlude. A group of cultivators from Lucheng, who had come from afar, began their strange and novel excavation work in this strange environment. As time passed, the cultivators in Lusheng would be assigned to different positions after they had adapted to the situation in the ancient Chaos Land. When that time came, the dangers and wonders of the ancient Chaos Land would be completely revealed to the cultivators in Lusheng. Chapter 3447, Overbearing Action 1. Regardless of whether it was the mining speed or the innate ability that Fatty had displayed, both of them had caused Tang Zhen and the Fatty to receive a lot of attention. This was the time to be famous. Although there was no official notice, the two of them had been secretly included in the shortlist, waiting for the right time to carry out special missions. Compared to the surface Guangzhou, the underground mining area was the true core, and it was possible to obtain more remains of ancient creatures. The deeper he buried it, the greater the harvest. Due to the difficulty of the exploration and the extreme danger, only elite cultivators could obtain the qualification to mine. The purpose of doing so was to seek stability and avoid meaningless sacrifices. The cruel competition was sometimes forced. If a cultivator's strength was not recognized, he would definitely not be qualified to participate in some things, and naturally, he would not be able to come into contact with more secrets. How could he get the core information if he was always on the periphery? Tang Zhen was very clear about the style of Lu Cheng's cultivators, which was why he put on a show in public. It was because of this wonderful performance that he and Fatty had been recognized and received the list of people to enter the core Guangzhou in advance. The remnant will monster that he killed was actually just a coincidence. It was definitely not something that Tang Zhen had deliberately found. Even Tang Zhen did not expect that not long after he broke through the ground, he would actually encounter a hidden remnant will monster. This situation was neither a coincidence nor a coincidence, but it was enough to prove that he and Fatty's luck was indeed good. Since there were ready-made performance props, he would definitely make use of them. Even if there were no lingering spirit monsters, Tang Zhen would definitely find other ways. There was only one purpose in doing so, and that was to get in touch with the core as soon as possible and collect more useful information. If they were to leave the periphery from the start, who knew how long they would have to wait to figure out Divine General Yunlong's movements? The first step had been completed. The next step was to wait slowly and not rush. The Lusheng cultivators who had just arrived at the Chaos Ancient Land were already under inspection. If Tang Zhen acted rashly, he would easily give himself away. 10,000 miles away from the camp, there was also a crystal mine. The area of this crystal mine was not large. It was occupied by a small tribe and was currently in the process of mining. It was a small tribe in name, but there were tens of thousands of people, all of them cultivating body training techniques. Such a tribe was not small. Because they were all long-lived species, it was extremely difficult to breed offspring, unlike the human race, which easily had hundreds of millions. In order to protect the crystal mine, the cultivators of the tribe were all stationed here, mining day and night. Looking at the size and depth of the pit, it was obvious that they had been operating in this crystal mine for a long time. The size of the underground mine was even more unknown. Even though they had been mining for a long time, it did not mean that they would have a rich harvest, or that it would not satisfy the members of the tribe. A group of top-notch cultivators had gathered in the tribe and were holding a secret meeting. The members of the meeting came from the nearby tribes. They all had a common characteristic, which was that they were full of hatred for the cultivators of Lu Cheng. This vast land is clearly the territory of our ancestors, but those damn cultivators of Lu City have occupied all the best crystal mines. If we didn't fight to the death and refuse to retreat, I'm afraid we wouldn't even be able to keep the current crystal mine. Now that a brand new underground crystal mine has been discovered in the border area, those cultivators of Lusheng City still want to take it for themselves. This matter is absolutely unacceptable. The cultivator who let out the roar had a triangular head, but his black hair was 3 to 4 meters long. At this moment, They were floating in the air like tiny venomous snakes that were dancing around. His face was like a venomous snake, and his aura was even more vicious and fierce, as if he was choosing people to devour. Not only did he have a ferocious appearance, but his strength was also extraordinary. He was an out-and-out powerhouse. What you said is reasonable. We can't back down in this battle for the new mine. As soon as he finished speaking, a cultivator, who was also a supremacy of the tribe, replied. According to the information we've gathered, the scale of this new underground mine is far beyond our imagination, and the quality is quite perfect. According to the information he had, there was a high possibility that it was the skull remains of ancient creatures. If that's the case, the new mine will be extremely valuable. We must keep it firmly in our hands and not let the cultivators in Lusheng get it. Otherwise, they'll get stronger and stronger, and we'll be suppressed even more. In the end, we'll become weaker and weaker. When we're not strong enough to fight them, they'll definitely attack us and take everything we have. By then, even if we form an alliance, we won't be a match for cultivators from Lucheng. The cultivator who had spoken was wrapped in a rag full of runes, and his appearance looked like a decayed corpse. It was as if it had been buried underground for 10,000 years and had just crawled out of the soil. Under him was clearly a coffin that was carved with extremely strange patterns. A desolate and dilapidated aura was emitted from his body. It was obviously a special and rare rule force. As long as one was within a certain distance from him, they would be instantly affected and feel the withering of time. Weaker cultivators would die in an instant, and even the stronger ones would retreat 3 feet. However, even such an expert showed a helpless and angry expression when he talked about the cultivators in Lucheng. It was as if there were many things in the past that he could not bear to recall. Death Flame Supremacy's words are true. The cultivators of Lusheng are simply bullies, not leaving any chance for our tribe to survive. When they saw that our tribes had formed an alliance and could no longer bully each other wantonly, the cultivators of Lucheng agreed to sign the rule of mutual non-aggression. However, the rules were too unfair. The Lucheng cultivators not only took the best and largest crystal mine, but also demanded a sum of war compensation. The crystal mines left for us are barren, dangerous, and low in production. They can't meet the needs of the tribe for normal cultivation and trading. If the cultivators of the tribe wanted cultivation resources, they had to wait silently. Most of the time, it depended on luck. The purpose of the Lucheng cultivators is to limit our potential development. According to the development of this situation, our crystal mine will be excavated out sooner or later. What can we do then? Should he become the servant of the cultivators in Lu City, or should he go to the area controlled by other forces and fight for territory with all his might? If they did that, it was very likely that they would be hunted down and annihilated, and the tribe would be completely annihilated. Of course, there was another option, which was to head to the core of the ancient Chaos Land. That was where the true opportunities were. However, even with our strength, it's possible that we won't be able to return once we enter, so how can we bring our tribesmen to explore and settle down? The cultivator who spoke had an extremely strong body and was covered in thick bone armor. One of its heads was even more like a xianxia demon. As it swayed, the sharp horn on its head continuously tore through the void. There were many cultivators in the Origin realm who were used to refining their own limbs and organs to use as weapons to kill their enemies. The sharp horns and fangs on this cultivator's head were definitely divine weapons, and they seemed to be of a high grade. However, upon closer inspection, one would discover that both the sharp fangs and the bone armor on their bodies were actually refined from the remains of ancient creatures. Each and every one of them was of high quality, and every one of them was a divine weapon. However, even such an expert had a bitter and hateful expression on his face when he talked about the cultivators in Lucheng, as if he had suffered countless grievances. Chapter 3448. A Common Enemy. 1. The cultivators of Lusheng City are really hateful. These supremacies, who were covered in divine weapons, were once the overlords of this land. No other tribe could compare to them. In the past, he was glorious, and everyone respected him. Since the arrival of the cultivators in Lusheng, the original structure was quickly broken. The major tribes were beaten until they admitted defeat, and the overlord position was replaced. The tribe that Supremacy Ao Fang belonged to had 3 supremacies in the past, 2 of whom had died at the hands of the cultivators in Lusheng. Such a deep hatred was simply irreconcilable. Fortunately, the cultivators of Lusheng City didn't kill them all due to the situation back then. Otherwise, even Exalt Ao Fang wouldn't have been able to escape. Exalt Ao Fang's divine artifacts were left behind by two fallen exalts. Although they looked bright and powerful on the surface, they were actually filled with unspeakable humiliation. Exalt Ao Fang's hatred for the cultivators of Lusheng was indescribable. It was for this reason that his attitude was the most resolute and he was irreconcilable with the cultivators of Lu Cheng. However, if he wanted to fight against the cultivators of Lu Cheng, he had to have enough strength. Hatred alone could not solve any problem. However, even if these tribes joined forces, they were no match for the cultivators of Lu Cheng. Otherwise, they would not have been able to endure until now. In the face of the powerful cultivators of Lusheng, the tribes were like small boats in a storm, which could be scattered by the huge waves at any time. If it weren't for the unforeseen event, the major tribes might have continued to endure. No one wanted to experience the humiliation of that year again. The reason for this was that the value of the newly discovered underground crystal mine far exceeded the past. If he could control it, he would definitely be able to establish his position as the overlord and guarantee a long-term prosperity. The cultivators of Lusheng City and the supremacies of the major tribes all had their eyes on the crystal mine. No one was willing to be left behind. Even if the cultivators of Lusheng City also participated, the leaders of these tribes were not far from giving up. This was their only chance, and they couldn't miss it. If they could defeat the cultivators of Lusheng and obtain the right to mine the new mine, the current situation would be broken. It was a good idea, but it was extremely difficult to do it. The cultivators in Lu Cheng were strong and had already reached the level of deep-rooted foundation. Not only were they powerful, but many tribes also submitted to them and were willing to be slaves. The actions of these small tribes were indeed infuriating and shameless, but they had no right to blame the other party. One had to know that many small tribes would be the first to join them, but they would be rejected without hesitation. In order to survive, these small tribes had to rely on the cultivators of Lusheng City. Otherwise, they would die without a mine. Now, looking at the small tribes, because they followed the cultivators of Lu Cheng, they seemed to be catching up with them. Perhaps in a few more years, the small tribe that had asked them to take them in would become an existence that the big tribes could not afford to offend. This time, the five supremacies had gathered in secret to think of a way to obtain the ownership of the new mine and to prevent the cultivators in Lusheng from continuing to expand. However, after half a day of discussion, the result was disappointing. The leaders of the tribes had a deep hatred for the cultivators of Lusheng, but they did not have the confidence to overthrow the supremacy of the other party. The discussion didn't last long before they fell silent. "What's wrong? Tell me, what should we do?" Supremacy Ao Fang couldn't help but growl. He was willing to pay any price if he could defeat the Lusheng cultivators and restore the glory of his tribe. After he shouted out these words, he also felt extremely depressed. While he was asking others to think of a way, it also meant that he was helpless. "Maybe we can find reinforcements." A white-robed supremacy, who had been silent the entire time, slowly spoke. A cold glint flashed across his slender eyes. The supremacies were stunned when they heard this suggestion. "You can't." The first to speak up was Supremacy Ao Fang, who had just growled. Even though he was in a miserable state, he still regarded his tribe as the master of this land. If they could defeat the cultivators of Lu Cheng, the land would still belong to their tribe. However, if there were outsiders involved, the results would become unpredictable, and it was likely that they would encounter a dangerous situation. At that time, if they were caught in the middle, not to mention restoring their former glory, they might even be devoured until not even their bones were left. This primal chaos ancient land was actually a cruel hunting ground. Countless races had been eliminated. Looking at the other supremacies, they all had a similar attitude and did not support such an approach. The white-robed supremacy with slender eyebrows sneered and then let out a long sigh. "With all due respect, the five tribes are no match for the cultivators of Lusheng, but they're still fighting for their lives. Have you thought about the end result? If he lost again in this competition with cultivator Lu Cheng, would he show mercy again like last time?" Thus, the greatest possibility was that they would continue their victorious pursuit and destroy the holy statues of the various large tribes, completely cutting off the inheritance of the tribes. Then, this land will be completely under the control of the cultivators of Lusheng City, and they will never give the enemy any chance to rise again. The white-robed supremacy's voice turned cold and disdainful as he spoke. At the same time, it was filled with unwillingness and helplessness. When that time comes, may I ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. All the venerables here, where will you Go. Even if you abandon your tribe and give up the idea of competing, the cultivators of Lusheng will never let you go. They'll kill everyone and cut off all hidden dangers. No one will be able to escape. The white-robed supremacy's words made all the supremacies present fall silent. They had to admit that he was right. The appearance of this new underground mine had indeed broken the past structure. It was also time for the tribe's supremacies to make a decision. In order to obtain the new mine, or after obtaining the new mine, the cultivators of Lusheng would never let these tribal supremacies go. It was the same for the tribal supremacies. If they did not resist the competition, they could only watch helplessly as the butcher's knife descended. However, they were no match for the Lucheng cultivators and had no confidence in winning. The situation the white-robed sovereign lord was talking about wasn't an alarmist talk, but it was very likely that it would happen. If that was the case, it was not unacceptable to attract outside help. Exalt Ao Fang struggled internally, but in the end, he sighed softly and accepted this fact that he was unwilling to admit. He knew very well that if he sought outside help, there might still be a chance of turning things around. However, if they were to act willfully and insist on challenging the cultivators of Lusheng with their current strength, the final outcome was already determined. How can we guarantee that the other party is really helping us and won't pose a threat to our interests? After making up his mind, Exalt Ao Fang didn't persist any longer. Instead, he hoped to be more stable. Exalts Lima, Undead Exalts, and the other Exalts all looked at the white-robed Exalts. Out of the 5 tribal sovereigns, the white-robed sovereign lord was the most cunning and cunning. Perhaps it was for this reason that his tribe was the most low-key, but the strength it possessed could not be underestimated. Seeing the group of venerables looking at him, the white-robed venerable smiled and continued in a cold tone, "Of course, I will pay attention to that. The cultivator organization that I contacted is almost as powerful as our tribal alliance. However, if both sides joined forces and their strength exceeded the Lucheng cultivator, there was a 50% chance that they could defeat the Lucheng cultivator. We don't even need to fight to the death. As long as we can occupy half of the new mine's mining rights, it's equivalent to victory. It would be even better if they could expel the cultivators from Lucheng. If they couldn't do it, they could negotiate and divide the mining rights of the new mine. When that time comes, we'll give them some benefits to maintain the balance between us and the cultivators in Lusheng. As long as we are given enough time, we can use the new mine to recover our vitality and find more opportunities to strengthen our strength. As long as the time is right, we'll attack immediately and make the cultivators of Lusheng pay a painful price." Chapter 3449, Camp Marks 1. The base camp of the cultivators in Lucheng seemed to be as usual, without any signs of a storm. These peak divine generals were very experienced and had probably guessed that the tribal supremacies wouldn't give up and would plot in the dark. However, the godly generals didn't pay attention to them, which proved that they were confident enough to deal with all kinds of accidents. The cultivators of Lusheng who had come from far away excavated in the surrounding Guangzhou in an attempt to obtain the remains of ancient creatures. After this period of contact and investigation, the cultivators in Lusheng had a better understanding of the chaos ancient land. It turned out that the way to excavate a crystal mine was far more complicated than he had imagined. At the same time, there were many laws that existed. Part of it was inherited from the ancient times, while the other part was formulated by the current cultivators, just to protect their own interests. When cultivators took risks, they naturally had to have corresponding returns. Otherwise, after a long time, they would be at odds with each other. Anyone would feel extremely unwilling to risk their lives and not get the corresponding reward. Therefore, the cultivators who mined all worked hard to get more, and the more they dug, the more they would get. No matter which organization the cultivators were from, the cultivators had a certain amount of power to decide how to deal with their mining gains. Whether it was to exchange battle points or to trade with a companion, both were allowed. Of course, the trading of such items was limited to the internal members of the cultivator organizations. It was absolutely not allowed to be easily leaked out. Even if it was used for cultivation, it would definitely not be restricted. Of course, the premise was that one had to be prepared for the possibility of losing one's life. Any rational cultivator would never risk their life. If a cultivator really insisted on doing things their own way, dissuasion would not be of much use. Encountering such a thing, it was better to let him seek death. This way, he could avoid some hidden dangers. After the cultivators gained something, they would think of ways to improve their strength so that they would not be killed when they encountered monsters with remnant thoughts. There was a special group of cultivators who collected special remains, refined them, and then took them out to trade. The rogue cultivators of the chaotic ancient land would bring their gains from the wild to the major cultivator organizations to trade. The remains of ancient creatures were sealed in the crystal mine, and the surface would be wrapped in a layer of the crystal mine's outer shell that could not be detected. It had to be broken to determine what was inside. Sometimes it was skin, hair, scales, flesh, and blood, and sometimes it was the essence of internal organs. Different items would naturally have different prices. If they were unlucky, they might knock out the remnant wool monster and then be swallowed by the monster. Many secret practitioners would not open the remains when they found them, but would sell them directly. The selling price would be determined by its appearance and size, and cultivators would only bet on their luck. In this type of transaction, the buyer and the seller would not suffer too much of a loss, but the buyer was likely to get rich from the leftovers. No matter which market it was, similar transactions were very popular, becoming the most attractive business in the market. When cultivators had free time, they would try their luck. At this moment, Fatty and Tang Zhen were also in the market, selling their harvest from mining. The outer shell of the remains of the ancient creatures in their hands had already been broken, and the experienced cultivators could determine the value of the remains at a glance. The value was not high or low, but it was still a good harvest to get these in a short time. There were government pursuers in the market, as well as cultivators of Lusheng who were waiting to be traded. The number of auxiliary cultivators was even more. There were all kinds of items on the stalls that could be sold and exchanged. It was a lively scene like a mortal market. Pills, armors, weapons, and all sorts of other items. These goods were all refined from the remains of ancient creatures, which had fallen tens of millions of years ago and provided countless cultivation resources for cultivators. The chaotic ancient land, which was filled with danger, attracted countless cultivators for this reason. The competition and killing never stopped. Naturally, the officials were the preferred trading partner. Not only were the prices fair, but they would also sell high-level items. Of course, there was a prerequisite, which was that he had to have enough battle points. Without battle points, no matter what identity you had, you could forget about buying a commodity sold in the city tower. It was precisely because of this restriction that most cultivators in Lusheng chose to trade their gains with the officials. The Tang Zhen duo sold the remains that they had obtained, after which, they bought some materials and prepared to use them to refine the tools for mining. Because Fatty's innate divine ability had a suppressing effect on remnant wool creatures, he saved a lot of investment in weapons and equipment. When he encountered something that Fatty couldn't solve, Tang Zhen would make a move and easily kill the lingering spirit monster. The number of remains they sold far exceeded that of other cultivators, which attracted the attention of many cultivators. The cultivators of Lu Cheng who came with him were also envious. Their previous work and the journey together had allowed them to have some understanding of Tang Zhen and Fatty. They knew that these two were not simple characters. Now that his harvest far exceeded everyone's, it seemed to be a matter of course. The fat man looked around curiously. When he saw the alien cultivators selling unshelled remains, he excitedly went over. He had always been very interested in this kind of thing, and now that he had encountered it, he would definitely not miss it. Tang Zhen followed behind, looking at the scene in the market and silently collecting useful information. Although they had received a lot of attention, the current Tang Zhen and Fatty still did not have the qualifications to come into contact with the core region. At this moment, Tang Zhen had to keep a low profile. If he inquired too much about Divine General Yunmo, it would be very easy to expose his identity. If something happened to Divine General Yunlong, Tang Zhen, who had been asking around for information, would immediately become a suspect. The special envoy in charge of the investigation would also link this series of events together. Furthermore, based on the increasing number of clues, he would lock the suspect as Tang Zhen. Being in the camp of Lu Cheng's cultivators, he had to be extremely cautious when doing things, and he couldn't afford to be careless. While Tang Zhen was quietly pondering, Fatty had already rushed to the front of those stalls. He randomly picked a fragment of the remains that was floating in the air. Because it was wrapped in the outer shell, it was impossible to see what was inside, but the stall owner's price was not low. If it was just the most common fur, if he bought it at this price, he would definitely lose a lot of money after opening the shell. This was because such a thing could not help with cultivation, nor could it be used to refine pills or weapons. Most cultivators would use it to make soil to cultivate rare and precious special plants. The fatty would definitely not agree to the price offered by the stall owner, so he began to bargain again. The cultivators who were watching from the side were delighted to see such a scene. The price was quickly settled. Fatty bought the selected fragment and then excitedly knocked on it in front of everyone. There were powerhouses guarding this place, so even if they knocked out the lingering spirit monsters, they did not have to worry about being injured. If there were really monsters, the guarding cultivators wouldn't do it for nothing. Lu Cheng would buy back the remains at a reasonable price. As the outer shell shattered, the item inside was revealed, but there was no fragment monster. It was an ordinary fragment, so its price wasn't too high. It could only be said that it was neither a loss nor a profit. Fatty didn't care at all. He just liked to participate in this kind of game. It would be better if he could earn money, but he wouldn't be angry if he couldn't. Sir, do you want to choose one as well? The fatty looked at Tang Zhen and wanted to bring him along to choose together. He also felt that Tang Zhen's luck would definitely far surpass his. Since fatty had spoken, Tang Zhen would not reject him. His gaze swept over the wall-like remains floating in the air. Just that one. Fang Hao pointed at one of the remains. Although he couldn't see through it, he had a vague feeling. There was probably something hidden inside this fragment. Hence, it gave Tang Zhen a very special feeling. Chapter 3450. The debris from the new mine. 1. Tang Zhen made his choice, and Fatty immediately took charge of haggling. The stall owner hesitated slightly as he looked at the fragment of the remains that Tang Zhen had chosen. He then asked for a somewhat outrageous high price. You unscrupulous merchant, are you trying to raise the price? After hearing the price, the fat man's eyes immediately widened and he revealed an angry expression. Seeing this, the surrounding cultivators also felt that the price was too high, and they looked at the stall owner with a dangerous look. The stall owner calmly explained to the cultivators. This piece of the remains came from a new mine 10,000 miles away. A few cultivators of the tribe almost lost their lives in order to bring it out. I'm sure you've all heard that the location of the new mine is very well hidden, and the environment is even more dangerous. It was said that there was a Supreme Lord-level monster occupying the new mine. Ordinary cultivators would die without a doubt if they encountered it. The debris from the new Guangzhou must be of extremely high quality, so it's not too much to ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For a higher price. After hearing the stall owner's explanation, the cultivators suddenly realized what was going on. The rarer an item was, the more expensive it would be. If the stall owner was right, it was not too much to offer such a price. The new Guangzhou is heavily guarded now. I think this piece of debris must have flowed out before it was sealed. A cultivator said loudly. At the same time, he looked at the stall owner and asked. The stall owner nodded in agreement. Since these are the remains of the new Guangzhou, it's very likely that they are other ancient creatures, which may be of great help to cultivation. Fatty, if you don't want it, then this fragment is mine. Another cultivator stood out and said loudly to the stall owner. It was obvious that he was willing to pay a high price for the new Guangzhou. There was no other reason, just a gamble of luck. The other cultivators were also eager to try. They had heard of the new mine, which was said to be under the protection of the cultivators of Lu Cheng. The main reason why they didn't start mining immediately was that it was too dangerous. At the same time, they were obstructed by the cultivators of the tribe. Because the news had been blocked, the cultivators did not know much about this new mine. Now that there were pieces of remains flowing out of the new Guangzhou, it immediately attracted more cultivators to watch. Hearing that someone was willing to compete, the stall owner looked at the fat man and asked what he meant. After all, this piece of bone fragment was selected by Tang Zhen and he had the priority to purchase it. If the fat man insisted on lowering the price and the stall owner was not satisfied, he could consider selling it to someone else. He could not be like an ordinary merchant who would give priority to the person who offered the highest price to sell the remains. Cut the crap, we'll go with your price. Seeing that someone was trying to compete, the fatty immediately widened his eyes and put on a fierce look. It was like a fierce beast protecting its food, not allowing others to covet it. He was indeed not lacking in money and goods. In fact, he didn't even place them in his eyes. As long as it was something that Tang Zhen had his eyes on, he would definitely not allow others to snatch it. Seeing the fatty's attitude, the stall owner chuckled and agreed to carry out the transaction. Since Tang Zhen had chosen it and fatty had given a satisfactory price, the stall owner naturally had no reason not to sell it. As for the other cultivators, they could discuss with Tang Zhen and fatty if they wanted to. It had nothing to do with the stall owner. Seeing this, the surrounding cultivators tactfully didn't increase the price to buy, so as not to make the fatty unhappy. Many of them were tribal cultivators, and they didn't dare to provoke the cultivators of Lusheng City, in case they got into trouble. The other cultivators in the building recognized the duo of Tang Zhen and Fatty, and they were a little afraid. If it wasn't necessary, he naturally wouldn't offend them. "Your Excellency, you should do it." As the fatty spoke, he placed the remains in front of Tang Zhen and handed over a special rune hammer. Tang Zhen shook his head and indicated that Fatty could just knock it open. Fatty, on the other hand, had an excited look on his face. His eyes were filled with anticipation as he waved his hammer and smashed it down. Boom! With a muffled sound, the outer shell of the remains fell off, and a golden light flashed. A muffled roar spread out like muffled thunder. When the surrounding cultivators saw this, their expressions changed and they quickly dodged in all directions. There's actually a remnant wool monster. It's indeed a good thing. Looking at the remnant thought monster that broke out of its shell, the cultivators all had the same thought, but they couldn't help but feel envious. However, each of these fragments was very valuable. Although Fatty had spent a lot just now, the return was tens or even hundreds of times more. It was just that the probability of such a thing happening could be said to be pitifully small. Fatty and Tang Zhen's luck was indeed not bad. However, there were also some cultivators who stared at the remnant wool monsters that broke out of their shells as if they had discovered something shocking. "This is a and living blood monster." A cultivator looked at the monster's glabella, and his eyes became brighter and brighter. At the same time, he let out an excited shout. "That's right, it's blood. I can't believe I've encountered such a treasure. By drawing living blood into your body and refining it, not only will you have the chance to temper your body and become a saint, you might even be able to obtain an innate divine ability. For cultivators, this is a heaven-defying opportunity to change their fate. If they're lucky enough, it's not impossible for them to become exalts in the future. I hate it. If I had known that there was blood, I would have snatched the fragment of the remains no matter what. Don't worry, you can't get this thing, and the buyer can't get it either. They don't deserve it with their strength." Just as they were talking, a powerful aura appeared and enveloped the living blood monster. "All of you, get out of the way. I'll deal with the monster." The cultivator who spoke was a super expert who had joined Lu Chang. At this moment, he was looking at the remnant wool monster in front of him with desire and greed in his eyes. He was very clear about how rare this drop of living blood was, and what kind of opportunity it represented. He had to get it no matter what. "Get lost, we can kill them ourselves." Fatty roared, his face full of unwillingness. He knew the rules of the market. Once the cultivators who were guarding the place participated, the treasures must be sold to Lu Chang. The moment the living blood monster appeared, Fatty realized that this item was extraordinary. He wholeheartedly wanted to give it to Tang Zhen. Upon seeing the guardians attack, Fatty immediately activated his innate divine ability, and the phantom of an ancient giant beast instantly took shape. Under the shocked gazes of the surrounding cultivators, the fat man waved his huge fist and smashed it towards the monster. Boom! With a loud bang, the monster was smashed into dust, and the drop of golden blood was caught by the fatty. "Hand this over and I will give you a satisfactory price." Seeing the fatty's shocking performance, the super expert guarding the place had a gloomy expression and ordered in an urgent tone. As the guardian of the market, he had the right to deal with it on the spot. As long as the blood was in his hands, he would immediately refine and absorb it. Although such an approach was disdainful, it was related to their own cultivation opportunities, so the guardian did not care about his face at all. "Hee, in your dreams." At this moment, Fatty could clearly feel the greed and urgency of the guardian, and a mocking smile appeared on his face. He turned around and placed the blood into Tang Zhen's hand. Then, he turned around and looked at the cultivators around him. "I'm the one who bought the fragment, and I'm the one who killed the lingering spirit monster, so I'll decide how to deal with it." When the fatty spoke, he didn't even look at the guardian. It was obvious that he looked down on the guardian's actions. The surrounding cultivators nodded silently. There was nothing wrong with Fatty's words. When the guardian heard this, he was angry and furious, but he also felt helpless. Tang Zhen and Fatty were both cultivators of Lusheng. They weren't people that he, a servant cultivator, could bully. This had nothing to do with one's cultivation level, but rather the suppression of one's social class. In addition, this drop of blood essence was indeed obtained by Fatty. Everything depended on luck and strength. The moment his innate divine ability appeared, the Guardian knew that Fatty was an existence he could not afford to offend. He couldn't afford to offend them now, and he wouldn't dare to offend them in the future. However, when he thought about the great uses of the blood, the Protector's heart was filled with unwillingness. He really did not want to miss this great opportunity. When the Guardian thought up to this point, he cupped his hands together and bowed to Fatty and Tang Zhen. Please don't misunderstand, I was just carrying out my duty by giving you a warning. He had never thought that His Excellency had already awakened his innate divine ability and could easily kill the monsters with remnant thoughts. The blood is naturally yours, but I still hope to make a deal. I hope that you can part with the blood. As long as you're willing to sell it, you can ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For anything you want, I'll do my best to satisfy you. Chapter 3451, An Unexpected Deal. 1. In order to obtain the treasure he wanted, this super expert lowered his stance and pleaded. This was indeed a rare opportunity. Once they missed it, it would be difficult to get it again. Anyone who had this kind of blood would definitely not trade it to others easily, as that would be equivalent to giving away the opportunity. Especially the cultivators of the Origin Realm, who paid more attention to blood circulation than the cultivators of Lu Cheng. It was precisely because of this that the super powerhouses did not hold any hope of success and only tried unwillingly. Unless the Tang Zhen duo was ignorant and didn't know how precious this living blood was, only then would they be able to carry out the transaction. However, the possibility of that was close to zero. Other people might not know the value of blood circulation, but Fatty definitely knew it better because he had awakened an innate divine ability. The purpose of snatching it earlier was to give the living blood to Tang Zhen so that he could awaken his innate ability like him. This could be considered as returning the favor. After all, everything that Fatty currently possessed was obtained with the help of Tang Zhen. Upon hearing the request of the supreme expert, Fatty opened his mouth to refuse without any hesitation. Wait a moment, Tang Zhen's voice was transmitted over, causing Fatty to be slightly stunned. On the other hand, that super expert felt joy in his heart. Could it be that there would be a turning point in this matter? If he was in the wilderness, he might have already tried to snatch it, but in this camp, he had to follow the rules. At this moment, Tang Zhen had taken the initiative to open his mouth. This was indeed a little unexpected. I think you really need this living blood. Otherwise, you wouldn't have made such a promise. The super expert hurriedly nodded after hearing Tang Zhen's words, indicating that this was indeed the case. Since you want it, it's not impossible to give it to you, but the price will definitely not be low. It just so happens that I'm preparing to make a breakthrough in cultivation and become a super expert, and I'm still lacking a lot of materials and resources. I can make a deal with you and give this drop of living blood to you, but you have to provide all the materials needed for the promotion. Upon hearing Tang Zhen's reply, the super expert was exceptionally surprised. He truly didn't expect that he would encounter such a situation. Before he opened his mouth to request, he didn't have any plans of success. He just wanted to try it out unwillingly. No problem, I agree to your conditions. I can even help you break through for free. The excitement in the super expert's heart could not be described with words. The gaze he used to look at Tang Zhen also became increasingly fervent. Although Fatty did not quite understand Tang Zhen's decision, he did not object. From Fatty's point of view, no matter what Tang Zhen did, he would definitely have his own reasons. What he needed to do was to silently follow Tang Zhen and listen to his commands at all times. The cultivators who were watching from the side all had incredulous expressions on their faces. They didn't expect such a thing to happen. Tang Zhen's choice was the most impossible outcome. However, it had actually appeared. Many cultivators were secretly puzzled as to why Tang Zhen would make such a choice. If it were them, they would definitely not do this. Tang Zhen smiled but did not say anything in the face of those puzzled gazes. He did not give any explanation. To other cultivators, blood circulation was an opportunity to go against the heavens and change one's fate. However, it was merely so in Tang Zhen's eyes. It was better to use lamp oil to temper one's body than to rely on refining blood to activate one's innate divine ability. The success rate would be higher that way. However, ordinary cultivators didn't know about this method of forging the body with lamp oil. Even if they did, it would be very difficult to operate. Without the protection of a peak stage god-level general, anyone who tried to activate his innate divine ability through this method would be seeking death. To Tang Zhen's clone, the value of blood circulation was far inferior to the importance of one's cultivation base. As long as one reached the realm of a super expert, they would be able to have a higher position and come into contact with more secrets. It would be much easier for him to gather more information. This was what Tang Zhen wanted the most. In order to advance to a super expert, he must have a legitimate opportunity. Tang Zhen had already made his preparations when he was condensing this avatar. He was only missing an opportunity now. Following the appearance of the blood circulation, the opportunity that Tang Zhen had been waiting for had arrived. He would naturally become a super expert without any doubt. As for the loss of blood, it was not worth mentioning. This thing came from the new Guangzhou. Since Tang Zhen had unexpectedly obtained it, it meant that there must be more in the new mining area. If Tang Zhen needed it, he could go to the new Guangzhou to look for it. There would definitely be many opportunities to obtain it. In just a few words, the deal was completed, but the onlookers were confused. Perhaps he was worried that something unexpected would happen, so the super expert immediately paid Tang Zhen the materials he needed in person according to the agreement. To express his gratitude, the super powerhouse even personally spent some battle credits to help Fang Hao activate the runic magic circle. He had even imparted his own advancement experience to Tang Zhen without any reservations. It could be said that he was extremely enthusiastic. He was indeed grateful to Tang Zhen. If it was any other cultivator, today's transaction would definitely not be completed. Since Tang Zhen was so generous, he naturally could not be a despicable person in vain. He had to repay him. In fact, the main reason was that Tang Zhen and Fatty were Lu Cheng cultivators. One had an innate magical ability, while the other had the chance to advance and become a super expert. Therefore, no matter what, he had to ensure the fairness of the trade, and he couldn't let the divine general think that he was bullying others. If he left such an impression, it would definitely affect his future. With this series of actions today, no one would feel that Tang Zhen had suffered a loss when they discussed this matter. After the transaction was over, Fatty followed Tang Zhen and came to the front of the runic magic circle. Tang Zhen was silent. He looked at the circulating runic magic formation as though he wanted to see through it. Fatty, who was standing behind Tang Zhen, also mimicked him and widened his eyes to observe seriously. However, it didn't take long for him to scratch his bald head and sit on the ground. He did not understand runes at all and lost interest after a few glances. Tang Zhen only laughed softly after a period of time. He shook his head slightly. Although his reputation isn't small, his methods and character are outstanding. Tang Zhen softly spoke as a ridicule flashed across his eyes. But it's nothing more than this. In Tang Zhen's opinion, Divine General Yun Hong's array formation was nothing special. However, he had to make use of it now. The runic magic circle set up by Divine General Yunmo did have some redeeming qualities and was very helpful for cultivation. Tang Zhen's advancement to a super expert required him to go through a process of disclosing it and be able to withstand the test of these cultivators. Only by completing this step would one be qualified to come into contact with the core and learn more secrets. Tang Zhen's voice was transmitted from the side just as Fatty was looking around. "Let's go, you and I will go in together." Fatty was stunned when he heard this, and his eyes were filled with confusion. "Your current accumulation is still a little lacking, so you're naturally unable to advance to become a super expert. However, you can follow me and pick up some benefits. After this cultivation, it won't be long before you have the chance to become a super expert." Fatty was overjoyed. His innate ability had just awakened not long ago, and he didn't expect to have the chance to become a supreme master again. If that was the case, then Fatty was definitely the most promising one in the tribe. If he returned to the tribe in the future, he would definitely shock all the clansmen. Fatty, who had absolute faith in Tang Zhen, immediately followed closely behind and entered the runic magic circle together. Chapter 3452. The clone's advancement won. The previous transaction did not cause much of a stir, because it had nothing to do with him. Opportunities belong to whoever they should belong to, but great opportunities had nothing to do with small figures. After a series of twists and turns, this precious blood still ended up in the hands of a super expert. In fact, from the beginning, the cultivators had already thought of this ending. However, the process was different from what he had imagined. Super experts had no hope of obtaining the blood essence, but in the end, they had somehow managed to obtain it. In this transaction, Tang Zhen had played a major role. He had used his blood to exchange for cultivation resources and the opportunity to become a super expert. This was not a loss in itself. Blood circulation was indeed hard to come by, but if one wanted to obtain its benefits, they would need sufficient luck. Trading the blood essence for the resources needed to become a supreme expert was the wisest move. The cultivators who knew of this matter all felt that Tang Zhen's choice was correct after a discussion. Using a fleeting opportunity to exchange for real cultivation resources was the way of thinking of a rational cultivator. After knowing that Tang Zhen had entered the runic magic formation, the cultivators who knew about this matter once again began to discuss animatedly. Many cultivators thought that another super master was about to be born in Lu Cheng's camp. Since they belonged to the same camp, they shared the same honor and disgrace. It was naturally a good thing for the cultivators to have another super expert. Especially when the new Guangzhou was about to open and there was a possibility of a huge war, it would definitely increase the strength of the cultivators in Lusheng. It was just that whether Tang Zhen could advance or not, it was still impossible to make a conclusion. The cultivators were also observing one after another. For the cultivators of the Origin Realm, becoming a super master was an insurmountable obstacle. Even if they were fully prepared, they might not be able to advance. Of course, compared to the cultivators in Lu Cheng, it was much easier. At least, they didn't have to spend so much effort to condense a godhead. Regardless of whether Tang Zhen was able to advance or not, it didn't have much of an impact on ordinary cultivators. Therefore, this matter passed very quickly. However, because of the new blood, the cultivators were more and more concerned about the new mine that had not yet been opened. If he could enter the new mine as soon as it opened, he might have a chance to obtain the blood. Actually, blood circulation wasn't considered a rare treasure, but it was extremely rare. It was the spiritual blood that had been accidentally preserved after the death of an ancient creature. It could be regarded as the bloodline inheritance of an ancient creature. After refining it, there was a chance of awakening an innate divine ability, which was very useful for super experts. The more powerful an expert was, the more they could sense their own bottlenecks and find ways to break through them. The blood of this ancient creature just happened to provide the possibility of breaking through the barrier. If they were lucky enough, they might be able to awaken the innate magical powers of ancient creatures and become supremes. For ordinary cultivators, it was not that attractive. The first reason was that the price was too high. The second reason was that the quantity was too small. As for the third reason, the probability of awakening was too low. However, as one's strength increased, the chances of awakening would also increase. The success rate of a super expert was as high as 1%. There was definitely more than one super powerhouse who wanted this kind of blood, and it was destined that the new Guangzhou would be extremely lively. Because of a trade, many cultivators knew of Tang Zhen's existence. Many tribal cultivators also knew of Tang Zhen's name. His deeds were also gradually spread. Tang Zhen's outstanding performance was obvious to all, so he was invited to join Lusheng. This deal not only made him more famous, but he also gained the gratitude of a super expert. Although the other party was only a cultivator of the tribe, he was still a super expert and would soon join the city. Regardless of whether Tang Zhen had advanced or not, he had befriended a super expert. This was a good thing that many cultivators wished for. There were already many cultivators who were thinking of forming a good relationship with Tang Zhen. This would also provide convenience for the future. In addition, there was Fatty, who had the innate divine ability of ancient creatures and had considerable potential. Having a good relationship with such a cultivator was definitely a good investment. The Fatty had yet to become a supreme master, so it was the best time to make friends with him. If he really did become a supreme master, ordinary cultivators would not be able to reach him at all. Ever since Tang Zhen had led Fatty into the runic magic circle, the cultivators had been casting their gazes over. They all wanted to see what the result would be before they made further plans. In the eyes of these cultivators, Tang Zhen's entry into the runic magic circle was only the beginning of his advancement to a super expert. It might take a long time for him to complete his advancement and become a super expert. Of course, it was more likely that he would fail and continue to work hard in cultivation. No matter what the result was, it didn't affect the cultivators' thoughts. They still had to make friends. There were also some super experts who were paying attention to Tang Zhen. If Tang Zhen was able to successfully advance, the super experts would deepen their relationship and help each other when they carry out missions in the future. No one would have expected that Tang Zhen would actually break out of his seclusion within a mere few days. What was even more unexpected was that Tang Zhen had actually really advanced to become a super expert. He did not even bother to conceal his powerful aura. In just one closed-door cultivation, he had successfully become a transcendent. Tang Zhen's performance had indeed exceeded everyone's expectations. The god generals and super experts who were watching in secret were also extremely surprised. They didn't expect Tang Zhen to advance so quickly. This was a good thing. With the birth of a new super master, the combat power of the cultivators in Lucheng could become stronger. Just after Tang Zhen came out of seclusion, congratulatory words rang out and the news quickly spread throughout the camp. The fatty who followed behind Tang Zhen was also the same. He received the focus of attention from the cultivators. Compared to Tang Zhen, Fatty had even greater talent and was secretly favored by even more cultivators. If he could become a super expert, he would be even more sensational than Tang Zhen. Even peak divine generals would pay attention to him. Anyone with eyes could tell that Fatty had not advanced to a super master, but he was not far from it. He believed that with the help of others, it would only take a short time for him to advance. Just like Tang Zhen, Fatty also received congratulations from many people. It was as if he was a big shot. This was the first time Fatty had received such warm treatment. He rubbed his head and kept laughing. The super expert who had previously made a deal with Tang Zhen took the initiative to come forward and congratulate him. Compared to the other cultivators, his relationship with Tang Zhen was obviously closer. It was mutually beneficial to both parties and could be considered as each taking what they needed. Now that Tang Zhen had successfully advanced to become a super expert, he also hoped to be able to share some joy. When someone congratulated him, Tang Zhen naturally had to welcome him with a smile. The camp was filled with a harmonious atmosphere. There were also cultivators who wanted to ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. How Tang Zhen was able to advance so quickly. Did he have any experience or tricks? The exchange of experience between cultivators was something that could not be any more normal. If Tang Zhen was willing to disclose his cultivation experience, the person seeking advice would naturally give a corresponding reward. Just as the cultivators were conversing, a voice suddenly rang out. It was the divine general in charge of the camp. The super powerhouses who had stayed behind to guard the camp were all called out at the same time, and they were requested to immediately prepare to participate in the gathering. Upon realizing that Tang Zhen had become a super expert, the divine general was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. Since you've already become a supreme master, you're qualified to participate in the meeting. This might be a good thing, so you don't have to feel too burdened. After saying that, the immortal general turned to the fatty and nodded approvingly. Bring this fatty along. His innate divine ability is not bad, and he might be of great use. Chapter 3453, Pre-War Meeting 1. The news about the new Guangqiu quickly spread. Before the accident happened, the cultivators already knew about the existence of the new Guangqiu and had some understanding of the specific situation. The cultivators of Lusheng City and the tribesmen were in a stalemate, and no one was willing to back down. They were like two hungry wolves staring at a fresh prey, both wanting to take it for themselves. Although they had bared their fangs at each other, no war had ever broken out, and they were all in a state of restraint. The main reason was that they were not prepared for war. The cultivators of the tribe did not dare to attack because they were not strong enough. They had fierce expressions on their faces, but there was an unspeakable panic in their hearts. They were afraid that the cultivators in Lusheng City would attack first, and the tribal alliance would be defeated by the ferocious fangs and claws of the cultivators. Under such circumstances, it was only natural for the cultivators of the tribe to seek outside help. As for the cultivators of Lusheng, they were also filled with apprehensions. It was by no means an easy task to obtain the ownership of a new mine, and it was likely to pay heavy casualties. If the enemy took this opportunity to launch a sneak attack, it would be like adding hail to snow. In addition, due to the changes in the Forbidden Sea, peak stage divine generals kept sending reinforcements, which prevented the battle for the new mine from happening. However, with the return of a peak stage divine general, the camp's strength kept increasing, and they had the capital to not be afraid of provocation. Even if they were not completely confident in taking over the new mine, they would definitely be able to deal a heavy blow to the provoker. Once the enemy retreated in defeat, the new Guangqiu would belong to the Lucheng cultivators. No one had expected that before the Lucheng cultivators could attack, the suppressed tribesmen would attack first. They had reinforcements this time, and they were quite strong. They actually suppressed the cultivators of Lusheng who were guarding the new mine. From the looks of it, it was obvious that they wanted to occupy the new mine and expel the cultivators from Lusheng. The actions of the cultivators of the tribe had enraged the cultivators of Lu Cheng, and they swore to punish them severely. When he chose to let the cultivators of the tribe stay, he had a trace of kindness in his heart. He wanted to give them a chance to join the Lu Cheng cultivator camp. It wasn't what the tribal cultivators thought. The Lusheng cultivators were afraid of the alliance's strength and didn't dare to attack. Being kind to the enemy was being cruel to oneself. The cultivators of Lu Cheng had experienced countless battles, so how could they not know this? As a result, these tribal cultivators were resentful and thought that their benefits were taken by the cultivators of Lusheng. All day long, he wanted to take back what he had lost, and he always played tricks behind his back. But this time, the cultivators of the tribe had crossed the line and colluded with foreign cultivators. This was the bottom line of the Lu Cheng cultivators. Now that it had been broken by the tribal cultivators, the nature of the matter had changed. Since these guys don't know what's good for them, then there's no need to be polite. Just annihilate their entire clan. At this moment, immortal generals and superpowers were discussing their next move. A servant cultivator suggested with a resentful expression. Although he was once a cultivator of the tribe, his status was different now. To join Lu Cheng's camp, he had to change his attitude and not be attached to the past. Before the cultivators of Lusheng arrived, they were also the targets of bullying. Perhaps it was for this reason that the cultivators of the tribe took the initiative to join and hated those who bullied them in the past. Sharing the same origin didn't mean that they were of the same heart. They would do anything for the sake of survival. Most of the cultivators had the same thought and wanted to eliminate the cultivators from the tribes. If these tribal cultivators were forced to the extreme, they might do something that would cost them their lives. As long as there was a slight possibility, the cultivators of Lusheng City had to avoid it, or else they might suffer losses. The cultivators of Lu Cheng didn't kill them all because of this concern. However, there were so many treasures in the new mine that even a peak divine general would be tempted. For the Lusheng cultivators who were determined to get the new mine, no accidents were allowed. Since the tribal cultivators were so reckless, he might as well send them on their way. This wave of enemies was menacing, but the cultivators of Lu Cheng did not panic. They had enough trump cards to deal with the possible changes and ensure the final victory. The strength of the fourth battle area was not as simple as it appeared on the surface. It was even more terrifying than one could imagine. As the gathering place of peak-level divine generals, if the cultivators in Lusheng wanted to start a war, all the enemies would be shocked and terrified. In the world of Lusheng, it was difficult to meet a peak divine general. In the Origin realm, it was not easy to meet a divine king. This was because cultivators who had reached the God King realm would return to the Tower World to hold down the fort while peak stage divine generals would choose to leave. One should never judge the strength of Lu Cheng's cultivators based on their appearance, as that would be a very stupid thing. For example, other cultivator organizations might not have any God King level experts, but the fourth battle area definitely had more than one. Just from this point, one could tell that the difference in strength between the two sides was definitely not just a little bit. The cultivators of the tribe tried to use external forces to kill and drive away the cultivators of Lu Cheng, but it was simply a fool's dream. Since the opinions of the participants were so unified, there was naturally no need to discuss too much. They could directly choose the cultivators to participate in the battle. Most of the cultivators wanted to participate in this war in an attempt to obtain sufficient military achievements and benefits. They had a more detailed understanding of the new Guangzhou and knew that there were many good things here. The blood essence that Tang Zhen had obtained was only one of the treasures. In fact, there were many more treasures in existence. First come, first served. Such a priority mining opportunity could not be missed easily. If they moved too slowly, the benefits would be taken away by others, and they might not even get the soup. However, if he wanted to seize the opportunity, he had to pay a corresponding price. Not only did he have to deal with the resistance of the cultivators, but he also had to clear out all the remnant will monsters in the Guangzhou. These residual thought monsters were so powerful that even peak stage divine generals didn't dare to provoke them. It was because of the existence of these monsters that the new mine had no ownership, and everyone was just watching. They coveted the wealth in the new mine, but they were unwilling to clear the monsters first, because they would pay a heavy price and let the enemy take advantage of them. But this time, the cultivators of the tribe were so bold that they started to rob the beasts. It was obvious that they were extremely confident in their own strength. There was no point in arguing. If they wanted to control the new mine, they had to fight for it with real weapons. Since the cultivators of the tribe had taken the initiative to start the war, the cultivators of Lusheng City naturally did not want to be outdone. The battle for the new mine had begun. After the discussion was over, the cultivators of Lucheng immediately took action. On one hand, they selected the cultivators who participated in the operation, and on the other hand, they gathered relevant information. Within a short period of time, 2/3 of the cultivators in Lusheng City had accepted the call for war. The battle between cultivators was simple and straightforward. They would take action with a single command. They didn't need to worry about the amount of food and supplies, and they didn't need to be afraid of the long roads. Even if it was 10,000 miles away, it would only take an instant. It didn't take long for powerful figures to gather. Led by peak divine generals, they headed straight for the new Guangzhou 10,000 miles away. Chapter 3454 The Storm at the New Mine 1 In the new Guangzhou 10,000 miles away, the cultivators of the tribe had gathered and occupied the desolate ancient river. Countless years ago, the turbulent river cut through the earth, leaving behind deep ravines and islands. Countless years had passed, and the turbulent river had disappeared without a trace, leaving only a winding and deep river bed entrenched in the earth. These cultivators from different tribes gathered and hid in the river. It was as if the dark river had reappeared. With such a large number of tribal cultivators, it would be a piece of cake for them to conquer any world or plane. However, in the Origin realm, even with such a powerful lineup, they still did not dare to act recklessly. This was because there would always be someone stronger than them. These aggressive cultivators of the tribe had been playing the role of being bullied for a long time. Even with outside help, they still didn't have enough confidence. Many cultivators in the tribes didn't think that they could defeat the cultivators in Lusheng. It was the same for the tribe leader. Although he wanted to burn the Lucheng cultivators to ashes, he knew that it was impossible. They would be satisfied if they could occupy half of the mines and compete with the cultivators in Lusheng. The new mine that had caused disputes was right in front of the tribal cultivators, and there were whirlpools in the river. These deep vortexes were the entrances to the new mine. The discovery of the new mine was purely an accident. A group of tribal cultivators had accidentally discovered some traces while searching for treasures, and had thus opened up the independent space formed by the crystal mine. The appearance of a treasure was earth-shattering, and the phenomenon was immediately sensed by powerful cultivators, who then quickly came to investigate. The peak divine general and the tribal lord discovered the crystal mine at the same time and conducted a preliminary investigation. In the end, they encountered a powerful remnant will monster at the Paragon Lord level that launched a frenzied attack on the scouting cultivators. After realizing that the situation was not right, the cultivators decisively retreated and then confronted each other at the entrance. Under the protection of the tribe's supreme lord, the cultivators filed in and entered the space where the crystal mine was. Supremacy-level cultivators didn't enter because they didn't want to be attacked by powerful monsters. If low-level cultivators entered, the supremacy-level monsters would not appear. However, if a supremacy entered, they would form in an instant. At that time, not only would the supremacies be in trouble, but the low-level cultivators could also be wiped out. Therefore, the final decision was to send a super expert to lead the team in, with the tribe's leader in charge of guarding the exit. If they encountered cultivators from Lusheng in the mine, they would have to fight and kill them. If they wanted to survive, they could only rely on luck and strength. At this moment, the cultivators of the tribe had 9 supremacies on their side, and they had an aggressive attitude. Now that the number of exalts had doubled, it was no wonder they dared to provoke a dispute. They had the confidence to challenge him. Looking at Lu Cheng's cultivators, there were only 3 supremacies guarding the place, and they didn't have any followers. If it was a battle of numbers, they were obviously much weaker. However, in the face of so many powerful enemies, the 3 peak stage divine generals remained calm and even had a faint look of mockery in their eyes. They were like 3 fully armed generals facing 9 farmers who looked fierce but were weak inside. They had no fear at all. The difference in status and the undisguised mockery made the tribal supremacies angry and annoyed. The tribal supremacies really couldn't understand where these damn cultivators of Lusheng City got their arrogance and confidence from. However, when they faced the cultivators of Lucheng, they had a strange feeling, as if they were thieves. Damn it, fuck, Exalt Ao Fang cursed. His expression was extremely gloomy, as if there was a suffocating feeling in his heart that he couldn't vent. Now, as he had wished before, he had the capital to fight against the cultivators of Lu Cheng with the help of other cultivator organizations. However, for some reason, Exalt Fang felt an indescribable anxiety and conflict in his heart. This was because the cultivators of Lu Cheng didn't show any signs of panic as he had expected. They seemed to have expected the actions of the cultivators from the tribe. Even though there were only 3 sovereigns, when they faced the cultivators of the tribe, they seemed to be able to suppress them. Sovereign Lord Ao Fang was filled with disappointment and hatred. He couldn't wait to attack and kill these 3 detestable cultivators. However, he was not the leader of the current allied forces. Therefore, his words didn't carry much weight. If they acted rashly, they might even be kicked out of the alliance. However, he was unwilling to give up and continued to persuade them, hoping that they could start a war immediately. We have the advantage now. As long as we attack as a group, we can definitely kill these 3 cultivators. As long as the operation was successful, it would deal a serious blow to the strength of the cultivators in Lu Cheng, greatly weakening their strength. If we have the absolute advantage, we will have the chance to drive away the cultivators in Lusheng and even eradicate them completely. Exalt Fang's face was filled with excitement as he spoke, his blood-red eyes filled with anticipation. It was as if he was standing on a victorious battlefield, where the cultivators of Lusheng City were killed and their corpses were strewn all over the ground, and his tribe had regained control of the land. If the tribes of all sizes submitted to him, he would be the overlord. Some cultivators laughed coldly in their hearts when they saw the look on Paragon Lord Ao Fang's face. They didn't expect him to still be infatuated with the power he had in the past. They were trying to become the overlord again and oppress the other tribes. That was all in the past. Even if they defeated the cultivators of Lusheng, it wasn't Supremacy Ao Fang's tribe's turn to do as they pleased. In fact, some of the supremacies were secretly thanking the Lusheng cultivators for helping them escape from the oppression of Supremacy Ao Fang's tribe. The white-robed supremacy in the group chuckled as a cold glint flashed in his eyes. If the Lu Cheng cultivators dared to do this, they must have something to rely on. If they attack rashly, they will most likely fall into a trap. The mine was only about 10,000 miles away from the camp of the cultivators in Lusheng, and he could get there in an instant by using a secret technique. Just look at how cunning the cultivators of Lu Cheng are. They won't let us attack them, but their companions chose to turn a blind eye to it. Even if there weren't any traps, are you sure that the 9 supremacies can kill the 3 cultivators? Hearing the white-robed supremacy's question, Supremacy Ao Fang was slightly taken aback. The scenes of the battle from the past surfaced in his mind. At that time, the 3 supremacies of the tribe fought a cultivator from Lusheng together and thought that they would win for sure. After the real fight, he realized that he had been too optimistic. The strength of the Lu Cheng cultivators was far beyond his imagination. Back then, Supremacy Ao Fang's strength was unparalleled, and he had condensed 100 rule seeds. However, he was still no match for this cultivator. The 2 sides had only fought for a few rounds, and 2 supremacies in the tribe had actually been killed. Exalt Ao Fang was extremely terrified and thought that he was about to be killed as well. However, the cultivator from the Tower City stopped just like that. We have to leave some dogs to pick up the bones. With you guys here, we can still block those guys who overestimate their strength and save a lot of trouble. The look in the cultivator's eyes was unforgettable to Sovereign Lord Ao Fang. He felt like he was an ant. Paragon Lord Ao Fang was filled with grief and indignation, but he was helpless. The strength of the cultivators in Lu Cheng made him realize the gap between the 2 of them. It was precisely because of this consideration that Supremacy Ao Fang and the other supremacies were spared. That battle back then allowed the cultivators of the tribe to understand the strength of the Lu Cheng cultivators. They knew that they were no match for them. After many years of forbearance, the Lusheng cultivators gradually became less aggressive. Unknowingly, the tribal cultivators gradually regained their confidence. When the new mine appeared, the tribal supremacies could not wait to jump out and challenge the Lusheng cultivators again. Now that the white-robed supremacy had reminded him, Ao Fang's supremacy was alarmed. That terrifying figure appeared once more. Impossible. He won't come again, because he's already entered the core of the Chaos historical site. None of the cultivators who entered that area came out alive. Shut up. Supremacy Ao Fang growled with a face full of unwillingness. In the end, he still shut his mouth obediently. Chapter 3455. Agreement 1. The cultivators of the tribe gathered a large number of troops and entered the new mine without any warning, trying to seize more benefits. When the cultivators of Lucheng received the news, the army arrived. The entire sky was filled with cultivators from the Lusheng sect, covering the earth like dark clouds. There were also many servant cultivators who followed the army. Although they did not obtain the qualifications to become cultivators of the city, they had a strong sense of belonging. They hated the cultivators of the tribe. Feeling the surging battle intent, the expressions of the cultivators of the tribe changed slightly, and a trace of fear emerged in their hearts. Many cultivators of the tribes had participated in the Great War back then, so they knew how strong and fierce the cultivators of Lu City were. The cultivators of Lu City had killed all the tribes, and their supremacies had fallen one after another. The shadow of the past was still there, and if they had a choice, they would rather not participate in this war. However, this was how the cultivation world was. Fighting and fighting was a common thing, and there must be a price to pay before one could get it. For example, this time, if the cultivators of the tribe wanted to get rid of the control of cultivator Lu Cheng and seize the mining rights of the new mine, they had to challenge him. The war could start at any time, and the cultivators of the tribe were ready to face the storm-like attacks of the cultivators of Lusheng. How dare you! It seems like you really don't know what's good for you. In the Lu Cheng cultivator camp, a peak stage expert sneered and glanced at the tribal cultivators with disdain. It seems that you've really forgotten that the only reason you're still alive is because the cultivators of Lusheng City showed mercy. Since you don't know what's good for you, there's no need to keep you alive. It's better to kill you all directly. In Lu Cheng's camp, there were only 7 peak stage divine generals, but their auras were stronger. It was as if the cultivators of the tribe were nothing in front of them. He, you cultivators of Lusheng, do you think things are the same as before? Exalt Ao Fang was the first to jump out and let out a furious roar. The deep hatred he had for the cultivators in Lusheng made him unwilling to miss any opportunity to fight. Even if he had to argue, he would never admit defeat easily. We have far more supremacies than you do, and the same goes for the number of cultivators. If necessary, more supremacies would come to support them. They were also extremely dissatisfied with the cultivators in Lusheng. It's different now, and if you want to occupy this mine like you did in the past, you're simply dreaming. Exalt Ao Fang roared. His blood-red eyes were filled with killing intent, and he looked like he was about to explode at any moment. The other tribe supremacies remained silent and did not make a sound. Especially the 4 supremacies who were cooperating with him. They would not participate easily as they had no enmity with the cultivators of Lu Cheng. Compared to the vengeful supremacy Ao Fang, they were more aware of the strength of the cultivators in Lusheng and the true purpose of this trip. The fight for the new mine this time was to show off their strength, not to provoke a war between the supremacies. The cultivators of Lu Cheng were too strong. The tribe supremacies did not have the confidence to win and would not start a war easily. Their main purpose was to intimidate the cultivators of Lusheng in exchange for the right to mine the new mine. Exalt Ao Fang's current behavior could easily intensify the conflict, which was not the outcome the tribe's exalts wanted. Seeing this, the white-robed supremacy immediately stepped forward to negotiate to prevent the situation from getting out of control. This newly discovered crystal mine is ownerless, so you Lu Cheng cultivators don't have the right to enjoy it. Our request is simple. The new mine will be shared by both sides, and the subordinate cultivators will enter the mine to collect the remains. The white-robed sovereign lord unhurriedly expressed his true purpose. If the cultivators of Lu Cheng didn't agree, war would be inevitable. Even if they were afraid of the strength of the cultivators of Lu Cheng, the tribal cultivators would try to fight with all they had. The peak divine generals seemed to have anticipated the white-robed supremacy's conditions and gave their replies very quickly. They agreed to the request of the tribe's leader to mine the new mine together. Everything would be up to their own means. The cultivators of Lu Cheng had agreed to the conditions so easily. This was indeed out of the tribe's supremacies, expectations, and it made them feel bewildered. In their hearts, they were suspicious whether the cultivators of Lu Cheng would use underhanded tricks or plot against them under certain circumstances. The other possibility was that the cultivators of Lu Cheng were afraid, so they agreed to the request of the tribe's head to avoid war. That was what Sovereign Lord Ao Fang thought. He felt that the cultivators in Lusheng were only strong on the outside, and there were not many cultivators who were strong on the inside. If that was the case, it was the best time to strike and cripple the cultivators in Lusheng. He naturally had his own reasons for thinking this way. In the early years, there had been an earth-shaking phenomenon in the center of the chaos ancient land. Countless experts had been attracted there. However, None of them had returned successfully after entering. Lu Cheng's cultivators were also involved. The strongest one entered the core area and ended up on the list of missing people. This was one of the reasons why the tribal cultivators regained their confidence and dared to provoke the Lusheng cultivators. Supremacy Ao Fang wanted to take this opportunity to attack the cultivators in the tower, but he didn't have the support of any supremacy. Neither Death Flame Supremacy nor Lima Supremacy had the courage to start a war with the cultivators of Lusheng City. To be able to maintain the balance between them and participate in the mining of the new mine was undoubtedly the best result. Perhaps they were all ambitious, but they would definitely not be too hasty. These supremacy-level powerhouses had a long time and sufficient patience to wait for a result. The two sides reached an agreement, and the battle was thus avoided. Many of the cultivators heaved a sigh of relief. They really didn't want to get involved in this war. Whether it was strength or methods, there was a big gap between the two sides. In a one-on-one fight, there was a 90% chance that he would lose. However, the war was still not over. The venue had changed, but the process could be even more brutal. In Lu Cheng's cultivator camp, Tang Zhen watched in silence. He had long realized that the cultivators of Lusheng City didn't really want to kill all the cultivators in the tribe. With their strength, they could indeed do this, but they would also suffer heavy losses. With the participation of external enemies, the severely injured cultivators of Lusheng City might be robbed. This wasn't the world of towers, and its location was remote and hidden. It was impossible to call for help from other towers like in the Forbidden Sea. If it was not necessary, it was natural to avoid war. However, this was only temporary. If the opportunity was right, he would definitely kill all of these tribal supremacies. Otherwise, sooner or later, these hateful tribal cultivators would take a vicious bite out of him. The high-level cultivators had their own plans, and the cultivators in Lu Cheng could only follow their orders. The supremacy-level cultivators would not interfere, but the war between the low-level cultivators was about to begin. Very soon, orders were given. The super powerhouses would lead teams into the mine to carry out exploration and mining operations. Their main goal was naturally to mine, but if they encountered any cultivators from the tribes, they had to kill them. The battle between the cultivators on both sides was shifted from the higher-ups to the lower-ranked ones, and the super powerhouses naturally became the main force. Tang Zhen, who had just been promoted, happened to be one of them. He accepted the mining and hunting missions. Because the two missions were issued at the same time, the rewards were also very generous, which made many cultivators in Lu City eager to get into action. They wanted to take this opportunity to make a fortune. Tang Zhen had an indifferent expression. He had seen and heard of similar matters more than once. To cultivator organizations, it wasn't rare for them to fight over benefits. This was especially true in the ancient Chaos Land, where wars were happening almost all the time. The role that the clone was playing at the moment was a cultivator of Lusheng, so he naturally had to take action according to orders. Of course, his main purpose was to collect the remains of ancient creatures and secretly provide them for his main body to cultivate. At the same time, he would ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For information and use it to lock onto the enemy's tracks. With one in the light and one in the dark working together, there might be unexpected opportunities and gains in this chaotic ancient land. Chapter 3456, Fengsha Mineshaft 1. The ancient river was filled with vortexes, all of which were entrances to mines that had appeared overnight. They looked deep and dangerous. Entering the mine through the vortex would send them to different places, and the dangers they would encounter would definitely be different. The previous investigation had already proven that the new mine was huge and was completely an independent world. In fact, the ancient creatures themselves were equivalent to a complete world, and there were rules and evolutions within them. Just like the divine kingdom in the mind of the cultivators in Lusheng, it had a magical characteristic and could breed all kinds of strange lives. Once an ancient creature fell, the mysterious world hidden in its body would also reveal itself in various ways. The first way to appear was to turn into countless fragments and scatter into the endless world. During the process of collapse, the size of the fragment would expand infinitely. What seemed like a small piece could eventually be as large as a mountain. Such a situation occurred because the ancient creatures themselves were the essence of the accumulation, and they always maintained a form of extreme compression. Once the meteorfall and disintegration went out of control, the flesh and blood would expand rapidly, reaching an unbelievable volume. There were also some fragments that would form independent spaces due to the influence of laws. They were of different sizes but were very well hidden. The more powerful the ancient creature was, the more hidden the space formed by its remains would be, making it difficult for cultivators to discover and enter. Because it was a world of its own, the remnant thought monsters that were born would be quite fierce, and some savage giant beasts would be born. They were born from the remains and possessed all kinds of innate magical abilities. Their strength was quite terrifying. To enter such a special space, one had to first think of a way to deal with the monsters, hunting. Only then would one be qualified to obtain the treasure. The rarest and scariest situation was when the ancient creatures remained intact after they died, and then formed a special space. Even a peak-level immortal general would face great dangers inside and might even die. After all, these ancient creatures were on par with god kings and could kill peak divine generals easily. Even after he had fallen, his remaining might could not be underestimated. However, if they encountered such a place, the peak god-level generals would swarm over and try to snatch the hidden great opportunity. If one was lucky enough and obtained the complete inheritance of laws, it was not impossible for one to become a god king. In the past, there was a rumor that a special space entrance had appeared in the core region of the ancient Chaos Land. Countless supremacies were attracted to the place because there were complete remains of ancient creatures in that special space. However, until now, there had been no news of the experts who had entered the space, so no one knew whether they were dead or alive. The new mine that had appeared wasn't as dangerous, but it would still randomly generate Supreme Lord-level monsters. Even super powerhouses would be stopped by monsters of the same level. However, no matter how dangerous it was, the exploration and excavation had to be carried out. They could not miss the opportunity. With a command, the cultivators of Lu Cheng entered the vortex one after another. In the blink of an eye, they saw a boundless desert. The bones of giant beasts and cultivators were scattered all over the place, and the air was filled with the vicissitudes of life. The strange hot wind kept blowing in their faces, turning the cultivators' armors into dust. The interior of the crystal mine was related to the laws controlled by the ancient creatures. It was impossible to see ice in the space formed by the remains of ancient creatures that cultivated the law of fire. The moment the cultivators entered, the yellow sand and the bones formed a terrifying monster that charged at them. A cultivator couldn't dodge in time and was bitten and devoured by the monster, turning into a pile of sand in the blink of an eye. Everyone, be careful. It should be some kind of rule like desertification. Do not touch your body or be blown by this hot wind. After realizing what had happened to their comrades, the cultivators of Lu Cheng were extremely vigilant and kept attacking while dodging. These sand monsters were everywhere and could form attacks at any time, making it impossible for the cultivators in Lusheng to guard against them. Fortunately, there were many cultivators in Lusheng City. Once they noticed the monsters approaching, they would immediately launch a concentrated attack. There was also one more thing to be glad about, which was that the structure of the sand monster was loose. As long as it was hid in a vital area, it would collapse and dissipate in an instant. Every time a sand monster was killed, it would drop fragments of its remains. Although the sizes were different, the quality was quite good. When the cultivators of Lu Cheng saw this, they couldn't help but be filled with joy. They secretly thought that there were indeed many treasures in this new mine. This was just the wandering residual thought monsters. If they had encountered a huge crystal mine, there would definitely be more debris sealed inside. The amazing harvest seemed to be waiting for the cultivators in Lusheng to discover. The large number of high-quality remains and fragments, coupled with the possibility of encountering the tribal cultivators at any time, were destined to be a harvest trip. Before the joy in his heart could fade away, there was a sudden change. The yellow sand in the sky suddenly swept over. The entire world was like this, and there was no possibility of dodging at all. All cultivators, listen up. Immediately form a formation and resist the impact of this sandstorm. The super experts in charge of leading the teams gave their orders one after another, their expressions extremely solemn. The cultivators of Lusheng City didn't hesitate at all. They all released defensive equipment similar to shields, and some of them were divine weapons. Against the attack of the sandstorm that contained the power of the rule, the effect of defensive spells was extremely poor. On the contrary, a physical shield was more effective, or a special cloak that could resist the wind and sand. The servant cultivators of the tribe had the advantage at this moment. After all, they were more skilled in this type of combat. A more effective method would be to use rule-bending power to resist, which would definitely have a suppressive effect. However, most of the cultivators in Lusheng had not mastered rule force at all. Even the super strong ones were only so. In the face of the sandstorm, the only way to break through was to form a formation to protect themselves. This place was only the edge. The truly good things were all in the core area. In the blink of an eye, the Lu Cheng cultivators had formed their own defensive formation under the command of the commander. Some were like balls, some were like giants, and they were completely covered by all kinds of divine shields. He wouldn't let a single grain of sand come into contact with the cultivators in Lusheng. In the end, countless monsters suddenly appeared in the sandstorm. They were either running on the ground or dancing in the air, sweeping over in an overwhelming manner. There were also some remnant wool monsters that were as large as mountains, blocking the way forward. The strength of these monsters was comparable to super powerhouses, or even slightly stronger. At that moment, the cultivators in the tower were secretly glad that no supremacies had entered. Otherwise, they would have died. A battle between supremacies affected a large area, and even low-level cultivators would be killed like ants. However, the obstacle in front of him was similarly not easy to overcome. In the blink of an eye, the sandstorm collided with the cultivators of Lu Cheng, and the roars and howls of the cultivators were endless. In an instant, the world turned dark, and there was not a single source of light. It was as if he was the only one left. Only those who had experienced it would know how dangerous the current situation was. They didn't know whether their other companions were dead or alive. At this moment, all the cultivators in Lusheng City were struggling to hold on, waiting to break through the blockade of the sandstorm and remnant wool monsters. From time to time, screams and roars could be heard. This proved that it was not as easy to break through the blockade of the sandstorm as they had imagined. As time went by, the perception of the cultivators became more and more sluggish, and they could only mechanically attack according to orders. Every time the commander gave an order, they would operate according to the instructions. The whole process was like a part of a machine. After an unknown amount of time, the sound of the wind and sand gradually died down, and the battle cries also became almost non-existent. The cultivators of Lu Cheng worked together and killed countless monsters. Finally, they got rid of the sandstorm. Looking at the surrounding environment, it was still filled with yellow sand. However, on the vast and boundless land, there were crystals that looked like sharp swords stabbed into the ground. There were countless remains of ancient creatures sealed in these crystals, and among them were treasures similar to blood. There was no time to count the casualties. The cultivators of Lu Cheng immediately rushed to the huge crystals, ready to dig out the sealed remains. Chapter 3457. Fighting on their own. 1. Around the mountain-like crystal mine, there were nearly 1,000 cultivators from Lu Cheng who were digging at the waist of the mountain. This was Lu Cheng's group, which had been separated from the main group. After breaking through the barrier of the sandstorm, the cultivators discovered that their companions had all disappeared. They had no idea where they had gone. When he tried to contact her, there was no response. It was obvious that his divine sense was suppressed by the hidden rules. The cultivators of Lu Cheng didn't find it strange that such a situation occurred, because similar examples were everywhere. After all, a special space like this was equivalent to an independent world, and it also had rules to operate. It was completely normal for laws to block divine sense. In a dangerous environment, the first thing he had to do was to ensure his own safety, and then find a way to contact his companions. The main task was still to excavate the crystal mine. There were countless precious treasures hidden in the mountain-like crystal mines, and the cultivators in Lu City were eager to dig them out. It was indeed a treasure land that had not been excavated. It didn't take long for them to have a pleasant harvest. Out of safety considerations, as long as the crystal shell of the fragment was not destroyed, the cultivators of the Lusheng would try their best to ensure that it was intact. Instead, he sealed it and brought it back to the camp to open it. With this, even if there were monsters with lingering thoughts inside the crystal shell, they would not explode on the spot. This required sufficient skill and time. If it was mining under normal circumstances, such a laborious method would not be used. After all, there were enough powerhouses guarding the camp, and even the most powerful residual thought monsters could be killed on the spot. However, in a special environment, special treatment methods had to be adopted, and it was impossible to do so even if it took time and effort. This was because the strongest cultivators in the team were super powerhouses and elementary divine generals. Some of the teams that were separated didn't even have any. In order to avoid being noticed by wandering residual thought monsters or being ambushed by tribal cultivators, he had to be as careful as possible. Despite being in a dangerous situation, the cultivators of Lucheng were not flustered and remained in an orderly manner. No matter the time, there had to be a plan for every operation, and the bigger the organization, the more so. In such a special environment, the cultivators of Lucheng would choose to cooperate and share the benefits together. Some cultivators were in charge of excavating, some were in charge of guarding, and some were in charge of scouting. They searched for traces of their companions, clues about the enemy, and investigated the nearby crystal mines and monster distribution. These were all information that he had to grasp. He definitely couldn't just bury himself in digging, or he might not even know how he died. After all the work, all the benefits were given to others. Every mission was very important, and there was no distinction between high and low. It was even more dangerous than mining. It was only natural for them to share the benefits. However, as the excavator of the treasure, he would take 10% of it and split the remaining 90% equally. With this rule in place, the cultivators would not feel that they were at a disadvantage. The team in front of them was led by Tang Zhen. There were nearly 1,000 cultivators in total. When he passed through the sandstorm and the interception of the monsters, Tang Zhen clearly felt an abnormality. It seemed that there was a rule force that was separating the cultivators in the building. Due to the cover of the sandstorm, the cultivators in Lucheng couldn't detect it. Even if they knew, they couldn't do anything about it. When the wind and sand passed, they were already in different places. The area of this world was extremely large. It was simply impossible to quickly find and gather his companions. Such a situation made people suspicious. Was it specifically targeted at intruders, and then destroyed one by one after dispersing? If that was the case, there must be a hidden master in this special world formed by the remains. Tang Zhen, who was aware of this, maintained a high level of vigilance to avoid being targeted by the master of this world. The controller might not be able to do as he pleased, but he could definitely create some small problems easily. To the intruders, it was a real catastrophe. If they had a choice, no one would be willing to be targeted like this. That would simply be bad luck. Ever since he entered the crystal mine world, Tang Zhen had been keeping a low profile to avoid unnecessary trouble. His goal was very simple, which was to collect the remains. He could not be bothered with other things. In this team of cultivators, Tang Zhen was the strongest. He had been the guardian since the beginning. Fatty led the cultivators of Lucheng and dug quickly above the crystal mine. Every time, they would go straight to the location of the fragments. The Fatty, who had awakened his innate magical ability, had an advantage that the cultivators in other buildings could not compare to in terms of digging and detecting mines. With him in charge, the cultivators in Lucheng were in charge of the excavation, which was much faster than normal. Cultivators could divide their attention, and the stronger they were, the more they could do so. Commanding 1,000 cultivators was not a problem at all. Compared to his usual simple and silent self, Fatty, who was the commander, was in a completely different state. His commands were decisive and direct. He didn't drag things out and had the air of a general. His performance made Lucheng's cultivators secretly sigh. He was indeed a cultivator invited by Lucheng. With Fatty's command, the huge crystal mine began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. No matter how fast the others were, at least the cultivators in Lucheng City who had participated in the operation had never had such an experience. At this moment, they finally realized that after awakening their innate abilities, they would have such a huge advantage. Many cultivators were envious and secretly made up their minds to find a way to live. Once he activated his innate divine ability, he would definitely benefit endlessly. However, it wasn't as easy as he thought to obtain the blood and activate his innate divine ability. They had paid a huge price and worked hard, but the result was likely to be empty. No matter what the result was, he had to take a gamble. Otherwise, how could he know if he wouldn't succeed? There were also some cultivators in the city who would occasionally sneak a glance at Tang Zhen in the air with a trace of worry in their eyes. They did not know much about Tang Zhen. They only knew that he had just advanced to become a super expert and had participated in this operation. Among the super experts in the camp, Tang Zhen's experience was the least. This caused many of the cultivators in Lucheng to feel uneasy. They were afraid that Tang Zhen's strength wasn't enough and it would be difficult for him to deal with the crisis that might occur. However, the cultivators of Lucheng City had no right to question it, or they would be severely punished. In the midst of danger, he actually dared to question the commander-in-chief. He simply didn't know what was good for him. Moreover, other than Tang Zhen, they did not have any other experts to rely on. Even if they had doubts and worries in their hearts, they could only suppress them in their hearts and not dare to reveal them. The commotion caused by mining was not small, and it did not take long for the lingering spirit monsters to be attracted. A few thousand-meter-long dragon skeletons were swiftly wrapped by the yellow sand as they headed straight for the mine where Tang Zhen and the others were located. From their forms and auras, one could tell that each of them was comparable to a super expert. In the face of the aggressive monsters, the guardians had to step out to ensure that the cultivators were not disturbed while mining. The cultivators of Lushenghu had been worried. All looked over, wanting to know how Tang Zhen would deal with this. If Tang Zhen was not a match for them, they had to make a prompt decision and immediately retreat to a safe place. In the blink of an eye, a few monsters with lingering spirits carried the yellow sand and rushed to the front of the mine. If they took one more step forward, the entire mine would be covered, and the cultivators of Lu Cheng would have to escape to protect themselves. Tang Zhen actually did not dodge or evade when faced with the menacing monster. Instead, he directly charged forward. Tang Zhen's means shocked the cultivators in Lusheng. They didn't know if he was brave or reckless to fight the sand monster in close combat. Just as this thought rose in his mind, he heard a series of roars from the yellow sand, and heavy sand and dust fell. The pale white bones of the giant beast fell down one after another. They were already shattered beyond recognition. Tang Zhen's figure appeared in the air. He looked at the dumbfounded cultivators from Lu Cheng and returned to the highest point on the mountain peak. Chapter 3458. Invincible in the same tier 1. He had easily killed a few lingering spirit monsters without suffering any damage, which was enough to prove his strength. The cultivators of Lusheng City, who were originally worried, were secretly rejoicing at all times. They didn't expect Tang Zhen to be so strong. With him here, there was no need to worry about their safety. The cultivators of Lusheng City who had put down their worries naturally went all out to excavate the crystal mine. The efficiency of their harvest had also increased significantly. If this situation continued, they would definitely return with a full load. Every cultivator in Lu City would make a fortune. By then, he would have plenty of resources and points to increase his cultivation or change his equipment. The morale of the cultivators in Lusheng soared. This was naturally the result that Tang Zhen hoped to see. After all, he also had a part of the harvest. As a super expert, Tang Zhen possessed a higher level of autonomy. He did not need to exchange the gains he obtained. Lu Cheng's true goal was for the super experts to cultivate well and continuously improve their strength. Only by possessing formidable strength would he be able to play a greater role in carrying out missions. Time passed slowly. During this period, a few more remnant thought monsters attacked, but they were all easily killed by Tang Zhen. After seeing Tang Zhen's powerful strength, the cultivators in Lu Cheng were even more confident. The lingering spirit monsters that Tang Zhen had killed were all aimless wanderers. If one was unlucky, they would encounter them. If they were lucky enough, they might not even encounter a single one. The lingering spirit monsters had a fixed area of activity. After killing them, there would not be any new monsters appearing for a long time. To the cultivators of Lu City, this was a good thing, as they could avoid a lot of disturbances. However, after such a long time, there were still no cultivators from other Lusheng, which made some cultivators worried. Where did the other cultivators go? Were they safe? As cultivators from the same camp, they shared the same honor and disgrace. It was impossible for them not to worry. The cultivators in charge of scouting had not returned either. No one knew where they had gone. Being in a strange and dangerous world, cultivators like them who went out to investigate were in the most dangerous situation. Because everything was unknown, he had to personally explore it and then think of a way to return the favor. As such, the cultivators in charge of the investigation were all truly strong and could deal with any possible accidents. But even so, they still had a very high rate of loss, and situations of not being able to return often occurred. Just as the cultivators were secretly thinking about this, a figure suddenly flashed in the distance and headed straight for the mine. Looking at their appearance, they were the cultivators from Lusheng who were in charge of investigation. However, they were now covered in injuries. Behind this cultivator was a group of cultivators who were in hot pursuit. The pursuers were the cultivators of the tribe. There were 3 super experts in a large group of minions. After seeing the mine that had been mined, the eyes of these tribal cultivators flashed with an ominous glint, and at the same time, there was an irrepressible greed. Seeing this scene, some cultivators of Lusheng panicked and immediately prepared to fight. "Don't panic, go do what you need to do." Tang Zhen's voice was transmitted over His tone was neither hurried nor slow, but it made the flustered cultivators feel inexplicably at ease. Although there was only one super expert on their side and 3 on the enemy's side, the cultivators in Lusheng had an inexplicable confidence. It was as though with Tang Zhen around, they would be safe. I've heard that the cultivators of Lucheng are brave and valiant. When they fight against cultivators of the same level, they can even fight 1 against 3. However, most of the cultivators had only heard about it and had never seen it with their own eyes, so it was inevitable that they would have doubts in their hearts. Today's the perfect opportunity. I'll show you what it means to crush with violence. Tang Zhen's voice had just faded when he actually took the initiative to attack once again. He directly charged towards the tribal cultivators. In the blink of an eye, he passed by the cultivator in charge of scouting and helped him return to the camp of the Lucheng cultivators. Be careful, the enemy is very strong. The cultivator in charge of scouting was about to warn Tang Zhen, but he was dumbfounded halfway through his words. At this moment, Tang Zhen had already killed his way into the enemy's camp. He raised his hand and blew up a super expert of the tribe. Pieces of flesh flew all over the sky. That super expert only had a head left, and his face was filled with fear and despair. He had never thought that he would meet such an end after chasing the enemy so aggressively. His self-proclaimed tyrannical body was actually like a rotten watermelon, easily smashed into dregs. Come and cover me. That lonely head emitted a roar. It was afraid that Tang Zhen would catch up and give it another blow. If that was the case, he would definitely die. Cultivator Lucheng, die. Despicable and shameless, hand over your life. The 2 supreme experts from the same camp were also bewildered, but they did not hesitate to attack. Their initial judgment was that Tang Zhen should have used a remarkable secret technique. That was why he was able to kill with a single strike. However, this kind of secret technique required an all-out attack. Whether it succeeded or failed, one would face a situation of exhaustion. If he were to counterattack at this time, the enemy would be powerless to resist and could only obediently accept his fate. Even if Tang Zhen didn't use his secret technique, the experts of the 2 tribes had to do their best. Firstly, it was to cover their companions' retreat. Secondly, they had to work together to kill Tang Zhen. They knew very well how strong the cultivators of Lu City were. If ordinary cultivators of the tribe joined them, their strength would increase rapidly. As such, none of the cultivators from the other tribes dared to let their guard down when they were fighting the cultivators from Lusheng. They all went all out. They wouldn't care about using numbers to bully the few. On the contrary, they would rather have the advantage in numbers and form a crushing situation. In a life-and-death battle, no one would care about morality and rules. Seeing this scene, the cultivators in Lusheng City were worried. They really didn't want to see Tang Zhen meet with an accident. If Tang Zhen was killed by the enemy, it would be equivalent to the defeat of the Lucheng cultivators. Due to the suppression of their realms, the chances of turning the tide of the battle were very low. However, there was also a possibility that Lucheng's cultivators would counterattack and defeat the 2 super experts of the enemy. The probability of this was not high. It could be said that there were very few cultivators who could kill people above their level. The battle between super powerhouses actually happened in the blink of an eye. A furious roar was heard as the 3 figures collided with each other. However, they separated in the blink of an eye. At this moment, he looked at Tang Zhen and saw that he was holding a head in his hand. He was a super expert of the enemy. The super expert on the opposite side was currently staring at Tang Zhen in a daze. He seemed to be unable to believe what he had just experienced. 2 super experts besieged him, but in the end, one of them was killed by Tang Zhen, and his head was forcefully pulled off. Ah, Yingluo! The head in Tang Zhen's hand suddenly emitted an unwilling roar. It was simply unable to accept the result of this battle. You're too noisy. Tang Zhen casually flicked his hand, and the expert's head directly flew out, colliding with the head of another super expert. I'm still lacking you. Tang Zhen grinned, but in the eyes of the enemy, it was incomparably sinister, as if he was a messenger who wanted to take away one's life. The rumors about the cultivators in Lucheng and the fear he had experienced in the past all came to his mind at the same time. The super expert roared and turned to flee without hesitation. He didn't have the courage to fight anymore. You want to run? It's too late. One could only hear Tang Zhen's voice, but not see his figure. The super expert who was running away had already been blown up in the air. Only a head was left, and it was caught by Tang Zhen, who appeared in an instant. When the cultivators of Lusheng saw this, they immediately burst into cheers and looked at Tang Zhen with respect. Chapter 3459, Capturing the Miners. 1-3 enemy powerhouses were beheaded, which was equivalent to victory. The remaining tribal cultivators couldn't even withstand a single blow. Tang Zhen did not kill them all. Instead, he captured all of them and turned them into slaves for mining. He didn't beat, scold, or kill them, only using them to mine. The cultivators of the tribe, who had just survived the disaster, naturally did not dare to have any more crooked thoughts. They all cooperated obediently with the excavation. His life was the most important, and a little effort was nothing. The cultivators of Lu City were also happy. They had avoided a disaster and now had a group of helpers. Moreover, they were all mining veterans and didn't need much guidance at all. Each of them was very experienced. With the addition of this group of cultivators, the efficiency of mining increased, which was a pleasant surprise for the cultivators of Lucheng. Some of the cultivators in Lusheng City thought to themselves, if we can catch more tribal cultivators, won't we have more gains? They were not the only ones who thought this way. Tang Zhen also had such thoughts. He summoned the cultivators in Lusheng who were in charge of investigation and asked them about the situation in the outside world. Then, he would take action according to plan. Compared to the cultivators in Lucheng, the tribesmen had more people and were also luckier. After many teams entered, they quickly found their companions and gathered together to act together. At the very least, there were 3 to 5 super experts, and at most, there were more than a dozen of them. They were running amok in this desert. This was a matter of course. Only by gathering together could the cultivators ensure a higher level of safety. However, for the cultivators in Lucheng, this situation was very dangerous. They might face a situation where they were outnumbered. Although the cultivators of Lu City were strong, not all of them were as fierce as Tang Zhen, who could easily kill the enemy. When the enemy had the advantage, it was best to avoid it in time to avoid casualties. The main purpose of the cultivators of Lucheng entering the Quangchu was to collect the remains and kill the enemy cultivators. Some things should be done if they could, and there was no need to force it if they couldn't. In a situation where the enemy was strong while they were weak, it was natural to avoid the enemy's sharp edge. However, after Tang Zhen was replaced, the situation had become completely different. He would definitely not be afraid and hide. Instead, he would choose to take the initiative to attack. Other people fought and killed for the sake of killing, while Tang Zhen did it for the sake of mining and harvesting. He was only facing the dilemma of a lack of manpower. Under such circumstances, Tang Zhen had to take the initiative to attack and capture the strong men to work for him. Without enough strength and confidence, one would not dare to have such a thought. The cultivator in charge of the investigation was shocked by Tang Zhen's valiance, and his heart was filled with respect. After listening to Tang Zhen's inquiry, the cultivator immediately told him the information he had obtained from the previous reconnaissance without missing a single detail. After Tang Zhen heard this, he decided to go out and hunt. After making arrangements for the cultivators in Lucheng, Tang Zhen went straight to the area where the enemy was active. He didn't hide his whereabouts at all. The distance between the two sides was only a few hundred miles. Tang Zhen soon saw a mine where many tribal cultivators gathered. At the same time, there was also a super strong person in charge of guarding the place to prevent any sneak attacks from enemies and monsters. After seeing Tang Zhen in the distance, the tribe's expert let out a furious roar and flew straight at Tang Zhen. When he saw that Tang Zhen was alone, he thought that victory was already in his grasp. As long as they could delay Tang Zhen, their companions would be able to quickly return to help and surround Tang Zhen. The plan was quite good. In the end, just as he approached Tang Zhen, he saw 3 heads floating up. The 3 heads looked ferocious and kept wailing. They were the 3 super experts who had left. Upon seeing this scene, the tribe's expert who was charging at Tang Zhen cursed in his heart. He turned around and fled without the slightest hesitation. 3 super experts had been killed by Tang Zhen. How could he be a match for him? Since he couldn't beat them, there was no need to hold on. Escaping from danger in time was the right way. The cultivators of the tribe were even more terrified. They didn't expect that the 3 super experts would only return with bare heads after chasing the enemy cultivators. However, the 3 heads were still in the hands of the cultivators of Lucheng, and they looked like they could not escape. While they were still in shock, the Lucheng cultivator waved his hand and the heads of the 3 super experts shot out like cannonballs. In the blink of an eye, the 3 heads had already surrounded the expert, gnawing at him like wolves. In the process of gnawing, the head continued to scream wildly with an indescribable carefreeness. The super expert who was being gnawed at was both shocked and furious. He didn't expect to encounter such a crisis. Damn it, are you crazy? Why are you attacking me? While he was screaming, he was still trying his best to dodge, trying to escape from the three heads. Because we can only live after eating you. Ha ha ha, another bite, it's so comfortable. Damn bastard, can you stop moving? The three hideous heads kept letting out hideous roars and uttering crazy words that would make people go crazy. Looking at their appearance, it was obvious that they had lost their minds and were in a state of loss of control. It was obvious that these three heads had been refined by a secret technique and became the enemy's weapon. Realizing this, the super expert became even more terrified and tried his best to escape. The only chance of survival was to escape from this place. As for the other cultivators, he didn't have the time to care about them. Whether they lived or died was all up to luck. At this moment, the super powerhouses were already too busy with their own affairs to care about anything else. Who would have thought that no matter how he tried to expel them, the three heads were like maggots attached to his bones, and there was no way to get rid of them. He then looked at Tang Zhen, who didn't make a move and only coldly watched him fight with the three heads. The super expert gradually despaired. He knew that he would not have the slightest possibility of escaping if Tang Zhen were to make a move. Bastard, don't force me to do it. The super expert's body was already in a sorry state from being bitten, and there was not a single intact spot. However, the more he wanted to escape, the more the three heads chased and bit him. The panic in his heart was almost indescribable. Don't struggle anymore, you're dead for sure. Tang Zhen's voice was transmitted over, causing that super expert's expression to change. His expression instantly became incomparably ferocious. No one can kill me, no one. Run! The super powerhouse roared in anger and immediately used a secret skill, ready to detonate his rule power to escape. Explode! He saw smoke billowing, and the sky was filled with flashing golden light, accompanied by waves of dizziness. Who would have thought that at this moment, the three heads would become as huge as mountains and bite at the super expert viciously? His escape route was blocked. The super expert was on the verge of collapse, but he still tried to escape regardless of everything. However, at this moment, a giant hand descended from the sky and grabbed the super expert. Before he could struggle to dodge, the giant hand clenched and crushed the super expert's body. The super expert let out a miserable cry and no longer moved. When the smoke dispersed, Tang Zhen's figure appeared. There were four heads floating behind him. That super expert didn't manage to escape and eventually became Tang Zhen's prey. The cultivators of the tribes on the ground had witnessed the battle and knew that it was impossible to escape. At this moment, there was silence as they waited for the final judgment. If you want to live, then obediently accept my enslavement and follow me back to the mine. If they were unwilling, they would try to escape and avoid the pursuit of the four heads. If you succeed, you can escape. If you fail, you'll be reduced to ashes. It's all up to you. Chapter 3460. The army is in perfect condition. 1. In the face of the powerful Tang Zhen and the four mountain-like heads, the thousands of cultivators of the tribe chose to surrender. They were extremely clear in their hearts. Although they had the advantage in numbers, it was impossible for them to be Tang Zhen's match. The four super experts who were in charge of leading the group had all died in Tang Zhen's hands. Where did they get the confidence to resist and escape? Obediently becoming a prisoner and accepting slavery was the wisest way. For cultivators who surrendered, both sides would not make things difficult for them. Instead, they would be treated kindly as much as possible. After all, cultivation was not easy, and everyone served their own masters, so there was no need to be ruthless. This was especially true for the cultivators of the origin realm. They would rarely go to the extreme and leave themselves with no way out. Under Tang Zhen's escort, the captives came to the camp of the cultivators in Lusheng and joined the mining team. Seeing Tang Zhen return victorious once again, Lu Cheng's cultivators cheered thunderously. There was no need to say the joy in their hearts. Previously, Tang Zhen had killed 3 super experts in a row, which gave the cultivators in Lusheng strong confidence and admitted that he had extremely strong combat power. At the same time, he was certain of one thing. The cultivation strength of a super expert was not directly related to the time it took to advance. However, they had never heard of someone like Tang Zhen, who was such a powerful super expert after just advancing. After the other supreme experts had advanced, they would not be so fierce and be able to kill 3 old tribe experts in one battle. Seeing Tang Zhen return victorious and kill a super expert, the Lu Cheng cultivators felt that it was only natural. With the power to fight 1 against 3, killing an expert of the tribe was as easy as stretching out his hand. After capturing the cultivators from the tribes twice, the number of cultivators mining had exceeded 5,000. This was already a rather large lineup. According to the normal team formation, a super expert would lead about 1,000 cultivators. Tang Zhen had killed 4 enemy powerhouses and captured all the cultivators of the tribe. It was normal for him to have such a number. With so many people, their momentum immediately changed. As the number of cultivators increased, the speed of mining increased by several times, and the mine gradually became riddled with holes. Thousands of cultivators worked together and excavated continuously, like ants gnawing on an elephant. There didn't seem to be much change on the surface, but the inside was already riddled with holes. The efficiency of mining was quite amazing. The fatty was the main reason for their high efficiency. Perhaps due to the special way of awakening, fatty had a special ability, which was to sense the location of the remains. Ordinary cultivators found the remains based on experience and luck. There was no way for them to sense it. This was because the crystal mine contained the power of rules, which could interfere with perception and shield it, even for peak-stage divine generals. However, Fatty could release his bloodline power when he touched the crystal mine, turning the crystal mine into his flesh and blood in an instant. In that instant, Fatty could sense the situation in his body and determine the specific location of the remains. According to the distribution of the remains, they would draw up a route to excavate and then assign tasks. Some of the Fatty's operations made it very easy for cultivators to dig. They only needed to move towards the predetermined goal. The cultivators had never seen such a method of mining before, so they could vaguely guess the ability that Fatty had. At the same time that he was shocked and envious, he also felt a deep sense of relief. He didn't expect that he would be assigned to such a team. A super master who had just advanced had easily killed 4 powerful enemies and captured thousands of tribal cultivators. The other one had awakened an innate divine ability. Not only could he easily kill the remnant thought monsters, but he also seemed to be able to detect the location of the remains. If that was the case, the special talent that Fatty possessed would probably be envied even by exalts. Even supremacy-level cultivators needed some of the materials in the remains to cultivate. They would even personally participate in mining. With the help of Fatty's ability, the exalts would have an extremely easy time searching for ores. If this ability was proven, Fatty's importance would immediately increase, and even a super master would not be able to compare to him. Perhaps this would be the last time they would cooperate with Fatty to carry out a mission. Next time, Fatty's teammates would become supremacy-level powerhouses. The cultivators of Lu Cheng and the tribes were shocked. Tang Zhen's domineering killing of the tribe's experts made them both shocked and angry. They sighed that the cultivators of Lu City were indeed hiding dragons and crouching tigers. When they arrived at the mine, the fat man in charge of the mining gave the cultivators of the tribe quite a shock. After guessing Fatty's ability, the cultivators of the tribe sighed again. Lu Cheng's cultivators were indeed strong. A random team they encountered actually had 2 powerful cultivators with amazing strength and means. As expected, his reputation was well deserved, and there was no injustice in being defeated by Lu Cheng's cultivators. Now that they had fallen into the hands of the cultivators of Lu City and were collectively enslaved, the cultivators of the tribe had suppressed their desire to resist. As long as he could keep his life, he didn't mind becoming a mine slave. Cultivators were different from mortals. They didn't need to be shackled or whipped. They would take the initiative to complete the assigned tasks seriously. On the surface, they were no different from servant cultivators. Similarly, there was no need to specially detain them. As long as Tang Zhen was there, the captured cultivators of the tribe would not be able to escape. If there was really someone who was not afraid of death and dared to try to escape this area, the rule power hidden in his body would explode in an instant. If it was a law of fire, it would be instantly burned to ashes. If it was a law of ice, it would be turned into a block of ice in an instant. Every cultivator who was captured knew the consequences of escaping, and no one would seek death. Everything was calm after that. Neither the monsters nor the cultivators showed any signs of being nearby. At the same time that Tang Zhen was on guard and cultivating, there was one more thing that he had to do. It was to refine a spirit pill for Fatty to recover his energy. There was a limit to using one's innate divine ability to explore a crystal mine. It would also cause a loss of one's blood essence. Even though Fatty's physique was extraordinary, he simply couldn't withstand such an examination. Tang Zhen discovered the problem in time. He immediately used the remains of the ancient creatures as the raw material and began to use the heaven and earth as the furnace to refine the spirit pill. This series of actions was not hidden from outsiders and was clearly seen by the cultivators. Many cultivators were dumbfounded when they saw Tang Zhen easily refining the remains of ancient creatures and supplementing it with various materials to refine spirit pills. Many cultivators in Lusheng City knew how to refine pills from the void, but they couldn't compare to Tang Zhen. There were different levels of cultivation, and the same was true for the 100 arts techniques in the cultivation world. Some cultivators had a basic understanding of the technique, while some cultivators had succeeded in their cultivation. Compared to Tang Zhen's pill refining methods, some of the cultivators who had once bragged about their pill refining skills in public wished that they could bury their heads in the mud. Comparing the methods of both sides, it was like comparing clouds and mud. The more he thought about it, the more ashamed he felt. The Lu Cheng cultivators who knew of Tang Zhen's methods weren't surprised. After all, Tang Zhen was already the strongest alchemist in the hunting camp. The best alchemists in the city were gathered there. For Tang Zhen to be able to obtain the first place, his strength was naturally at the divine transcendence level. The cultivators all had different thoughts, but Tang Zhen's methods really made the cultivators sigh in admiration. With the spirit pills provided by Tang Zhen, Fatty was even more like a tiger that had grown wings. The speed at which he investigated the crystal mine also became faster and faster. Chapter 3461, The Guy Who Courted Death. 1. With the combined efforts of thousands of cultivators, a mine was successfully excavated, turning into a honeycomb. Although the crystal mine was still there, it was already empty and no longer had any value. It was time to move to a new mine to continue mining. Fortunately, there was no shortage of crystal mines in this world. The only difference was the size. Tang Zhen had already completed the exploration of this crystal mine before it was completely excavated. Moreover, he had already found the next mining area. When the excavation was completed, thousands of cultivators immediately moved to the new Guangzhou. When they arrived at the destination, Fatty was in charge of the exploration, and the cultivators in Lu Cheng excavated according to plan. With their cooperation, the success rate of the excavation was shockingly high. No matter if it was the cultivators or the servants, they didn't need to care about anything else and only needed to concentrate on mining. Tang Zhen was in charge of the defense mission. At the same time, he was also continuously increasing his strength. Although it was only a clone, it could be of great use at a critical moment. After moving to a new mine, new monsters came to harass them. However, they were still easily killed by Zhen Tang. After some time, there was movement in the distance. A large group of cultivators was approaching the mine. When the two sides met, they realized that these cultivators were not enemies. They were also cultivators of Lusheng. The leader was a god general, followed by a super expert, and more than 2,000 cultivators from Lu City. When they saw the formation of Tang Zhen's group, the other party was slightly stunned. Clearly, the number of cultivators had far exceeded their expectations. Why do you have so many cultivators from the tribe? Tang Zhen was only a newly promoted super expert. He didn't have much of a reputation and that divine general didn't even know him. On the other hand, that super expert knew about the deal that Tang Zhen had made in the past. He knew that Tang Zhen had only just completed his advancement. A super expert like him would definitely have average strength. He would be lacking in both reputation and experience. If it wasn't for the special circumstances, they wouldn't even be qualified to lead a team to carry out a mission. It was due to the above reasons that the super experts could not help but have a trace of contempt when looking at Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen simply explained that he had defeated a few experts from the tribe and then captured the cultivators that they had led. That divine general frowned slightly after hearing Tang Zhen's explanation. However, the super expert felt disdain in his heart. From their point of view, the matter was definitely not as Tang Zhen had said. How could a super expert who had just advanced defeat 4 super experts? The biggest possibility was that Tang Zhen had picked up a bargain and obtained these captives. Although he thought that he had seen through the truth, he didn't point it out. This could be considered to have left some face for Tang Zhen. But in his heart, he had other thoughts. By right, after the two parties met, they should have immediately separated and searched for a new crystal mine to excavate on their own. However, the divine generals and the super experts did not choose to leave. Instead, they chose to camp nearby and began to excavate in a small crystal mine. In name, it was a nice way to put it. If the two sides were together, they could deal with any danger together. However, anyone with a discerning eye would know that the other party was likely to have other plans. The thousands of cultivators in the tribe were of great value at this moment. They could help to obtain more remains. However, these cultivators were all under Tang Zhen's control and had nothing to do with them. Even if he obtained any benefits, they would only belong to Tang Zhen. This immortal general and super powerhouse obviously had evil thoughts and wanted to take all the benefits for themselves. However, this kind of behavior involved disputes of interests, and a little carelessness would violate the rules. The other party was not willing to give up so easily, so he could only wait for an opportunity. It didn't take long for the two cultivators with ulterior motives to discover Fatty's special ability. This shock was no small matter, but it was followed by a strong sense of ecstasy. If he could control Fatty and take in thousands of cultivators from the tribe, the harvest of this mining operation would be immeasurable. The more he thought about it, the more he was moved. Those thoughts that he shouldn't have were now becoming more and more determined. Tang Zhen was clearly able to sense that there was someone peeking at him in the dark. The person contained a dense enmity. Tang Zhen pretended to be unaware of such a situation. However, he was coldly laughing in his heart. These two greedy idiots probably didn't even know that they were seeking their own deaths. Tang Zhen was such a ferocious figure. He even dared to kill a peak divine general. How could he be afraid of these two enemies? Even though it was only a clone, he was confident that he could kill the other party as well. Of course, Tang Zhen would definitely not take the initiative to attack before the other party made a move. It had taken a lot of effort for his avatar to sneak into the tower. Tang Zhen did not want to waste this identity in vain. Therefore, even if he were to make a move, he had to be reasonable. Even if he was later held accountable, he would have enough reasons to escape. After another 2 days, the super expert suddenly left. No one knew where he went. Very quickly, that god general found Tang Zhen and asked to borrow the tribe's cultivators. He also hoped that Fatty could go over and help. He also claimed that as cultivators of Lu City, they should help each other and should not keep all the benefits to themselves. As for how to compensate for the borrowed manpower, the other party did not say a word, as if taking advantage of him was only natural. Tang Zhen expressed that they were seriously short of manpower and there was no way to lend it to others, so he asked the divine general to think of another way. As if he had already expected Tang Zhen's answer, the divine general merely sneered before he returned to the small mine in silence. However, he didn't know that the gaze Tang Zhen used to look at him was no different from a dead person. After a period of time, the supreme experts who had left secretly returned to the camp. Not long after, he saw dust rolling in the distance, and it was obvious that there were monsters with lingering thoughts coming. The powerful being had just returned, and the lingering spirit monster had followed closely behind. This situation was obviously not right. Tang Zhen was even more clear that this was a plot against him. When the lingering spirit monster launched an attack, Tang Zhen, who was the guardian, must intercept it. Before he could step out of the formation to face the enemy, the super expert from the small mine opposite had already called for Tang Zhen to fight together. Under such circumstances, Tang Zhen simply did not have any reason to refuse. He had to join the group to face the enemy. Once Tang Zhen joined in, the enemy's plot would succeed. The plan was simple but effective. Tang Zhen was unable to refuse. While killing the eventide monsters, Tang Zhen was likely to be attacked by his companions. The divine generals and super experts were confident that they could kill Tang Zhen by themselves and that there was no possibility of failure. If Tang Zhen, accidentally, died, both Fatty and the cultivators of the tribe would be under their command. However, how would he know that Tang Zhen was also waiting for this moment? He would naturally not reject the other party's invitation. He saw that there were countless monsters hidden in the yellow sand that was getting closer and closer. Each of them had an extremely ferocious appearance. Even super experts had to be careful. Under the gazes of the cultivators from both sides, 3 figures rushed into the yellow sand, and a fierce battle began. Because of the sand, the cultivators couldn't see the battle clearly and could only wait for the situation to develop. If there was an order later that required them to provide support, the cultivators of Lusheng had to immediately step into the battlefield. In battles like this, the super strong cultivators would take the lead first before the Lu Cheng cultivators could take action. The roars of the monster and the proud laughter of the divine general could be heard from the flying sand. The super expert also shouted, but it was obvious that he was shocked and angry. He didn't know what had happened. The battle didn't last long. The sand quickly dissipated, and the ground was filled with broken skeletons. There was only one figure hovering in the sky, looking coldly at the cultivators of Lusheng in the small mine. The god general and super master leading you died in an accident while fighting the remnant will monster. According to the rules set before the battle, I will be responsible for taking you in. The cultivators in the small mine looked at each other and cupped their fists at Tang Zhen at the same time. Yes, sir. Chapter 3462. The Land of Confrontation. 1. An elementary divine general and a super expert had fallen without a sound, not even leaving a corpse. Even if someone was suspicious, there was no way to question and verify. Those with discerning eyes could see clearly that the divine general and the super expert did not have good intentions. When this group of remnant thought monsters attacked, the most likely result would be that Tang Zhen would be attacked and die on the spot. In the end, the battle ended with the most impossible result, shocking the subordinates of the god general and the super expert. Their hearts were filled with fear and confusion, but they didn't dare to make a move, pretending to know nothing about the conspiracy. Although he could report this to Lu Cheng for judgment after he got out, his scheme would be exposed. As insiders, they did not stop or inform Tang Zhen. They could also be considered accomplices. The punishment they might receive would definitely not be any lighter than the masterminds, and it would serve as a warning to others. Tang Zhen beat them at their own game and killed the god general and the super expert without any problems. Even if they were to be investigated, they could use the excuse that they were forced to protect themselves. No matter how this matter was handled, Tang Zhen would not bear much responsibility. He could even ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For compensation, after all, he was the victim in this matter, and he couldn't bear the grievances for nothing. Although the person who caused the harm had died, the battle points were still there, and they could be used to make up for and appease Tang Zhen. After taking in more than 2,000 cultivators from Lusheng, Tang Zhen's mining team had expanded once again. It had already become a huge lineup of more than 7,000. With the addition of these cultivators, the efficiency of mining increased again, more than twice as fast as before. Seeing that these cultivators' performance was not bad, Tang Zhen used the remains to open a furnace and refine pills. Then, he distributed them as rewards. Every time he opened the furnace to refine pills, there would be close to 10,000 pills, ensuring that every cultivator would be able to obtain them. Tang Zhen's pill refinement methods had already obtained the acknowledgement of the cultivators. Those who saw it all had the thought of feeling ashamed of their inferiority. His pill refining methods weren't as good as Tang Zhen's, but he didn't lack the ability to distinguish between pills. After seeing the pills that Tang Zhen distributed, the cultivators were surprised and happy. It turned out that Tang Zhen had actually used a special method to remove all the residual thoughts and poison from the remains, so that the cultivators could consume it with ease. Furthermore, it had extraordinary effects and could almost be called a divine pill. A pill of this level couldn't be bought with money. Even the alchemy masters who had the ability to make it would disdain to make a pill of this level. Tang Zhen used the best pill refining methods to refine pills that were most suitable for low-level cultivators. This method made the cultivators sigh with emotion. The moment they received the pill, the cultivators of Lu Cheng bowed to Tang Zhen in unison to express their gratitude. The captured cultivators of the tribe were even more excited. They didn't expect that they would receive such a generous reward even though they were guilty. Clearly, in Tang Zhen's eyes, he did not treat them as slaves or captives. Instead, he treated them all equally. His originally anxious and hostile attitude had also quietly changed and wavered because of Tang Zhen's actions. After some time, the first mine was also emptied, and they had to move to the next location. With Tang Zhen in charge of leading the team, thousands of cultivators followed closely behind as they slowly advanced on the sea of sand. There was no shortage of crystal mines nearby, but they were all small-scale mines. Ordinary teams of 1,000 people would not even be interested in them, let alone a large team like Tang Zhen. The only option was to head deeper into the desert. After traveling for another few hundred miles, they saw a giant crystal mine rising into the sky, more than 10,000 times the size of an ordinary crystal mine. Any crystal mine like this would definitely hide precious treasures. There were more than one group of cultivators around the huge crystal mine, and they didn't interfere with each other. The appearance of the group led by Tang Zhen immediately raised the high level of vigilance of these cultivators. When they got close to the crystal mine, they found that there were not only Lu Cheng cultivators but also tribal cultivators. The two sides were evenly matched and had no intention of fighting. They only minded their own business and continued mining. The cultivators entered this space only to mine. Fighting and killing were secondary. If he could kill, he would kill. If he couldn't, he would temporarily endure. Tang Zhen's sudden appearance immediately broke the original balance, allowing the number of cultivators in Lu Cheng to gain the upper hand. The cultivators of the tribe had dark expressions as they prepared for battle. Lu Cheng's cultivators were led by 3 super experts and 1 elementary divine general. During the meeting and assembly, he had met Tang Zhen face to face. Other than that, he had no other communication. At this moment, when he saw that Tang Zhen had many men and he was the only one leading the group, he could not help but feel suspicious. At this moment, 4 heads appeared behind Tang Zhen. They looked extremely ferocious. Seeing this, the super experts from the various large tribes became gloomier and gloomier. They had already recognized the origin of these heads. There was an additional trace of hatred and fear in the gaze he used to look at Tang Zhen. The cultivators of Lu Cheng also understood what was going on when they saw the 4 heads that Tang Zhen had deliberately shown. However, he was bewildered in his heart. He did not believe that Tang Zhen had such strength to be able to kill 4 super experts single-handedly. Perhaps Tang Zhen still had a trump card or a helper of the same level, but they were hidden in the cultivator camp. No matter what the real situation was, he could only rope in an existence like Tang Zhen and not offend him. If Tang Zhen was willing to cooperate and exterminate those tribal cultivators, it would naturally be the best. That initial stage divine general took the initiative to express his goodwill. After greeting Tang Zhen, he proposed to work together to expel the cultivators from the tribe. The cultivators of Lu City occupied the mine and could excavate as they pleased. However, he didn't expect Tang Zhen to directly refuse, expressing that he had no interest in participating in the killing and only wanted to mine seriously. After receiving Tang Zhen's reply, the elementary divine general was slightly dissatisfied, but he did not say anything. Tang Zhen's identity was also a cultivator of Lusheng, so he didn't need to obey the commands of a primary divine general. He was completely qualified to refuse all kinds of unreasonable requests. The two sides parted on bad terms, and the war naturally did not happen. The cultivators of the tribe who were watching secretly heaved a sigh of relief, but they still didn't let down their guard. They were afraid that this was a scheme by the cultivators of the Lusheng sect to make the cultivators of the tribe lower their guard and then launch a sudden attack. While being on guard, they also secretly sent cultivators to search around, hoping to get reinforcements from other tribes. Lu Cheng's side was the same. As for Tang Zhen's refusal to participate in the battle, the elementary divine general was very dissatisfied. However, he didn't have the courage to take the initiative. Like the cultivators of the tribe, they also secretly searched for allies in the hope of getting more help. Tang Zhen led the cultivators under him to find a suitable location. After which, they prepared to start digging. The area he was in the middle of the confrontation between the two sides, and it was also deeper into the crystal mine. The cultivators of both sides did not choose this area. Firstly, they wanted to keep a distance. Secondly, they felt that this area was too barren. Tang Zhen wasn't picky about the location. When he was excavating the crystal mine, he felt that it wasn't reliable. With Fatty's detector, it was far more reliable than what he felt, and the efficiency of mining would be more than 10 times higher. Fatty's operation became more and more skilled. He swallowed a medicinal pill and activated his bloodline ability to begin the detection. Although he used his innate divine ability frequently, it didn't cause any damage to Fatty. On the contrary, he became more and more skilled in using it. The losses caused during this period of time were also made up for by taking medicine, and his strength was constantly improved. Perhaps after a while, Fatty would be able to complete his advancement and become a true super expert. However, as soon as he probed, Fatty scratched his head and revealed a puzzled expression. "What's the situation?" Tang Zhen noticed the abnormality and immediately asked. "There's a big guy buried in the crystal mine under our feet. It's at least a few hundred meters long. With such a huge size, it will definitely condense into a powerful residual thought monster that can break through the shell on its own." Tang Zhen understood Fatty's thoughts. If he felt that he was unable to resist, he would immediately change the excavation location. "How can I miss such a good opportunity? I have to dig it out. As for the lingering spirit monsters, as long as they dare to come out, I have a way to kill them." After receiving Tang Zhen's order, Fatty naturally did not have any more misgivings. He once again used the strength of his bloodline to probe. Chapter 3463. Enemies all around. 1. As an unstable factor that affected the balance between the two sides, the cultivator army led by Tang Zhen was closely monitored at all times. Not only the tribal cultivators, but the Lusheng cultivators were also the same. In such a special environment, killing and death were very common, and in many cases, cultivators would end up dead without any evidence. Even if they belonged to the same camp, they would still launch sneak attacks for the sake of benefits, which made cultivators have to be careful. Compared to the world of Lusheng, which had strict rules, the Origin Realm was a special land. It was actually a paradise for the cultivators in Lusheng to indulge in. The rules made for the cultivators in Lu City could not be implemented in this land. Even if the rules could be implemented, there were many loopholes. The relationship between the cultivators in the city was also very subtle, far from the intimate relationship in the world of the city. In the world of Lusheng, cultivators could leave their backs to their teammates without worry, but it was impossible in the Origin Realm. It was because there was no way to truly trust each other. For example, the elementary divine general from before cooperated with the super expert to set up a trap with the goal of killing Tang Zhen. After killing Tang Zhen, he would be able to take the tribe's cultivators and Fatty as his own, and from there, obtain more benefits. Just this matter alone was enough to show how vicious his thoughts were. He did not treat Tang Zhen as a comrade at all. Fortunately, Tang Zhen's strength was astonishing and he killed these two people with ill intentions on the spot. Otherwise, the unlucky one would have been him. At the end of the day, it was Lusheng's system that had a problem. In order to increase their strength quickly, Lu Cheng had absorbed a large number of cultivators from the Origin Realm. This in itself had many hidden dangers. Many cultivators had enmity with each other before they joined, and it would not be resolved just because they joined. Lu Cheng, however, he was restricted by the rules and could only suppress it in his heart. However, if the right time was found, these cultivators would not hesitate to take action and kill the enemy directly. If one thought that the original extreme realm was like the Lusheng world and that it was omnipotent as a cornerstone platform, one would be gravely mistaken. Tang Zhen was clear about this point and saw through the sinister intentions of those cultivators. That was why he did not hesitate to attack. This matter could not be considered a secret, and it would probably not take long for people to know about the situation at that time. Of the 2,000 cultivators that Tang Zhen had taken in, there must be a confidant of that divine general who would secretly tell him about it. However, Tang Zhen was in the right for this matter and did not mind others knowing about it. However, his reputation would definitely be affected. Regardless of whether he was right or wrong, it was an undeniable fact that he had killed two of his companions. The outsiders had to prevent Tang Zhen from killing them, not because he killed the cultivators from the same camp. The matter had already happened. There was no possibility of salvaging it. Moreover, Tang Zhen did not have the slightest bit of regret. What he wanted to do now was to be a loner, not like other cultivators who formed gangs. Perhaps this would put him in a difficult situation, but it would also make it easier for him to take action. If he had too much contact with other cultivators, it would be easy to expose his own secrets. This was also something that Tang Zhen tried his best to avoid. Due to Fatty's unexpected discovery, Tang Zhen had spent a little more effort to set up a runic magic circle in the outside world. The runic magic circle was also special. It could burn crystal ores and create a huge amount of smoke. Just like the crystal mine itself, this smoke could isolate the detection of divine sense, so that outsiders could not see the entire process of mining. Soon, a thick fog rose from the center of the crystal mine, shrouding all the cultivators who were mining. A trace of disdain rose in the hearts of the cultivators from both sides who were secretly observing. They felt that Tang Zhen was too cautious in his actions. Everyone was the same, so why would they need to hide? Although they felt suspicious and disdainful in their hearts, Tang Zhen's actions also caused both parties to secretly sigh in relief. After all, the appearance of this thick fog was equivalent to demarcating the boundary of the area. Tang Zhen, who wanted to use the thick fog to cover himself, would definitely not lead his subordinates out of the area covered by the thick fog. At the same time, it was also a way to show that they did not want to get involved in the competition between the two sides. It was because of the thick fog that cultivators from both sides did not notice Fatty's special technique. Just as they were minding their own business and digging, Fatty had already completed the survey and confirmed that this crystal mine was indeed incomparably rich. With Fatty's ability, he definitely couldn't explore the entire crystal mine, but the current results were enough to surprise him. As mentioned before, there was a huge piece of debris buried in the crystal mine under their feet. The excavation plan was easy to come up with, but the key was the lingering spirit monster. If it could not be dealt with, the cultivators involved in the excavation might be in danger. This was also the reason why Fatty had hesitated before. If he couldn't kill the monster, it would be the same as seeking death. Since Tang Zhen had said that it was fine, Fatty would definitely not hesitate. He had absolute trust in Tang Zhen. With the order, the excavation officially began. Due to the special circumstances of this place, the cultivators in charge of the excavation were all carefully selected veterans. They carried out the plan strictly and ensured that there would be no mistakes. This point was rather important. It would allow Tang Zhen to have a more stable grasp of success when he took action. Before the operation, Fatty did not deliberately hide the truth and told it to everyone. Hearing that there must be monsters with remnant thoughts, the cultivators became more vigilant. The cultivators all knew about the lingering spirit monsters and had even participated in hunting them, so they were very clear about how terrifying they were. There were strong and weak monsters. According to Fatty's description, this monster's strength was probably quite shocking. Even 3 to 5 ordinary super powerhouses might not be a match for the monster. Although they were apprehensive, the order had already been given, and the cultivators didn't have the courage to refuse. Fortunately, Tang Zhen's earlier performance was astonishing and gave the cultivators quite a bit of confidence. Since they dared to take action, they would definitely have sufficient confidence to win. As for the rest of the cultivators, they were preparing to attack according to Tang Zhen's request. Tang Zhen alone might be able to kill the remnant wool monster, but it would undoubtedly be much more difficult. It was not a wise move to let thousands of cultivators in the city go. If they were well coordinated, thousands of cultivators could attack at the same time and easily kill a super master. Of course, in a normal battle, super powerhouses would not allow low-level cultivators to focus fire on them. Instead, they would use their advantage in level to start a massacre. However, when dealing with monsters with lingering spirits, as long as one could guide them correctly, the success rate of the attack was still very high. Everything was ready, and the mining officially began. Under the Fatty's command, the cultivators began to dig quickly, and broken crystals kept appearing on the ground. "Get ready, we're almost there." Fatty's voice rang out, causing the hearts of the cultivators to tighten. Ka-chok, ka-chok. A crisp cracking sound suddenly rang out, followed by a violent tremor, as if a behemoth was turning over. What followed was a roar that made the cultivators' hearts tremble. They retreated without hesitation. The cultivators knew very well that the monster had already taken form and could devour them at any time. The wisest thing to do was to stay far away from it and not fight it head-on. Just as the cultivators dodged, a huge beast suddenly appeared and let out a deafening roar. Chapter 3464, Killing. Divine Beast with single sword. With a roar, the lingering spirit monster in the thick fog appeared. This strange and dense fog covered a large area, isolating it from the outside cultivators. However, the monster with the lingering spirit still managed to break through the area covered by the smoke, revealing its terrifying body. Under normal circumstances, the strength of a lingering spirit monster would be directly proportional to its body size. The more powerful they were, the larger their bodies were. Not only were the cultivators led by Tang Zhen shocked, but the cultivators from both sides were also frightened by the sudden appearance of the remnant wool monster. Ever since they had entered this small world, they had never seen such a terrifying monster. Just the pressure it released made the cultivators' divine souls tremble. The moment they sensed the monster, the cultivators were certain that they could not fight against it. Even a super expert would not be a match for him. The wisest thing to do was to quickly dodge. Looking at the position of the remnant wool monster, the cultivators from both sides who were originally confronting each other felt a sense of schadenfreude. The cultivators of the tribe were happy because in their eyes, Tang Zhen belonged to the Lu Cheng cultivators' camp. Even if they didn't work together with Lu Cheng's cultivators, they still had to be wary of potential enemies. Currently, a terrifying lingering spirit monster had suddenly appeared in Tang Zhen's camp. Naturally, he could not wait for his entire army to be annihilated. Some of the cultivators from the other tribes were already laughing out loud. In the eyes of these tribal cultivators, the appearance of the remnant will monster was definitely an accident. Tang Zhen's group was simply too unlucky. There were even cultivators who were prepared to capture and kill any fleeing Lu Cheng cultivators who broke into the camp. Looking at the Lu Cheng cultivators' camp, they were also silent, as if they did not notice the change in Tang Zhen's camp. It was obvious that he had made up his mind not to get involved in this matter and decided to watch the fire from the other side to preserve his strength. Such cold behavior made the cultivators of the tribe feel disdainful. They thought that the cultivators of Lusheng City were just so. At this moment, it was unknown how many eyes were locked on Tang Zhen's camp, both in the open and in the dark, to watch the development of the situation. At this moment, an order was given, and the thousands of cultivators in Lusheng let out a low roar at the same time. A light flashed in the thick fog, and dense bolts of lightning descended from the sky, forming a dazzling sea of lightning. Plasma splashed in the thick fog, accompanied by the roar of the monster. The violent movement made the cultivators tremble in fear. The cultivators from both sides who were watching changed their expressions. They originally thought that Tang Zhen's group had encountered a sudden accident and released a terrifying remnant thought monster. However, the coordinated attack of the cultivators in Lusheng City made them immediately realize that Tang Zhen's group had obviously been prepared. The moment the monsters appeared, they immediately attacked. This kind of cooperation was definitely not a hasty battle. If that was the case, it would be a terrifying thing. To dare to do such a thing, one must have enough confidence to kill the terrifying monster. However, facing such a terrifying monster, even if the commanders of both camps worked together, they might not have the confidence to win. If Tang Zhen was able to do it, then he would have to reevaluate his strength and absolutely not provoke him. However, if they were overestimating their own abilities, then things would become very bad. Not only would they be completely annihilated, but there was also a high possibility that the cultivators on both sides would be attacked by the remnant will monsters. After realizing this, the cultivators from both sides were filled with hatred and raised their vigilance. If anything happened, they would immediately escape. In the following period of time, lightning and thunder continued to fall, and the sea of plasma began to spread wantonly. In this terrifying ocean, a terrifying monster as large as a mountain suddenly soared into the sky. This terrifying spirit monster was wrapped in blinding lightning and was moving in and out of its body like maggots. Its terrifying size and aura made the cultivators who were watching the battle confirm once again that this was a terrifying giant beast that could kill super experts in seconds. However, looking at the state of the lingering spirit monster, it seemed to be in great pain. It seemed to be struggling to escape. The commanders of both sides, who were already suspicious, now had gloomy expressions on their faces. They realized that things were not as simple as they had thought. This guy is quite ambitious. He actually wants to try and kill such a terrifying remnant thought monster. The elementary divine general in Lu Cheng's camp mumbled to himself, his eyes filled with mockery and jealousy. If it was up to him to choose, he would definitely not dare to do such a thing. That was no different from courting death. However, a newly advanced super expert had dared to do such a thing. This shocked him, and at the same time, he couldn't help but feel jealous. He did not dare to believe that Tang Zhen possessed such strength. However, the truth was placed in front of his eyes. When he thought about the excessive number of cultivators under Tang Zhen and the 4 enemy heads that were flying in the air, the elementary divine general faintly understood what had happened. This newly advanced cultivator that he had looked down on at the beginning was definitely a true expert, far more terrifying than he had imagined. This thought had just appeared when he saw a figure rushing into the sky. It was Tang Zhen whom he had met before. He raised his hand toward the sky, and the lightning and thunder gathered together, forming a terrifying sword of lightning. At the same time, the power of rules surrounded the giant sword, which easily tore the void. The moment the lightning sword was successfully formed, a frightening aura spread rapidly, causing strange phenomena to appear in all directions. The spectators were all terrified, knowing that no matter what they did, they would not be able to withstand the slash of this sword. The cultivators who originally doubted Tang Zhen's strength and believed that he couldn't deal with the remnant will monster no longer had any doubts in their hearts. This sword of lightning alone could easily kill any cultivator. Some of the super experts were secretly rejoicing that they did not have too much contact with Tang Zhen earlier and did not have any conflicts with him. Provoking such an enemy was truly courting death. Attack. With a command, the lightning sword in the air slashed down, heading straight for the monster. Roar. The lingering spirit monster sensed that danger was approaching and became even more ferocious as it pounced toward Tang Zhen. The difference in their bodies was huge, like an ant and an elephant, but it gave people the feeling that they were evenly matched. It was indeed a top-level battle. In the blink of an eye, life and death had already been determined. The lightning sword cut through the sky, wrapped in rule force, and beheaded the monster in an instant. Die. The residual thought monster spat out an unknown substance that wiped out everything in its path. It was like a black pen, writing a black mark in the air, instantly devouring everything and revealing the void. Tang Zhen was devoured by this mass of matter and disappeared without a trace. He's dead. It's good that he's dead, it's good that he's dead, ha 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 Yingluo. It's a pity. If this cultivator doesn't die today, his name will definitely shake the world in the future. The cultivators watching the battle were incomparably surprised. Although they were shocked by Tang Zhen's strength, they also hoped that he would die and disappear. Compared to the tribal cultivators, the commanders of Lu Cheng's cultivators were more eager to do so. Perhaps, he won't die so easily, Yingluo. In Lu Cheng's camp, the elementary divine general looked at the void with a very serious expression. Although the lingering spirit's final attack was extremely lethal, it was not impossible to dodge. How could a monster that could perfectly set up a trap and use lightning to hurt the lingering spirits really die so quietly? As soon as the doubt appeared in his mind, he saw a beam of treasure light shoot up into the sky, turning the sky of the desert into a colorful one. Seeing this, the cultivators from both sides were stunned for a moment, and then they were overjoyed. Such a terrifying remnant will monster must have been born from a supreme treasure. Now that the monster had been killed, the treasure would definitely appear. Thinking of the opportunities that the supreme treasures represented, the cultivators' greed exploded and they immediately became eager to try. However, before they could take action, a majestic figure slowly appeared in the sky where the thick fog and the sea of lightning were entangled. After seeing this figure, the greedy cultivators felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured on their heads. The lingering spirit monster had clearly been killed, and the true treasure was faintly visible in the thick fog, but no cultivator dared to approach it. Chapter 3465, Temporary Stability 1. The situation in the mine was a little strange. The cultivators from both sides were surprisingly silent when they saw the light. The greed aroused by the treasures and the fear brought by the killing were constantly surging in the hearts of the cultivators. Looking at Tang Zhen, who was standing quietly in the air, no cultivator dared to approach him. The greed and covetous desire in their hearts also slowly disappeared. They knew very well that the treasure already had an owner and had nothing to do with them. If they dared to cross the boundary, Tang Zhen's lightning sword would not only kill the monsters with remnant thoughts. Looking at the camps of both sides, no cultivator had enough confidence to withstand the attack of the sword of lightning. Therefore, the wisest thing to do was to suppress the greed in his heart and observe from a distance. At the same time, there were also some cultivators who suspected that Tang Zhen was at the end of his life. How could he not be injured when facing such a powerful remnant thought monster? However, even if they were given more courage, they did not dare to take the initiative to test him. They could only suppress their doubts in their hearts. They were just like a pack of vicious wolves that were secretly sniffing for the scent of blood. Once they confirmed that Tang Zhen was seriously injured, they would unhesitatingly launch an attack. After experiencing this incident, some cultivators' hostility towards Tang Zhen became even stronger. They couldn't wait to tear him into pieces. If Tang Zhen didn't die today, he would definitely become a disaster in the future. However, there were also many cultivators who made up their minds not to continue provoking him. They would choose to avoid anything related to Tang Zhen. The cultivation world was like this. If one didn't know how to seek good fortune and avoid disaster, then one could lose his life at any time. When they encountered someone they couldn't afford to offend, they either stayed far away or chose to join. Most of the time, if one chose such an enemy, there would be no way out. Looking at the area covered in thick fog, the cultivators were full of curiosity and wondered what had happened there. At this moment, in the thick fog, a jade-like bone banner fell to the ground, emitting a treasure light that made people drunk. A length of more than 200 meters was definitely a behemoth. Many cultivators had excavated crystal mines for many years, but they had never experienced such a thing. Ordinary skeletons were no bigger than the size of a basin. Any bigger and they would be very rare. It was already extremely rare for it to be over 100 meters in size. No wonder it gave birth to terrifying monsters with lingering spirits. An experienced cultivator could tell at a glance that this was the remains of an ancient creature, and it was a rather complete and precious type. Within this huge piece of bone armor, there were many gem-like objects that emitted a heart-stirring aura. Just by looking at its appearance, one could tell that it was the blood that Tang Zhen had obtained by accident and was snapped up by cultivators at a high price. The blood came from the remains of ancient creatures. The more complete they were, the higher the chances of obtaining the blood. Most of the debris would have decayed over time. After cleaning, removing, and refining a piece of debris, there would usually be very little left. Blood was the same, it was more likely to go bad and it was harder to preserve. Originally, a drop of blood was very rare, but now there was a bunch of them, making the surrounding cultivators stare with wide eyes. Every drop of blood represented an opportunity. It was a temptation that cultivators could not resist. However, the surrounding cultivators were very clear that they were able to obtain this living blood because of Tang Zhen. It had nothing to do with them. The arrangement of these living blood would completely depend on Tang Zhen's will. Other than the precious blood essence, there was also a small portion of bone marrow. The cream-like bone marrow exuded a faint fragrance and was golden in color. Even after thousands of years, it still maintained a fresh state. Compared to blood, the bone marrow of ancient creatures was even more precious. Most cultivators had no chance of seeing it. This was a sacred item that even peak-stage god-level generals couldn't refuse. In terms of activating their innate abilities, the success rate was more than 10 times that of ordinary blood. The most important point was that it could provide cultivation assistance to peak divine generals, allowing them to condense rule force more easily. If the user's rule-bending power was the same as the ancient creatures' rule-bending power, they might even be able to obtain a trace of power inheritance. No matter how much it was a great fortune for cultivators. After becoming a god king, he would have a higher chance of success. It was precisely because of how rare and precious bone marrow was that every time it appeared, it would attract the attention of top-notch cultivators. Because of the appearance of the bone marrow, the surroundings immediately became quiet, almost to the point where one could hear a pin drop. No one dared to hope to obtain the bone marrow. It was definitely Tang Zhen's private property and he would definitely not hand it over or share it with others. As long as they could get the bone fragments, the cultivators would be satisfied. Compared to normal bone fragments, the bones of monsters with lingering spirits were much fresher and more complete. This was an excellent material for alchemy and blacksmithing. Ordinary cultivators couldn't get their hands on it, not to mention such a huge piece. If it was evenly distributed, each cultivator would get one. However, after careful analysis, no matter if it was the cultivators in Lusheng or the captives, they were not qualified to share it. Therefore, whether or not they could obtain it would all depend on Tang Zhen's distribution. All cultivators, including those from the tribe, will receive a piece of bone fragment. Tang Zhen's voice sounded. He casually struck down a bolt of lightning that flew up and down around the huge skeleton. In the blink of an eye, the skeleton was broken into countless pieces and flew in all directions. Every cultivator in the camp was given a sparkling white bone brick that exuded the unique aura of ancient creatures. "Thank you, Your Excellency." The cultivators thanked him in unison, their faces full of joy. This reward was definitely an unexpected surprise. After dealing with the lingering spirit monsters, the cultivators began to officially dig. Fatty was in charge of commanding, and the cultivators worked together to mine. The remains and fragments buried in the crystal mine were constantly excavated. Because of the fog, outsiders couldn't see the scene when the mine was opened, which was a pretty good way to keep it a secret. Of course, most cultivators wouldn't make such a choice, because while the fog blocked the prying of tens of thousands of people, it also blocked their own probing. Once he encountered danger, there was no way to detect it at the first moment, and it was likely that he would miss the best opportunity to meet the enemy and escape. In such a special environment, Tang Zhen, who was in charge of security, was responsible for the safety of thousands of cultivators. If it was any other cultivator, the cultivators might not completely trust them, but it was completely different when it was Tang Zhen. He had already proven his strength through his previous performance and gained the trust of all the cultivators. If a crisis really came and even Tang Zhen was unable to solve it, there was no need for them to escape. In the following period of time, everything was calm and nothing happened. After witnessing Tang Zhen's methods, the cultivators from both sides began to keep a respectful distance from him. The hostile attitude from before had also silently chosen to cease fire due to Tang Zhen's appearance. Those who were the best at fighting were all mining, so they really had no reason to slack off. Mining was better than anything else. The cultivators from the other tribes were supposed to leave, but they couldn't bear to part with the gold mine that had been so rich to them. At this moment, they could only brace themselves and dig. At the same time, they had to be wary of the attacks of Tang Zhen and Lu Cheng's cultivators, who would snatch the fruits of their hard work. Chapter 3466. The first change in the situation. After obtaining the ancient creature's bone marrow, Tang Zhen did not refine all of it. Instead, he stored most of it. By sealing it with a secret technique, it could hide it in a space within one's body to ensure that it would not be snatched by enemies. Even if the clone was killed by the enemy, as long as the body was found, the main body could also find the hidden treasure. After leaving this world, the clone would send all the remains to the main body through a secret method. No matter how strong the clone was, it was not as strong as the main body taking the final step. Without his main body controlling him from behind the scenes, even if he had thousands of clones, he would not be able to cause much trouble. The main body was the foundation, and it was also the confidence of the clone to cause trouble. However, if there was a chance, the strength of the clone also needed to be improved so that it could better complete the mission. Back when he had formed his clone, Tang Zhen had sealed a special ability and an extremely lethal divine rune of rules in his body. That was why the clone was so powerful even though it had just advanced, and could easily kill enemies above its level. Other than having a different appearance, the clone was actually a weakened version of Tang Zhen. The experience and consciousness that was copied over also allowed him to possess extremely strong combat instincts. Ever since he mastered the technique of cultivating avatars, Tang Zhen had condensed many avatars one after another. Some of them were even thrown into the teleportation array and left to die in the Great Thousand World. The purpose of this was to explore the new world. Many years had passed, and there was no news of these avatars. They had probably died long ago. It was normal for such a situation to occur. After all, what these avatars were doing was already a narrow escape. Among all the avatars, only two were the most powerful. One was in the Holy Dragon Battle Zone, and the other was in disguise in the Origin Realm. Tang Zhen regarded these two avatars with great importance. After a cultivator became a god, it would be easier to cultivate a clone, but the main purpose was to prevent it from being killed. As long as one's cultivation reached the level of a god, they would be able to use various means to resurrect themselves. This included the enemies that Tang Zhen had killed. Tang Zhen had only killed his main body. His clone still existed and might quietly resurrect at any time. A clone could be considered an extension of the main body's life, but it was completely different from the main body. It could not obtain the main body's cultivation base, nor could it inherit the main body's thoughts and experiences. It could only be considered as a rebirth and the beginning of a new life. If there was a special need, the clone would be in a hidden state, and he would not invest too many resources. At the very least, such low-level cultivation resources would be reserved for the main body's use, and would never be given to the clone. Tang Zhen was different. He treated his clone as his most capable assistant to help him take revenge. Compared to those dispensable avatars that could be sacrificed at any time, Tang Zhen's current two avatars were very important. As long as there was a suitable opportunity to raise the cultivation of his clone, Tang Zhen would definitely not be the least bit stingy. Especially after this incident, it was necessary for the clone to improve its strength to prevent it from being attacked by malicious people. Tang Zhen's personal experience made him certain that the Lu Cheng cultivators in the Origin Realm were far more greedy and sinister than he had expected. Compared to the cultivators in the world of Lusheng, they had completely different ways of thinking and could not be honest with each other. In the future, he had to be wary of cultivators from Lusheng City, who were even more dangerous than the enemy. However, after thinking about it, Tang Zhen laughed softly to himself. In fact, Lu Cheng's cultivators should be more wary of Tang Zhen. After all, he had already killed two peak-stage divine generals. In order to ensure the stability of Lu City, the news of the death of a peak-stage immortal general was kept a secret. If it spread, all the cultivators in Lu City would be in danger. If someone knew that Tang Zhen was the avatar of the true culprit behind the scenes, they would probably be scared out of their wits. When that time really came, even if they were lent 10 guts, they would not dare to provoke Tang Zhen at all. Of course, the true identity of the clone could never be made public, or it would bring about a disaster. Those peak-stage immortal generals couldn't do anything to the original body, but they wouldn't be polite to the clone and would definitely kill it without any hesitation. Just as Tang Zhen was quietly cultivating, a few figures silently sneaked into the camp of the cultivators of the tribe. The supreme experts of the tribe immediately began to chat with him, a hint of excitement in their hearts. The powerhouses from the tribes that had sneaked in were not cultivators from the 5 main tribes, but reinforcements from the outside world. It was said that only the white-robed venerable knew their true origins, even though they were not clear about the other party's background. Since they had chosen to cooperate, they were allies on the same side. As long as they were not Lu Cheng cultivators, they were worthy of trust. The other side had a total of 4 super masters, plus the original 6 super masters in the camp. It was enough to crush the cultivators of Lu Cheng. In fact, the cultivators of the tribe had the advantage, but because the name of the Lu Cheng cultivator was too famous, they didn't dare to act rashly. Now that they had the absolute advantage, if they didn't take action, they wouldn't be able to explain themselves. However, the 6 supreme powerhouses of the tribe were still filled with apprehensions and did not dare to make a decision. The 4 super experts who came to help were confused and asked them why they were hesitating. The 6 super experts did not hide anything. They described Tang Zhen's earlier performance. They were worried that he was the biggest variable. To be able to control the Thunderbolt sword and kill the beast with one strike, he could also easily kill a super master. If Tang Zhen were to suddenly interfere during a battle, there was a high possibility that he would cause serious casualties. When he heard the worry of these super experts, he knew that they still did not treat Tang Zhen as a target to attack. In fact, even if they were to start a war, they had to cast aside Tang Zhen's camp and did not intend to launch an attack. They were both from Lu Cheng's cultivator camp and were very close to each other, but they were treated differently when they were preparing for the battle. This kind of battle arrangement could be said to be very unreasonable, but it also showed the fear of the tribal cultivators. After hearing what the cultivators of the tribe had to say, the expressions of the 4 super experts who had come to help were subtle, and they were pleasantly surprised. Tang Zhen's strength was indeed powerful. However, he was definitely not invincible. A few super experts working together were also able to kill a monster with a remnant thought of this level. What they really cared about was the treasure light that shot into the sky and what kind of treasure was coming into being. Cultivators who grew up in the primal chaos ancient land definitely didn't lack experience. They quickly made their own judgments. Combined with the form of the lingering spirit monster and the treasure light that shot into the sky, it was determined that there must have been debris over 100 meters long that had been excavated. The remains that were more than 100 meters long were considered true treasures. They contained rare treasures like blood and bone marrow. Such a treasure was too rare and could only be obtained by luck. Once he came across it, he definitely couldn't miss it. If he could get his hands on it, he would immediately leave this world to avoid any more accidents. The 4 supreme experts conversed in secret and had already made up their minds. Since you're afraid of that cultivator, then leave him to the 4 of us. You can just attack the other group of cultivators. After banishing them, we can occupy this mine instead of letting them snatch the benefits. Hearing this arrangement, the super experts of the tribe secretly discussed and felt that this was worth a try. Although such a battle arrangement resulted in their combat strength not much different from before, the current situation was completely different from the past. Before this, the 2 sides were at a stalemate because they did not have the confidence to win, and could only maintain a temporary balance. It was for this reason that Tang Zhen's sudden arrival made the cultivators of the tribe extremely nervous. Tang Zhen didn't participate in the battle, which made the cultivators of the tribe feel relieved. It was now certain that this crystal mine had a lot of debris buried in it, which might not be found anywhere else. When they encountered such a treasure, cultivators from both sides had to take it for themselves, and a war for it was inevitable. He had to seize the opportunity to expel the cultivators from Lu Cheng. Otherwise, if they missed the opportunity and let the Lu Cheng cultivators attack first, it would be too late for regrets. Chapter 3467. Many trump cards. 1. Speed was the most important thing in war. After the discussion was settled, the operation began. The cultivators of the tribe quickly gathered and went straight to the camp of the Lusheng cultivators. They wanted to catch the enemy off guard. Although both sides were on guard against each other before that, it did not mean that war would happen. Especially since Tang Zhen was still here. Although he didn't plan to join forces to resist the enemy, he still belonged to the Lu Cheng cultivators' camp. The Lu Cheng cultivators' camp was in trouble, so they probably wouldn't sit by and do nothing. Otherwise, it would be a violation of the rules. Once this matter was exposed, they would have to suffer a severe punishment, which even a super expert would not be able to bear. In addition, they were not weak and did not fear the attacks of the cultivators of the tribe. They were more than enough to protect themselves after the battle. With such an attitude, Lu Cheng's cultivators didn't put all their energy into defense. They put all their energy into excavating the crystal mine. He had never thought that the most unlikely thing would happen. These reckless fools. The elementary divine general in Lu Cheng's camp scolded coldly, but he was a little surprised. They obviously didn't expect the cultivators of the tribe to suddenly attack. There must be some reason. The most likely possibility was that the cultivators of the tribe had received secret reinforcements and had the confidence to win. The cultivators of Lu Cheng didn't panic when facing the aggressive enemy. They had experienced this kind of situation more than once. Especially in a dangerous environment, he had to be on high alert at all times to guard against all kinds of attacks from the enemy. All cultivators of Lusheng City, get ready to fight the enemy. Get into formation immediately. When they were in danger, the super experts sounded the alarm, and the cultivators in Lusheng responded in time. A huge formation was formed in an instant. Its main purpose was to provide support, allowing the super experts in battle to obtain powerful assistance. On such a battlefield, the super strong cultivators were the real main force, and the low-level cultivators were only cannon fodder. Only when they were gathered together could they display their true power. The 6 super powerhouses from the tribe besieged the 4 cultivators of Lusheng City and were in a fierce battle. The Lu Cheng cultivators were extremely powerful and could fight 1 against 2 without being at a disadvantage. This was the main reason why the tribe cultivators didn't dare to attack before. Although they had the advantage in numbers, once the battle began, both sides would at most be evenly matched. However, the situation was different now. The cultivators of the tribe had to attack and defeat or drive away the cultivators of Lu Cheng. Just as the 2 sides were engaged in a great battle, 4 figures suddenly appeared in front of Tang Zhen's camp. Cultivator Lu Cheng, hand over the treasures you have and then get out of this mine. Perhaps it was because they were afraid of Tang Zhen's strength, but these 4 super experts did not directly attack. Instead, they directly expelled Tang Zhen. If they could avoid war and obtain the treasures they wanted, this would undoubtedly be the best outcome. If you want me to leave, you'll have to see if you have the ability. Tang Zhen did not feel the slightest fear when facing 4 super experts from the enemy. He merely coldly replied. By saying such words, it meant that he wanted to show his true strength. You're looking for death. Hearing this, the 4 supreme experts' expressions changed at the same time, and they attacked together. A dazzling radiance flickered as 4 sets of strange divine weapons that were refined from the remains of ancient creatures shot toward Tang Zhen. A complete set of divine artifacts was powerful to begin with, and if the operator cooperated properly, the killing effect would definitely be multiplied. No wonder he had enough confidence to think that he could kill Tang Zhen. You want to chase me away with this little trick? I'm afraid you're still dreaming. Tang Zhen naturally would not be careless when faced with the attacks of 4 super experts. Although there were many ridicules in his words, the strength of these 4 enemies could not be underestimated. The other party's strength far exceeded that of ordinary super experts. He definitely wasn't an ordinary tribal cultivator. Regardless of the other party's background, they were now part of the enemy's camp. Since the other party wanted to kill him, Tang Zhen would definitely not be polite. With the clone's current strength, it was definitely not a match for the 4 super experts. He could only use the powerful means sealed in his body. After barely avoiding the combined attack of the 4 divine weapons, smoke rose and completely covered the camp. This kind of mist blocked one's divine sense. When Tang Zhen entered it, he immediately caused the enemy to lose their target. At this moment, the divine weapon that was sealed in Tang Zhen's body completely erupted. 4 divine talismans of regulation flew straight towards the 4 enemies. The most peculiar thing about the divine regulation talisman was that once it was used, there would definitely be a result. Its characteristic was that it would definitely hit the target, so it was impossible to dodge it successfully no matter what. If the laws determined that he would definitely die, even god kings would be unable to save him. The terrifying power of the divine runes of regulation was not something that ordinary super experts could resist. The wisest thing to do was to dodge immediately. The 4 supreme beings sensed the approaching danger, and their expressions changed drastically as they began to dodge the attacks with all their might. However, the characteristics of the divine runes of regulation made it impossible for them to avoid them. Boom! Amidst the continuous loud sounds, 4 broken figures rushed out of the thick fog, their bodies flashing with broken treasure light. This was the light of a protective divine weapon. However, it was obvious that it was on the verge of breaking. Damn it, what is that thing? A super expert roared in anger, his voice filled with fear and disbelief. I'm not sure, but its power is really amazing. If it wasn't for the protection of the divine artifact, we would have been turned into ashes. His companion responded with the same shock and anger. This is definitely not something he can do. If I'm not wrong, this is definitely a killing divine weapon refined by a supremacy. Hurry up and run. If you're one step slower, no one can leave here alive. The 4 super powerhouses who were severely injured did not dare to hesitate at all. They tried their best to escape from this area. In just one attack, they had suffered fatal injuries, and even their protective divine weapons had been shattered. In order to refine this set of protective divine artifacts, they had spent a great deal of effort and invested countless resources, but in the end, they were all destroyed at the same time. Such heavy losses made the 4 super experts' hearts bleed. At the same time, they were secretly rejoicing. It was this set of protective divine artifacts that had helped them withstand a certain death tribulation. At this critical moment, he could not afford to let his thoughts run wild. He had to escape as soon as possible. Just as they rushed out of the thick fog and were about to escape, 4 ferocious heads followed closely behind. They wailed and chased after the 4 super powerhouses like vicious dogs hunting their prey. When the fleeing experts saw this, their panic instantly erupted like a wave. Although they looked extremely ferocious, they could tell with a single glance that this was a tribe expert they had interacted with before. Before they entered this world, they had met each other, but in the blink of an eye, they had become like this. From their appearance, it was obvious that they were killed by Tang Zhen. After which, they were refined by some special method. Just like the remains of ancient creatures, the bodies of super experts were equally precious. They were also excellent materials for refining weapons and pills. The heads of these 4 supreme experts kept tearing at the broken protective divine light of the protective stones, and from time to time, they would let out miserable howls. Where are you running to? Tang Zhen's figure shot out from the rolling fog and a golden longbow appeared in his hand. His fingers tapped on the bowstring, and a long arrow surrounded by lightning was formed in an instant. Fall. With a low roar, 4 bolts of lightning flew out and accurately hit the 4 super experts who were escaping. Chapter 3468, driving the enemy away with a single word. One as lightning and thunder flashed, miserable howls rang out continuously. The 4 super experts who tried to escape were struck in their vital points by the lightning arrows shot by Tang Zhen and continuously fell from the sky. Yingluo, ha 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 ha, Yingluo. The 4 heads were like hungry wolves, letting out strange and excited laughter as they madly tore at the flesh of the super expert. The sound of chewing and drinking blood was extremely terrifying. The 4 of them tried their best to dodge, however, under such a situation where they were injured continuously, they could not defend against the head attacks. In the blink of an eye, it was not until only bones were left. The 4 heads devoured a large amount of flesh and blood, and began to become more and more ferocious, constantly spreading the aura of rules. Just by looking at the state of the heads, he knew that if they continued to eat the flesh of experts, they would probably go through an incredible change. It was originally the head of a super expert. After it was killed and refined by Tang Zhen, it was not an exaggeration to call it a divine artifact. However, no matter how powerful it became, it was still just an artifact, and a super expert who was killed couldn't be resurrected with it. Collect. With another order, 4 lightning chains shot out, binding the super expert's broken body and dragging him into the thick fog. Let me go, quickly let me go. The 4 super powerhouses who were being pulled by the chains were extremely frightened at this moment. They were trying their best to struggle and escape. This was because they were extremely clear that if they were to fall into Tang Zhen's hands, they would definitely suffer a fate worse than death. However, looking at his current state, he had no hope of escaping. He could only watch as he was swallowed by the thick fog. My life is over, Suan Ni, a roar was heard, and then there was no more movement. After another 10+ breaths, Tang Zhen's figure appeared from the thick fog. There were 8 ferocious heads floating behind him. Each head seemed to be wrapped in flames, releasing the rule power that they had cultivated before they died. One look at it was enough to make one tremble in fear. These 8 malevolent heads were the 8 super experts that Tang Zhen had killed. He had refined them at every moment. The heads of these 8 supreme experts were the most effective means of intimidation, and at the same time, the source of hatred. Although it seemed arrogant, it was also a symbol of one's strength. It was impossible to do so without enough ability. Tang Zhen's current form was enough to intimidate everyone, causing no enemy to dare to underestimate him. In a flash, the battle had come to an end, but because of the smoke, many cultivators couldn't see it. They were in the midst of a fierce battle and were busy with their own affairs, so how could they have the time to care about anything else? In front of Lu Cheng's cultivators, both sides were still fighting fiercely. One super expert had fallen from each side. The tribal cultivators did not plan to stop, and the Lusheng cultivators did not plan to retreat either. The two sides were locked in a fierce battle. But at this moment, a voice suddenly spread through the sky. All cultivators of the tribe, leave the mine within 10 seconds, or you'll be trapped here forever. This voice spread across the battlefield, causing the cultivators on both sides to be stunned. They all looked in Tang Zhen's direction. He was shocked to find that the 4 super experts who had come to help had disappeared. The 8 heads that were flying behind Tang Zhen seemed extremely familiar. They were continuously emitting crazy roars. Damn it, retreat immediately. After seeing those savage heads, the supreme experts of the tribe paled and unhesitatingly gave the order to retreat. With just a glance, they recognized the origin of these heads. They were all super experts of the tribe. The 4 super experts who were full of confidence earlier and asked to take the initiative to deal with Tang Zhen had their heads cut off by Tang Zhen. The super experts of the tribe were very clear that the 4 reinforcements were coveting the treasure. Therefore, they had bravely stepped forward to deal with Tang Zhen. Although he felt disdain in his heart, he also hoped that there would be someone to test Tang Zhen and see his true foundation. If the 4 reinforcements could get rid of Tang Zhen, it would be a very good thing. It was equivalent to getting rid of a big problem for the tribe's cultivators. In the end, he still underestimated Tang Zhen. Not only did he not kill him, but he also lost his life. The reinforcements had already fallen, and Tang Zhen had given the order to expel them. If the cultivators of the tribe still thought that they were lucky, then they were simply seeking their own deaths. There were also some super experts who were secretly rejoicing that Tang Zhen did not attack. Otherwise, they would all be dead without a doubt. At this moment, Tang Zhen was still unwilling to intervene in the battle between the 2 factions. However, he had no choice but to lend a helping hand due to his status. Warning the cultivators to leave the tribe was equivalent to helping the cultivators of Lusheng, and it was a great contribution. No matter what, there was nothing wrong with it. If the cultivators of the tribe didn't know what was good for them, then Tang Zhen would have a reason to attack. At that time, the enmity would have nothing to do with the camp. With this order, the cultivators of the tribe quickly retreated from the mine area like a low tide. As for where they were going next, there was simply no time to consider. The most important thing was to avoid this fiend, Tang Zhen. The cultivators of Lu Cheng were silent as they watched the enemy retreat. If it wasn't for Tang Zhen, the cultivators in Lusheng would have suffered serious losses, and it wouldn't be as simple as being driven out of the mine. The first-rank divine general looked a bit embarrassed. Seeing the cultivators of the tribe leave so quickly, he finally gave up on chasing them. He was very clear in his heart that the other party did not flee in defeat. Instead, he was afraid of Tang Zhen's warning. How can a super master who has just become a super master have such a powerful aura? How can he make thousands of cultivators of the tribe escape with just a warning? He looked at Tang Zhen, who was quietly standing in the air. His expression immediately became unusually grave when his gaze swept over the heads of the 8 super experts. After a few moments of silence, he finally sighed. "Thank you for your help, sir." At this moment, the haughtiness on the elementary divine general's body disappeared without a trace. He actually took the initiative to thank Tang Zhen. There was no need for words. His attitude was enough to prove everything. The remaining 2 super experts also had dejected expressions at this moment. They did not expect that their lives were actually saved by Tang Zhen. Although Tang Zhen had just advanced, there was a huge difference between the 2 of them. Under the siege of the tribe's cultivators, they were in an extremely difficult situation. One of their companions had already been killed. If they continued to fight, the situation would only become more difficult. Tang Zhen only gave a warning, and those vicious and evil cultivators of the tribe fled like frightened rabbits. This was the difference in strength. They were only the targets of the tribe's cultivators to be slaughtered, but the other party regarded Tang Zhen as a tiger or wolf. The myriad of emotions in his heart finally turned into a soft sigh. "Thank you for your help, sir." Following the elementary divine general, the two super experts also bowed to Tang Zhen with a face full of admiration. From today onwards, they would definitely not dare to take the initiative to provoke Tang Zhen. At the same time, they would also tell the people close to them not to make the same mistake again. "Thank you for your help, sir." Compared to the junior divine generals who had complicated thoughts and the super powerhouses who were in awe, the cultivators in Lu Cheng thanked him sincerely. They did not have any disputes with Tang Zhen, but they knew that if this war continued, at least half of the cultivators in Lu City would die. Although the cultivators of Lusheng were not afraid of battle, casualties were inevitable once the war began. No one could guarantee that they would survive to the end. Tang Zhen's action of driving away the enemy was equivalent to saving their lives. Naturally, they would be filled with admiration and gratitude. Tang Zhen, who was standing in the air, had the heads of 8 super experts hanging on his back. This scene left a deep impression on the people who saw it. Even after so many years, he still remembered it in his heart. Some cultivators in the city were touched by this scene and they visualized it day and night. They were also imitating it when they cultivated. They looked just like Tang Zhen. They were wearing purple gold robes and there were 8 expert heads floating behind them. They could attack at will. Later on, the cultivators of the origin realm also began to imitate this appearance and cultivation method, and they specialized in killing strong enemies and refining their heads. As time passed, it gradually became a powerful sect, possessing a reputation that made the enemies tremble in fear. Chapter 3469. A storm is about to arise. One after the cultivators of the tribe left, the crystal mine was occupied by the cultivators of Lu Cheng. However, the cultivators of Lusheng City led by Tang Zhen still stood at their original position and did not go to other places. He didn't have any interaction with the cultivators at the foot of the mountain, as if they were strangers. Not only was Tang Zhen too lazy to pay attention to the other party, but the cultivators of Lusheng City that he led also didn't have the intention to cooperate. With Tang Zhen as the guard and Fatty in charge of directing the mining efficiency was 10 times the normal speed. The more remains they excavated, the more benefits they would get. Naturally, the cultivators were not willing to share their benefits with others. Even if they were cultivators of Lusheng, they couldn't give the benefits for free. Fortunately, the people at the foot of the mountain were all Lu Cheng cultivators. Otherwise, they would not have the qualifications to stay in mine. They would have long been driven away by Tang Zhen. Wouldn't it be even more pleasant if he could monopolize the entire crystal mine and excavate it in peace? Of course, ordinary cultivators didn't have such abilities, and they didn't need to have chaotic thoughts. They just had to mine quietly. Even if the sky collapsed, Tang Zhen would be there to hold it up. While the cultivators of Lusheng City had such thoughts, the captured cultivators of the tribes couldn't help but feel envious. Tang Zhen's performance along the way had been seen by all of them. Their hearts were filled with an uncontrollable admiration. If he could follow such a strong man, his cultivation path would be smoother, and he would no longer need to be as submissive as before. It was a pity that they were now captives and Tang Zhen's identity was still a cultivator of Lusheng. The two sides were already enemies. Some of the cultivators from the tribes were thinking to themselves, since they were already captives, could they consider surrendering and become a servant cultivator under Tang Zhen? There were many cultivators in the tribe who had such thoughts, but unfortunately, they didn't have the right opportunity. Otherwise, they would have changed sides long ago. Tang Zhen was still as he usually was. He was in charge of being on the alert while doing his best to refine the ancient creature's bone marrow. As expected, this kind of special sacred object had super strong cultivation effects. It was by no means comparable to ordinary rule particles. He could vaguely feel that a trace of bloodline power was awakening in his body, and it was constantly being nurtured and strengthened. Perhaps it wouldn't take long for him to possess an innate divine ability. This kind of innate divine ability was different from Fatty's. Fatty's was a bloodline awakening, but Tang Zhen's was obtained through refining his bone marrow. At the same time when his bloodline ability awakened, Tang Zhen's body would also undergo changes and gradually approach the form of an ancient creature. Tang Zhen did not reject this kind of physical change. After all, he was just an avatar. In the process of strengthening one's body, cultivators would always have to face all kinds of choices, and the bloodline of the body would also change according to the needs. For example, When human cultivators reached a certain realm, they might not have any human bloodline left. This was the price that had to be paid for cultivation, not only for human cultivators, but also for other races. However, Tang Zhen only wanted to obtain strength. He wasn't interested in becoming the descendant of an ancient creature. He might even have the chance to evolve into an ancient creature. In addition, during the refining process, one had to be wary of the remnant consciousness of ancient creatures, which could silently erode the cultivator. Once the erosion was successful, the cultivator would become a puppet of the ancient creature and might never be able to escape. The higher the grade of the treasure, the more serious the corrosion would be. Tang Zhen was very clear about this disadvantage. Therefore, he was quite careful when refining it. The remnant consciousness of the remains in this crystal mine was particularly strong. It was not just a few examples, but the entire world. Tang Zhen being so careful didn't mean that other cultivators would be the same. After this gold mine's remains were put into use, there would definitely be a large number of cultivators that would fall for it. The life and death of the other cultivators didn't have much to do with Tang Zhen. Right now, he only wanted to mine in silence and obtain more good things similar to the bone marrow of ancient creatures. If anyone dared to stop him, even if it was a peak divine general, Tang Zhen would have the confidence to fight with the other party. The river valley outside the crystal mine was still in a state of confrontation. The supremacy-level cultivators from both sides had come to a tacit agreement to develop this special and huge crystal mine together. Since the agreement had already been reached, the supremacy powerhouses did not need to continue to hold on to the confrontation. Instead, they would leave or cultivate. However, as soon as the war broke out, they would immediately appear. He didn't see any supremacy-level cultivators, nor did he see any super experts. On the surface, he only saw some ordinary cultivators. From time to time, cultivators would appear in those vortexes. Some were returning to deliver their harvest, while others were escaping danger and being hunted down. When one's strength reached a certain level, they could shatter the void and find the passage to leave the crystal mine world. If it was not necessary, the cultivators would not do this, because once they chose to leave the crystal mine world, they would not be able to return in a short time. The nomological power of the crystal mine world would expel the cultivators who left. This was also a means of self-protection. Cultivators could only re-enter after the aura of the laws had dissipated. In the past, when they encountered remnant will monsters or cultivators from both sides fought, there would be cultivators who would choose to break through the void and escape from time to time. The news about the inside was being transmitted through this method. The cultivators on the outside were not completely ignorant of what was happening inside the crystal mine. The news related to Tang Zhen was also mentioned by some cultivators, but it didn't attract much attention. After all, the information was fragmented and had not been confirmed. Fighting was unavoidable, and the cultivators on both sides were prepared for it. At the same time, there were also some cultivators who left to transport resources. When a certain number of resources was found or precious treasures were discovered, they would send them to the outside world without hesitation. It wasn't to accumulate it greedily and blindly, only to be robbed or lost, causing all the work to be in vain. This kind of thing happened a lot, and the cultivators all had the experience of it. In fact, there was another reason. When the number of fragments accumulated, it would also lead to the appearance of residual thought monsters. The crystal mine world also had its own laws. If too many law fragments were accumulated, one would be maliciously targeted by the laws. All kinds of lingering spirits and monsters caused people to be unable to rest in peace. In the camp of the tribe cultivators, Supremacy Ao Feng was checking his gains while listening to reports from his subordinates. But at this moment, a bone caught his attention. The mysterious symbol on the picture was something that Supremacy Ao Feng was very familiar with. It was the secret symbol of their tribe. The tribe's secret runes had been discovered in the first crystal mine. This immediately aroused Supremacy Ao Feng's suspicion. Exalt Ao Feng grabbed the bone piece and used a secret technique to decipher it before reading its contents. It didn't take long for Exalt Ao Feng's face to reveal an expression of excitement and joy. No wonder. So it's like this. The legend is actually true. Exalt Ao Feng's face was filled with excitement. However, it quickly turned into doubt and hesitation. It was as if there was something that made it difficult for him to make up his mind, and he was in a dilemma. This is an opportunity that cannot be missed. If I continue to hesitate, I'm afraid I'll miss this opportunity forever. Paragon Master Ao Feng finally made up his mind and immediately executed a secret technique to seal his strength. However, in the blink of an eye, his level dropped rapidly, turning from a supremacy to a super powerhouse. After that, he changed his appearance and concealed his aura before diving into the whirlpool impatiently. Chapter 3470, White Bone Temple 1. In the center of the desert, a figure was fighting with a monster with a lingering spirit, looking like he was at ease. In just a few rounds, the fierce monster was killed and suddenly turned into a pile of sand and bones. "You reckless animal, you dare to block my way," Paragon Lord Ao Feng barked coldly with a hint of disdain. Although his strength had been suppressed by the seal, his experience and consciousness were still there, and he could use special means at any time. Supremacy Ao Feng's attack could instantly kill peak experts and remnant thought monsters of the same level. However, the cruel and warlike Supremacy Ao Feng had changed his personality this time and avoided the monsters and cultivators in the city. Because the purpose of this trip was a secret, the fewer people who knew, the better. Exalt Ao Feng glanced at the remains on the ground and continued forward. He didn't have any intention of retrieving them. The fragments of remnant wool monsters that were at the level of super powerhouses were quite valuable, and even supremacies could not ignore them. When he cultivated, he would also refine such remains. However, he couldn't bring them with him this time, because once he reached a certain number, he might attract the attention of the world's laws. In order to ensure that the operation was foolproof, Supremacy Ao Feng gave up on picking up the remains. With the wealth he had accumulated, he wouldn't feel any heartache at giving up these remains. After walking for a distance, Supremacy Ao Feng took out the White Bone's secret talisman and held it in his palm. The light continued to gather and the White Bone's secret rune slowly rose into the air, pointing in a direction. "It's right in front." Exalt Ao Feng's eyes flickered with anticipation when he saw this scene. He once again advanced at high speed. After traveling for about 50 kilometers and dealing with 2 remnant wool monsters along the way, he arrived in front of a huge sand dune. The White Bone talisman hovered there, giving an obvious hint. "It's under this sand dune." After seeing the White Bone secret talisman's notification, Supremacy Ao Feng pondered for a moment before waving his arms. Boom boom boom. The earth trembled violently, and the yellow sand flowed to both sides as if it was being stirred by an invisible hand. A huge building hidden under the sand dune slowly appeared in front of him. It was built with the bones of a giant beast. The architectural design was ingenious, and the various skeletons were used to the extreme. It was tens of thousands of square meters in size, and huge skeletons shot up into the sky. There was a hint of gloominess in the spectacular and desolate scene. It was impossible for such a strange building to exist in a unique world formed by crystal mines that had been discovered for the first time. Combining this with the contents of the White Bone secret talisman, Supremacy Ao Feng was more and more convinced that his tribe's ancestor had been to this place before. In the past, the tribe had an ancestor who was extremely famous. It was said that he had the potential to strive for the God King's throne. However, many years ago, this ancestor mysteriously disappeared, and there was no news of him since. All of them were suspecting that this ancestor had gone to the core region of the ancient Chaos Land, which was why he had suddenly disappeared. "I didn't expect that in this world of crystal mines, our ancestors would leave behind a treasure that only cultivators of the same race can understand." Exalt Ao Feng became more and more excited. He hadn't expected to encounter such an opportunity. It seemed like the heavens were really blessing his tribe. A cruel and excited smile appeared on Supremacy Ao Feng's face as he fantasized about his strength increasing greatly after obtaining the opportunity and crushing all the cultivators in Lu City. Speed was the most important thing in war, and any delay would lead to changes. Making such a big movement was likely to be noticed by other cultivators. If they found the White Bone Temple, they would definitely try to explore it, which would cause a lot of trouble. This White Bone Divine Palace was filled with hidden dangers. If one rashly entered to investigate, they would definitely pay a painful price. However, with the White Bone secret rune, he could easily avoid all kinds of risks and reach the core area of the temple directly. At this thought, he didn't hesitate any longer and rushed into the temple's tunnel. Tang Zhen led close to 10,000 cultivators and continued to excavate the crystal mine. A huge pit appeared in the area shrouded in thick fog, and it was still expanding. Pieces and pieces of the remains were continuously excavated by the cultivators and then gathered in Tang Zhen's hands. As more and more treasures appeared, trouble followed. Tang Zhen quickly discovered that there were more and more remnant wool monsters. It was obvious that the frequency of their appearance had exceeded the normal frequency. These lingering spirit monsters formed groups and continued to gather towards the mine. It was obvious that they were targeting Tang Zhen. Even though Tang Zhen would kill and push back the lingering spirit monsters every time they appeared, they still brought him a lot of trouble. There was no way for him to cultivate in peace. He had to focus his energy on defending against the monsters that could appear at any time. Tang Zhen felt that something was wrong, so he summoned a cultivator from Lu Cheng and asked what was going on. At this moment, Tang Zhen finally understood the taboo of the remains and knew that he could not gather too many of them. As long as the number exceeded a certain amount, it would inevitably produce spiritual monsters or be attacked by residual thought monsters. Since there was such a rule, Tang Zhen didn't need to resist. Therefore, he chose a cultivator to be responsible for the transportation. According to Lu Cheng's rules, cultivators could freely arrange their own mining gains, even if they had to keep all of them. However, the situation was different this time. The cultivators of Lusheng City could enter this place to mine because of the help of the peak stage divine general. No matter what, half of the debris excavated here had to be handed over to Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng would give a reasonable price to the fragments of the remains handed over by the cultivators. The cornerstone platform had always been fair in this regard. After choosing a portion of the harvest, Tang Zhen arranged for a cultivator to tear open the void and send it to the outside world. With a peak stage divine general in charge, they didn't need to worry about being intercepted by enemies. Otherwise, a war would be started immediately. Tang Zhen guessed that there would definitely be venerables from both sides monitoring them in the void to ensure that no accidents would happen. After the Lu Cheng cultivators left, Tang Zhen did the same thing as before. He was on guard while he cultivated silently. As expected, after giving away 2/3 of the loot, the lingering spirit monsters stopped appearing, and the desert became quiet again. The cultivators of the Lusheng kingdom at the foot of the mountain finally heaved a sigh of relief. They were also affected by the lingering spirit monsters and participated in more than a dozen battles. Although they won in the end, they reappeared each time. Compared to Tang Zhen, who was unaware of the rules, they were clearer about what was going on. They knew that the source of everything was Tang Zhen. This also made them even more curious. How many fragments did Tang Zhen obtain to actually attract so many fierce remnant will monsters? He wanted to enter the thick fog to investigate. However, when he thought of Tang Zhen's fierce performance, he decisively gave up on this death-seeking thought. They did not want their heads to float behind Tang Zhen. He wanted to persuade Tang Zhen, but he didn't dare to open his mouth. He didn't want to anger this killing god and bring unnecessary disaster to himself. Fortunately, the trouble didn't last long. The monsters disappeared, which made the cultivators in Lusheng feel relieved. Without the harassment of the lingering spirit monsters, the cultivators in Lu Cheng could finally mine the crystal mine in peace and strive to obtain more benefits. Encountering such a rich mine, if he did not excavate it properly, it would really be a waste of a precious opportunity. After such a long time, the cultivator teams should have found suitable crystal mines and were now buried in mining. In the face of an abundant crystal mine, the thing that cultivators wanted to do the most was to try their best to harvest more debris. Killing the enemy cultivators would only be a secondary priority. No cultivators would be prioritized for this mission. In such a complex environment, and with no way to freely explore with spiritual sense, if someone dared to take the initiative to attack and kill the enemy cultivators, he would either be a lunatic or a fool. In the near future, the cultivators of both sides would peacefully mine the crystal mine and maintain a state of not provoking each other. Who would have thought that not long after, a voice resounded through the heavens and earth, shocking all the cultivators in Lu City. Chapter 3471, Joint Investigation 1. The sudden voice came from a peak immortal general in Lusheng, which could not be imitated. The other party had actually entered the world of crystal mines to give orders. It was clear that something big had happened. Cultivators of Lu Cheng, listen up. Anyone with the ability can go to the core of the world. The White Bone Temple had appeared there, and it hid treasures and opportunities. It was suspected to be related to the inheritance of ancient creatures. If we can investigate further and find out the real reason, we will be heavily rewarded. At the same time, the sky was accompanied by a mirage, and the huge White Bone Temple appeared clearly. Looking at the appearance of the White Bone Temple, one could tell that it had a long history and was definitely not a good place. When the cultivators saw this scene, their eyes were filled with bewilderment. For a peak divine general to break the agreement and enter the world of crystal mines, this white bone divine palace was likely hiding a great secret. Just as the cultivators were deep in thought, another roar was suddenly heard. A terrifying monster with strength comparable to a supremacy instantly took shape. The peak divine general in charge of delivering the order was immediately attacked by the supremacy monster, and the entire world began to shake. His rule force was directed at a peak stage immortal general. Even a peak stage immortal general couldn't withstand such a terrifying pressure. It was precisely because of these reasons that supremacy-level experts were not willing to enter the crystal mine world. Under certain circumstances, it wasn't that the stronger one was, the more advantageous they would be. This was because the more powerful existences had specially formulated rules to limit them. It was like a carpenter custom making a small box that humans could not enter, but ants could move freely inside. If a supremacy wanted to enter this world smoothly, he would have to seal his own strength and make himself an ant. It was just that this method would cause the supremacies to face an unpredictable crisis, and it was not impossible for them to die. Unless absolutely necessary, no supremacy-level cultivator would seal their strength and enter the crystal mine world. The battle only lasted for a moment before it quickly ended. The peak divine general who had delivered the order had already retreated. In the face of a supremacy-level monster of the same level, as well as rule-bending power that targeted them at all times, even a supremacy would not dare to take it lightly. It was the wisest choice to leave this world in time. After the peak divine general left, another cold voice spread to every corner of the crystal mine world. Cultivators of the tribe, listen up. Immediately investigate the situation here. Those who complete the mission will be rewarded. The order was not much different, and it was given by the leader of the tribe, which represented the entire tribal alliance. The image of the white bone temple also appeared in the sky. It was obvious that the cultivators of the tribe had also set their eyes on this place. Supremacy Ao Fang had originally thought that he was the only one who had obtained the white bone secret talisman. However, it seemed like that was not the case. Both the cultivators of Lusheng and the venerables of the tribe had found out about the white bone temple through unknown means. However, they didn't plan to investigate it personally. Instead, they treated it as a mission and issued it to the cultivators of their respective camps to investigate in detail. He would take further action when he had a detailed result. The methods used by these supremacies could be considered experienced and prudent. He was definitely not like Supremacy Ao Fang, who had sealed his own cultivation to infiltrate the crystal mine world and explore the white bone shrine. Although he wasn't weak and might be the first to get the benefits, such an action was indeed too rash. With his strength sealed, he had to bear a considerable risk and might even die due to an accident. However, when they thought about this matter, they felt that something was not right. It was very likely that there was an unknown danger hidden within. The supremacies from both sides should have also noticed that something was amiss, so they suppressed their desire to investigate. No matter what the truth was, the order had been given and the cultivators of both camps had to obey it. Ordinary cultivators had limited strength and it would be a waste of time to go, so he could choose not to go. However, as supreme powerhouses, they had absolutely no reason to hide. The orders issued by the supremacies were actually for supreme powerhouses. Including Tang Zhen, they also had no reason to reject. It's really troublesome, Yingluo. If it was according to Tang Zhen's original intention, he would definitely be too lazy to care about this matter. No matter how many secrets the White Bone Divine Hall hid, he was not interested in exploring them. The main purpose of this operation was to make a fortune silently and improve his strength. However, if he didn't participate in this investigation, he would probably be questioned by those peak stage divine generals when he returned to the tower. If the supreme experts didn't follow the orders given by their true bodies, they would be treating the peak stage god-level generals as nothing. It was almost certain that he would be ostracized and suppressed after the incident. However, Tang Zhen wanted to go one step further and obtain a higher authority. Only then would he be able to provide his main body with sufficient and effective information. At this critical moment, he could not make the wrong choice. Fine, I'll go and investigate. You guys continue to dig here. If you encounter any mishaps, you can leave the crystal mine world temporarily. Safety first. When my mission is over, I'll lead you back to this world. Tang Zhen made some serious arrangements. After confirming that there were no problems, he left the mine and headed to the core area. The cultivators of Lu Cheng at the foot of the mountain were also preparing to head to the White Bone Temple, so they followed Tang Zhen. After witnessing Tang Zhen's powerful means, the few cultivators of Lu Cheng sighed in admiration from the bottom of their hearts and felt ashamed of themselves. Now that they had received a special mission, it was likely that a fight would break out at any time. Naturally, they had to act as a group as much as possible. It was even more necessary for him to follow an expert like Tang Zhen. After all, this was an extremely strong expert who could fight against 4 people alone. As long as they did not encounter more than 10 super experts from the enemy, it was possible for them to win or retreat in one piece if they followed Tang Zhen. This was a matter of life and death, so what value was face worth? Tang Zhen was naturally aware of the other party's thoughts. He did not have any intention of intentionally shaking the other party off or rejecting him. Instead, he allowed the other party to follow him. He had already achieved his goal of establishing his might. Next, he had to properly rope them in. At the very least, he had to ensure that they were harmonious on the surface. Although Tang Zhen was destined to be a passerby who had come to obtain information, he still had to do what he had to do for the sake of his face. Seeing that Tang Zhen had tacitly agreed to follow them, the few Lu Cheng cultivators were secretly happy as they continued to close the distance between the two parties. On the following journey, they encountered monsters with lingering spirits from time to time, but they were all killed by Tang Zhen in one move. The 3 cultivators from Lusheng City who followed Tang Zhen were also secretly in admiration. If it were them, they wouldn't have been able to do it so easily. Occasionally, they would run into tribal cultivators, but they didn't have any conflicts. They just tacitly continued to move forward. It was obvious that their destination was the White Bone Temple. The cultivators on both sides had a tacit understanding to carry out their tasks. There was no need to have any disputes. The cultivators of Lu City also met a few groups and gathered together to travel together, exchanging all kinds of information with each other. Tang Zhen, who had 8 heads dancing behind him, immediately became the target of everyone's attention, attracting the bewildered gazes of the surrounding spectators. The news about Tang Zhen spread in secret and was known by the cultivators of Lu Cheng. At this moment, the gaze he used to look at Tang Zhen had already become completely different from before. Some of the cultivators in Lusheng, who were arrogant because Tang Zhen was a newly advanced expert, also quietly corrected their attitudes. They knew their own strength. They definitely couldn't kill 8 super experts, and they didn't have enough courage to show it. If he chose to go against Tang Zhen, it would be equivalent to asking for trouble. The cultivators of Lu City were like this. If their strength was recognized, they would immediately receive the corresponding respect. After traveling at high speed, Lu Cheng and the rest finally arrived at their destination. Around the White Bone Temple, super experts from both sides gathered and maintained a state of confrontation. After Tang Zhen arrived at the scene, he immediately attracted the attention of many cultivators from the tribe. When they saw the 8 floating heads, the eyes of some of the experts from the tribe immediately turned fierce. Chapter 3472. Don't be greedy. 1. Tang Zhen had displayed his enemy's head and refined it into a weapon. This was not only a display of his strength, but it was also a form of provocation. The cultivators of the tribes would definitely not remain unmoved. Sure enough, after Tang Zhen arrived, not only did the cultivators of Lusheng pay attention to him, but the cultivators of the tribes also had gloomy gazes. They stared intently at Tang Zhen. Their gazes were as sharp as knives, and they wished they could cut Tang Zhen into 1,000 pieces. Then cultivator, do you know that 2 of the heads behind you belong to my clansmen? A super expert spoke. His voice was as cold as a bone-chilling wind, and it carried an irrepressible hatred. Tang Zhen looked at the other party and softly sneered. If you want to take revenge for your tribesmen, you can do it at any time. Otherwise, there's no need to waste any more words. Tang Zhen had deliberately acted ostentatiously in order to show off in front of the cultivators in Lusheng and use this to obtain a more resounding reputation. He didn't mind blowing things up, and the bigger the better. When the tribal cultivator heard this, his eyes actually spewed out flames as he stared at Tang Zhen and refused to move away. Don't let me seize the opportunity, or I'll burn you to ashes. After being ridiculed by Tang Zhen, the cultivator from the tribe announced in public that he would kill Tang Zhen for revenge. I'll be waiting for you. If you don't come, I'll take the initiative to find you. Tang Zhen threw down these words and no longer bothered with the other party. Using the method of fighting from a distance did not waste much time, and a life and death agreement could be said in a few words. Cultivators from both sides would also pay attention to the results. Because of Tang Zhen's arrival, many of the cultivators in the tribe were enraged. but they still remembered the mission of this trip. He didn't dare to cause any more trouble before completing his task. At the same time, there were also many cultivators in the tribe who were afraid of Tang Zhen's fierceness and did not dare to provoke him easily. Because of this small episode, many cultivators in Lusheng remembered Tang Zhen. After this operation, as long as Tang Zhen did not die, he would definitely obtain an even greater reputation and position. In Lu Cheng's camp, a divine general was sharing information. After our previous investigation, we can now confirm that there is an underground palace below the White Bone Divine Hall. The underground palace's paths are all over the place, with countless hidden dangers. Even super experts can be killed in seconds. The divine general's expression turned grave. According to the records of the White Bone secret talisman, this huge White Bone Divine Palace has a history of tens of millions of years. The core area below the temple holds the true inheritance of the ancient creatures. If you can successfully obtain it, you can immediately obtain 1/10 of the ancient creatures' rule power. When the cultivators heard this, their spirits were lifted. One should not underestimate this 10% of rule power. Ancient creatures were born from chaos, and their strength was comparable to that of a godly king. Even 10% of the rule-bending power was enough to crush and even kill a supremacy. This was only the beginning. As the power of the inheritance gradually increased, even supremacies didn't need to be taken seriously. If he could reach his peak state, he could even fight and kill ancient creatures. There were many forbidden areas in the Origin realm that were occupied by ancient creatures. Cultivators did not dare to enter them easily. If one obtained the inheritance of an ancient creature, they would be qualified to enter those forbidden areas. While obtaining all kinds of treasures, they could even take over the territory. When they had a firm foothold, they could develop their own race and finally become a supreme ruler. Other things aside, if one could really accept the inheritance of an ancient creature, their status would definitely rise infinitely. The purpose of a cultivator's cultivation was to enhance their own strength. Now that there was an opportunity to reach the sky in a single step, no one would miss it easily. At this moment, many of the cultivators in Lu City were eager to try and snatch this rare opportunity. Tang Zhen coldly watched from the side and seemed to be indifferent. At the same time, there were also cultivators in Lu City who were puzzled. Since there were such benefits, why didn't the supremacies participate in the fight? It was just that they couldn't ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Such a question at this moment. In fact, they didn't even have the chance to ask. The arrangements of the supremacy cultivators were top secret information, and there was no need to inform the cultivators of the Lusheng. He just had to carry out his mission honestly, go to the White Bone Temple to investigate, and then report the news. When we move out later, you can form teams, or you can explore alone. There was only one mission, and that was to determine the correct path and then think of a way to report this information to the supremacy. When the operation is over, we will naturally reward you according to your performance. After saying that, the divine general looked at the super powerhouses around him and warned them in a cold voice. I know what you're thinking, but I still have to remind you that even exalts have to be careful about this. Don't overestimate your abilities because of your greed. Otherwise, even if the supremacies have the ability to help, they might not be willing to help. Although this warning was cold, it was also the truth. If they dared to snatch benefits from a supremacy, then don't blame the peak divine general for not helping them. The expressions of the cultivators in Lu Cheng changed slightly as many thoughts flashed through their minds. He had originally wanted to use this opportunity to soar into the sky, but now he needed to think about it carefully. Should he risk his life and offend the supremacy of Lusheng for the sake of the fleeting opportunity? Moreover, the exploration operation this time was full of danger. Not only did they have to face the hidden dangers in the underground palace, but they also had to face the killing of the enemy camp. Whether or not he could come out alive was still unknown. There was no need to think too much, just take action, and it would not be too late to make a decision when the time came. While the cultivators of Lu City were conversing, the cultivators of the tribe were also discussing in secret. From time to time, they would cast a fierce look at each other. It didn't take long for both sides to start moving. The cultivators entered the White Bone Temple one after another and found that the interior was even more magnificent. The style was rough, but it was not lacking in exquisiteness. The thick bones were used as frames, while the smaller ones filled in the details. There were also countless ferocious-looking skeletons arranged neatly around the wall. It was as if they were staring at the foreign cultivators who had barged into the temple. White bone temples like this weren't rare in the chaos ancient land. There were many ruins of varying sizes in many places. The descendants of those ancient creatures loved to build temples with the remains of the same bloodline to worship their common ancestors. They believed that they could communicate with ancient creatures through this method and activate their innate divine abilities more easily. That was indeed the case, because there was a special force field of rules in this kind of bone temple. With the bloodline of ancient creatures, it was indeed easier to awaken bloodline superpowers when cultivating here. To these tribes, the White Bone Temple was the most important place, and it was not allowed to be destroyed or disturbed. If the White Bone Temple was destroyed, it would mean the extinction of this race. This place had been buried by the yellow sand for thousands of years. Now, foreign cultivators had broken in, but no one had stopped them. From this, it could be confirmed that the descendants of the ancient creatures that built the temple had indeed been completely exterminated. When they entered the depths of the temple, they could see a huge hall supported by huge leg bones and joined together by ribs. In the middle of the room, there was a giant white bone beast. It was obviously carved from the bones of ancient creatures. The giant beast had 6 wings on its back and 9 heads, each of which looked different. Its body was like a giant bear, but it had 4 legs. Its arms were like tentacles that were like spiritual snakes. To be able to stand in the center of the White Bone Temple and carve it so meticulously, it was obviously an ancient creature that had already fallen. Although their bodies had been crushed, the cultivators still didn't dare to look at the statue in the eye. Otherwise, they would feel an indescribable pressure. On both sides of the ancient statue, there was a deep whirlpool. The inside of the left whirlpool was as bright as day, while the inside of the right whirlpool was as dark as ink. Choose any entrance and begin the operation. Immediately, at the Divine General's command, the cultivators entered the vortex one after another, and so did the tribal cultivators. Chapter 3473. Abnormal Situation 1. The moment he entered the vortex, Tang Zhen felt that something was wrong. Compared to the vast desert outside, the space below the White Bone Divine Palace was obviously filled with chaotic rule power. It gave off the feeling that this White Bone Divine Palace was suppressing the entire chaotic and barren world. It was because of the suppression of the White Bone Temple that this special world could exist. Otherwise, it would have been destroyed and disintegrated long ago. However, this method of suppression had many hidden dangers that could erupt at any time. The chaotic underground environment made the cultivators even more vigilant. The underground passage in front of him looked more like a huge underground karst cave, with each passage leading to different places. This was a crystal mine that had been mined, and the scale was huge. In these crystal mine passages, broken remains and bones could be seen everywhere. Some were as large as mountains, while others were the size of babies. These fragments had nothing to do with the ancient creature, but its descendants that had died in the passage for some unknown reason. The corpses piled up like a mountain, which was shocking to see. They wondered what had happened that year that caused so many creatures to die here. However, after so many years, no one had told him the answer, and the cultivators were obviously not interested in it. After being used to the cycle of life and death, these mountain-like bones were no different from grass, wood, and stone to cultivators. They just looked around, looking for a safe passage. The immortal general in charge of commanding watched those deep tunnels with a grim look. The cultivators of Lu Cheng did not know that the White Bone secret talisman had indicated the so-called safe passage. The divine generals under the command of the supremacy cultivators were dejected to find out that the safety passageways were nothing but lies. In the process of the cultivators' investigation, danger constantly appeared, causing the investigating divine general to almost lose his life. Even though he was careful enough, he still encountered an accident, but he did not let outsiders know. After a narrow escape, the god general in charge of the investigation successfully escaped and reported the news to the supremacy. It was for this reason that the order was given to let the cultivators in Lusheng participate in the exploration. Otherwise, why would the supremacies be so generous and share such a good opportunity with the cultivators? The super experts were naturally not stupid. They had all guessed this possibility, so they were very careful when they moved. They had no choice but to accept the mission, and at the same time, they were also eager to obtain an opportunity. However, their first priority was to protect their own lives. If he were to die accidentally, wouldn't everything be for nothing? Faced with the crisscrossing crystal mine passages, the super experts also felt a bit of a headache. Because they could not detect it with their divine sense, they could only investigate it personally. Please act quickly and don't waste time. The commanding divine general's voice rang out, urging the cultivators to act as soon as possible. Just before entering, the super powerhouses had formed private teams and were now gathered together according to the agreement. Although Tang Zhen was strong, he had made many enemies. Naturally, he became a loner. The furious cultivators of the tribe would definitely look for Tang Zhen and kill him to take revenge for their companions. Therefore, he was bound to take on more risks by following Tang Zhen. Cultivators emphasized on seeking advantages and avoiding disadvantages. Since following Tang Zhen was so unsafe, the cultivators naturally avoided him like the plague. The Lusheng cultivators who came with Tang Zhen all had similar thoughts. Although they admitted that Tang Zhen was strong, they couldn't fight against the number advantage of the tribal cultivators. Their advantage had turned into a disadvantage. Tang Zhen's face was silent. He did not care about this in the slightest. He really had no intention of forming a team. With an outsider by his side, some of his trump cards would not be able to be used. Moving alone was actually more relaxing. Tang Zhen did not place the clamoring of those experts from the tribe in his eyes at all. The 8 heads floating behind him were also this arrogant before. Wasn't it still refined by Tang Zhen and used as a weapon to attack his companions? Just as Tang Zhen was choosing a passage, he heard a blood-curdling screech. Immediately after, a series of intersections appeared. He raised his head and looked in the direction of the sound. The 3 cultivators of Lusheng City were retreating rapidly, but a gray mist was chasing after them. Although it seemed to have a form, it was the manifestation of rule force. It also gave people a strange feeling, as if it was a ferocious living thing. The 3 supreme experts were covered in bronze-like green rust that spread to their surroundings. The bronze rust covered the area where it grew, and as if it had been eroded by the wind, it continuously peeled off the residue. The cultivator was like an ancient statue, constantly in a state of disintegration. There was no way to stop it. Damn it, quickly block the power of rules. The commanding godly general gave the order to attack the weapons, which also used rule power. The other cultivators in the building did the same. They all helped by bombarding the gray mist. A hideous face appeared in the gray fog, resisting the cultivators' attacks like a crazy ancient beast. What the hell is this? What's going on? A super expert asked in shock. He didn't expect to encounter such an unexpected situation at the beginning of the exploration. The rule-bending power cultivated by those dead cultivators, through the catalysis of special environments, has become the rule-bending monsters of today. These monsters of laws are sinister and strange, we must be careful. The divine general in charge of the command reminded the cultivators of Lu Cheng loudly, but his expression was ugly and conflicted. From the divine general commander's answer, it was obvious that the other party had come into contact with similar monsters and had explored the tunnel before. The cultivators were both angry and anxious. How could the commanding divine general not inform them of such important news in advance? Such a situation made people suspect that the divine general in charge of commanding the operation might have dirty thoughts. Sensing the unfriendly gazes, the divine general snorted and explained in a calm tone, "I've only just figured out the specific cause of these monsters of laws, so I can't tell you in advance. However, it's not too late to know now." As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a cultivator from Lu Cheng scream in pain, no longer able to resist the erosion of the monster of rules. The green rust-like substance instantly covered the cultivator's entire body, causing it to completely disintegrate. In the blink of an eye, the cultivator from Lu Cheng had died. Seeing this, the cultivators in Lusheng City fell silent, and their expressions were as gloomy as water. The other 2 cultivators of Lu Cheng were lucky enough to escape death, but they were also severely injured. Looking at their appearance, it was clear that they were no longer able to participate in the exploration operation, or else they would be sending themselves to their deaths in vain. Escorted by a few of their companions, the 2 injured cultivators of Lu Cheng left the White-Bone Divine Hall and broke through the void to return to the outside world. "Don't hesitate anymore. Let's act quickly," one of the cultivators from Lu Cheng said. His voice was cold and he felt betrayed. The other cultivators in Lusheng remained silent. They knew that it was useless to say anything more. They had to complete their mission first. However, from this moment on, he had to be on high alert to prevent himself from being tricked by his companions. Tang Zhen looked at the commanding divine general and discovered that his expression was gloomy and conflicted, giving off a very strange feeling. "Idiot Yingluo, Tang Zhen softly evaluated before entering the tunnel. However, a trace of doubt flashed through his mind. The divine general in charge of commanding the operation was clearly in an abnormal state. Perhaps he really did have a secret, but he had no way of telling it to outsiders. If Tang Zhen were to encounter this divine general, he would try his best to avoid him. However, if the other party harbored ill intentions, he would not hesitate to kill him. Chapter 3474. Losing money to avoid disaster. 1. Tang Zhen had just entered the mine when a few monsters pounced at him. They looked like swimming flames. It was not too strong, but it was formed by rule force, so he could not take it lightly. If an ordinary cultivator encountered it and lacked a way to deal with it, it was very likely that they would turn into a pile of bones. Monsters of laws like this could be seen everywhere in the mine, and it was impossible to judge their true strength by their appearance. Perhaps an unremarkable monster could kill a super expert in an instant. In fact, these monsters of laws were the continuation of the consciousness of the fallen cultivators, and they could not be taken lightly. Fortunately, this type of monster also had weaknesses. Some of the monsters of laws were slow, while others could not move and could only be activated when they were close. Most of the monsters of rules were weaker than the super powerhouses, and they had to attack in groups to cause damage. Cultivators could easily avoid such monsters. There were some monsters that he couldn't defeat, but he could definitely hide from them. If it wasn't necessary, there was no need to fight these monsters. After discovering the characteristics of the monsters of laws, it would be much easier to move around. If they encountered monsters of laws that seemed to be difficult to deal with, they could choose to take a detour. In the process of advancing, he had to constantly record the surrounding situation and analyze whether the route was safe. The main task of the cultivators was to find the correct route and to make it easier for them to evacuate. In the process of advancing, they would occasionally encounter cultivators from Lu Cheng, but they did not communicate with each other. Now that the environment was dangerous and the cultivators in the city had their own thoughts, it was not appropriate to have too much contact with them. No one could guarantee that when it came to benefits, the companions around them would not attack. When the cultivators of Lusheng saw Tang Zhen, their eyes were slightly strange as if they didn't expect him to dare to act alone. However, when he thought about Tang Zhen's situation, he felt that it was only natural. It was very likely that this encounter would become an eternal farewell. There was no telling when Tang Zhen would die in the hands of the tribe's cultivators. Tang Zhen turned a blind eye to these cultivators in the building city and only minded his own business as he searched for his way forward. He would not walk the path that others had walked. Not only would he be looked down upon, but it would also bring unnecessary risks. Moreover, Tang Zhen's methods were not convenient for outsiders to see. After walking for a while, he realized that he was at the end of the tunnel. There were also signs of collapse. It was very normal for such a situation to occur when one couldn't use one's divine sense to detect. Not only would Tang Zhen take the wrong path, but the other cultivators would also be the same. After repeated exploration, he finally found the correct path. Tang Zhen turned his head around and saw a hunchbacked figure appearing at the exit of the mine. The other party was wearing a tattered leather robe and was constantly excavating the crystal mine, as if no one was around. Tang Zhen's brows were slightly knitted when he saw this scene. The cultivators from both sides were only intruders to the crystal mine below the temple. The monsters transformed from the remnant souls of the cultivators were the masters. The figure in front of him was most likely a monster as well. The monsters of laws were dangerous and strange, and their attacks were hard to guard against. The wisest way was to try to avoid them. However, the figure in front of him was blocking the exit of the mine. It was obvious that he did not intend to let Tang Zhen leave. Logically speaking, with Tang Zhen's strength and trump card, he might not be afraid of this monster of laws. However, he did not have the intention to fight it head-on. He even felt a sense of danger in his heart. This was because from the beginning to the end, Tang Zhen did not notice any signs of the old man's appearance. This was enough to explain the problem. "Old man, you're blocking my way." Tang Zhen was silent for a few breaths before he suddenly spoke. When the hunchbacked old man heard this, he turned his head and looked at Tang Zhen. His turbid eyes were filled with a lifeless aura. "Where are you going? Hurry up and dig the ore, the chief will come to collect it soon. If we don't complete the mission, I'm afraid we'll be punished again today." There was a hint of helplessness in his cold and strange tone. After the old man finished speaking, he waved the pickaxe in his hand and started to dig at the crystal mine. However, The pickaxe it was using was clearly a ray of light, and it could not cause any damage to the crystal mine. The old man seemed to be extremely tired, but he still persisted in chiseling. He was like a machine that was about to fall apart. How much more do I need to hand in the mission? Tang Zhen looked at the hunched old man and suddenly asked. Clearly, he was asking about the exchange earlier. The old man turned his head to look at Tang Zhen, but he quickly turned his head back and did not answer his question. Tang Zhen flipped his hand and a fragment of the remains appeared. Is that enough? He looked at the old man and asked in a calm tone. The old man didn't respond and continued to mine the crystal. Tang Zhen threw the remains in front of the old man. After which, he flipped his palm and another 10 pieces of remains appeared. Is that enough? The old man was still unmoved. He waved the pickaxe in his hand tiredly, as if he would fall down at any moment. Tang Zhen flipped his hand once again, and 100 pieces of debris appeared. They practically filled half of the tunnel. Is that enough? The old man who was currently mining slowly came to a stop. He once again turned his head to look at Tang Zhen. Enough, enough. It was still that scrawny face, but there was a hint of excitement in his tone, as if the regret in his heart had been satisfied. As the old man spoke, he nodded to Tang Zhen before his figure slowly disappeared. At the same time, the debris that Tang Zhen had thrown out also quickly fused into the crystal mine. Tang Zhen was silent for a few breaths. After he confirmed that there were no problems, he swiftly left the tunnel. Although he was out of danger, Tang Zhen was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he hid in the nearby mine. He realized that there was something wrong with the surrounding terrain. It seemed to be deliberately guiding outsiders to get closer to the strange mine. As long as one passed through this area, it was very easy to walk into a dead end. As expected, it didn't take long for 4 figures to appear. They were all cultivators from the tribe. After they entered this maze-like area, they studied their surroundings and ended up walking towards that dead end. As expected, Tang Zhen's eyes were fixed on the entrance of the mine. He saw a figure instantly appear. It was still the same hunchbacked figure, waving the broken pickaxe and digging. The old man had appeared without a sound. Even though Tang Zhen had been staring at the exit of the mine, he was still unable to discover where the other party had come from. As expected of a monster born from rule power, it was not easy to detect, and its existence contained rules. Tang Zhen had guessed the rules of the monster. Therefore, he chose to lose money to avoid disaster. As expected, he successfully walked out. He wondered if the 4 cultivators who had just entered could see through the rules and escape from the monster. Just as this thought rose in his mind, he heard an angry roar. It was obvious that a battle had broken out. Rays of light flashed at the entrance of the cave. This was the collision of rule power, but there was no movement. Clearly, this mine was more dangerous than he had imagined. After a few seconds, a cultivator rushed out of the cave, looking terrified. The other 3 cultivators of the tribe had yet to show up, so it was likely that they had met with an accident. The cultivators who had entered the mine probably did not know the rules and the monster's entry requirements. Or perhaps they found the rules but were unwilling to pay the price, so they chose to fight the monsters of the rules. In the end, only one of the 4 tribesmen managed to escape. From the looks of it, this cultivator obviously didn't intend to save his companions. After all, he couldn't even take care of himself at the moment. 3 figures suddenly appeared at the entrance of the mine just as Tang Zhen was quietly pondering. It was the 3 cultivators of the tribe who were waving their pickaxes and digging like wooden puppets. The old man suddenly raised his head and looked at Tang Zhen. His shriveled and terrifying face suddenly revealed a smile that caused one's heart to palpitate. He seemed to be thanking Tang Zhen for not stopping these cultivators from entering the mine. Tang Zhen's heart trembled slightly. He was unwilling to remain any longer. Instead, he swiftly advanced toward the deeper parts of the mine. Chapter 3475. Help when meeting on the road. 1. If an ordinary cultivator were to encounter a monster of laws like the hunchbacked old man, he would definitely be a tribulation that could not be resolved. It would be considered lucky if they could escape alive, and there was a 90% chance that they would lose their lives. If it appeared in the mortal world, it was enough to bring chaos to the common people, causing hundreds of millions of lives to be lost. Even if they managed to destroy it by chance, it wouldn't take long for it to reappear in front of them. As long as the rules still existed, monsters would not truly die. Everyone, including Tang Zhen, had to find the crux of the problem if they wanted to kill the powerful monsters of laws. If he couldn't find it, he definitely couldn't kill it. The wisest thing to do when encountering such a monster of laws was to avoid it as much as possible. If he couldn't avoid it, he would have to follow the rules of the monster's existence and try to resolve the crisis. For example, before this, Tang Zhen had chosen to spend money to avoid disaster because the hunchbacked old man needed law fragments. Money could be used to buy one's life, and losing money could avoid disaster. Tang Zhen did not have the confidence to kill him in a single strike, and he did not want to create too much of a commotion. Hence, he had to follow the hunched old man's rules. In such a special environment, it was best to avoid fighting in such situations. Fortunately, the other party did not want his life. Otherwise, Tang Zhen would not have any choice and could only fight with the other party. Tang Zhen continued to move forward after leaving the mine. As soon as they turned into a mine, they heard a noise. It turned out that there was a fight ahead. The two Lu Cheng cultivators fought against the 4 tribesmen. Both sides were fighting for a piece of the remains sealed in the crystal mine. This piece of debris was quite special. It had been deliberately preserved by the miners at that time and stood in the central area of the mine. It was like a work of art that was deliberately displayed. One could see the blood flowing like gemstones in a large piece of bone marrow that looked like gold through the transparent crystal mine. This fragment was enough to be called a treasure. It was no wonder that these cultivators would start a war to snatch it. It was very rare to find remains of such quality, and they were definitely the best cultivation resources. According to his calculations, the Lusheng cultivators should have found the fragment first and then encountered the tribal cultivators later. The cultivators of the tribe relied on their numbers to try to kill and steal the treasures, which was why they were fighting such a fierce battle. The cultivators of Lusheng City did not have the advantage in numbers, but their combat power was stronger. At this moment, the two sides were equally matched. However, as time passed, the advantage of the Lu Cheng cultivators would become smaller and smaller. This kind of battle could change at any time. No matter which side's reinforcements appeared, they could completely crush the other side. Tang Zhen should have ignored the bad attitude of these cultivators. Anyway, he could still hold on for a while and might get help from other cultivators. However, Tang Zhen was very clear that it wouldn't be long before the main force of the tribe's cultivators arrived. If the two cultivators of Lusheng City were surrounded by the enemy, they would most likely die here. He clearly knew that a fatal danger was about to arrive, yet he did not act to rescue and warn them. This was definitely not Tang Zhen's style of doing things. Go! Just as the cultivators from both sides were fighting, 2 hideous heads suddenly flew over, dragging along gloomy flames. What the hell is this? The cultivators of the tribe who had been attacked were slightly shocked, but they immediately recognized the head, and their expressions turned vicious. One of the cultivators from the tribe looked around with his blood-red eyes and quickly locked onto Tang Zhen's position. I'm going to kill him. The cultivator from the tribe growled and was about to attack Tang Zhen because one of the heads was from his tribe. Are you going to give up your bone marrow and blood circulation to let these two cultivators go? A cultivator from the tribe asked coldly. He didn't want to give up the benefits in front of him. He also knew that if he attacked Tang Zhen, he would lose the advantage in numbers. Not only would the two cultivators of Lu Cheng escape, but the remains that they were determined to get might also be snatched away by the other party. I don't care. Today, this cultivator from Lu Cheng must die. As the blood-eyed cultivator spoke, he had already pounced towards Tang Zhen like a ferocious beast that was about to devour a person. HMPH. Tang Zhen did not hesitate. He swiftly turned around and left. He had already done his best by luring an enemy away so that the cultivators of the tribe could not surround him. If the two Lu Cheng cultivators fought with their lives, not only would they have a chance to escape, but they might even defeat the other party. Once they won, they would obtain the bone marrow and blood circulation. If they were greedy and continued to stay and fight for it, then they deserved this. After Tang Zhen disappeared, the two cultivators from Lu Cheng looked at each other and decisively chose to retreat. They were naturally able to tell that Tang Zhen was helping to share the pressure. However, he did not have any intention of staying. If the 3 Lu Cheng cultivators worked together, they would be able to kill the 4 tribesmen and get the living blood bone marrow. The fact that Tang Zhen didn't do this was something worth considering. It was extremely likely that danger was approaching from behind. After realizing this, the 2 cultivators of Lu Cheng didn't dare to hesitate and quickly left the area. Seeing this, the 3 tribesmen didn't dare to continue chasing for fear of falling into the trap of the Lusheng cultivators. They immediately worked together to excavate the fragment of the remains. Only then would they be at ease when the treasure fell into their bags. It didn't take long for a group of tribal cultivators to appear. When they saw that their companions were excavating the crystal mine, they didn't stop and continued to move forward. The three cultivators cursed in their hearts. If their accomplices had come a step earlier, the three cultivators of Lusheng City, including Tang Zhen, would not have been able to escape alive. His heart was filled with endless hatred for Tang Zhen, who was causing trouble. He was determined to kill him. They followed the path that Tang Zhen had disappeared into and quickly chased after him. They wanted to provide military support to their companions. However, he did not walk far before he saw a headless corpse lying on the ground of the crystal mine's tunnel. Looking at the appearance of the corpse, it was obvious that it was the accomplice who was chasing after Tang Zhen. Unfortunately, it was already beheaded. The three cultivators were shocked to see this. They were not far from the battle, but they didn't hear anything. The accomplice who wanted to kill Tang Zhen might have been killed by Tang Zhen, who was pretending to escape, just after he left the team. The more they thought about it, the more frightened they became. The three cultivators immediately gave up on the idea of chasing after Tang Zhen. The 8 heads that were fluttering behind Tang Zhen caused one to feel anger and fear just by looking at them. However, there were many enemies who wanted to kill him, causing the number of heads to continuously increase. At this moment, the number of heads would probably increase by 1. After coming to a decision, the 3 tribesmen immediately changed directions and chased after the main force. Just after they left, Tang Zhen's figure flashed in the mine ahead. Just as the 3 cultivators had expected, another head appeared on the floating head behind Tang Zhen. At this moment, his face was filled with malevolence as he glared at his disappearing companions, as if he wanted to devour their flesh and blood. The Lucheng cultivators are gradually approaching the depths of the mine, and the tribal cultivators are also approaching. It won't be long before we meet. There must be a huge secret hidden in this ancient mine. Perhaps there was really an inheritance of ancient creatures. However, it was not as easy as one would imagine to obtain benefits. It was very likely that one would lose their life. Although I don't want to join in the fun, if this inheritance is fated with me, I can try to fight for it. Once you successfully obtain the inheritance, your status will rise rapidly, and you should have more opportunities to come into contact with core secrets. The Peak Divine General guarding outside was obviously coveting the inheritance of the ancient creature. However, this was not the reason for Tang Zhen to be afraid. If there was a chance, Tang Zhen would not hesitate even if it meant snatching food from the hands of a Peak Divine General. In this way, he would become a thorn in the side of Peak Immortal Generals and would be attacked for revenge. However, such a possibility was not a reason for Tang Zhen to let go. If it were any other cultivator, they would be in a difficult situation after offending a peak stage divine general. However, Tang Zhen was different. If anyone dared to court death, he would send his main body out and let the other party know what was called too late to regret. Chapter 3476, Ancient Master 1. In the complex underground crystal mine, cultivators would appear from time to time and explore the passages. The fastest cultivator, Lu Cheng, had already reached the depths of the mine, but the exploration process was not easy. Every exploration team was intercepted and attacked by the monsters of laws, and they suffered some losses. Some unlucky fellows even fell here. The divine general in charge of commanding the army had an uncertain expression on his face the entire way, a hint of ferocity flashing through his eyes from time to time. There seemed to be a face that appeared on his face from time to time, but it disappeared in the blink of an eye. The divine general had entered the underground mine before, but he had escaped with his life by a hair's breadth. Naturally, he knew how dangerous this place was. That soul-shaking experience had also made the divine general clear which mine had hidden dangers. However, from the beginning to the end, the divine general did not share his experience. Even when he saw the Lu Cheng cultivators enter the dangerous place, he still pretended to be indifferent. He naturally had his reasons for doing this. Looking at the chaotic mine ahead, the divine general struggled to open his mouth, his eyes fixed on one of the tunnels. He knew that there was a monster of laws hidden in that passage, which could easily kill the cultivators of Lu Cheng in seconds. Back then, it was this wrong path that caused the death of a super expert, and he and a few other cultivators of Lu Cheng to escape. Of course, the companions who were lucky enough to escape had already fallen in other places. Otherwise, they would have informed him of the danger at this moment. The cultivators of Lusheng filtered through them and finally entered the dangerous passage as if they were possessed by ghosts and gods. It was clearly the wrong choice, but the divine general did not give any hints. The consciousness hidden in the bottom of his heart once again gained the upper hand and made him obediently shut his mouth. Seeing the groups of cultivators fall into the trap, the divine general hiding in the dark revealed an evil smile and entered a passage. In fact, he wasn't sure which passage was the safest, but the voice in his mind kept reminding him. Let's go here, let's go here. The voice made him break down in annoyance, but he had no choice but to obey. There was even a thought that kept telling the immortal general that this was his supreme master. For the noble master, he could give up everything, even if it meant sacrificing his own life. Following the voice's guidance, they didn't encounter any obstacles along the way. The confused divine general finally arrived at the deepest part of the mine, where there was a huge pit. The divine general's appearance had completely changed. He looked in front of him with adoration and knelt down in respect. In the middle of this deep pit, there was a huge skeleton that was 1,000 meters tall. The skeleton was like a mountain peak, emitting a crystal-clear treasure light, embellished with countless deep red gemstones. The red gem was blood, and the amount was enough to shock any cultivator. Many tribes couldn't even gather enough of it after years of consumption. It could be said that the living blood alone was enough to trigger a war, causing countless deaths and injuries among cultivators. As long as they had this living blood, it wouldn't take long for the strength of the cultivator organization to undergo a tremendous change. There was a terrifying crack on the huge jaded skeleton, and no one knew what caused it. Through this terrifying crack, one could see the golden bone marrow moving up and down like melted gold. Normally, a drop of bone marrow would cause people to fight over it, but there were countless of them here. There were probably dozens or hundreds of tons. Furthermore, within the bone marrow, there were traces of purple meridians, which was extremely rare. Only when the fragments of the ancient creatures were well preserved could one see these purple veins. If a cultivator could refine it into his body, he would definitely get an unexpected surprise. Cultivators had never even heard of such a large piece of debris, let alone excavate it. When size reached a certain extent, it would breed remnant thought monsters, and the larger the size, the fiercer the monster would be. Such a huge fragment of the wreckage was definitely no exception. It had long given birth to a powerful residual thought monster. However, this remnant thought monster felt that it was different from the rest and that it was the continuation of the ancient creature's will. Compared to ordinary lingering spirit monsters, it was indeed very powerful. It was not something that ordinary Supreme Lord monsters could compare to. Tens of millions of years ago, the skeleton was discovered by the descendants of ancient creatures. The cultivators originally wanted to refine it, but they didn't expect it to be controlled by the remnant thought monster. It didn't take long for the monster to take control of the entire world. At the request of the lingering spirit monster, the descendants of the cultivators built the White Bone Temple and collected the remains for their own cultivation. By devouring the remains, this remnant will monster that had self-proclaimed itself as an ancient lord began to slowly increase in strength. Just as he was feeling proud of himself, an unforeseen event followed. This special small world was formed in the body of the ancient creature, and it was heavily injured because of the ancient creature's death. In the end, due to the fall of his main body, he lost his true foundation and quickly fell into a state of withering and destruction. This was something that the ancient exalts couldn't bear. Because his main body had fused with this world, the ancient exalts were also restricted and couldn't leave this world. If this world was abandoned, the ancient exalts would also be seriously affected. As time passed, this effect would become more and more serious. The ancient exalts would also become weaker and weaker, and they might even turn into nothingness. After reaching a certain level, the world would consume all matter to maintain its own operation. As a member of this world, the ancient exalts would not be able to escape this calamity either. They might even be the first to be digested. Unwilling to accept his fate, the ancient lords immediately tried to save themselves. It was prepared to raise its strength to a certain level before the world was destroyed. Then, it would be able to successfully leave this world. Therefore, the ancient lord had ordered the descendants who worshipped him to continuously mine crystal mines for their cultivation. If they couldn't do it, they would be severely punished by the ancient exalts, who would use cruel and bloody methods. These descendants were forced into a miserable state. They wanted to resist, but they were no match for him. As time passed, the world became more and more desolate, and the panicking ancient exalts were also more and more desperate. The descendants of the ancient creatures were forced into a corner. In the end, they couldn't bear the burden and chose to fight back with all their might. They gathered together and attacked the core of the underground crystal mine in an attempt to kill the ancient sovereign. Victory and defeat depended on this one move. Every member of the ancient tribe was forced to participate in this war. Even though they had made a lot of preparations before the operation to deal with all kinds of accidents, the cultivators had still underestimated the strength of the ancient lords. Facing the powerful ancient masters, the descendants were no match for them at all. They were devoured in batches and killed instantly. Many of the descendants finally realized that they had fallen into the trap of the ancient exalts before they died. The other party didn't want to refine any more remains and fragments. Firstly, there were too few of them, and secondly, the speed of cultivation was too slow. In order to leave this world as soon as possible, the ancient lords came up with a vicious method, which was to refine all their descendants and residents. The bloodline of these descendants still had the power of ancient creatures, but it was in a sealed state. If an ancient sovereign master could absorb all of it and activate it, his strength would increase instantly. It secretly controlled the cultivators of its descendants and made them encourage their clansmen to resist, while also providing a lot of wrong information. It was said that the ancient lord had made a mistake in his cultivation and entered a weak state. His strength was only 1/10 of his normal state. Then, in front of the cultivators who verified the information, he deliberately showed that he was in a weak state to make the cultivators of the descendants believe it. In desperation, they finally decided to attack, but they ended up on a road of no return. Tens of millions of descendants were all devoured and turned into bones overnight. Chapter 3477. Each with their own concerns. This huge pit was a sea of white bones. Not only was it huge, but it was also unknown how deep it was. There were all kinds of skeletons stacked up in layers, and there were also all kinds of armors and weapons mixed in. Although tens of millions of years had passed, there were still some weapons that were still shining with divine light. However, the masters of these divine weapons had either turned into bones or monsters of laws. They wandered around unconsciously, wailing constantly to vent their endless anger and grievances. The eerie and terrifying sea of bones was a true land of death. Once a cultivator entered it by mistake, there was basically no possibility of leaving alive. The 1,000-meter-tall giant skeleton stood in the middle of the countless skeletons, like a supreme lord. Countless vengeful souls surrounded them, wailing silently as if they wanted to get rid of the shackles that had bound them for thousands of years, but they could not do so. A figure was sitting cross-legged under the huge skeleton, exuding a terrifying aura. This figure's appearance was very similar to Supremacy Ao Fang's, but their auras were different. It gave people the feeling that his body had been occupied by an unknown existence. The god general stood on the edge of the cliff and looked at the sea of bones. A look of struggle and panic flashed across his face. But at this moment, the figure under the skeleton raised his head and looked over. One was a cultivator of Lu Chang, and the other was a tribe leader. The relationship between the two sides should have been one of life and death. But the scene in front of him was clearly like an acquaintance meeting. "Greetings, Lord." The god general knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the figure in the sea of bones with a pious expression. He looked sincere and serious, as if the most important thing in the world was to bow to his noble master. "Have you completed the task assigned to you?" The figure under the skeleton asked in a cold tone, as if he was looking down on all living beings. "We've already attracted the cultivators here as you requested. It won't take long for them to arrive at the core area." The divine general quickly replied with a fawning tone. "Don't worry, let them approach slowly. The divine souls that are suffering from fear and torture will be more delicious. As a merciful Lord, I will allow them to live for a while longer, and then obtain the honor of sleeping in this sea of bones." The cultivator suspected to be Exalt Ao Fang revealed a sinister smile, as if he was very satisfied with his plan. He used the white bone secret rune as a bait to attract groups of fools and let them enter the crystal mine to die. Through this method, he could obtain enough cultivation resources to complete it one day. At that moment, he would be able to leave this world and no longer be bound by any restrictions. It was just that its existence was too special. After one's cultivation reached a certain level, it was extremely difficult to improve even a little. Even though it had devoured the entire world's residents and foreign cultivators more than once, it still could not satisfy its needs. But it didn't matter. As long as greed and desire existed, there would always be prey falling into the trap. Your wisdom is unparalleled. Those stupid prey will eventually become your sacrifice. The divine general praised loudly, no longer arrogant, just like a pet trying its best to please its owner. He had long forgotten that he was also a victim, having witnessed the entire process of his people being devoured. Those lies that deceived the clansmen were personally spread by him, and ultimately led to the decisive battle. Although he was the biggest accomplice, he didn't feel guilty at all, because he was full of hatred for his own tribe. Perhaps it was because of a small matter, or perhaps it was because of some unfair behavior, but in the end, it caused him to hate all of his own kind, and even the living beings of the entire world. When the world was destroyed, he felt an indescribable joy, and he had been happy for tens of millions of years. Just as the two sides were conversing, the ancient sovereign suddenly frowned and said in an irrefutable tone, "Go back immediately, find those lost guys, and guide them all to me." The ancient lord had previously claimed that he could let the cultivators slowly enjoy their final moments. However, he had suddenly changed his mind. The divine general was not surprised by such a change. He knew his master very well, and he would often change his mind. "Yes, my master." The divine general bowed and disappeared into the mine again. However, he did not notice that the figure under the skeleton had a surprised expression on his face. "Why do I have a feeling that there will be an accident this time?" When one's strength reached a certain realm, one would have a premonition of good and bad, especially in the world under one's control. This feeling would become clearer. In fact, the perception of fortune and misfortune was the result of the information transmission of all things in the world and the judgment result after synthesis. The stronger one's control over the world, the more information one would obtain. One might even reach the level of omniscience. However, as the world became more desolate, this sense of fortune and misfortune became weaker and weaker, even becoming almost non-existent. In particular, everything he had done was in order to leave this world, which was equivalent to actively cutting off his ability to sense danger. His connection with the world was weakening, and he was about to break free, but he could still receive such a strong warning of danger. The Lord, who was suspicious by nature, immediately became vigilant. Even though he had always believed that he was the most respected person in this world, and that he could do anything he wanted. However, this inexplicable sense of danger made the ancient lord extremely vigilant, and he immediately made up his mind. He had to pull in the net as soon as possible and end the hunt to prevent any accidents from happening. Originally, he still had many tricks up his sleeve, ready to tease these greedy fools, but now he changed his mind. The situation had become confusing, and he did not have much time left. The most important thing was to leave this world as soon as possible. Once there was an accident, it was very likely that all their previous efforts would be in vain. The ancient sovereign master could already feel that the consciousness of this world was staring at him. Under the circumstances where there was nothing to consume, he was undoubtedly the biggest piece of meat. If it could use the ancient lords as nutrients, this world that was about to be abandoned could definitely last for a while longer. If he couldn't do it, perhaps it wouldn't take long for the entire world to collapse. Hence, be it the ancient lords or this desolate world, they were all racing against time. One wanted to devour the other, while the other wanted to escape. Furthermore, it had already reached the most critical juncture. Therefore, the hunting plan this time was very important to the ancient exalts. The ancient sovereign had already concluded that the unknown sense of danger was most likely coming from the consciousness of this desolate world. In his opinion, only this world was full of hostility toward him and wanted to devour and destroy him. As for the prey that had been tricked, they only had a greedy heart and had no means of threatening him. Sooner or later, they would end up like the descendants of the tribes, becoming a material for cultivation and becoming a part of the mountain of bones. Chapter 3478, A Special Obstacle 1. In the deep mine, Tang Zhen slowly walked forward. He was not in a hurry to enter the core area. He had a feeling that there was a fatal danger hidden in the deepest part of the mine. It was precisely because they sensed danger that the supremacy cultivators who were high above chose to watch from the back. Although he could not refuse the command, he could choose to slow down and let others explore the core area first. As for the first come, first served opportunity, Tang Zhen simply did not have the slightest interest in it. Whoever wanted it could go and snatch it. It wasn't that Tang Zhen didn't want these benefits. Instead, he was extremely clear in his heart that he had to put in a lot of effort in order to gain something. The equivalent exchange that the cultivation world demanded was a universal rule, and the greater the opportunity, the more it was so. There was a reason for everything, and there would never be any benefits that would fall on him for no reason. When he met Lusheng cultivators or tribal cultivators, Tang Zhen never had any contact with them. Now that the situation was unclear, it was better to be careful. In the process of moving forward, Tang Zhen met the divine general in charge of commanding the troops and was looking for Lu Cheng's cultivators. The doubt in Tang Zhen's heart became even denser when he saw the other party. He had already noticed that there was something wrong with this divine general and that he seemed to be hiding a big secret. This was especially so when this divine general had entered the underground crystal mine before, but he had not issued a warning when the cultivators were in danger. Such a situation was enough to arouse the suspicion of the cultivators. Not only Tang Zhen, but the other cultivators in Lusheng were also suspicious of the divine general in charge. However, they didn't have any evidence. Moreover, the current environment wasn't suitable for in-depth investigation, so they could only keep their doubts to themselves. When he saw the divine general summoning the cultivators of Lusheng and saying that he had found the correct passage, Tang Zhen didn't appear to respond. Tang Zhen was able to move freely in the mine without worrying about being discovered by the cultivators from both sides because he had used a divine regulation talisman. It had the effect of invisibility, which could block the detection of cultivators and monsters. Originally, this kind of divine rune of laws was used as a trump card to escape. However, after encountering a few powerful monsters of laws, Tang Zhen decisively activated it. No matter how precious the divine runes of regulation were, they had to be used when they had to be used. Sure enough, after activating the divine talisman of rules, Tang Zhen was able to travel without any obstacles. No cultivators discovered his tracks. The crystal mine monsters that were everywhere could not be successfully activated because of the divine runes of the rules. From Tang Zhen's point of view, before the divine symbol lost its effect, the path in the mine would be smooth. The divine general did not discover Tang Zhen and was alone at the moment. He did not have many scruples. He looked around with a dark expression and stomped on the ground twice. At the same time, he shouted, "Come out." In the blink of an eye, a huge and distorted face suddenly emerged from the ground. Before I arrived, how many cultivators passed by here, and which direction did they go? The divine general said coldly. He did not care about the monsters of laws on the ground at all. The giant face on the ground let out a strange roar, as if it wanted to swallow the divine general in one bite, but for some reason, it couldn't. It was as if there was a deep hatred between them, and they wanted to cut each other into 1,000 pieces, but they couldn't do it because their hands and feet were bound. Such a strange reaction made one's imagination run wild. After getting the information he wanted, the immortal general snorted before turning around and flying into the mine. Tang Zhen, who was quietly watching by the side, had some suspicions in his heart. He felt that the other party should be plotting something. Of course, there was also a possibility that the divine general was trying to gather the cultivators in Lu City to prevent them from running into danger. Regardless of whether it was good or bad, it had nothing to do with Tang Zhen. He had already made up his mind to stay far away from this divine general. Being able to freely summon and enslave monsters of laws was already an abnormal behavior. This made Tang Zhen suspect that this divine general had been possessed. This divine general was not weak and could be considered one of the best among the cultivators in Lusheng. To control and possess him, one would need to be at least a high-level divine general, or even a supremacy. Without such an ability, it would be impossible to control it perfectly, and the cultivators of Lu Cheng would have noticed the abnormality. Looking at the divine general's goal, it was obvious that he wanted to lead the cultivators into the core of the crystal mine, and he was even a little impatient. This made Tang Zhen even more certain that the core at the bottom of the crystal mine hid a huge danger. If he rashly went there, it would be equivalent to walking into a trap. Although he clearly knew that there was danger, Tang Zhen was unwilling to easily withdraw. How could he miss such a lively and exciting show? It must be known that great opportunities were often hidden in great disasters. Tang Zhen would definitely fight for them. Tang Zhen, who had the divine regulation symbol protecting his body, was able to effectively hide his tracks. Not only could he watch the show more easily from the side, but he could also take part in it at a suitable opportunity. After making up his mind, Tang Zhen was ready to take action. However, as soon as he turned around, he saw a figure not far behind him, looking at him silently. He had an extremely ordinary face. It was as if one would completely forget what he looked like if they looked away. His entire body exuded an aura of vicissitudes, giving people a feeling that he was beyond cure. Tang Zhen's heart was slightly startled. He did not expect that the other party was actually able to see him despite being hidden by the divine regulation symbol. The previous test had confirmed that cultivators from both sides, including the monsters of rules, could not see through the concealment of the divine runes of rules. What was the origin of this figure? How could he see through him? Just as Tang Zhen was feeling secretly puzzled and thinking of a method to deal with this, that ancient figure took the initiative to speak. In the depths of this crystal mine, there's a fragment of an ancient creature that's nearly 10,000 feet tall. It was the complete finger bone of the ancient creature, Kun Wen. It was very active and had given birth to a powerful remnant thought monster. And NBSP, this remnant thought monster called itself an ancient lord. It had ruled the world tens of millions of years ago and had devoured all life for its own greed. The purpose of this was to increase its own strength, but it didn't care that its descendants were of the same race as it. After that, it changed its target to foreign cultivators and succeeded more than once. That ancient figure slowly spoke, as if he had sunk into his memories. At the same time, he looked at Tang Zhen and warned, "You cultivators are also its prey. As long as you enter the core of the crystal mine, you will definitely die." Tang Zhen was silent. He had long guessed this possibility. "According to what you said, I should leave the crystal mine now, so that I can escape." The weathered figure laughed softly when he heard Tang Zhen's question. "As long as you enter this crystal mine, there is no possibility of escape. No matter how you hide, you will be forced to the core of the crystal mine sooner or later. At that time, unless your strength can surpass the ancient exalts, you will not be able to escape the fate of being devoured." Tang Zhen frowned slightly. He looked at the figure in front of him that had experienced many vicissitudes of life before suddenly laughing softly. "That's why you're telling me that you can't escape the crystal mine on your own. You'll die at the hands of the ancient masters sooner or later. If that's the case, there's no need for you to show yourself and tell me what you might encounter, because it's meaningless. Therefore, you must have a way to help me avoid this disaster, but you must pay a price." "What I said, is it right or wrong?" The ancient figure fell silent. It was as if he did not know how to reply because what Tang Zhen was going to say was the content he was going to say. "What you said might be able to scare others, but it definitely won't scare me. You want to use me to do things, and you want me to pay the price. Do you really think everyone is as stupid as you think?" Tang Zhen sneered. A trace of disdain was revealed on his face. "If your goal is to get me to help you deal with the ancient exalts, then don't try that. Quickly give me a condition that I'm satisfied with, or else please don't open your mouth, or quickly find other idiots who believe you." Chapter 3479, Haggling 1. Tang Zhen showed no mercy and directly exposed the plan of the weathered elder. Regardless of the background of this weathered elder, Tang Zhen would not be the least bit courteous since the other party wanted to scheme against him. It didn't matter if he was used. This proved that he had enough value, and could also be used as a condition for exchange. However, if the other party wanted to take advantage of him and didn't want to give him any benefits, that would be too shameless. Since the other party was like this, Tang Zhen did not have the mood to play along. Of course, the premise of doing so was to thoroughly understand the other party's sinister intentions, and then have enough courage to bargain with the other party. Try to take the initiative so that you won't be led by the nose by others. The two of them looked at each other. After a dozen breaths of silence, the old man slowly spoke. "It's just as you said. I wanted to kill an ancient sovereign. However, due to some special reasons, I was unable to do so." He had tried a few times during this period, but he had not succeeded. Now, he had reached a critical juncture. The ancient sovereign must be killed. "If you can do it, I'm willing to pay you a satisfactory driver." The experienced old man did not hide anything. He told Tang Zhen his motive. There was an irreconcilable enmity between him and the ancient sovereign. "You can tell me what price you're willing to pay first, and then I'll think about it." Tang Zhen's current performance was like a merchant who haggled over every single detail. This was indeed the case in the transactions between cultivators. Especially between cultivators who were unfamiliar to each other, there was no such thing as friendship. Everything was purely an exchange of benefits. "If you can kill the Lord, I can give you 50 kilograms of golden bone marrow as a reward." Its value is incalculable. The reward that the weathered elder offered was indeed very tempting, even unbelievable. Even a drop of golden bone marrow from an ancient creature was enough to move a peak-level cultivator, let alone 100 pounds. Even a supremacy cultivator would not be able to reject such a temptation and reward. However, when he looked at Tang Zhen again, he did not seem to be satisfied. If these 10,000 Zhonglong ancient creature bones are kept fresh, the total amount of golden bone marrow would be at least 100 tons. I helped you kill the ancient sovereign, but you're not even willing to let me drink the soup. Is this your so-called sincerity? Tang Zhen softly laughed. His disdainful expression became even denser. At the same time, he gently shook his head and sighed. 100 jin of golden bone marrow. This price is sincere enough. You must know that you're just accepting the job. No matter how much wealth the target has, it has nothing to do with you. If you wanted to participate in the competition, you might be able to get more spoils of war, but you would have to face more danger and competition. At the same time, there's a prerequisite, which is that we must be able to bring wealth out of this world. The weathered elder slowly said. This was a warning to Tang Zhen. No matter how attractive the bounty was, it must be kept in one's pocket and be qualified to enjoy it. Your words do make some sense, but I feel that you can set the reward a little more generous. After all, other than me, you don't seem to have any other suitable choice. Tang Zhen's tone was filled with confidence. He was certain that the other party had been observing him for a long time. Only then did he take the initiative to look for him. The main reason might be related to the divine runes of rules. As the creator of the divine regulation talisman, Tang Zhen was all too clear about the might of such a weapon. It was definitely the best weapon for sneak attacks. The weathered elder had seen through the extraordinariness of the divine runes. Therefore, he had negotiated with Tang Zhen in the hope that he could help him hunt down the ancient lords. To put it bluntly, he was using an empty promise to rope in a helper for himself. If Tang Zhen were to be killed, the weathered elder would definitely not lose anything. His plan was pretty good. However, how could Tang Zhen fall for it? If the other party wanted him to act, they must give him sufficient benefits. Tang Zhen immediately stated his conditions when he thought of this. It's not a problem for me to fight, but you have to pay me 50 kilograms of golden bone marrow first. After you succeed, you have to pay me 10 times the amount. If there really is an inheritance of an ancient creature, I hope to be able to comprehend it. Whether I can obtain it or not is entirely up to the will of the heavens. These are my conditions. If you can agree to them, we can sign a contract. If you still want to haggle, then don't waste your time. After hearing Tang Zhen's conditions, the weathered elder fell into silence. Are you sure that your value is equivalent to 100 jin of golden bone marrow? If you're perfunctory or cowering, then wouldn't I have suffered a great loss? Tang Zhen laughed out loud when he heard this. He looked at the weathered elder and said, You said it yourself. If I can't kill the ancient sovereign lord, I will die in this world sooner or later. You also threatened me that I might not be able to leave this world after getting the benefits. Both the ancient lords and you have the means to seal this world, so I don't dare to be half-hearted. If he didn't want to be killed by the ancient sovereign, he had to find a way to kill him. If I work with you, I can get a reward and leave this world safely. Isn't that the best choice? If he chose to be perfunctory about this matter and ultimately cause the operation to fail, it would be the same as harming himself. If you don't even have this bit of trust, there's no need to continue the deal between us. The initiative of the deal was in Tang Zhen's hands. If the weathered elder rejected his conditions, this negotiation could be stopped immediately. Tang Zhen had his own means to leave this world and would not be frightened by the words of the weathered elder. This also gave him enough confidence during the negotiation. The weathered elder was different. From his attitude and what he had said earlier, he knew that the situation was very urgent and there was no other choice. Tang Zhen was definitely not the only person that the weathered elder was trying to contact. It was also to increase the chances of success. However, Tang Zhen was certain that he definitely possessed a rather important weight. Other cultivators simply couldn't be compared to him. It was precisely because he was certain of this point that Tang Zhen dared to raise conditions. Moreover, his attitude was so resolute and decisive. If the other party didn't agree, Tang Zhen wouldn't have the slightest hesitation and would directly turn around and leave. There was another reason. Tang Zhen had already planned to participate in this matter. When the time came, he might use the divine regulation talisman. Now that someone had taken the initiative to visit and was willing to reimburse Tang Zhen's losses, this was naturally a good thing that he could not ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. 4. After Tang Zhen made his request, both sides fell into silence again. Since you're so confident, how can I not bear to? The weathered elder sighed softly. In the end, he still accepted Tang Zhen's conditions. Perhaps this weathered elder had really taken a fancy to the divine regulation talisman, or perhaps he was just fearless. Tang Zhen was just a chess piece of his. Even if he obtained the golden bone marrow, he would not be able to bring it out of this world. Therefore, no matter how much he gave, it would still return to his hands in the end. It was simply impossible for Tang Zhen to obtain even a single cent. Tang Zhen could more or less guess the thoughts of the experienced old man. No matter what the other party was planning, as long as the golden bone marrow fell into Tang Zhen's hands, it was impossible for him to hand it over. With just the golden bone marrow, Tang Zhen's trip was not in vain. He could leave this world at any time. However, if there was a contract, Tang Zhen would definitely abide by the agreement and would definitely not go back on his word. Leaving rashly would not only violate the contract and suffer the backlash of the rules, but it would also miss the opportunity to obtain the inheritance. Since he was involved in this incident and had to detonate the divine rune of rules, he naturally had to maximize his benefits. Chapter 3480. About to fall into the pit. 1. The weathered elder raised his hand and threw out an item that looked like a gem. The interior of the gem flickered with a golden luster, as if the light had been compressed to the extreme, and could not be concealed, revealing a trace. Just this ray of light was already extremely bright. Even if one didn't have any experience or common sense, one could tell that this was a treasure with just a glance. This was indeed the case. Moreover, an ordinary supreme treasure was not even 1,000th of this gemstone. This was actually a storage space that was specially opened up by controlling rule power, and then condensed and compressed into a gem. Just like the messenger Nazumi, the deposit to Tang Zhen was stored in the small gem. 100 jin of golden bone marrow. Even in the treasury of those major forces, perhaps there was not that much material reserve. If a supremacy cultivator used it to cultivate, their strength would increase by several times. Once the news spread, this small gem would be enough to attract supremacy cultivators to fight for it. However, because of their caution, they had missed this opportunity. Otherwise, they would have been the more suitable candidates. At least on the surface, supremacy cultivators had a higher chance of success when carrying out missions. However, when exalts entered this world, they would face even more restrictions. They might not even be as carefree as Tang Zhen. The two of them formed a contract and reached an agreement. When you get close to the ancient sovereign, throw this item on him and your task will be completed. You're definitely not an ordinary cultivator and must have a great background. I hope you won't disappoint me, the weathered elder said to Tang Zhen before both parties parted. His tone was filled with anticipation. I will do my best. The contract had already been signed. Tang Zhen did not need to make too many promises. Everything would depend on his actions. The weathered elder nodded slightly and disappeared without a trace in an instant. All traces of his existence were erased in an instant. Tang Zhen watched as the other party disappeared. When he discovered that the entire process was completely silent, the wariness in his heart grew even denser. The danger level of this old man was definitely not inferior to that of an ancient sovereign. Even if Tang Zhen were to make a move, he would not be able to completely erase the traces of his existence to the extent that he was able to. Tang Zhen's current methods could kill or injure ancient exalts. However, he did not have the confidence to win against the illusory and ancient elder. From the moment he appeared to the moment he disappeared, the elder did not appear in his true form, but his methods were no different from his true body. This caused Tang Zhen to secretly guess where the other party's true body was and what exactly was his identity. Tang Zhen, who had roamed the great thousand world, possessed a rather rich knowledge. Combining the information he had collected along the way, he quickly came up with a corresponding conjecture. On the surface, however, he was silent. Following the route map left by the commanding divine general, he quickly advanced into the depths of the mine. As expected, the journey was extremely smooth, and there were no signs of monsters of laws appearing. If the Lu Cheng cultivators followed the route, they would be able to save a lot of time and reach the core of the crystal mine faster. With the map, they should have been able to reach the core area of the crystal mine before the cultivators of the tribe. However, the route map was carved everywhere and was in the most obvious places in the mine. Not only could the cultivators of the Lusheng city see it, but the cultivators of the tribe would also not miss it. It was easy to verify whether the route was real or fake. The divine general's actions made Tang Zhen even more certain that the other party truly harbored evil intentions. He estimated that the cultivators from both sides must have reached the core area. Tang Zhen had to increase his speed. If he was a little slower, he would miss the true show. Tang Zhen immediately increased his speed when he thought of this. He was like a phantom as he passed through the rugged mine. Very quickly, Tang Zhen saw that at the end of the mine ahead, waves of treasure light were continuously flashing. He could vaguely make out the figures of cultivators. Tang Zhen immediately kept the divine talisman of regulation to avoid excessive waste. He was still hoping that it would be useful at a critical moment. This kind of divine rune of rules that could help hide one's tracks was not a one-time item. It could be used repeatedly like a candle. Tang Zhen emerged from his concealed state and rushed out of the mine. In front of him was a huge pit with countless corpses piled up. Looking at the old weapons and equipment, it was clear that this was once a huge battlefield. However, upon closer inspection, one would realize that this place was more like a slaughterhouse. Countless living beings and cultivators had been killed here. When they were killed, they didn't even have the power to fight back, which was why such a scene was formed. Therefore, in this deep pit, there were a large number of monsters of laws, which made people tremble with fear. In the middle of the sea of bones, there was a giant skeleton the size of a mountain. One look at it and one would not be able to look away. The cultivators were all experienced enough to distinguish the quality of treasures. They could tell at a glance that this skeleton was extraordinary. Or rather, he had never seen such remains in the ancient Chaos land. It was not enough to describe the remains as a supreme treasure, because it was a divine object that could make any cultivator organization go crazy. It could not be copied, it was a unique existence. The gem-like blood circulation and the golden bone marrow mixed with purple meridians had completely aroused the greed in the hearts of the cultivators. If he could take it for himself and refine it all, his future achievements would be limitless. He would definitely be able to suppress exalts and even have the chance to become a god king. In the face of such an irresistible temptation, the cultivators secretly made up their minds to try as long as there was a possibility. Not only did the cultivators of Lusheng think so, but the cultivators of the tribes also thought so, their eyes full of greed. In this area of white bones, there was also a special rule power hidden, which could infinitely amplify the desires of cultivators. The closer he got to the pit, the longer he stared at the skeleton, and the more serious the situation became. At this moment, the cultivators on both sides were in a stalemate and did not take any action. They were obviously afraid of the monsters of laws that were scattered all over the deep pit. It wasn't just the cultivators on both sides. Even the ancient exalts were having a headache dealing with these monsters of laws. Back then, when he devoured the cultivators of the refining tribe, he had indeed obtained great benefits. However, at the same time, he had also buried a great hidden danger. The mountain-like piles of corpses had accumulated a sea of resentment, and had given birth to countless monsters of laws. The monster was like a cage that completely bound the ancient lord, imprisoning him at the bottom of the crystal mine like a prison. Not only could he not move his body, but even his thoughts could not move far away, which was equivalent to breaking his arms and legs. This kind of self-harming behavior had made the ancient exalts suffer. Left with no other choice, the ancient sovereign lord could only order his servants to lure the foreign cultivators into the core area. His servant status was special, and he could pass through the barrier formed by monsters of laws, luring his prey into the trap again and again. However, even though they were his slaves, they still had to be careful. These law monsters were too terrifying. The servant was not afraid of one or two monsters, but facing thousands of them, he could be devoured if he was not careful. The seemingly omnipotent ancient lords would only have the opportunity to display their supreme divine might when their prey had passed through the blockade of the monsters of laws and approached their own bodies. This information was top secret, and the cultivators from both sides had no way of knowing. The cultivators from both sides were tempted by their greed, and they were studying how to get close to the core of the sea of bones. Every cultivator was racking their brains to think of the most effective method, and everything else was put aside. The enmity between the two sides was no longer important compared to this peerless treasure. By right, after finding the correct path, he should have sent the news back to the supremacies waiting outside. However, the cultivators on both sides seemed to have amnesia and collectively forgot about this matter. After Tang Zhen arrived, he was similarly given the cold shoulder. Before this, the cultivators of the tribe hated him so much that they gritted their teeth, and the cultivators of Lusheng City were secretly alienated and afraid of him. However, the cultivators from both sides only glanced at him and had no intention of seeking revenge. Chapter 3481. The Sea of Bones is hard to cross. Waiting for a long time wasn't a solution at all. When it was time to try, it had to be tried. Taking the risk was natural. The opportunity was fleeting, and only by actively fighting for it would there be a possibility of obtaining it. It was like this in the mortal world, and it was even more so in the cultivation world. They didn't have to wait for long before some of the cultivators of the tribe couldn't help but try to enter the pit. No matter how detailed the research was, it could not compare to a personal experience. After knowing the strength of these monsters, they could take targeted actions. The cultivators of the tribe knew how precious the fingerbone of an ancient creature was, and they were desperate to obtain it. When he competed with the cultivators of Lusheng, he was even more unwilling to fall behind. Just as the tribal cultivators entered the deep pit, the nearby monsters of Laws roared at the same time and pounced over as if they had gone crazy. White Bones quickly formed into a monster. It seemed to have a deep hatred and wanted to tear the tribal cultivator into pieces. There were also streaks of light and shadows dancing around, entangling the tribal cultivator and launching a frenzied attack. Hurry up and provide cover, or he'll die for sure. The cultivators of the tribe above the pit saw this and immediately began to call out for help. At this moment, the cultivators of the tribe were extremely united as they tried their best to save their comrades. Being in the core region of the crystal mine, not only was he unable to cast any spell techniques, but even his powerful nomological power was also restricted. The cultivators who could create things with a thought and destroy mountains and rivers could only fight with their bare hands now. This was the suppression of rule power. Unless one had enough strength to resist it, one had to obey. Fortunately, cultivators were not the only ones who were restricted. The same was true for those monsters of Laws, and it might even be more serious. Otherwise, if the monsters of Laws attacked at the same time, even a supremacy-level cultivator would be torn to pieces by the monsters in an instant. Under the cover of their companions, the cultivators of the tribe who were responsible for testing the waters escaped death by a hair's breadth. They looked frightened. After being surrounded by the monsters of Laws, his original self-confidence was completely gone, and he thought that he would definitely die. Fortunately, his companions had risked their lives to save him. Otherwise, he would have died and turned into bones. The spectators' faces were gloomy. They were even more certain that this sea of bones was not so easy to cross. The cultivators of the tribe felt a headache, and so did the cultivators of Lucheng. They had all seen how the cultivators of the tribe had tested them. They knew that even if they did, they might not be able to last much longer. In such a special environment, the monsters of Laws had the absolute advantage in numbers, while the cultivators were suppressed in every way. It was not easy to get the treasure. This was a matter of course. Moreover, the blockade of the rule monsters was only the first stage. After that, they would have to face the lingering spirit monsters generated by the bone fragments and the competition between cultivators from the opposing camp. He even had to be extra careful of his companions, in case they were blinded by greed and attacked him. After some discussion, the cultivators came up with a solution, which would require them to pay a high price. Using a large number of weapons and equipment to forcefully open up a safe passage, and then taking the opportunity to pass through. Every cultivator had a lot of excellent equipment in their hands, and when they were gathered together, the number was bound to be quite considerable. However, these weapons and equipment were the trump cards that the cultivators had accumulated over the years. They were usually hidden to avoid being known by the enemy, let alone taking them out to share. A cultivator without a trump card would be in an extremely dangerous situation. When faced with the enemy's targeted attack, it was likely that they would be helpless. However, if he wanted to get the treasure, he had to make a choice. In order to avoid any unforeseen circumstances, we must speed up our actions so that others won't be ahead of us. I suggest that each of us take out 2 pieces of equipment and gather them together to open up a path. Then, we can act according to the situation. This way, we'll have a chance to pass through the monsters' blockade. Feeling the urge from his master, the divine general in charge of commanding spoke again, asking the cultivators in Lucheng to take action as soon as possible. However, even he had to be careful when facing countless monsters of Laws. Otherwise, it would be difficult to escape the fate of being torn to pieces. However, if they did not pass through the blockade of the monster of Laws and get as close as possible to the fragment, the ancient exalts would not be able to complete the devouring. Therefore, no matter what, they had to get the cultivators over. In the past few years, he had had a few similar experiences, but each time, he had to force his way through. For example, Supremacy Ao Long, who had passed through the blockade of the Monster of Laws but was eventually possessed, had unsealed his own cultivation base and forced his way through with his supremacy's means. The only thing that immortal generals could do was to increase the sense of urgency of the cultivators and make them make up their minds as soon as possible. In fact, there was no need to rush them. No cultivator wanted to feel it and watch others take the initiative. After hearing the divine general's suggestion, he felt that he could give it a try. After all, this was the best method at the moment. The 2 pieces of equipment were not too bad. Even if he was in danger, he would have enough trump cards to protect himself. I think it's possible, let's do it this way. Some cultivators responded immediately. They took out 2 weapons and equipment and removed the restrictions on their use. Seeing this, the other cultivators also followed suit and gathered pieces of equipment together. Although the equipment was not top-notch, it was still a treasure that ordinary cultivators could not ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. 4. There were even some cultivators who offered up divine weapons that weren't that important. No one knew what they were thinking. The equipment was also valuable, but they were now being used as consumables to open a path. If not for the fact that they had no other choice, cultivators would never squander like this. Including Tang Zhen, he also threw out 2 pieces of equipment that were of medium grade. Some cultivators looked at the 9 heads behind Tang Zhen and wondered how many spoils of war Tang Zhen had harvested. If they were to compete in the number of stored equipment, it was likely that no one could compare with Tang Zhen. Although he had a lot of spoils of war in reserve, it didn't mean that he needed to take out more. Otherwise, he would be deliberately making things difficult for him. Unless the cultivators of Sholu City were willing, they would give Tang Zhen a higher percentage after the spoils of war were distributed. Such a situation would never happen. None of the cultivators in Lusheng would allow it. That would be like cutting their flesh. If he were to succeed, Tang Zhen would instead become the biggest winner. Since he couldn't accept the possible outcome, there was no need to stir up trouble at this time. Moreover, Tang Zhen was definitely not an ordinary person. In a short time, the weapons and equipment had been gathered. Then, they were distributed according to their characteristics. He definitely could not throw them randomly like he was throwing stones, and even more so, he could not randomly detonate them, as that would not be able to unleash the true power of the equipment. The equipment would be activated at the right time and place, and then detonated and destroyed after use. By using this method, he could resist the attacks of the monsters of laws and form a safe passage in the Sea of Bones. It didn't take long for the order to release the weapons to be completed, and they could start to move at any time. Looking at the cultivators of the other tribe, they seemed to be doing the same thing and planned to move together with Lu Cheng. This was actually a good thing. They could share the pressure with each other and increase the success rate of the transmigration. However, in this way, it would be inevitable for the 2 sides to compete. The battle between the 2 camps was inevitable. If they fought over treasures, there would definitely be more tragic casualties. Chapter 3482, Difficult Breakthrough 1. At this moment, the cultivators in Lusheng City were ready for battle. They were only waiting for the order to move. There was a cultivator at the front who was in charge of controlling all the equipment and weapons to open up a safe path. Under the cultivator's control, all kinds of equipment and weapons floated up and lined up in 2 rows. It was as if soldiers were ready to go to the battlefield and were ready to sacrifice themselves. Go! With the cultivator's command, 2 rows of weapons and equipment flew out and directly plunged into the deep pit of bones. It was like a divine weapon that had viciously hacked into a rock and forcefully pried open a gap. To the cultivators in Lu City, this was an opportunity that they had been waiting for a long time, and they had paid a huge price to get it. To the monsters of the laws, this was the signal for foreign cultivators to attack. It was like cold water falling into a pot of boiling oil. Accompanied by the sound of an explosion, the sea of bones in the pit began to boil. The monsters of laws seemed to have gone mad, and they gathered towards the safe path opened up by the weapons and equipment, like a monstrous wave trying to destroy a dam. Rise! At this moment, the cultivators in charge of controlling the weapons and equipment activated them again. Each of them was operating at full power, and he was not afraid of any damage. In an instant, a treasure light soared into the sky, and a safe passage formed by 7 colored light instantly appeared in front of the cultivators. The front end was like a cannonball that was shot out of the barrel, shooting toward the core area, dragging the 7-colored light belt forward. Charge! The god-level general in charge of commanding roared and gave the order to charge. Charge! 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 At the same time, the cultivators of Lu Cheng let out a roar and rushed into the deep pit like arrows. There was no time to think too much at this moment. As long as he pressed forward, there was no turning back. If he hesitated, he might be trapped in the sea of bones and never have the chance to leave. It was also like a sprinter. No one wanted to fall behind, because no one could bear the price of failure. In the safety passage shrouded in light, the cultivators moved forward at an extremely fast speed and were soon far away from the edge of the deep pit. The safety passage they passed through was flooded, and the retreat of the cultivators in Lusheng was completely blocked. The monsters of laws were blocked by the safety passage, so they were naturally extremely unwilling to give up and madly destroyed everything. The weapons and equipment were unable to withstand the monsters' attacks, and they were broken through in a short time. The moment the safety passage was broken through, the weapons and equipment were instantly detonated, dispersing the monsters of laws that had gathered together. Although this scene was gorgeous, the cost of the destruction of these weapons and equipment could be considered a loss of 1,000 to 800 to the enemy. The originally long safe passage was shrinking at an extremely fast speed, and the crazy monsters of laws were following them. Lu Cheng didn't have the time to care about what was behind him. Instead, he rushed through the safety passage, avoiding the monsters of laws that rushed into the passage from time to time. At this moment, he had to make a prompt decision without the slightest hesitation. In the blink of an eye, several cultivators of Lusheng City were attacked by the monsters of laws and were forcibly dragged out of the tunnel and torn to pieces. Sacrifice was inevitable, so it didn't scare the cultivators of Lu Cheng. Besides, there was no way out at this moment. When it noticed that the cultivators of Lu Cheng were approaching the core area, the monster of rules became even more violent, wailing and howling as it came. Although the monsters were muddle-headed, they followed the rules that could not be disobeyed. They only wanted to isolate the ancient sovereign lord and prevent foreign cultivators from approaching the core of the Sea of Bones. Their goal was to trap the ancient exalts to death. Otherwise, once the conditions were met, the enemy who had exterminated their entire clan would escape. Both sides had their reasons to risk their lives, and they used all their means. Not good, we don't have enough weapons and equipment. I'm afraid there's no way to open up this safe path. The cultivator in charge of controlling the equipment roared and urged the cultivators to take out their weapons again. There were already powerful monsters of laws in front of them, using life-for-life means to devour the weapons and equipment that maintained the safe passage one by one. Balls of flames exploded, riddling the safety passage with holes. The monsters of laws took advantage of the opening to enter. The situation had become precarious, and there was no room for any hesitation. However, the cultivators in Lusheng suddenly hesitated, afraid that they would lose their lives in this deep pit of bones after using up all their trump cards. The monster of laws took this opportunity to trap the cultivator of Lu Cheng halfway. The surging waves were about to devour the island. At this critical moment, streaks of treasure light suddenly flashed and formed a 7-colored dragon. Under the control of a figure, they were thrown into the monster camp in front of them like a long whip, and they exploded at the same time. Boom! Along with deafening noises, dozens of precious weapons and equipment were turned into nothingness, but the road ahead was also completely cleared. Hurry up and charge. I'll cover you. At this critical moment, Tang Zhen stepped forward and unhesitatingly released a large number of weapons and equipment. Although it was only a moment, it was enough for a cultivator. The cultivators of Lusheng who were originally biased against Tang Zhen or were secretly wary of him sighed in their hearts. If it was them, they might not be able to be as decisive as Tang Zhen even if they were at a critical juncture. The person who laughed was not as good as the person who was laughed at. This was no doubt a slap in the face. However, at this moment, cultivator Lu Cheng had no time to think about other things. He only wanted to break through the monster's blockade as soon as possible. If he continued to hesitate, it would be equivalent to wasting the opportunity that Tang Zhen had created. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he would be harming himself and others. Thank you, Your Excellency. In that split second, there were still cultivators who thanked Tang Zhen loudly and then used a secret technique to rush forward. The other cultivators were the same, afraid to miss this fleeting opportunity. Tang Zhen's eyes narrowed. He looked at the core of the Sea of Bones that was getting closer and closer, and deliberately reduced his charging speed. He was very clear that once he broke through the obstruction of the monsters of laws, he would face an even more dangerous monster of residual thoughts. The cultivators at the forefront might not be able to get the benefits they were looking for, but they might even lose their lives. It just so happened that the safety passage was blocked. Tang Zhen took the opportunity to detonate his weapons and equipment to open up a path. He took the initiative to bear the risk and be responsible for holding back. At this moment, among all the cultivators in Lusheng, he was the only one with the most weapons and equipment. There were probably other cultivators who were eager for him to do this. Since there was someone who thought this way, Tang Zhen would do as the other party wished. Not only could he win the favor of Lu Cheng, but he could also create a reasonable reason for him to stay at the back of the team. However, doing so also required great risks, and the monsters of rules that followed behind were even more ferocious. The pressure was all borne by Tang Zhen, and the situation had become extremely dangerous. In order to get rid of the rule monsters, Tang Zhen, who could easily give up hundreds of fragments, naturally would not be stingy with these weapons and equipment that he looked down on. With a low growl, dozens of weapons and equipment were thrown at the monsters of laws that were charging at them from behind. There were also a few divine artifacts among them that were famous weapons of the cultivators who were killed. At this moment, Tang Zhen threw them all out. Explode. Following Tang Zhen's control, the weapons and equipment that were flying in the air emitted a wail in unison. These weapons and equipment all had spirituality. At this moment, they were all detonated by Tang Zhen. Naturally, they were filled with extreme unwillingness and resentment. However, as a weapon, it was destined to be controlled by others. If the wielder had a need, it could be sacrificed and destroyed without hesitation. This was life, and he had to be convinced. As the weapons and equipment exploded, the monsters of laws that were charging at him were instantly cleared, giving Tang Zhen more breathing space. At the same time, cultivator Lu Cheng had already broken through the blockade of the monsters of rules and entered the core area of the Sea of Bones. Chapter 3483. The powerful ancient sovereign won. Just as the cultivators of Lusheng City broke through the blockade of the monsters of laws and successfully reached the core area, the tribal cultivators followed closely behind. They had used the same method, but they had suffered more casualties. A total of 7 cultivators from the tribe were intercepted by the monsters of rules and fell in the charging picture. Of course, none of this was important. As long as they could successfully enter the core area, these casualties were completely within an acceptable range. There were even some cultivators who wished for more casualties so that there would be fewer competitors. Under the effect of rule force, a cultivator's greed and selfishness would be magnified infinitely, and their mental state and actions would naturally be affected. Tang Zhen naturally did not hesitate any longer when he saw this scene. He immediately followed closely behind and charged in. Just as he was about to break through the encirclement, Tang Zhen once again used the divine regulation talisman to hide his traces. The monster of laws that had pounced on Tang Zhen in a frenzy lost its target in an instant and let out a series of indignant roars. Due to the obstruction of the rule monsters, the cultivators of Lu Cheng did not notice this sudden change. Even the cultivators in Lusheng who had escaped were not in the mood to pay attention to Tang Zhen. Instead, they were all focused on what was ahead. The mountain-like piles of bones and remains formed a cliff when they approached the core area. It was as if they were blocked by an invisible barrier and could no longer move forward. This caused another deep pit to appear in the Sea of Bones. In the middle of this empty space, there was a huge platform with a flight of stairs that led up. It was like an altar, exuding a majestic aura. All kinds of offerings and statues of different shapes were placed on the steps. On every step of the stairs, there were countless skeletons in a kneeling posture. It was as if they were devout believers worshipping the king they revered. However, upon closer inspection, these mummies and remains all had ferocious expressions on their faces, which made one feel extremely unwilling. It was obvious that they were not willing to kneel, but were forced by an irresistible force. At the very top of the platform was the mountain-like fingerbone of the ancient creatures. It was almost in a complete state. From a distance, one could feel the extraordinariness of this supreme treasure, and it was even more so when one got closer. Through this piece of fingerbone, one could feel the strength of the ancient creature. It was indeed worthy of being an existence comparable to a god-king. The greed in the cultivators' hearts was once again incited, and they wanted nothing more than to immediately put this supreme treasure into their bags. However, the cultivators still maintained a high level of vigilance. They knew that this huge fragment of the wreckage would definitely give birth to a terrifying monster with residual thoughts. If he wanted to keep the fingerbone in his bag, he would first have to kill the lingering spirit monster, which was an unavoidable step. Just as the cultivators were observing the altar in search of lingering spirit monsters, a robust figure slowly appeared and sized up the cultivators from both sides. He had a smug smile on his face as he looked at the cultivators around him as if they were a group of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Ha 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 ha. An impudent and wild laughter suddenly rang out and echoed in the ears of the cultivators. As the laughter rang out, the surrounding monsters of laws roared at the same time, with extreme unwillingness and anger. It seemed that as long as there was an opportunity, the monsters would swarm forward and tear the laughing figure into pieces. However, they were limited by the rules and could only wail helplessly. When the cultivators saw this scene, they were secretly on guard. They could clearly sense the evil thoughts of this figure. When they looked at the cultivators of the tribe, they were surprised and suspicious because they felt that the figure was very familiar. Ow, an exalt Kai? Some cultivators asked, their expressions fearful. If the figure on the altar was really a cultivator he was familiar with, the situation would become even worse. This question caused the expressions of more cultivators to change. They seemed to have confirmed one thing. The figure on the altar was clearly the familiar supremacy Ao Fang. They couldn't believe that a supremacy had sneaked in and crossed the sea of bones. If that was the case, they would probably have no fate with the treasure, because no one had the confidence to defeat a supremacy powerhouse. Even more cultivators were puzzled as to how Exalt Ao Fang had managed to sneak into this world without being intercepted by the Exalt monsters. It was obvious that the rules of this world restricted cultivators. As long as a supremacy entered this world, they would immediately be blocked. This kind of attack was endless and could not be avoided. It would only stop after retreating. If he wanted to enter without being attacked, he had to seal his own strength. Only then would he have a chance to deceive everyone. However, if that was the case, it would put him in a rather dangerous situation, and he could be attacked and killed at any time. If this figure really was Exalt Ao Fang, then he was truly willing to take a risk. At the very least, his courage was worthy of praise. Of course, it could also be seen as being blinded by greed and acting recklessly for opportunities. However, in the face of such a treasure, even if it was risky, it was definitely worth the risk. Whether the evaluation was positive or negative would depend on whether the operation was successful or not. However, there was clearly something wrong with his attitude. Although he was usually arrogant, he would never be so cold and sinister. And NBSP, the cultivators of the tribe felt like he was a completely different person. The cultivators of the tribe were bewildered, and so were the cultivators of Lusheng. They didn't expect that someone would beat them to it. If the opportunity had already been snatched away, wouldn't it be a waste of effort? At the same time, there were also cultivators who noticed that something was wrong with Supremacy Ao Fang's condition and raised their vigilance. At this moment, the figure above slowly spoke. Exalt Ao Fang, are you talking about the idiot I'm possessing? This guy was indeed greedy. In order to obtain the inheritance, he actually chose to seal his own cultivation. However, this was also good. He could avoid the detection of the world's laws and successfully reach the bottom of the crystal mine. He had also unleashed the power of a supremacy and successfully broke through the blockade of the monsters of rules. He had thought that he had won the final victory. Little did he know that he was the true master of the world that he was in. Even if it's a supremacy, they will be sucked dry by me and become the vessel of an ancient supremacy. The figure became more and more proud as he spoke. And you, greedy people, if you all want to covet my main body, then you better be prepared to be sucked dry by me. Just like those foolish descendants of the past, they were incited by this world's consciousness to want to tear my main body into 1,000 pieces. They outnumbered you and were stronger than you, but in the end, they were all killed by me and turned into a mountain of bones. As soon as he finished speaking, the monster of rules began to roar again, as if it was full of unwillingness. As the ancient lord spoke, he looked at the gloomy cultivators around him. He seemed to enjoy seeing the desperate expressions of the cultivators after they knew the truth. I've already said what I need to say, so all of you can go to hell. With a roar, the ancient sovereign lord's form changed. One head after another kept squeezing out, and slippery tentacles emerged from his body. Such a strange form was exactly the same as the statue in the Great Bone Palace. It was the ancient creature that created this world, Kai Wen. The cultivators, expressions changed when they saw the ancient sovereign's transformation. This meant that the other party had already used all his strength. To be able to take on such a form, it meant that the ancient sovereign lord was extremely powerful and had already obtained the true inheritance of the ancient creatures. As time passed, there was a high chance that the ancient exalts would evolve into true ancient lifeforms. The cultivators from both sides were the best nutrients for advancement. If he devoured the cultivators from both sides now, the entire ancient chaos land would suffer when he escaped to the outside world. The cultivators had no way out and could only attack the ancient lords. Only by killing this remnant will monster could they ensure their own safety. At this moment, the cultivators from both sides were no longer in different camps, but had a common enemy. However, they soon realized that the ancient lord's rule power was too strong. No cultivator could resist it. In the blink of an eye, the tentacles wrapped around the cultivators from both sides and quickly drilled into their bodies. The cultivators knelt on the ground one after another, their faces full of pain. They were no different from the skeletons on the altar. The two sides had only just exchanged blows, but the cultivators were completely suppressed by the ancient exalts. Even if a supremacy-level cultivator was here, they were destined to be hunted down. Chapter 3484, Sneak Attacker 1. The cultivators from both sides fell into the hands of the ancient masters at the same time and had no way of escaping. If this situation continued, it would not take long for them to be refined into bones. Such a situation had happened more than once in the past, and the twisted bones were the best proof. It was simply impossible to successfully escape. The strength of an ancient supremacy was clear for all to see. Even supremacy Ao Fang had been subdued and devoured, let alone these super experts. After successfully capturing many prey, the ancient exalts were excited and started to plan how to kill the exalts. Refining and absorbing these cultivators still couldn't help him escape. He had to devour more prey. Just as he was about to use the same trick to trick more cultivators, a change suddenly occurred. In the void below, a large number of weapons and equipment appeared and shot towards the bound cultivators. The cultivators were already bound by the tentacles. If they were attacked again, they would probably lose their lives in an instant. However, these weapons and equipment were obviously not for killing, but to rescue the captured cultivators. Stop! The ancient sovereign lord roared. He didn't expect that there would be a fish that had escaped the net. He didn't know anything about it before. Even he couldn't track down this hidden cultivator and had no idea where he was. At the same time, the weapons and equipment exploded at the same time, blasting the seemingly indestructible tentacles into pieces. After breaking free from the restraints, the cultivator didn't hesitate at all and used all his trump cards to attack. If they couldn't defeat the ancient sovereign, they would die today. The cultivators who were lucky enough to escape from death were very clear about this in their hearts. Their desire to live immediately suppressed their greed. The ancient sovereign, whose tentacle had been blown off, was furious. This unexpected surprise attack made his uneasy premonition grow stronger. The ancient sovereign started to suspect that the sense of danger he felt before was related to this person. For example, at this moment, more than half of the cultivators in Lusheng had escaped and were doing their best to save their companions. His rule force rippled out, instantly enveloping the entire space. He wanted to see who was so bold to actually hide and launch a sneak attack on him. But at that moment, another pile of weapons and equipment appeared out of thin air and flew towards the horde cultivators. Bastard! Stop! Stop! The ancient lord shouted again. At the same time, he swung his tentacles and tried to smash the weapon away. The interception was unsuccessful. The controlled weapons and equipment exploded again, breaking and shattering the flying tentacles. Although ancient exalts were powerful and their bodies were indestructible, they couldn't avoid being affected by such a fierce attack that cost them the detonation of a divine weapon. With a series of loud sounds, the bound cultivators of the tribe also had a chance to escape from death. Just like the cultivators of Lu Cheng, they also began to fight back, unwilling to lose their lives in vain. Originally, victory was already in the bag. However, in the blink of an eye, the situation changed drastically. The ancient supremacy was so angry that he almost went crazy. He wasn't a true cultivator, but a spiritual monster transformed from a remnant will monster. Although he looked extremely powerful, in reality, he was limited in many ways. Whether it was these vengeful monsters of laws or the consciousness of the entire world, they were all filled with hostility towards the ancient lords. They were in a stalemate, so the ancient exalts couldn't use their full strength. It was as if their hands and feet were bound. Once there was a flaw in his defense, the monsters of laws in the world's consciousness would seize the opportunity and attack without hesitation. They were different from ordinary cultivators. They had the power to defeat and kill ancient supremacies. They were enemies that one needed to be on high alert against. Perhaps it was because of this that the ancient sovereign couldn't wait to escape. He simply couldn't bear the increasing pressure. Never in his dreams would he have thought that his perfect plan would be ruined by someone else. He couldn't keep using the method he used to suppress the cultivators on both sides. After all, these cultivators were comparable to gods. If they had a choice, the ancient masters would have immediately caught the troublemaker and drank his blood to dispel the hatred in their hearts. Compared to the cultivators who had escaped, the ancient exalts were more afraid of the invisible enemy. No matter if it was the means of invisibility or the weapons and equipment that were thrown out for free, they were by no means something ordinary cultivators could do. If he was not killed, the consequences would be unimaginable, and it was very likely to lead to an even greater change. He had to suppress the cultivators' attacks while fighting against the monsters of laws in the world's consciousness. At the same time, he had to search for the invisible ambusher. The ancient sovereign had never felt so difficult and angry like he did today. The more he searched, the more shocked he became. This space was clearly under the control of his laws, but he could not lock onto the traces of the attacker. The unexpected situation made the ancient sovereign even more worried. He had no choice but to split a portion of his strength to increase the intensity of the search. However, under this situation, there were changes. The sea of bones that had been surrounding them suddenly moved forward, covering a distance of 1 meter. Roar! The monster of laws seemed to be stimulated, and it let out a shocking roar as it advanced toward the central area. They were blocked by an invisible barrier, but they refused to leave. They were like countless evil ghosts lying on glass, staring at the ancient lord. As long as they had the chance, they would definitely rush forward and tear the ancient sovereign into pieces. It was a shocking scene. Anyone who was locked onto by so many monsters of laws would feel terrified. Although they knew that the monsters' target was the ancient lords, the cultivators still felt the pressure increase. It must be known that monsters of laws were even more lacking. They could not distinguish between friend and foe at all, and would instead launch indiscriminate attacks. At the same time, they were also secretly guessing who had sent help and saved them from the hands of the ancient lords. The cultivators of Lusheng City knew very well that only one person could do such an attack. Previously, Tang Zhen had released his weapons and equipment to help Lu Cheng's cultivators open up a safe passage. Now, he was using the same method to help his companions escape. Looking at the weapons and equipment that were continuously scattered, the cultivators were secretly shocked. They guessed that Tang Zhen had definitely killed more than 9 cultivators. The eyes of some cultivators in Lusheng City flickered. They could clearly see a few familiar items among the weapons and equipment that Tang Zhen had thrown out. These items came from the cultivators of Lu City, so unless the owner died, they would never appear in the hands of others. But now, it was thrown out by Tang Zhen. This was enough to explain many problems. However, Tang Zhen had used these items to save his life from the hands of the ancient lords. This made the cultivators in the Lusheng feel conflicted. However, in the blink of an eye, the messy thoughts were thrown to the side. At this moment, the life and death crisis had not been resolved, so how could he have the mood to think about other things? There were also cultivators who marveled at Tang Zhen's valiance. They were eager for him to kill more enemies so that he could accumulate more equipment. At this moment, it was definitely the most effective attack method to detonate and injure the enemy. Under Tang Zhen's influence, the cultivators all used similar methods to attack the ancient lord by self-destructing their equipment. This method was indeed effective, and the tentacles were all broken. The increasing pressure made the ancient sovereign lord explode and let out a hysterical roar. He took a great risk and withdrew more power to find the hidden one who made him feel uneasy. At the same time, the sea of bones advanced a few meters further, and the wails of the monsters of rules became more and more mournful. The omnipresent consciousness of the world was like a mountain pressing down on the ancient lord. However, the ancient lord didn't seem to feel it. He only looked around, stubbornly, vowing to find the person he hated to the core. Soon, his eyes focused on a corner below. "So you're here." The ancient sovereign lord let out a roar and his head flew out with a long neck. In that direction, the commanding immortal general was watching his master launch an attack with a dumbfounded look. Just as he was about to dodge, he felt the rule force released by the ancient lord freeze the space around him. In the blink of an eye, the divine general's body was struck by the head and exploded into countless pieces. Chapter 3485. The Chaotic Battle. 1. The commanding immortal general had not imagined that he would be killed by his master one day. Especially when the enemy had not been exterminated, and he was actively carrying out the mission, there was really no reason for him to die. In that instant, countless memories flashed through his mind. All these years, he had made great contributions. Not only did he betray his own people, but he also deceived a large number of cultivators. The total number was probably over 100 million, and there were no less than 10 sect masters and cultivators, including some famous experts. The word, greed, had caused countless cultivators to fall for it. Before death, they didn't even discover the identity of the commanding immortal general, neither did they know that they had fallen into a trap. The disguising process was very interesting, and the divine general enjoyed it. Take this action as an instance. As long as the immortal general didn't expose his identity on his own initiative, he would almost never expose himself. After all, it wouldn't be long before these cultivators were completely refined. However, things in this world were always unpredictable. Occasionally, unexpected situations would happen. But this time, a sudden change occurred and an ambusher appeared, allowing the trapped cultivators to escape from death. The divine general commander gritted his teeth in anger. He was even angrier than the ancient lord. Such a thing would mean that his actions were flawed, and it would definitely attract the master's displeasure. If his master was unhappy, he would be even more unhappy. Just as the ancient lord was looking around, trying to find the hidden attacker, the commanding divine general did the same. He had used all his means to find the hidden ambusher before his master. If he could succeed, master would definitely be overjoyed. Then, he would use all the most vicious methods he could think of on the other party, making him pay the price for his actions. His reaction was fast enough, and his loyalty was indeed worthy of praise. Who would have thought that he would be locked down by his master's power and unable to move at all? Sensing the destructive power coming at him, the commanding general was at a loss, wondering why he had ended up like this. Even if he didn't have any credit, he had worked hard. Even if his master wanted to kill the sneak attacker, he should have let him, a loyal servant, leave safely. What should have happened didn't happen. At this moment, the commanding divine general was filled with unwillingness and despair. Right before being struck, the commanding immortal general suddenly heard an indifferent voice from behind. He deserves it. After hearing the voice, Divine General Shen came to a sudden realization. The other party had been hiding behind him all along. No wonder he couldn't find it anywhere. In the end, it was because of him that he had helped the attacker to cover up. Was it for this reason that Master wanted to kill him as well? The commanding immortal general was enlightened at once. However, he felt disappointed all of a sudden as his existence was nothing but shishti in front of his master. With a loud bang, everything disappeared. At the last moment, the commanding immortal general only had one thought in his mind, namely, he hoped that he would not be resurrected. As a special monster of rules, it had the ability to resurrect from the dead, but the godly general commander did not want to be resurrected again. This was because he could no longer maintain his original loyalty to the ancient sovereign. The ancient sovereign's fatal blow did not cause any serious injuries to Tang Zhen. At this critical moment, Tang Zhen used the divine talisman of rules and made the commanding divine general his shield. The commanding immortal general bore the fatal blow completely. The divine general deserved to be killed. After all, he was the one who lured the cultivators of Lucheng into the trap. After the series of events, the cultivators in Lucheng were already suspicious and couldn't wait for the divine general to be blown to pieces. The ancient lord who launched the attack exposed his own weakness, which gave the cultivators the best opportunity to attack. At the same time, there seemed to be an angry roar coming from all directions. It was somewhat ruthless, but at the same time, it was also impatient. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and kill this ancient sovereign. A few figures appeared among the cultivators who were attacking from below and quickly approached the ancient lord. At the same time, he also threw out an item. The item turned into a stream of light and shot toward the ancient exalt at lightning speed. Their synchronized actions must have been premeditated, which made the cultivators on high alert. He didn't expect that there would be such a partner in his team who was secretly carrying out some kind of plan. Who knew what kind of role he would play in the other party's plan? If he was also a sacrifice, then he had to keep his distance as soon as possible. They might even strike first to gain the upper hand and kill the other party directly to avoid inexplicable disasters. It could be said that because of greed, cultivators could not guarantee that they were united. Now, they were also under the threat of life and death. Old man, I'm not the only one you've contacted. I wonder what kind of promise you've made. Tang Zhen quietly muttered that this was indeed the case. He had already guessed that the weathered old man had definitely contacted other cultivators other than himself. The loud roar from before was the signal for action. Tang Zhen's gaze swept across the few cultivators. However, he was secretly pondering whether he should find an opportunity to plunder them. As one of the traders, Tang Zhen knew that the experienced old man had put in a lot of money and had paid a rather generous reward in advance. The reason why that weathered elder dared to do this was because he harbored unfathomable motives. He was certain that Tang Zhen and the others would not be able to take the deposit away. If he succeeded, the weathered elder was destined to bleed and cut his own flesh. Tang Zhen would also be able to take the opportunity to obtain a batch of cultivation resources that would make people go crazy. Of course, he had to adapt to the situation and definitely couldn't force it. Just as Tang Zhen was thinking, the attack that was suddenly launched had already gotten close to the ancient sovereign. In the end, it was destroyed in an instant. Ha ha ha, despicable means, nothing more than this. The ancient sovereign's proud voice could be heard. It was as if he had already expected such a situation to happen. In fact, from the very beginning, he didn't even put ordinary cultivators in his eyes and only fought them perfunctorily. His true goal was to wait for the weathered elder's sneak attack. In the eyes of the ancient lord, only those who were deliberately trying to devour his world consciousness could pose a threat to him. There were also those crazy monsters of laws, which were also very dangerous, but their threat could only be ranked second. All of you, go to hell. With a sneer, the ancient sovereign lord retaliated by shooting out white bone spears. The few cultivators who had sneaked an attack were hit by the white bone spears and flew back while screaming in pain. If they hit the cliff of bones, they would be suspended in midair, unable to escape no matter how much they struggled. Soon, bone spikes appeared, piercing through their skin and bodies, making them look even more ferocious. You want to kill me with such a method? You weren't able to kill me in the past, and it's the same now. Sooner or later, I'll leave this world and then turn around to destroy you all. The ancient sovereign was a little hysterical. He had just dispelled a fatal killing intent, so he couldn't help but feel a little proud. However, in the blink of an eye, he became furious again and began to search for traces of Tang Zhen. This was because in his heart, Tang Zhen was ranked third in terms of threat. He was also a target that must be killed. But at this moment, the fierce attacks of the cultivators from both sides arrived like a tsunami. At this moment, the cultivators from both sides had really used their trump cards. After all, neither side had a way out. If they didn't want to be reduced to bones, they could only fight with all their might. Otherwise, no one could leave this place alive. Chapter 3486. Defeated in an ant nest. 1. Just as the casualties continued to appear and the cultivators had no choice but to use all their strength to attack, Tang Zhen had also made preparations to attack. He knew that he could not hesitate, and this was the best opportunity. Once the cultivators from both sides were defeated by the ancient sovereign, Tang Zhen would have to bear all the pressure. Even if he had many trump cards, it was impossible for him to be the opponent of the ancient sovereign. He had to seize the opportunity to attack without any hesitation. When the ancient sovereign locked onto Tang Zhen and tried to kill him, Tang Zhen did not retreat. Instead, he advanced. This abnormal behavior stunned the ancient sovereign. However, he revealed a cruel smile in the next moment. Tang Zhen's hidden means were strong enough, but his strength was not worth mentioning at all. It was even more impossible for him to compare with the world's consciousness and the monster of laws. Daring to take the initiative to approach an attack was simply seeking death. The ancient sovereign lord did not stop him. Instead, he deliberately gave Tang Zhen a chance to get close to him before launching a fatal attack. He wanted to use his undefeatable strength to kill Tang Zhen on the spot and let him understand the difference between a giant beast and an ant. After obtaining the inheritance of an ancient creature, the ancient sovereign lord had the mentality of looking down on all living beings and never put his enemies in his eyes. How could a strong man be afraid of a small ant? He could crush an ant to death with just a slight pinch of his fingers. However, he had forgotten one thing. A small bug could also carry poison. It could even kill a person at the sight of blood. The current ancient lord was a brawny man while Tang Zhen was a poisonous ant. A fatal collision was about to break out between the two of them. Perhaps Tang Zhen would be crushed into powder, or perhaps both sides would suffer heavy injuries. However, there was still another possibility. Tang Zhen would be able to escape unscathed while the ancient sovereign would be killed. As long as one was restricted by the rules, nothing was impossible, including all the things in the world. Amidst the dazzling attacks, Tang Zhen, who took the initiative to attack, immediately became the focus of all the cultivators. The thoughts of the cultivators were complicated. However, they also harbored a trace of anticipation. After all, Tang Zhen's performance along the way was truly extraordinary. It would be best if he could kill the ancient sovereign. At that moment, Tang Zhen and the ancient sovereign lord collided and the battle broke out. Explode. Tang Zhen growled and dozens of pieces of equipment appeared out of thin air, blocking the path between him and the ancient sovereign. The explosion of the weapons and equipment slowed down the ancient sovereign lord's attack, giving Tang Zhen an opportunity to advance. Small tricks, go to hell. The ancient supremacy didn't care at all. His two huge tentacles whipped at the weapons and equipment before sweeping toward Tang Zhen. Looking at his appearance, it was obvious that he wanted to tear Tang Zhen into pieces. A series of loud sounds rang out. The tentacle actually passed through the dazzling sea of treasure light and ruthlessly whipped Tang Zhen's body. Pa! It was like a water tank falling from the sky and hitting the concrete ground, making a crisp sound that all the spectators could hear clearly. Looking at the figure that was smashed into pieces by the tentacle and turned into ashes, the cultivators' hearts tightened. Such a powerful technique had actually been killed by an ancient sovereign lord. They probably had no hope of winning. However, there were still some cultivators who felt that something was amiss. They were certain that the one that was crushed was not Tang Zhen's body. At this moment, only the ancient sovereign knew what was going on. Bastard, get out here! He roared and his tentacles continuously whipped around in an attempt to find Tang Zhen's traces. He originally thought that he would be able to kill Tang Zhen in the exchange earlier. However, he did not get what he wanted in the end. He had clearly confirmed that he had locked onto Tang Zhen's actual body. Why did he turn into a puppet clone after being struck? Such a weird technique made the ancient sovereign lord anxious. He was originally a remnant will monster, so he could only cultivate according to the incomplete inheritance. Other than rule force and innate magical power, he knew very little about the spells of the cultivation world. If it was during normal times, he could use his powerful strength to destroy everything and crush any fancy means. However, the situation was different now. The enemy was spying in the dark and could launch a fatal sneak attack at any time. Allowing a cultivator who was ranked in the top 3 of the most threatening and had strange means to hide by his side made the ancient lord feel like he was sitting on pins and needles. Although he still didn't believe that an ant could overturn the sky, he felt a sense of crisis at this moment. The deadly threat that was like being stabbed by needles made the ancient sovereign roar. He had vaguely confirmed one thing. His previous judgment was likely to be wrong. The fatal sense of danger did not come from the world's consciousness, rules, or monsters, but was related to Tang Zhen, who could sneak attack in stealth. Even if they didn't have the ability to kill directly, they could still create an opportunity for other enemies to take advantage of. I must kill him. The increasingly intense sense of danger caused the ancient sovereign to look for Tang Zhen's traces everywhere as if he had gone crazy. When the cultivators discovered the abnormality of the ancient master, they increased the intensity of their attacks once again in an attempt to help Tang Zhen buy time. Every cultivator present was a true powerhouse, and they had no lack of experience and awareness. Because the enemies they faced were too strong, they kept dying. On the battlefield of life and death, this was a very normal thing. Such a situation did not mean that he was not strong enough. When their own survival was at stake and they were required to cooperate in an attack, the cultivators from different camps would also cooperate. Faced with the storm of attacks, the ancient lord, who was already in a terrible fix, became more and more furious. He had already searched with all his might, yet he still could not find any traces of Tang Zhen. It was as if he had disappeared into thin air. However, Ancient Sovereign was sure that Tang Zhen was definitely beside him. Despicable and dirty ant, get out here immediately. The ancient lords had existed for tens of millions of years and had experienced situations that were far more dangerous than this. However, they had never been as furious and flustered as they were today. He once again mobilized the power to resist the monster of laws in the world's consciousness. He was not afraid of the increased pressure and vowed to find Tang Zhen's traces. In the midst of his furious roar, the ancient sovereign's perception was strengthened once again. Finally, he saw Tang Zhen as he wished. In the end, he was horrified to find that the enemy that made him crazy and panic was right above his head, letting out a cold laugh that made him feel terrified. He raised his hand and sprinkled it gently. An item flew out from Tang Zhen's hand and landed on the ancient sovereign's body. The arrogant and violent ancient sovereign master suddenly revealed a look of fear and panic that he had never seen before. He did not have the time to bother with Tang Zhen. Instead, he continued to shake and wave his hand in an attempt to remove the substance that had contaminated his body. It was as if the thing that Tang Zhen had sprayed out was the most terrifying poison in the world. But at this moment, a voice suddenly rang out, carrying an indescribable sense of vicissitudes and lament. At this point, are you still going to struggle? As the voice was heard, an ancient figure slowly condensed and looked at the ancient master with cold eyes. Impossible, no one can stop me from leaving this world. You will never be able to receive my refinement. The ancient sovereign lord was like a mad demon as he let out a hysterical roar. However, he could not hide the panic in his words. He waved his huge tentacles and tried to smash the weathered elder, but there was nothing. It was as if the elder was just a light shadow that could not be touched. When the elder heard this, he shook his head and pointed at the ancient lord. The substance on his body began to increase at an unbelievable speed. It turned out to be the ordinary yellow sand in the outside world. It was obviously an ordinary item, but when it landed on the ancient supremacy's body, it was like a deadly poison, making him cry out in pain. The panicking ancient lords tried to gather more power to resist the erosion of the sand. As a result, with the crazy extraction of power, the invisible barrier that resisted the invasion of the monsters of laws collapsed in an instant. The crazy and terrifying monsters of laws swarmed toward the huge altar like a flood. Seeing this, the surrounding cultivators quickly gathered in the center, trying to avoid the attacks of these monsters of laws. Although they could tell that the monster of laws' target was the ancient lords, they still fled without hesitation. If they were a step slower, they would have turned into a pile of bones. Chapter 3487. A group of Oriole. Not long ago, the weathered elder had entrusted Tang Zhen to throw a handful of sand at the ancient venerable. As long as the sand touched him, it meant that the mission was completed, and he didn't need to care about anything else. Tang Zhen had already seen it. It was just a handful of ordinary sand and there was nothing special about it. It was just some ordinary items, but when placed in a special environment, they would explode with incredible power. It was like a virus that would grow and spread at an incredible speed until it was enough to take the life of an infected person. The seemingly ordinary yellow sand was increasing at an extremely fast speed, trying to engulf the altar. The handful of sand that Tang Zhen had thrown out was equivalent to the world's consciousness breaking through the restrictions of the rules and successfully descending to the bottom of the crystal mine. In the past, this place had been heavily guarded by the ancient exalts, so the world's consciousness had no chance to descend. If he couldn't descend, he couldn't launch an effective attack. He couldn't kill an ancient sovereign with a tickling suppression. The ancient lords were also on guard against this. Once they discovered similar signs, they would definitely kill them in an instant. As long as he kept a distance, he would have the chance to react and destroy those dangerous materials. However, once he got close, no matter how powerful an ancient sovereign master was, he wouldn't be able to dodge. Seeing the world's consciousness successfully descend, the ancient sovereign was very clear that this was a moment of life and death. He quickly gathered his power and tried to resist the attack of the world's consciousness. In the end, they were faced with a situation where they could only attend to one thing but not the other. If they wanted to resist the attack of the world's consciousness, they could not stop the monsters of laws from approaching. It was like an isolated island in the river, protected by a circular dam, but now it was on the verge of collapse. There was no extra power to stop the flood. If Tang Zhen didn't appear, the ancient exalts would still be able to maintain the balance and persist for an even longer time. However, the world that was about to be destroyed and the pressure of survival forced the ancient lords to use their greed to lure the prey into the trap. He had thought that it would be easy, but he did not expect an unforeseen event to occur, which led to a complete loss. At this moment, the ancient sovereign's hatred for Tang Zhen was indescribable. However, he did not have the time to chase after him. Tang Zhen was like a key that opened the tightly shut door. The peeping enemy also took the opportunity to rush in. Regardless of whether it was the greedy world's consciousness or the monster of laws that was surging over, they were far more threatening than Tang Zhen. The ancient sovereign lord had no choice but to finish off the enemy first before looking for trouble with Tang Zhen. The resentful ancient lord had forgotten one thing. If it wasn't for Tang Zhen's accident, all the cultivators would have been turned into bones. There were no rules or restrictions. The ancient lord had to be the final winner. He was just a hunter who had been scheming. Carefully setting up a trap and waiting for the prey to take the bait did not mean that there would definitely be a harvest. In the process of a life and death battle, even a weak ant might be able to turn the tables. The sand grew rapidly and turned into a ferocious beast in the blink of an eye, attacking the ancient lord. The ancient lord did the same. His body rapidly grew to 1,000 feet and he fought with the yellow sand monster. They didn't give in to each other, vowing to completely exterminate each other. One was a weakened world consciousness, while the other was a mutated remnant thought monster. Both sides once had a common master, but now they had begun to kill each other. The monsters with lingering spirits that swarmed over had already broken through the invisible barrier and launched fearlessly attacks from all directions. It was like two strong men fighting, but a group of fierce chickens, ducks, geese, and dogs surrounded their feet. Not only was it distracting, but it also brought a fatal threat. They were formed from the obsessions of dead cultivators. Their only target was the ancient lords. They would not hesitate to die together. However, cultivators from both sides were also attacked. After all, these monsters of laws had no ability to distinguish between friend and foe. Although the situation was still dangerous, it was much easier than before. In the process of dodging, the cultivators all looked at the center of the altar at the same time, at the giant finger bone that was as big as a mountain. The reason why cultivators were willing to take such a risk was to obtain this item. At this moment, the ancient lord was being attacked from both the front and back. Not only was he being attacked by the world's consciousness, but he also had to resist the gnawing of the monster of laws. He was in a precarious situation and had no time to care about anything else, let alone protect his main body. Such a heaven-sent opportunity must not be missed. There was no need for any communication at all. The cultivators had already swarmed forward and went straight for the remains. The ancient lords in the middle of the battle let out unwilling roars, but they didn't have any means to stop him. When they reached the front of the huge finger bone, the cultivators immediately took action and began to snatch and cut it. They were like a pack of wolves, crazily devouring their prey, afraid of any accidents that might happen if they were too slow. The bone GU was as white as jade, the valuable blood circulation, and the golden bone marrow with purple meridians. Even a piece of it could be considered a precious treasure. The cultivators fought for it crazily and kept it in their bags. Soon, the finger bone was full of holes. Of course, compared to its huge size, this damage was not worth mentioning. Tang Zhen was mixed in with the group of cultivators. While harvesting the golden bone marrow, he coldly sized up his surroundings. It was only a matter of time before the ancient lords were killed after being attacked by the world's consciousness and the monsters of laws. In the face of a one-on-two situation, if nothing unexpected happened, there was no possibility of the ancient sovereign lord turning the tables. Tang Zhen didn't care about the ancient master who was going to die. Instead, he needed to be on high alert with the world's consciousness. This world was under its control. If it restricted cultivators from leaving, then it was destined to be empty-handed. The world's consciousness was also facing a fatal threat. It had become hysterical, and in order to survive, it would do anything. Compared to ancient exalts, the world's consciousness was actually more sinister and terrifying. Whether it was the descendants of the race from tens of millions of years ago or the self-righteous ancient supremacies, they were likely to be a group of food that it reared. At the right time, they would kill and devour. Therefore, it didn't matter how much he got. The key was to be able to take it away. Otherwise, he would only be working for nothing. In the past, there had been more than one supremacy who had entered this world. However, they had all turned into a pile of bones in the end. Therefore, from the beginning, Tang Zhen had been on guard against the world's consciousness. He knew that such a benefit was absolutely impossible to take away. Compared to those crazy cultivators, Tang Zhen maintained sufficient calmness as he searched for a way to give away his harvest. He actually had a way to escape from this world, but that would expose himself and waste all his previous efforts. It took a lot of effort to sneak into Lusheng. Tang Zhen still wanted to make good use of this identity and was absolutely not willing to give up so easily. Fortunately, Tang Zhen still had a trump card. Moreover, it was time for him to use it. Just as the ancient lords were shouting in shock and the cultivators were frantically harvesting, Tang Zhen quietly activated a divine rune of rules. At this moment, the world suddenly fell into an extreme silence. All the sounds disappeared, and the world became a still picture. The strange silence made people panic. Voila! A giant hand suddenly appeared, tearing apart the mirror image and grabbing at the remains. Stop! The first person to stop them wasn't an ancient lord, but the ferocious-looking world consciousness. To the world's consciousness, everything in this world belonged to him, and they would eventually become food for him to devour. If someone dared to snatch the food, it was equivalent to fighting for life with the world's consciousness, which was absolutely not allowed. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying force pressed down, trying to kill the intruder. Get lost! Even though he was in danger, the ancient sovereign lord was still furious. He didn't want any intruders to hurt his body. Get lost! This time, the voice came from the edge of the sea of bones. It was from a cultivator who had been hiding in the dark. One figure after another appeared. They were clearly the supremacies who had been waiting for news outside but had sneaked in silently. Chapter 3488. You fight, I fight. 1. In the core area of the crystal mine, a change occurred again. It turned out that the supremacy cultivators of both sides had sneaked in at some point in time and were hiding in the dark to observe. Even though the cultivators of the camp were dying one after another, they did not move. They must have known more and understood that there were great opportunities in this world, but there were also extreme dangers. He didn't make a move because he planned to act like an Oriole, ready to reap benefits at the critical moment. If it wasn't for the giant hand that appeared out of thin air, they might have continued to hide and only revealed themselves at the last moment. However, with the appearance of the giant hand, the situation on the battlefield changed drastically, and there was no longer any possibility of reaping any benefits. The intention of this giant hand was clearly to snatch the phalanx bone. Once it succeeded, all the cultivators would have worked for nothing. The world's consciousness was going to fight against an ancient supremacy, and the rule monsters were not under command. The cultivators from both camps did not have matching strength. If the supremacies didn't make a move soon, the treasure might really be snatched away. Stop! The supremacy cultivators appeared one after another. They removed their seals and exploded with powerful auras. But this way, it made things worse. The aura of a supremacy cultivator exploded, immediately triggering the preset rules of the world, and the terrifying supremacy monster appeared. They didn't really exist, but were formed by laws and natural energy, but their destructive power was absolutely genuine. In the narrow underground space, the supremacies kept appearing. They blocked the supremacies, not allowing them to get close to the finger bone remains in the central area. Seeing this, the weathered elder was both angry and anxious. These monsters that were comparable to supremacies definitely did not appear out of thin air. They needed to consume the energy of the entire world to form. This rule was set to prevent the entry of a large number of supremacy cultivators, which would accelerate the speed of the world's destruction. It was also to keep the secret and prevent outsiders from finding out about the phalanx bone and then robbing it through violent and brutal means. With the appearance of the supremacies, the monsters that guarded the world continued to appear, making the state of the world's consciousness even worse. If this state continued, there was no need for outsiders to do anything. The world's consciousness, which was strong on the outside but weak on the inside, might be completely consumed. Furthermore, these supremacy cultivators had entered to snatch the benefits, which made the world's consciousness hate and angry. It would be difficult to deal with so many experts. If he could successfully devour and refine the ancient sovereign lord, there was a chance of success. He had to deal with the giant hand that had suddenly appeared before dealing with these supremacy cultivators. In the face of the pressure released by the world's consciousness, the giant hand that broke through the air became slower, but it still persisted in grabbing the ancient creature's fingerbone. Get lost! The world's consciousness roared again. If the intruder snatched the fingerbone away, their tens of thousands of years of waiting would be in vain. The ancient exalts could be put aside for the time being, but the evil thieves who tried to snatch the finger bone must be chased away. The world's consciousness that had made up its mind immediately condensed into a huge yellow sand fist and smashed it toward the giant hand in the air. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire world shook. The two giant hands collided with each other. As the host, the world's consciousness clearly had the upper hand. The giant hand that broke through the air was instantly covered with terrifying cracks, as if it would shatter at any moment. Haha, That's all there is to it. Both the world's consciousness and the supremacy cultivators felt relieved at the sight of this. At this moment, their thoughts were surprisingly the same. They were afraid that the giant hand was too strong and could not defeat and drive it away, which would lead to the ancient creature's fingerbone being snatched. But now, it seemed that the situation he was worried about would not happen. The seemingly fierce giant hand was just so. Get lost. The world's consciousness continued to press on, once again forming the yellow sand iron fist, trying to smash the giant hand into pieces. However, in the blink of an eye, they collided again. Boom! The earth trembled and the mountains shook, followed by a thunderous sound. The giant hand, which was covered in cracks, could not bear the burden. Debris kept falling down, as if it would completely collapse in the next second. However, what happened next was beyond everyone's expectations. As the residue fell, a giant golden hand broke out of the shell, its surface covered with mysterious runes. The indescribable aura of the rules allowed people to see the passage of time, and the flames that soared were more than enough to burn everything. It seemed that the previous shell was just the camouflage and restraint of the giant hand, but at this moment, it finally burst out its true strength. Under the astonished gazes of the cultivators, the golden hand was as fast as lightning and smashed fiercely at the mountain-like finger bone. Crack! With a loud bang, a huge crack appeared on the giant finger bone that was as clear as jade. The bones in his fingers began to shake violently, as if they would collapse at any moment. Within the terrifying crack, a golden light suddenly flashed. It was the precious golden bone marrow. When the ancient sovereign lord had noticed that something was wrong, he had immediately controlled his body to close up and hide his blood and golden bone marrow. Before this, the cultivators had been busy for a long time, but they could not break the shell of the finger bone at all, so it was needless to say that they were depressed. However, he didn't expect that this golden hand could break his finger bone with one punch. Its strength was simply shocking. Stop! Seeing this, the world's consciousness hurriedly tried to stop it, but the fist formed by yellow sand once again smashed fiercely. However, the golden hand clearly had the upper hand in this exchange of fists. It actually shattered the fist made of yellow sand. Then, he punched the crack again. Crack! The crack became bigger, and the inside of the phalanx bone could be seen. The golden bone marrow that cultivators were fighting for was visible. The giant golden hand clenched its fist, and fresh bone marrow gushed out and condensed into a huge ball. Just by looking at the size, it was possible to tell that there were at least a dozen tons of golden bone marrow, which was enough for any cultivator organization to fight for. The cultivators watching from the side were envious. They wished that they were the ones controlling the giant golden hand. After grabbing a mass of bone marrow, the giant golden hand no longer attacked. Instead, it threw a punch. The void was torn and shattered. The giant golden hand entered it and disappeared without a trace. When the surrounding cultivators saw this, they couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. The intruders were so decisive. After getting what they wanted, they would leave the battlefield without hesitation. This was a wise move. If the world's consciousness attacked with all its might, the intruder would have no chance of escaping. Now that he could retreat in one piece and even take a ball of golden bone marrow with him, it could definitely be considered a fruitful return. Looking at the world's consciousness, its face was twisted and it let out a helpless roar. To the world's consciousness, the body of an ancient lord was something in the bag. It would never allow anyone to snatch it. However, the current situation was extremely chaotic. Not only did they have to kill the ancient supremacies who were fighting to the death, but they also had to continuously extract their power to fight against the supremacies who had removed their seals. The world's consciousness, which was on the verge of dying, could only watch the intruder cut off his flesh and suck his blood, and then calmly leave his home. He did have the ability to stop it, but that could lead to an even bigger change. Once the ancient lord seized the opportunity to devour enough cultivators to escape this world, he would lose everything. The old man looked up at the sky and heaved a long sigh. His expression suddenly became extremely ferocious. He swept his gaze across his surroundings and had already made up his mind. Whether it was the ancient supremacies or the supremacies that followed them here, they would all be left here forever. All of you, go to hell. As the weathered elder growled, rolling yellow sand appeared out of thin air and turned into a huge head. The head opened its mouth and bit at the ancient sovereign. The ancient supremacy tried to break free from the control, but he couldn't move an inch against the suppression of the entire world. I'm not willing to accept this. Yingluo, the ancient sovereign lord let out a roar and was instantly devoured. He was then crushed into powder by the terrifying world power. The ambitious plan that had lasted for thousands of years had completely turned into bubbles. In the end, it had become a pile of yellow sand. Chapter 3489, Fleeing in All Directions. 1. The powerful ancient exalts were no match for the world's consciousness. It could last for tens of millions of years because of some special reasons that the world's consciousness could not do anything to. He was like an iron ball that could not be moved or smashed into pieces. He had entered his house, and there was an annoying rat hiding inside. In the past, he was helpless and could only let the other party stay. However, after the iron ball was opened, the strong rat had no choice but to die in the face of the owner's anger. The cultivators on the battlefield were stunned when they felt the disappearance of the ancient masters. They had a bad feeling. Only the monsters of laws let out earth-shattering roars and wails, as if they could finally vent their thousands of years of hatred. These monsters were formed by the rules triggered by obsession. Now that the source of the obsession had been eliminated, these monsters were all reduced to nothingness. The originally crowded battlefield instantly became empty. At the same time, Huangsha's head, which had devoured the ancient sovereign lord, let out the same roar. Not good, this world's consciousness is going to attack us. Seeing the ancient master being devoured, the group of master cultivators' faces changed. This sudden change made their situation extremely dangerous. The biggest goal of the world's consciousness was to devour the ancient lord. He was the incarnation of the remains of an ancient creature, and the benefits of devouring and refining him were great. Once they achieved their goal, their hunting targets would immediately change. The supremacy cultivators were undoubtedly the best targets. At this moment, the world's consciousness was already in a state of hunger. As long as it could delay the time of destruction, anything would be its target to devour. First, it would be the supremacies, then the cultivators from both camps. If possible, they would even devour the origin realm. As the target of the hunt, if there was no way to win, then the wise choice was to escape. Sure enough, just as this thought rose in his mind, he saw the huge yellow sand head turn around and glare at the supremacy cultivators. Roar! The yellow sand heads turned into smaller heads and pounced at the supremacy cultivators with ferocious expressions. Retreat immediately, or we'll all die here, one of the supremacies warned, knowing that they had missed the best opportunity and would soon be hunted down by the world's consciousness. The cultivators were like a frightened school of fish. They began to try to break the void, but none of them succeeded. This was what the world's consciousness was doing. It was obvious that it wanted to keep all the cultivators. The cultivators who had encountered the mishap could only quickly rush into the surrounding mine caves, trying to escape from this underground crystal mine. No cultivator would dare to fight for that ancient creature's finger bone anymore, because the rolling yellow sand had completely wrapped it up. After devouring the ancient lord, the world's consciousness had already obtained the remains. Naturally, it had to protect it from being destroyed by cultivators. Furthermore, the wriggling yellow sand was constantly eroding the fragments of the wreckage, using them to maintain the operation of the entire world. It was this brutal refinement that allowed the world's consciousness to slowly recover and increase its determination to hunt foreign cultivators. At this moment, the underground crystal mine was in complete chaos. Cultivators were fleeing everywhere. There were still quite a few remaining monsters of laws that had broken free from their restraints and were roaring as they chased after the cultivators who were fleeing. Like a maggot attached to a bone, it was impossible to get rid of. Tang Zhen took advantage of the chaos to activate the divine talisman of laws once again and successfully dodged the pursuit of the monsters of laws. In this chaos, he found the cultivators who had been bribed by the world's consciousness and collected their remains. These corpses carried the reward paid by the world's consciousness. They should be the same as Tang Zhen. They must get benefits before taking action. However, their luck and strength were clearly inferior to Tang Zhen's. At this moment, they had all turned into corpses. It wouldn't take long for their corpses and the payment they received in advance to be taken back and refined by the world's consciousness. The world consciousness would not be at a disadvantage in this hoodlum transaction. In fact, from the beginning, the world's consciousness had planned to be the final winner regardless of whether it succeeded or failed. Even if someone was lucky enough to succeed, the world's consciousness would not fulfill its promise. An existence like it would not be bound by morality at all. He would only do what he wanted to do. It could be said that Tang Zhen's heart was at ease when he took away these rewards. It could also be considered a punishment to the world's consciousness. However, Tang Zhen quickly discovered that he had underestimated the world's consciousness. As the master of this world, he possessed a perception that was almost everywhere. Just as he was putting away the cultivator's remains, a monster made of yellow sand suddenly looked in his direction. The monster's eyes flickered with indescribable vicissitudes of life and madness, as well as a trace of strange emotion. "It's you." The yellow sand monster let out a cold snort. It had clearly recognized Tang Zhen as the person who had previously made a deal with it. It was because of Tang Zhen that the ancient lords had successfully contaminated the yellow sand and the world's consciousness could finally descend smoothly. Although Tang Zhen had indeed made a great contribution, he had only completed the transaction and obtained the reward that he deserved. As for killing and refining Tang Zhen, that was another matter. It had nothing to do with the previous deal. However, in the blink of an eye, the yellow sand monster had turned into an old man that had experienced many vicissitudes of life. He stared at Tang Zhen with a sinister gaze. "You took something you shouldn't have, so you have to die." As if they had finally found an excuse, they couldn't wait to announce the verdict, so that they had a reason to attack. "If I give up on these things, I can leave here alive." Tang Zhen coldly laughed as he asked the weathered old man. His expression was filled with disdain. Hearing Tang Zhen's question, the weathered old man was stunned for a moment before revealing an even more ferocious expression. "You shouldn't be forgiven for your mistakes. Since you've done something wrong, you must die." The ridicule on Tang Zhen's face became even denser. "When the enemy wanted you to die, it was useless no matter what reason you used." "Idiot," Tang Zhen cursed as he turned around and flew into the mine. "Bastard, go to hell." The old man, who was transformed from yellow sand, immediately revealed a ferocious expression. He turned into a yellow sand giant beast and chased after Tang Zhen. At this moment, the main body of the world's consciousness was chasing after the supremacy cultivators. It could only spare a trace of its consciousness to deal with. Tang Zhen. Compared to Tang Zhen, the supremacy cultivators were the priority targets. After all, they were more delicious. Tang Zhen was clearly on a lower level when compared to him. In fact, the world's consciousness that witnessed the entire process had a faint feeling that Tang Zhen was different from other cultivators. Perhaps it was because of this reason that the other cultivators' operation had failed, but Tang Zhen had successfully thrown the sand to the ancient lord. Although it was a little special, it was not worthy of high attention. Sooner or later, it would be the target of his devouring. The current world's consciousness did not know that the giant hand that broke through the air was actually the main body that Tang Zhen had summoned. Otherwise, he would definitely be like the ancient sovereign and list Tang Zhen as a highly dangerous target. He would use all his strength to kill him. Letting such a hidden danger exist would lead to a great disaster sooner or later, and eventually cause himself to be deeply harmed. The ancient lords were the best example. If the world's consciousness did not take this as a warning, it was likely to suffer the same fate. Unfortunately, up until now, the world's consciousness still believed that Tang Zhen was just a lucky guy. This was also the rule of the cultivation world. Without sufficient strength, one would not be valued. The world's consciousness was destined to suffer a great loss. Chapter 3490. Escape from the crystal mine. One facing the pursuit of the world's consciousness, Tang Zhen naturally had to escape quickly. He absolutely could not let the other party succeed. With the strength of the world's consciousness, if it used all its strength to attack, it could definitely kill him in an instant. Even if he used his trump card, it would be difficult for him to escape. Fortunately, the world's consciousness still regarded him as a small shrimp and did not pay much attention to him. Almost all of his strength was used to catch the big fish. It was the same for the other cultivators. They were all being hunted down and were suffering the same treatment as Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen was deliberately stalling for time and waiting for these supremacies to change the situation. After which, he would take advantage of the situation and escape from this world. Such a series of actions was absolutely silent and would not attract the attention of any cultivators. If he was the only one who managed to escape in the end, and all the other super experts lost their lives, then even if he had mouths all over his body, he would not be able to explain it. The cultivators were facing the same predicament. If only Tang Zhen escaped, it would definitely attract all kinds of questions and suspicions. It wasn't to confirm that he was related to the conspiracy, but to suspect the source of his ability, and an investigation might be launched. If that was the case, it was very likely that he would give himself away and cause his plan to fall through completely. He had to grasp the appropriate rhythm. When it was time to keep a low profile, he definitely couldn't stand out. His own performance had ended. Next, It was time to watch the Exalt's performances. Tang Zhen, who had made up his mind, began to put on a vivid performance. He dodged the monster's pursuit while quickly escaping from the underground crystal mine. Due to the control of the world's consciousness, the cultivators were now surrounded by enemies and were chased and intercepted by monsters everywhere. In order to avoid being discovered, Tang Zhen also fought as he retreated. Finally, he escaped to the exit of the underground crystal mine. He found that all the cultivators had gathered together. The battle here was extremely intense. The world's consciousness was controlling all kinds of monsters, and they were attacking non-stop. The supremacy cultivators did their best to resist the attacks of the ferocious monsters while looking for ways to escape. The supreme experts from both sides arrived in a short time and joined the supremacy's camp. Although they were fighting to the death in the outside world, the cultivators on both sides were forced to cooperate. No matter which side it was, they were no match for the world's consciousness. Only by cooperating could they have a chance of escaping. Faced with the frenzied attack of the world's consciousness, the supremacy cultivators also felt a sense of regret. They really shouldn't have acted rashly out of greed. Despite knowing that this was a trap, he still sealed his cultivation and sneaked in. They had once laughed at supremacy Ao Fang, saying that he was a greedy brute who had courage but no brains. However, looking at their own performance now, how much stronger could they be compared to the other party? Several supremacies were working together to set up an array in an attempt to break through the rules set by the world's consciousness. In order to prevent the cultivators from escaping, the world's consciousness had set a temporary rule to make the underground crystal mine indestructible. The rules restricted all living things in the world, and all living things had to abide by the rules of filial piety. There was absolutely no room for disobedience. For foreign cultivators, this rule was also effective. The only way to break through was to instantly surpass the rule maker. It was like making a fly tear a hole in a mosquito net. It seemed simple, but it could only be done with absolute power. At this moment, the cultivator was like a fly trapped in a mosquito net, trying to find a way to escape. Some cultivators were responsible for breaking the escape passage, while the other cultivators naturally had to provide cover to resist the attacks of those monsters. Don't be delusional. You have no chance of escaping. The world's consciousness, in the form of an old man, was standing not far away, advising with a benevolent and peaceful expression. It was as if the cultivators were doing something wrong, and he was advising them to correct their mistakes and give up on resisting. The cultivators scoffed. Everyone knew the consequences of giving up resistance. They would only die a more tragic death. Such shameless behavior was indeed rare. It was clear that the world's consciousness was not a good person. As the cultivators gathered, their strength began to multiply, and they were actually on par with the world's consciousness. Such a situation was related to the decline of this world. The strength of the cultivators could not be ignored. Although the attack was not successful, the world's consciousness was not in a hurry. It believed that it had enough time to exhaust the cultivators to death. After killing an ancient lord and refining an ancient creature's finger bone, the power of the world's consciousness was constantly increasing. It might not be able to restore the entire world to its original state, but it could delay the speed of destruction and mobilize a powerful force to launch an attack in an instant. In this world, he was the knife and the cultivators were the fish. As for Exalt's breaking through the laws, that was practically impossible. As long as he controlled this world, he would not let these cultivators escape. The final winner would be him. The world's consciousness was getting more and more smug, but it didn't know that the supremacy cultivators didn't lack trump cards. The battle lasted for a few minutes, and the situation of the cultivators became a little difficult because the monsters were getting more and more ferocious. Seeing this, the weathered elder revealed a compassionate expression on the surface, and the pride in his heart went without saying. Tens of millions of years ago, it was the world's consciousness that incited the descendants of the ancient creatures to attack. He hid in the dark and looked for an opportunity to kill the ancient masters. The ancient sovereign lord also wanted to devour his descendants, so he sent puppet slaves to persuade them, which eventually led to a catastrophe. The world's consciousness did not succeed, but it still did not give up easily. It had been looking for an opportunity for tens of millions of years. The truth had already proven that he was the true winner. However, after a few breaths, the world supremacy's expression suddenly changed into a ferocious one. At the same time, the few supremacies in charge of breaking through and escaping mobilized their rule force to attack. The exit that had disappeared suddenly appeared and exploded with a terrifying power, as if the entire world was about to be destroyed. The world's consciousness, whose face was filled with shock and anger, clearly felt this irresistible power. The law barrier that he thought was unbreakable was actually destroyed without any resistance in the face of such a terrifying power. A God King's methods are brilliant. Only God Kings could do this. The world's consciousness almost collapsed and dissipated in the face of such a terrifying power. The moment the terrifying power erupted, the sealed exit was completely opened up, and there was no longer any resistance. The attacking rule monsters and the orcs formed by the yellow sand all disintegrated in an instant. Looking at the unfathomably deep vortex, the cultivators felt relieved and rushed toward the exit like lightning. In the blink of an eye, the cultivators had escaped from the underground crystal mine. Ah, Yingluo. At the same time, the desert around the White Bone Temple became restless. The rolling sand rose into the sky and formed a terrifying hand that grabbed at the cultivators who had just rushed out. The restrictions on the entrance of the crystal mine were completely lifted, and monsters of all sizes swarmed out, spreading rapidly with the temple as the center. Like a wave, it quickly covered the desert. The sky was filled with flying yellow sand, and the ground was filled with ferocious monsters. The temple that had stood for thousands of years was instantly reduced to ruins. Under the command of the Weathered Elder, the power of the entire world was gathered to pursue the cultivators who had just escaped. All of you must die. A figure about 30,000 meters tall appeared above the White Bone Temple. It was the old man that the world's consciousness had manifested. However, at this moment, his appearance had become extremely terrifying. It had 9 heads, countless tentacles, and a pair of mountain-like legs that stomped on the ground. Every time he stomped his feet, the earth would shake. Looking at the appearance of the world's consciousness, it was extremely similar to an ancient beast. This situation was obviously not right. It was born because of an ancient creature, and now, it had refined the ancient creature's fingerbone. It had become stronger by devouring the remains of the original owner. This was a very dangerous act. Perhaps the ancient creatures had already begun to slowly revive in silence. The old man had planned for thousands of years and thought that he was the final winner, but in the end, he was just a chess piece that was used. Chapter 3491, Tang Zhen's Counterattack 1. The moment he rushed out of the White Bone Temple, Tang Zhen once again used the invisibility divine talisman to avoid the pursuit of the crazy monster. Now was the real critical moment. Whether they could escape the pursuit of the world's consciousness without arousing suspicion from outsiders all depended on what they did next. Before this, when cultivators lived together, super powerhouses could use the methods of supremacies to escape the sealed underground crystal mine. Now that they had escaped underground, the cultivators had been deliberately dispersed by the world's consciousness, so they could only think of ways to protect themselves. Therefore, the situation was still urgent. It was just that they had escaped from a small cage and entered another, bigger cage. This special world was a prison that imprisoned cultivators, and it wanted to kill everyone. After a series of events, the world's consciousness, which had been severely stimulated, had begun to become hysterical. They had originally thought that since they couldn't break through the underground crystal mine, all the cultivators would die. Who would have thought that a supremacy would use a God King level technique? It was not a God King who had personally descended, but a God King's divine will had easily shattered the rules set by the world's consciousness. The world's consciousness, whose plan had failed, was depressed. It was for this reason that the following interception could not be overlooked. Although the outside world was still the territory of the world's consciousness, the bigger the world, the harder it was to control, especially in the current state of gradually approaching destruction. The laws collapsed, the cycle of reincarnation disappeared, and the river of time was completely dried up. When the world's consciousness tried to control it again, there would be a feeling of not being able to follow his heart. This was the main reason why he set the trap in the underground crystal mine. Because the area was small enough and the environment was special enough, it was easier to control. According to the calculations of the world's consciousness, the probability of escaping from the underground crystal mine was 0, while the probability of escaping from the outside world was 1%. In other words, as long as they were in the outside world, there would definitely be cultivators who could successfully escape. However, the sudden change in the situation made the world's consciousness lose confidence, fearing that the cultivators would escape together. Therefore, he tried his best to hunt down cultivators everywhere, trying not to let a single one escape. This was especially so for the supremacy cultivators. They could not be allowed to escape this world. If they obtained more techniques of a God King, this world would probably be destroyed ahead of time. Tang Zhen was extremely clear about the thoughts of the world's consciousness. Naturally, he would not give the other party a chance to succeed. The power of the divine talisman of rules was revealed, allowing Tang Zhen to easily escape from the monster's pursuit. This was actually a very crucial step. If there were only these monsters, Tang Zhen would not be afraid. He was afraid that the world's consciousness would increase the intensity of the attack, which would make his situation more difficult. If they were in a crystal mine, in such a narrow area, the invisibility talisman would be easily seen through by the world's consciousness. However, in the vast world, the power of the world's consciousness was diluted, and its detection ability was greatly reduced. It was the same invisibility divine talisman. However, when it was used in the outside world, it allowed Tang Zhen to easily shake off the monster's pursuit. It was impolite not to reciprocate. From now on, it was Tang Zhen's turn to counterattack. The world's consciousness had already changed the rules, making it impossible for cultivators to break through the void and leave. Such a method was equivalent to imprisoning the cultivators, making it impossible for them to successfully leave this world. If they left by force, they would be punished by the rules, such as the attack of rolling heavenly thunder. Such a rule was actually not rare. In many worlds where cultivators existed, there would be similar rules of heaven. The purpose was to prevent cultivators from leaving and bringing disaster to this world, attracting the attacks of void creatures and outer realm demons. The so-called outworld fiends referred to plunderers like the cultivators in Lusheng. If one could break through the restrictions of the rules and withstand the baptism of the lightning tribulation, they would have the right to leave. If it were the normal rules, the cultivators who were being chased would have been able to leave easily. However, under the control of the world's consciousness, the rules became extremely harsh, even to the point of shamelessness. If one wanted to leave this world, not only would they have to withstand the attacks of all kinds of wind, fire, and lightning, but they would also have to bear the full power attack of the world's consciousness. After devouring the world's consciousness of an ancient supremacy, his current strength was far from that of a god king. However, he was definitely not something that a supremacy cultivator could fight against. If he were to take a full force blow from him, he would probably be reduced to ashes in an instant. This was what the world's consciousness was relying on. If any cultivator wanted to escape from this world, it would be an obstacle that they could not bypass. The world's consciousness was confident that it could crush any cultivator. As long as they dared to violate the rules, they would definitely not be able to escape death. Being in this world, Tang Zhen would definitely be restricted by the rules. If he wanted to break the void and escape, the thunderous blow of the world's consciousness would be unavoidable. Even if Tang Zhen had a trump card in his hand, he would not be able to endure such an attack. He was destined to end up dead. However, such a rule still had loopholes. It could only restrict the cultivators inside the world, but it could not restrict the cultivators outside, let alone block special attacks from the outside world. For example, if the God King's power that could tear apart the laws of the underground crystal mine was used now, it would definitely be able to destroy the laws set by the world's consciousness. It was for this reason that the world's consciousness was extremely nervous, fearing that the cultivators would escape from this world again. The help of a God King was extremely difficult to obtain, but that didn't mean that it was impossible to obtain it. In the face of a life and death crisis, it was also the time to use his trump card. Although Tang Zhen could wait for the supremacy to use his trump card like before, he had to place all his hopes on others. If an accident were to happen, they would inevitably face heavy losses, and they might even die here. A world's consciousness that went all out was very terrifying. It could do anything, and he definitely couldn't take any chances. Tang Zhen decided to personally take action and use some methods to help him escape from this world. In the current environment, Tang Zhen did not need to worry about exposing himself even if he were to secretly do something. Even if the world's consciousness were to detect him, he did not need to worry because it was impossible for him to expose Tang Zhen's methods. Moreover, he was destined to die. As soon as the cultivators left this small world, they would start to attack crazily in an attempt to destroy it completely. Firstly, it was for revenge, and secondly, it was to snatch the remains. Once the world was destroyed, all kinds of treasures would be dropped and become the spoils of war for the cultivators. Therefore, Tang Zhen was certain that as long as the opportunity allowed, cultivators would try their best to escape from this world. Tang Zhen had mixed in with them. Even if he used some methods, he would definitely not attract too much attention. He traveled 1,000 miles in a single breath and arrived at a hidden location. Tang Zhen then directly tunneled under the desert. He used the yellow sand that could be seen everywhere to cover his tracks and then carried out the next step. Tang Zhen wanted to set up a runic magic circle under the desert to break through the seal of the world's consciousness. At the same time, he would call for his main body's remote assistance. The whole plan was actually very simple. It was to use the runic magic circle as a coordinate to break through the interception of the world's consciousness and send the signal. When the main body received the signal, it would launch an attack from outside the world. He did not save his avatar directly. Instead, he used a special method and threw in an extremely compressed energy ball of the origin realm. The collision of the laws and auras of different worlds would produce a violent reaction, and it could cause great destruction. If Tang Zhen were to use his techniques to compress the energy of this world to the extreme and collide with the energy of the origin realm, the damage caused would be unimaginable. This world was in great danger and was already on the verge of collapse. It was only because of the world's consciousness that it did not collapse. Now that he had suffered another heavy blow, it would inevitably lead to an even worse situation. If he did not handle it well, it would trigger a series of chain reactions. However, those supremacy cultivators were not simple people. They would definitely seize this rare opportunity to ruthlessly add insult to injury. Chapter 3492, Tang Zhen's Formation 1. In order to build a runic magic circle, the corresponding materials were indispensable, and they could not be perfunctory. Wooden pickaxes couldn't cut mountains, and paper bricks couldn't build tall buildings. The more precise something was, the higher the material requirements. Tang Zhen's clone wasn't a creator. It was impossible for him to be like a creator and be able to create whatever he wanted. Even the master cultivators of the origin realm would feel inferior to the creator's special ability. Creation techniques consumed divine source and were useless to supremacy cultivators. However, it still made many super experts envious. Tang Zhen's clone didn't condense a godhead or open up a divine kingdom in his mind. Thus, he definitely couldn't act as freely as his main body. Although he didn't have the ability to create things with his mind, Tang Zhen's material reserves were sufficient to crush any cultivator from the enemy camp who was mining. After all, his mining speed was more than 10 times that of ordinary cultivators. Even though he had sent out a wave of fragments to avoid the monsters' harassment, he still had a large reserve. In addition to the spoils of war from the corpse search, it was completely enough to meet the needs of the runic magic circle. The consumption was heartbreaking, but in order to preserve the golden bone marrow, some sacrifices had to be made. Compared to mortals, cultivators had to make more choices and learn to give up without hesitation. Following Tang Zhen's operation, the remains of the ship continuously flew out and were swiftly engraved with various runes. Setting up formations and creating talismans was the main body's strength, and the clone was fortunate enough to inherit it, making the operation process as smooth as flowing water. A rhythm known as Dao rippled out along with Tang Zhen's operation. It actually gave people a pleasant feeling when watching. It was also a piece of stone, but some people would smash it to pave the way, and some people would carve it into a treasure and place it in the hall. Tang Zhen was a superb Grand Master who was currently transforming something rotten into something magical. The arrangement of runic magic circles was like this. Cultivators of different realms would use the same materials to build a completely different power of the magic circle. There were even some high-level cultivators who didn't know how to make use of the remains and could only use them as materials for refining and absorbing. For example, in terms of formation and sorcery, the cultivators of the origin realm were not good at it, but the cultivators of Lu Cheng had the advantage. With Tang Zhen's operation, pieces of debris were processed and then deployed to the corresponding positions. This was clearly the first time the runic magic circle was being built. However, it seemed as if it had been set up countless times under Tang Zhen's operation. This was because it had been simulated countless times before it was built, so it was impossible for there to be any mistakes. Tang Zhen's speed was extremely fast in order to prevent any unforeseen events from happening. If the world's consciousness discovered the truth, it would definitely stop it and Tang Zhen's plan would fail. They would then be targeted and dealt a fatal blow until they were completely killed. Time slowly passed. When the last piece of the remains was completed, the runic magic circle was finally completed. In order to confuse and disguise it, Tang Zhen had even deliberately built it in ruins as if it was a building left behind from tens of millions of years ago. Following Tang Zhen's activation, sparkling symbols continuously appeared on the surface of the remains. They exuded a profound aura and quickly connected together, spinning at high speed. The surrounding area began to change following the operation of the runic magic circle. However, it was firmly suppressed by Tang Zhen. It was not the time yet. The runic magic circle must not be exposed, or all their hard work would be for nothing. Tang Zhen extracted his own energy to maintain the operation of the runic magic circle. He did not dare to relax even a little. Using the debris to arrange the runic magic circle, and then extracting his own energy to maintain the operation of the magic circle, this operation made Tang Zhen put in a lot of effort. Tang Zhen would definitely not be satisfied if he did not receive 10 times the return. Of course, Tang Zhen was likely to be the biggest winner up until now. Regardless of whether it was the golden bone marrow that his main body had taken away or the rewards that his clone was carrying, they were not things that ordinary cultivators could compare to. Fortunately, the world's consciousness didn't know the details. Otherwise, it would definitely list Tang Zhen as its first kill target, and those supremacy cultivators would be second. When the runic magic circle's light grew brighter and brighter, and was almost unable to be suppressed, Tang Zhen suddenly shot out an activation spell. Explode. The runic magic circle that was spinning at high speed was like a volcano that had been accumulating power for a long time. It suddenly let out a dull sound. A beam of light shot into the sky, instantly dispersing the yellow sand covering the surface and shooting directly into the depths of the clouds. In the blink of an eye, the beam of light reached the edge of the crystal wall barrier and melted through it without any delay. The light beam was not within the rules, so it was not intercepted by the rules. Just as the light beam pierced through the crystal wall barrier, the world's consciousness immediately sensed an abnormality. It swept the desert with its divine telekinesis and quickly retreated. This was because it was certain that it was not a cultivator who had just left, but an energy beam shot out by a broken runic magic circle. If it were any other day, the world's consciousness would have continued to investigate and figure out what had happened. However, the situation was different now. The entire world was in chaos, and similar situations were happening all over the place. Even more dangerous situations were occurring one after another, and the world's consciousness was struggling to deal with them. After confirming that there were no major problems, the world's consciousness immediately retracted its consciousness and continued to pursue the fleeing supremacy cultivators. Tang Zhen, who was sensing in the dark, gently heaved a sigh of relief. His series of actions were actually a gamble of luck, and there was a certain chance that the world's consciousness would discover anything unusual. Fortunately, the current world supremacy had no time to care about the small changes here, just as he had expected. He was mainly focused on catching the big fish, and he was too lazy to pay attention to these insignificant small fish and shrimps. Using the psychology of the world's consciousness, Tang Zhen successfully avoided detection. The signal had been sent out, and it wouldn't be long before the attack from the main body would come from the sky. What Tang Zhen wanted to do was to coordinate with his main body's attack and bring an unexpected surprise to the world's consciousness. As the thought arose in his mind, the runic magic circle immediately reversed and began to absorb the free energy of heaven and earth. The runic magic circle that was originally used to send signals changed its function in the blink of an eye and became a spirit-gathering circle. Runic magic circles like this were quite common in the cultivation world, but any cultivator with a little knowledge would not pay too much attention to it. The difference was that the runic magic circle built by Tang Zhen belonged to the type of monastic robe. Not only was the devouring speed incomparably fast, but it would also be stored in the runic magic circle. In the process of storage, it had to be compressed to the limit in an attempt to store more heaven and earth energy. This was a very dangerous act. If he lost control, it would cause considerable damage. This rapid energy extraction quickly attracted the attention of the world's consciousness. When he discovered that there was a runic magic circle in the middle of an uninhabited desert that was drawing and gathering the world's energy, he immediately noticed that something was wrong. Recalling the changes that had happened before, the world's consciousness determined that this was the work of a cultivator and tried to destroy the runic magic circle. With a single thought, the yellow sand on the ground quickly gathered and turned into an ugly giant that was 1,000 feet tall. It raised its head and roared, waving its huge fist and smashing it towards the runic magic circle. Before the fist could land on the ground, another giant hand rose from the desert and caught the yellow sand giant's fist. Another yellow sand giant stood up from the ground and punched at the yellow sand monster controlled by the world's consciousness. This yellow sand giant was controlled by Tang Zhen. With just a single punch, he shattered the yellow sand giant in front of him. Seeing the yellow sand giant, the world's consciousness sneered. While chasing the other cultivators, it once again increased the intensity of its attack on Tang Zhen. However, in the blink of an eye, another 3 yellow sand giants appeared and attempted to surround and kill Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen was not afraid in the face of danger. He controlled the yellow sand giant to fight with the other party. Either its head was smashed by a fist, or its stomach was pierced by the enemy. He deliberately showed weakness to make the world's consciousness let down its guard and use all its strength to deal with the supremacy cultivators. In the middle of the battle, the sky above them suddenly turned crimson. A meteorites-like ball of light easily pierced through the world's crystal wall and smashed down on the runic magic circle. Chapter 3493, Failing at the Last Step. When the flame meteor broke through the crystal wall and entered this world, the world's consciousness was once again attracted. What's going on? Why hasn't it been resolved? Looking at the battle on the ground and the fireballs falling from the sky, the world's consciousness couldn't help but think. The continuous changes were definitely not accidental. There must be a cultivator behind this. You dying man, you will soon know what despair is. The world's consciousness sneered to itself, but it was also on guard. Previously, he had mistakenly thought that it was an abandoned runic magic circle that had been activated. Such things were not rare in the desert. It was just that the cultivators who were running for their lives were making their final struggles. They were not worth mentioning at all. However, out of caution, he still decided to increase the intensity of his attack and completely get rid of this trouble. At this moment, the world's consciousness also recalled that it had not seen any traces of Tang Zhen. It suspected that the abnormality in the runic magic circle was caused by Tang Zhen. The cultivator who had successfully completed the mission and made the world's consciousness feel special had disappeared without a trace after rushing out of the White Bone Temple. In the beginning, the world's consciousness didn't care too much and chose to focus its energy on the Sector Lord. However, the repeated changes made the world's consciousness think of Tang Zhen and his behavior that was different from other cultivators. We have to stop it immediately. Otherwise, it will lead to serious consequences. As the highest level controller, the world's consciousness received a hint of danger warning, making him quickly raise his vigilance. However, just as he was about to launch an attack on Tang Zhen, the supremacy cultivators who were being chased all the way also discovered this unusual change. They immediately tried to escape the tracking of the world's consciousness. The world's consciousness became more and more embarrassed. Once it mobilized its forces to deal with Tang Zhen, the supremacy cultivators might escape from its control. Damn it! The world's consciousness cursed and decisively gave up its original idea. It only mobilized a part of its strength to deal with Tang Zhen. In the eyes of the world's consciousness, this was enough. No matter what the world of fireballs was used for, it was just a last-ditch struggle. No cultivator could escape from this place. The world's consciousness, which was too busy to split up, had not figured out what the fireball was, or it would not have taken such a response. The world's consciousness seemed powerful, but it was still inferior to a true top-notch cultivator in terms of level and means. He only dared to hunt them down so arrogantly because he had the advantage of being a landlord. If he were in the outside world, he would have been beaten to death by cultivators. In an instant, a huge hand formed from yellow sand met the rapidly falling ball of light. The seemingly loose yellow sand, under the control of the world's consciousness, was far harder than Vajra. When they were 10,000 meters above the ground, the two sides collided. With a loud boom, the entire sky was filled with yellow sand and intense flames. The yellow sand was burned by the flames and instantly turned into boiling hot lava, which kept falling down. This scene was extremely spectacular. It was as if a huge hole had appeared in the sky within a radius of tens of kilometers, and terrifying flames were falling from the sky. Among the falling flames, there was a huge fireball that was falling at an even faster speed. The giant hand of yellow sand failed to intercept it, and the ball of light fell again. The 3 yellow sand giants that were surrounding Tang Zhen had also changed their direction rapidly at this moment. They pounced wildly towards the runic magic circle. They tried to stop the strange fireball at the last moment to prevent any more unexpected changes. However, they were still a step too slow. Just as they reached the runic magic circle, the light balls had already fallen to the ground and collided with each other. The moment the collision occurred, the entire world fell into extreme silence. This was not true silence, but an incomparably terrifying destructive power that instantly formed a regional vacuum. The sound waves were crushed and could not continue to spread. The spatial cracks formed by the explosion were more than enough to devour everything. At this moment, the rolling yellow sand in the desert was crushed into dust, and the terrifying scene was more like a silent movie. Even further away, they could hear the loud noise coming from the edge of the explosion. Perhaps it was only 1/10,000th of the original sound, but it was still deafening. The violent explosion was earth-shattering, enough to alert any cultivator and make them pay close attention. Then, they detected that a huge hole the size of a volcano had appeared in the sky above them. Both the crystal space wall and the net of rules set by the world's consciousness had been completely destroyed. The collision of the two worlds' energies had created a terrifying destructive effect. Not only had the nearby desert been reduced to nothingness, but a passage to the outside world had also been opened. If he wanted to leave this world, he didn't even need to go through the void. He could directly reach the origin realm. To the cultivators who were trying to escape, this was indeed a good thing that they could not ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For more, it would allow them to leave easily. However, to this world, it was a true disaster. The moment the hole appeared, an indescribable, terrifying suction force suddenly appeared in this world. No matter what item it was, as long as it was affected by this force, it would be directly sucked into the hole. An extremely thick yellow sand dragon appeared between the heavens and the earth, continuously absorbing everything in the world. It was also like a balloon that had been punctured. Under the immense pressure from the outside world, it was madly spewing out the air inside. Upon seeing this shocking scene, the cultivators immediately realized that the destruction of the world had officially begun. The terrifying suction force came from the origin realm. The small world that was suddenly exposed would assimilate and absorb it without any hesitation. In the face of a behemoth like the origin realm, the small world controlled by the world's consciousness was simply a weak little chick. Ha ha ha, well done, one of the supremacy cultivators exclaimed in admiration. With this fatal blow, the danger they were in was resolved. The other cultivators were the same. They were overjoyed. With this huge hole, they could leave without using their trump cards. It was like a huge water tank with a hole in the bottom. Even if the cultivators were still, they would be involuntarily drawn out of this world. In contrast to the cultivators, joy, the world's consciousness was already in a state of madness. At this moment, it no longer cared about capturing the devouring cultivators, but desperately sealed the hole. He lifted up the endless yellow sand and lifted up the broken rocks and soil. Even the crystal mine's skeleton was among them. The entire piece of land was dragged into the sky and pushed up toward the hole in an attempt to seal it completely. However, in the face of such a terrifying suction force, even the solid ground would be torn into pieces in an instant. Seeing that the means of sealing had failed, the world's consciousness let out a shocking wail, as if it was not willing to suffer such an end. He protected and extended this world only to buy himself more time so that he could escape safely. By then, even if the world was completely destroyed, it would not cause him any harm. In the end, after a series of schemes, his plan was completely ruined. He was now like a little chick that was in the middle of hatching, but the eggshell was broken by an external force. In the face of a dangerous and unfamiliar world, as well as predators eyeing them covetously, the world's consciousness would not be able to escape death. Chapter 3494, Sealing the Gates and Blocking the Way. 1 inches. Damn bastard, I'm going to kill you. The world's consciousness roared, trying to find the culprit and then tear him into pieces. He would use all the vicious methods he could think of on the other party, making them suffer in pain at all times. But even so, it was unable to resolve the hatred in his heart. The world's consciousness was destined not to succeed because Tang Zhen had already taken the opportunity to leave. He would never stupidly stay in place and wait for the enemy's thunderous anger to descend. Everything that needed to be done had been done. Tang Zhen only needed to wait and see, silently watching as the world's consciousness headed towards destruction. With the continuous devouring, the hole in the sky became bigger and bigger, and the ground had become a bottomless pit. This was only the beginning. It would not take long for the hole to become bigger and bigger, swallowing everything. To mortals, this was a world-ending catastrophe. Once they were sucked in, there was basically no chance of survival. However, to cultivators, this situation was not fatal. If they were careful, they could escape to the outside world. Don't even think about leaving. The world's consciousness drove the giant hands to intercept the cultivators who were approaching, as if they were catching fish and shrimp that had escaped the net. However, In the process of blocking, the body would also be affected by the terrifying suction force. The giant hand would be pulled into the vortex. The world's consciousness was helpless in such a situation. After all, it could not even protect itself. The only thing he could do now was to hold on as long as possible and look for an opportunity to reverse the situation. In the blink of an eye, the world's consciousness had turned from a hunter to a pitiful creature struggling on its deathbed. The cultivators were happy to see what had happened to the world's consciousness. They sneered as they watched him struggle. Once they were free from the suppression of this world, the cultivators would definitely let this guy know what it meant to be unable to die even if he wanted to. There were also many cultivators who had avoided the interception of the world's consciousness and rushed into the huge vortex. Following the rolling yellow sand, he successfully returned to the outside world and stood guard at the exit. On the other hand, the supremacy cultivators had deliberately stayed to lock onto the world's consciousness and prevent it from escaping in the chaos. The identities of the two sides had been exchanged. The supremacy cultivators had become hunters, and they were in a stance that would not give up. The supremacies knew the value of the world's consciousness and would never let it escape. Realizing that the situation was hopeless, the world's consciousness immediately began to think of a way to protect itself. Everything in this world would be sucked into the origin realm, including the precious fingerbone of the ancient creature. After planning for tens of millions of years, he had finally obtained this item. It was even related to the inheritance of ancient creatures. It could only belong to him, and no one could take it away. Whether or not Dong Mountain could rise again in the future, this finger bone was also of utmost importance, and no mistakes were allowed. The world's consciousness immediately made up its mind and appeared below the white bone temple. The world's consciousness looked at the phalanx with a complicated gaze, sighed, and put the giant phalanx into its bag. In the next moment, the world's consciousness turned into nothingness, and no aura could be sensed anymore. In the ancient chaos land, the valley that had dried up for tens of millions of years was now filled with rolling yellow sand. The yellow sand was endless, spreading in all directions, and it didn't take long for it to become a sea of sand. 10,000 meters in the air, a huge hole appeared out of thin air, and the rolling yellow sand came from it. The diameter of the hole kept expanding. At first, it was only 100 meters, but now it had expanded to 10,000 meters in diameter. But even so, the hole was still expanding, as if it was going to occupy the sky safely. The bones of giant beasts, all kinds of damaged building materials, and even an entire crystal mine were spurted out of the yellow sand. The size of the crystal mines varied. Some were even the size of mountains, but now they were like grass and trees in a stormy sea, being carried out by the rolling yellow sand. Every time they encountered such a crystal mine, the nearby cultivators would act at the same time and fish it out of the yellow sand. After the super experts were transferred away, the cultivators from both sides met with all sorts of mishaps. They tore open the void and returned to the chaos ancient land. It was for this reason that they managed to avoid a calamity. Now that the world of crystal mines had collapsed, the cultivators could take advantage of this opportunity to fish out the crystal mines of all sizes that had once been buried by the yellow sand. There was no need to spend any effort to explore, and the crystal mine appeared directly in front of them. This was simply a good thing that they could not ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For more, the collapse of a small world like this was very rare. None of the cultivators present had experienced it before. In addition to the large and small crystal mines, cultivators would suddenly appear from time to time in the yellow sand. They flew out of the yellow sand and immediately looked at the exit, sweeping their spiritual wool here and there. He didn't need to guess to know that they were looking for the world's consciousness to prevent him from taking the opportunity to escape. As time passed, a huge mountain appeared in front of them and continued to spread in all directions. Perhaps, from today on, a desert would appear in the chaos ancient land. Compared to the original realm, the world of crystal mines was like a speck of dust. It could accommodate anything, even if it was thousands of times larger. Living in the magical origin realm, he did have the opportunity to witness the changes of heaven and earth. There were also many special locations with strange terrains and resources, which actually came from the shattered small world. This was related to the special environment of the origin realm. There were all kinds of small worlds and secret lands. Perhaps there was a secret small world in front of his house, but few people would notice his existence before it was exposed. The supremacy level cultivators also flew out of the yellow sand and stared at the hole. More than 100,000 divine senses were constantly scanning the area. It could be said that not even a drop of water could pass through. Even a mosquito could not escape. Under such circumstances, it would be almost impossible for the world's consciousness to escape. Tang Zhen was also in the sea of sand, waiting for the world's consciousness to appear. With the collapse of the crystal mine world, the world's consciousness would have no way of hiding. This terrifying hole would be the only exit. As long as the world's consciousness appeared, it would be attacked by cultivators and even instantly turned into dust. Previously, in the crystal mine world, the world's consciousness had been able to crush everyone because of its special identity. With the power of the entire world, crushing a group of supremacy cultivators was definitely an easy task. However, the situation was completely different in the outside world. The world's consciousness might only be slightly stronger than a supremacy. The world's consciousness should be very clear about such a situation, so as long as there was a way, it would definitely not rush out. As soon as this thought came to his mind, he heard a roar. The rolling yellow sand turned into a ferocious monster and pounced at the cultivator. The moment a world collapsed, the world's consciousness would lose its original control and could no longer control the yellow sand to turn into monsters. The monsters were not controlled by the world's consciousness, but were instead formed from the remains of the world. The cultivators were no strangers to this. However, the number of monsters that had rushed out of the sea of sand was at least 100,000. There were still countless monsters with lingering spirits emerging one after another. Only God knew how many there were. This was obviously the doing of the world's consciousness. In order to escape successfully, he had already begun to use his final trump card. Chapter 3495, Intercept 1. With the appearance of the lingering spirit monster, the situation immediately changed, and the atmosphere became more and more tense. Without any orders, the cultivators were ready for battle, ready to meet the attack of the tide of monsters. A scene of such scale was simply unheard of, which made some cultivators nervous. He hadn't expected to face so many monsters after escaping the crystal mine world. This was truly an unexpected turn of events. Take it easy, you're just struggling before death, hee. Compared to the nervousness of the low-level cultivators, the supremacy cultivator was unmoved. Even though there were many monsters, he didn't put them in his eyes. It was just an ordinary monster of laws. With the cultivators led by a super expert, it should be easy to deal with it. Although there were many monsters, the number of cultivators was not small either. They could deal with them for a while. The main task of the supremacy cultivators was to defend and prevent the world's consciousness from escaping. With such a large number of residual thought monsters, a large number of remains and fragments had to be activated to be released. This was clearly the trump card accumulated by the world's consciousness. Now that they were released collectively, they were fighting for time so that they could escape successfully. Even if they were not released, they could become the enemy's spoils of war. Since that was the case, he might as well make use of it and try to fight for a chance of survival. Under such special circumstances, he could not let his guard down, in case he fell for the conspiracies of the world's consciousness. A supremacy's thoughts actually contained great selfish desires. No one would want to miss such a rare opportunity. The super powerhouses of both camps did not have the right to act willfully. They had to lead the team to fight the monsters immediately. Fight. With this order, the cultivators from both sides launched their attacks at the same time, and colorful divine weapons danced in the sky. It landed on the body of the lingering spirit monster, causing a shocking wail and a series of explosions. The seemingly fierce monster was vulnerable in the face of the collective attack of the cultivators. When the cultivators saw this scene, their hearts relaxed slightly. The combined attack of tens of thousands of cultivators was too powerful. Ordinary monsters with residual thoughts were no match for them. Wherever the powerful attack passed, the lingering spirit monsters were annihilated, leaving no trace at all. However, the lingering spirit monsters had no intelligence. Once they were formed, they would attack regardless of the consequences. It would only stop when it was killed. There were no shortcuts to killing such a terrifying monster. The entire process was a head-on battle. However, it didn't take long for the situation to take a sharp turn for the worse and become more and more unfavorable for the cultivators. The number of lingering spirit monsters increased, and their strength also became stronger and stronger. It was as if there was no end to them. It didn't take long for the ferocious monsters to break through the defense and kill their way into the camp of the cultivators. The real brutal battle had just begun. The lingering spirit monsters ran amok, and the cultivators on both sides fell into chaos. They could no longer harvest the monsters as they had before. This was only the beginning. As more monsters appeared, the situation of the cultivators became more and more difficult. Under normal circumstances, it was the super experts who hunted the monsters with residual thoughts, while the ordinary cultivators were responsible for providing support. Although there were some teams that could work together to kill the lingering spirits, the process of the battle was quite dangerous. Their strength was comparable to that of a super expert, making the monsters with residual thoughts a formidable enemy for cultivators. If given a choice, the best choice for a low-level cultivator when facing a monster with residual thoughts was to escape immediately. In the face of the endless monsters, the cultivators quickly fell into a disadvantage and were forced to retreat. If they didn't retreat now, the cultivators would be surrounded by the monsters, and they would be doomed. With a supremacy present, such a situation might not happen, but losses were definitely unavoidable. Looking at the supremacy powerhouses who were isolated from the world and indifferent to the situation on the battlefield, the cultivators were actually helpless. They didn't have the right to ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks for the help of the supremacies, but they didn't have the guts to retreat. Without any reinforcements, the cultivators could only clench their teeth and continue to fight with these remnant wool monsters. As time passed, the battle became more and more intense. Although the world's consciousness had fallen from the sky, its power was still there. It was definitely not an opponent that ordinary cultivators could compete with. If it wasn't for the supremacies from both camps gathering here and guarding the place at all times, no one would be able to stop him. After realizing this, the cultivators became more and more vigilant, afraid that the other party would have other means. Just these remnant thought monsters alone were enough to give the cultivators a hard time. If they used some more powerful means, more cultivators would probably die here. Due to Tang Zhen's identity, he was also involved in intercepting the remnant wool monsters. However, he did not relax his investigation of the world's consciousness. Although his strength couldn't compare to a supremacy's, it didn't mean he would miss this opportunity. He would be in charge of gathering information, and his main body would intercept them. This was the perfect plan. The current situation was different. Tang Zhen had to maintain a low profile in order to avoid arousing suspicion. More and more residual thought monsters appeared, and they had already exceeded the limits of what the cultivators could withstand. They were forced to retreat again and again. If the supremacy cultivators did not help, the tight encirclement would soon be torn apart. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse. It would not be as easy as he had imagined to hunt down a world's consciousness. When the supremacy cultivators saw this, they were secretly angry. As the strongest powerhouses on both sides, it would be unreasonable for them to allow the monsters to attack them but not help them. It might even cause the morale of the army to be unstable, which would lead to a greater hidden danger. However, if he were to attack now, the world's consciousness would definitely seize the opportunity to escape the siege. The enemy had given them a difficult problem, but the supremacies had no choice but to take it. The situation was getting more and more critical, and there was no room for too much hesitation, so they quickly made a decision. Half of the supremacies would continue to intercept them, while the other half would be responsible for breaking through the encirclement and preventing the encirclement from collapsing. The attacks of a supremacy-level cultivator were naturally extraordinary, and the remnant wool monsters were killed in groups. As the monster dissipated, the broken pieces of its body fell to the ground and were quickly collected by the cultivators. Whether it was the crystal mines of various sizes or the debris, they were all enough for the cultivators who participated in the war to make a fortune. They weren't like those supremacy cultivators, who weren't satisfied with these ordinary remains and fragments. Instead, they hoped to obtain even greater benefits. For example, the remains of ancient creatures, inheritances from ancient creatures, and even the world's consciousness itself. If he wanted more benefits, he would have to pay a greater price. Compared to the joy of ordinary cultivators, the supremacies and the super experts became more and more vigilant. The world's consciousness was willing to pay any price in order to achieve the current situation, so that it could escape in the chaos. It was impossible for a lingering spirit monster to rest endlessly, and such a good opportunity in front of him was also fleeting. If he missed this opportunity, it would be much more difficult for the world's consciousness to escape. There was a 90% chance that the world's consciousness would take the opportunity to escape. Just as this thought came to mind, a roar was heard, startling the cultivators who were participating in the battle. A huge and ferocious figure rushed out of the sea of sand and instantly tore through the defense line set up by the cultivators. Chapter 3496, The Wind Stops and the Waves Stop. The terrifying monster that rushed out of the sea of sand was definitely more than 10,000 meters long. Its entire body was covered in yellow sand and bones. Driven by the power of rules, the yellow sand spun around his body rapidly, sweeping away all the yellow sand wherever it passed. However, in the blink of an eye, the monster's size doubled, bringing a sense of oppression that made people panic. There were also countless huge bones that stood on the surface of the yellow sand monster's body like ferocious bone spikes. As soon as they rushed out of the sea of sand, the monsters immediately attacked the cultivators, tearing apart the already precarious encirclement. At the forefront of the monster, there were 9 ferocious-looking heads, and at this moment, yellow sand and broken bones were spurting out. The yellow sand that shot out was by no means ordinary. It actually carried the power of rules, which was not something ordinary cultivators could resist. The cultivators were hit by the yellow sand and suffered serious injuries. Some of them even died instantly. Where are you running to? At the same time, the supremacies attacked one after another, locking onto the yellow sand monster and launching their attacks. They had waited bitterly for this moment for a long time, and they did not hold back when they attacked. In the blink of an eye, a fierce rule force fell on the yellow sand monster. There were raging flames, thunderbolts, and rule-bending powers such as poison and petrification. All sorts of rule-bending powers burst out, creating a terrifying destructive effect, trying to intercept and kill the yellow sand monster. The yellow sand monster was severely injured, but it still continued to charge forward madly, not daring to stop for a moment. If he hesitated even a little while facing the siege of a group of supremacy cultivators, he might be smashed to pieces. After breaking through the cultivators' interception, the yellow sand monster's speed became even faster and it disappeared in an instant. The Supreme Lord followed closely behind and locked onto the yellow sand monster, launching a series of attacks. The yellow sand monster was formed by the world's rules. If he could intercept and kill it, the unparalleled opportunity might fall into his hands. In the face of such a great opportunity, even cultivators in the same camp had to take up the responsibility. After the yellow sand monsters fled, the number of lingering spirit monsters decreased sharply, and the pressure on the cultivators was greatly reduced. Under the leadership of the super powerhouses, the cultivators cooperated actively and killed the fierce monsters. The crisis was averted, and the cultivators felt relieved. At this moment, the cultivators finally had time to think about other things. They really wanted to know the result of the pursuit. No matter who succeeded, it meant that an opportunity had arrived, and they could very likely soar to the sky. The other supremacies would not give up and would definitely fight for it. However, no matter who the winner was, it had nothing to do with the low-level cultivators. They only needed to follow orders and do their best to complete their tasks. They should not be driven by greed and do things that they did not know their own abilities. The size of the hole in the sky had already become larger and larger, and it was still growing. It seemed that it would not take long for the sky to be pierced. The gushing of the yellow sand seemed to be endless, but in fact, it could not last long and could suddenly stop at any time. Under the extremely violent extraction, the interior of the crystal mine world had already been reduced to nothingness, and the countdown to its collapse had already begun. Just like before, the cultivators surrounded the sea of sand that fell from the sky and continued to pick up crystal mines and debris. Although there were bound to be some fish that slipped through the net under the yellow sand, most of them were caught by cultivators. Without the restrictions of the world's laws, the spiritual will of cultivators could easily pass through the yellow sand, and even the deeply buried treasures could be found. Tang Zhen found Fatty, only to discover that he was being protected. There was no need to worry about his safety. Those cultivators that followed Tang Zhen spontaneously protected Fatty to prevent him from suffering any accidental injuries. These cultivators of Lusheng had recognized Tang Zhen's strength and had already made up their minds to follow him. Another reason was Fatty's innate divine ability. Fatty's innate ability could make cultivators even more powerful when they were mining, and their harvest was almost 10 times more than normal. When the leader had the meat, the subordinates must have the soup to drink. After knowing the Fatty's magical ability, the cultivators must follow and reap the benefits. After knowing the relationship between Tang Zhen and Fatty, the cultivators didn't hesitate at all. One had extremely strong battle prowess, while the other had the mining magical ability. This was the most powerful combination. After seeing Tang Zhen, the cultivators saluted one after another. The respect in their eyes was not concealed at all. This trip to the crystal mine world had allowed the cultivators to witness Tang Zhen's strength. There was no need to say anything about the admiration in their hearts. So what if he had just advanced? It did not mean that he was weak and could easily kill cultivators of the same level. Moreover, Tang Zhen had been ambushed by Lu Cheng's cultivators and had killed 3 of his enemies. How many super powerhouses could achieve such an illustrious battle record? It was because of these many reasons that the cultivators in Lusheng were certain that Tang Zhen's rise would be unstoppable. Since they had such a judgment and felt that Tang Zhen was worth following, the cultivators in Lu Cheng naturally took the initiative to approach him. Moreover, such actions would be approved by Lu Cheng without any restrictions. The cultivators of Lu City had the right to choose and were willing to give the strong a chance to become stronger, thus cultivating the true strongest. Through the number of followers, one could determine the strength of the followers. Tang Zhen had only just risen up, and his reputation had yet to spread completely. This caused the number of followers he had to be limited. However, as time passed and his deeds spread, more and more cultivators would follow him. Tang Zhen did not care about this. In order to execute his plan perfectly, he naturally did not mind having cultivators follow him. He had enough ability to ensure that his followers would benefit, and he would use them as a ladder to advance to a higher level. With the escape of the yellow sand monsters, the originally tense atmosphere had disappeared. The atmosphere between the enemy and the allies was no longer so tense. However, Tang Zhen's heart felt that something was amiss. The crystal mine world had collapsed, the world's consciousness had fled, and the source of the conflict had gradually disappeared. In such an environment, the cultivators on both sides had no reason to fight. Even if both parties were to fight, Tang Zhen did not need to be afraid. There was no super expert who could kill him in an instant. Even when facing a supremacy, Tang Zhen had enough power to protect himself and had no lack of means to escape. He actually felt uneasy despite having such a trump card. How could Tang Zhen not be on high alert? He pondered in his heart and soon had a preliminary guess. The first possibility was that the crisis of the crystal mine world had not been truly resolved. Or, there would be a sea of monsters that would attack the cultivators with a destructive power far greater than last time. Or, the world's consciousness was still there, and the yellow sand monster that had escaped earlier was just a target. However, Tang Zhen was certain that the yellow sand monster that escaped had the aura of the world's consciousness. There was also an ancient creature's fingerbone hidden in its body. The supremacy cultivators weren't stupid. They had only chased after him collectively after they had confirmed that there was no problem. It was impossible to deceive these top powerhouses with a simple plan to lure the tiger out of the mountain. They were not that stupid. Unless the world's will was willing to give up on something that was as important as its life. Tang Zhen's heart trembled slightly when he thought of this. He once again looked at the endless sea of sand in front of him. After a dozen breaths, Tang Zhen secretly sent out a signal and informed his main body of the results of his speculation. However, he paid more attention to the cultivators of the tribe on the other side and focused on the group of reinforcements. According to Tang Zhen's speculation, if there was really a change, it was very likely to be related to this group of cultivators of unknown origin. Chapter 3497. Enemy Attack 1. The cultivators of the Horde and the Lu Cheng were not equal to each other, and the difference in strength was beyond imagination. The Lu Cheng cultivators had done this on purpose. After the defeat many years ago, the cultivators of the tribe were unable to recover and were suppressed by the cultivators of Lu Cheng. Normally, with the strength of Lu Cheng's cultivators, as long as they were willing to attack, they would definitely be able to eliminate the tribal cultivators. However, from the beginning to the end, the Lu Cheng cultivators didn't do that. They just let the tribal cultivators exist. However, the originally prosperous land had been occupied by the Lusheng cultivators, and the living area of the tribal cultivators was barren. This kind of operation was somewhat similar to taming a house dog and helping to guard the territory that was not needed. He would not starve to death, but he would not be full and would not have enough strength to resist. With the existence of these tribal cultivators, no one would recklessly covet this area, or they would definitely suffer their wrath. Even if a cultivator organization tried to snatch it, they would attack the cultivators in the tribe instead of the cultivators in Lusheng who were the actual controllers. With the presence of the tribal cultivators, the Lu Cheng cultivators could develop safely and avoid a lot of trouble. To be able to do such a thing, it was because of his extreme confidence in his own strength, and he was able to take any possible accidents. Otherwise, he would be raising a tiger and eventually harming himself. Every time they felt threatened by the cultivators of the tribe, the cultivators of Lusheng City would clean up appropriately to keep themselves in a healthy state. It was through such a method that the cultivators of the tribe were unable to resist and were always suppressed. They had been resisting for many years, but to no avail. But this time, it was different. The cultivators of the tribe had joined forces with an unknown force to participate in the competition for the crystal mine. This was quite a stupid move. As long as they let the robbers in, they would definitely not return empty-handed. The cultivators of the tribe had lured these reinforcements over. If they didn't give them enough benefits, they definitely wouldn't leave. There was even a possibility that the other party would not leave and would occupy all the territory that belonged to the cultivators of the tribe. Even so, greed might not be satisfied, and they would further attack the cultivators in the city. This was because they knew that if they chose to stop, they would become the new slaves of the cultivators in Lucheng. Therefore, as long as the frozen hands moved, there would be a conflict with the cultivators of Lucheng, which would then turn into a life and death war. When it came to conflicts of interest, there was no lack of conspiracies. Even if the cultivators of Lucheng were suddenly attacked, there was no need to make a fuss. What was meant to come would come sooner or later. It was impossible to always be safe and sound in such a situation. However, as a cultivator of Lusheng, Tang Zhen didn't want these enemies to succeed, and he was even more unwilling to be caught off guard. If the Lusheng cultivators were defeated, it would have a huge impact on Tang Zhen's next plan. Now that he had actually sensed danger, Tang Zhen naturally had to respond in advance so as not to be caught off guard when an unforeseen event occurred. He gathered the cultivators who followed him and told them about his worries, hoping that they would be more vigilant. If they did not have enough confidence, they could gather around Tang Zhen. If there were any changes, they would be able to take care of him. Tang Zhen didn't restrict the spread of the news. Instead, the more cultivators in Lucheng knew about it, the better. As for whether the other party took it to heart, he didn't care too much. He had already done his best, so he had a clear conscience. The news quickly spread, and the cultivators who had previously followed Tang Zhen to mine all gathered together. The captured tribes also wanted to surrender to Tang Zhen, but they were suppressed by the supremacy cultivators and couldn't move. Seeing the cultivators continuously gathering Shang Zhen, the eyes of the super experts flickered, and they couldn't help but have all kinds of thoughts. After this incident, Tang Zhen's name had already spread far and wide. His strength was enough to crush the super experts in Lu City. With his strength, there was a high chance that ordinary super experts would be killed if they fought with him. When he encountered an expert like Tang Zhen, he should try his best not to provoke him so as to avoid bringing unnecessary trouble. The news that Tang Zhen had killed a low-ranked divine general was also spreading in secret, and many cultivators in Lusheng City knew about it. His vicious methods were frightening, but no cultivator dared to find trouble with him. The main thing was that the timing was not right. Moreover, the three cultivators from Lucheng were definitely in the wrong and they deserved to be killed by Tang Zhen. As cultivators of Lu City, they were very clear about the dirty thoughts and actions of those people. It could only be said that the three cultivators of the tower were unlucky. They had evil thoughts that they shouldn't have and provoked an expert they shouldn't have. Seeing the cultivators of Lusheng gathering towards Tang Zhen, and knowing his worries, the super experts also secretly raised their vigilance. In the face of an unknown cultivator organization, cultivators of Lucheng had similar concerns, so it was necessary to be vigilant. Of course, it was also a little sour. After all, the choices of the cultivators in the building also represented the recognition of the strength of the super strong. It was obvious that the current Tang Zhen was able to give Lucheng's cultivators a greater confidence that other super experts simply couldn't compare to. Unknowingly, the loose formation of the cultivators in Lusheng had become tighter. When the supremacy cultivators were retreating, they had to maintain a high level of vigilance to guard against any accidents that could happen at any time. He couldn't just focus on getting the treasures and ignore the hidden dangers. When Tang Zhen saw this scene, he knew that the cultivators of Lucheng had already sensed the danger. Even if there were accidents, they would not be caught off guard. As long as they could hold on for a while, they would definitely be able to get reinforcements. The reason why Lucheng was able to gain a foothold in the Origin Realm was not because of luck, but because of his true strength. Whether it was the fourth battle zone in the rear or the God King expert overseeing it, they were all capable of dealing with anything that happened. Without enough strength, it would be impossible to destroy the foundation of Lu Cheng's cultivators. They needed to be vigilant, but they didn't need to worry too much. When it came to life and death, there would always be people who would appear to turn the tide. Perhaps at this very moment, there was an omnipotent expert monitoring in the dark to prevent any danger from happening. Tang Zhen began to place more of his attention on the sea of sand in front of him in an attempt to search for any possible clues. He had already informed his main body and informed them of his speculations to avoid being deceived by the world's consciousness. Moreover, Tang Zhen's main body was really not suitable to participate in the pursuit of so many exalts. This was to avoid exposing his existence. Ever since he entered the origin realm, Tang Zhen had been hiding his existence in order to deal with the trouble that he might encounter in the future. Some things had already started, so it was best to persist and not give up halfway. At this moment, Tang Zhen had started to act as the eyes and ears of his main body. He was constantly monitoring and probing the sea of sand in front of him. Perhaps with the realm and strength of the avatar, he could not see through the disguise of the world's consciousness, but he could not miss out on the necessary investigation. If he was lucky enough, he might be able to find some clues and lock onto the whereabouts of the world's consciousness. Just as Tang Zhen was secretly observing and the cultivators were actively fishing out crystal mines and debris, a powerful aura suddenly surged over. The cultivators observed with rapt attention and saw a 10,000 zhong, 3.33 meters per zhong, large beast appear from the distance. It was like a dark cloud that covered the sky and the sun as it flew over. On the surface of this giant beast, there were countless cultivators who looked like lizards but had human limbs. They pounced on the cultivators in the building. Chapter 3498, Dilemma 1. What's that? The cultivators from both sides were confused when they saw the giant beast in the sky and the ferocious cultivators clinging to it. He knew that the other party had come with ill intentions, but he was eager to find out the background of these cultivators who had suddenly appeared. Judging from the reactions of the cultivators on both sides, they all thought that the giant beast and the cultivators were the enemy's reinforcements. As such, all of them were prepared for battle. But at this moment, a super expert suddenly told the truth in front of everyone. The powerful reinforcements had arrived, and he hoped that the cultivators of the tribe would take this opportunity to kill all the cultivators in Lusheng. His words caused an uproar. The cultivators of Lu Cheng had been prepared for this and were worried that something unexpected would happen, but they did not expect such strong reinforcements. Just by looking at the beast's size, one could tell that its strength was comparable to a supremacy's. Its huge size would increase its combat power by several times. Even if supremacy cultivators fought, they had to be careful or they might suffer a great loss. Any ferocious beast of this type would definitely possess the bloodline of an ancient creature, and their innate abilities would give supremacy cultivators a huge headache. He didn't expect that such a giant beast would be controlled by a cultivator. He wondered what kind of means the cultivator used. Looking at the human-shaped lizard-like cultivators on the surface of the behemoth, they should have the same bloodline inheritance as the behemoth. Perhaps they were the guardians of the terrifying behemoth. It was precisely because of the special relationship between the two sides that the terrifying behemoth would become a mount and attack together with the breeder. After confirming the strength of the enemy, the cultivators of Lusheng City were prepared to fight to the death. The cultivators of the tribe were confused. They had not received any news of such an important operation. They didn't know that reinforcements would arrive and that they would kill the cultivators in Lu Cheng. Even if it was for the sake of secrecy, he shouldn't have concealed the existence of a super expert, and he shouldn't have entered the battle at this moment. However, no one would give an explanation for the current situation. The cultivators of the tribe had no reason to refuse to participate in the battle. The super powerhouses in the tribe had gloomy expressions at the moment. They were rather annoyed that they had been tricked. Without the exalts around, the supreme experts had no way of asking, which made them suspicious. These super powerhouses were well aware of how powerful the cultivators of Lu City were, so they didn't dare to act rashly. Once the operation failed, no one would be able to bear the consequences of failure. The extinction of the race would only take a blink of an eye. But at this moment, some super experts from the various tribes stood out to testify. They expressed that before their lord left, he had given a secret order to fully cooperate with the attack of the reinforcements. He also advised the cultivators of the tribe to work together and use this battle to completely exterminate the cultivators of Lusheng. With the super powerhouses from the same camp as witnesses, the cultivators of the tribe who had many concerns finally made up their minds. The grudges between the two sides flashed through their minds again, making the cultivators of the tribe even more determined. Today, they had to kill all the cultivators in Lusheng at all costs to take back the ancestral land of the tribe and restore their former glory. Kill, kill, kill. In a short time, the cultivators of the tribe had united and were ready to fight to the death. All cultivators of Lusheng City, prepare for battle. The situation was extremely grim, and the cultivators of Lucheng had no chance of escaping. Otherwise, they would be hunted down by this cultivator of unknown origin. When the time came, it would be easier for them to be annihilated by the enemy. If they fled now, the countless treasures in the crystal mine world would no longer belong to the cultivators of Lucheng. Not only would he lose face, but he would also lose huge profits and end up in an awkward situation where he would lose both fame and fortune. Most of the time, reputation was more important than benefits. After all, the loss of benefits could be seen, but the loss of reputation could not be measured. After this battle, Lucheng's cultivators would probably lose all their face and become the laughingstock of other cultivator organizations. Therefore, no matter how bad the situation was, the cultivators in Lusheng City had to keep fighting and wait for the reinforcements to arrive. The request for help had already been sent out, but no one could be sure when the reinforcements would arrive. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying giant beast had already flown above their heads, covering the entire sky. Countless lizard cultivators crawled out of the ravines on the surface of their bodies. The number was far more than he had imagined. Like falling hailstones, they flew towards the Lusheng cultivators' camp, waving their white bone-hunting forks and howling. In the blink of an eye, the two sides had officially started fighting. The huge beast was circling in the sky, constantly scattering down ferocious-looking cultivators. It also emitted an aura that made the cultivators in the building feel oppressed. The battle between the two sides began, and it was difficult to tell who was winning. The cultivators of the tribe took this opportunity to attack as well. They did not hold back at all. The two sides were mortal enemies, and the enmity between them could not be resolved, so this was not considered to be adding insult to injury. However, in the process of fighting, the cultivators of the tribe deliberately avoided the reinforcements and always maintained a certain level of vigilance. Although the super experts of the tribe had already testified that these lizard cultivators were accomplices, they still couldn't gain the complete trust of the cultivators of the tribe. Other than supremacy cultivators, even super powerhouses could be bribed. If these lizard cultivators of unknown origins used the cultivators of the tribe and then bit them back, the situation would be extremely depressing. Compared to the fierce lizard cultivators, the cultivators from the big tribes obviously didn't use their full strength in the battle. But even so, the situation of the cultivators in Lucheng was getting more and more dangerous, and they were all enemies. Without a supremacy, the cultivators of Lucheng could only rely on the super strong to split into different groups to fight the enemy. Tang Zhen led a group of cultivators to resist the attacks of the lizard cultivators while trying to find a safe place. However, there were lizard cultivators everywhere in the sea of sand, and there was no safe place. In the face of such a predicament, it would be almost impossible for the Lucheng cultivators to escape. The enemy's attacks were getting fiercer and fiercer. The cultivators in Lucheng were constantly divided and surrounded. It would not take long for them to be completely devoured. If Tang Zhen wanted to escape, it would be as easy as blowing off dust. It could be said that he would be able to do so with a single thought. The problem was that the cultivators of Lucheng who followed him would not have a chance to escape and would eventually become the targets of his hunt. Including Fatty, all the cultivators in Lusheng trusted Tang Zhen. He definitely couldn't escape alone at the critical moment. The more it was like this, the more it tested a cultivator's character and their true strength. If Tang Zhen wanted to stand out in Lucheng, he had to do something shocking and do something that the other cultivators in Lucheng couldn't do. When the disaster came, the opportunity also came quietly. However, even if he commanded them well, it was impossible for him to save all the cultivators who followed him from the encirclement of the lizard cultivators and the tribal cultivators. He could use some of his trump cards, but he might expose his own foundation, which would affect his future plans. It was not worth it to use his hidden trump card to save these cultivators. Cultivators weren't heartless, but most of the time, they would deal with things with absolute rationality. He wanted to make a name for himself and protect the lives of the cultivators in Lusheng, but at the same time, he didn't want to use his hidden trump card. Tang Zhen was facing a difficult situation, and it wasn't easy to resolve it. Fortunately, he had an idea in the blink of an eye and knew how to deal with it. At this moment, the cultivators of Lusheng City and the team were communicating with each other through a secret technique to ensure that they could advance and retreat as one. With this order, the cultivators from Lusheng City, led by Tang Zhen, instantly transformed into a 1,000-meter-long dragon. With his rule force protecting his body, he charged at the torrent of the sea of sand as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, they had already broken through the enemy's blockade and rushed into the deepest part of the sea of sand. Chapter 3499, Re-entering the Crystal Mine World. 1. At this moment, the battlefield was surrounded by lizard cultivators who were waving blood-red scimitars and long white bone forks. They were fierce and brave. Under the leadership of the super powerhouses, they launched a crazy attack on the cultivators in Lucheng. The number of super powerhouses on the enemy's side far exceeded the cultivators in Lucheng, which proved that they were definitely from a huge organization. It was definitely not a good thing to be targeted by such a cultivator organization. Once they made a move, they would fight to the death. Otherwise, when the enemy rose up again, they would inevitably suffer the other party's revenge. In a situation where they were surrounded by enemies on all sides, it was almost impossible for the cultivators of Lucheng to escape. The lizard cultivators of unknown origins and the tribal cultivators whose hatred had been successfully provoked would not allow such a thing to happen. In a short period of time, the cultivators of Lucheng suffered heavy casualties and were unable to resist the joint attack of the enemy. Now that they were surrounded by enemies and the sky was occupied by giant beasts, the only way out was the vast sea of sand. If he only entered the sand-filled mountain, he would definitely not be able to avoid the enemy's pursuit. He might even die a more miserable death. He only needed to lock onto them with his spiritual sense and kill them like he was closing the door to kill dogs. Unless he had enough power to block other people's detection, he would be dead. However, if one entered the world of crystal mines, they wouldn't have to worry about being attacked, as the spiritual sense of a cultivator couldn't enter. However, he had to go against the flow and take a huge risk, which could make the situation worse. However, if one thought about it carefully, they would know that this was the only way to survive. The enemy tried to kill Lucheng, but they would not take the risk of entering the crystal mine world. They would definitely stop the pursuit and choose to wait outside, waiting for the crystal mine world to collapse. If Tang Zhen and the others came out, they would be robbed and killed again. If they died in the collapsed crystal mine world, they would be able to avoid a lot of trouble. No matter what the outcome was, it would be beneficial to the lizard cultivator. The cultivators from the various large tribes and the super experts who knew of Tang Zhen's powerful methods all secretly heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. They knew how powerful Tang Zhen was. They understood that if they wanted to kill him, they would definitely have to pay a relatively huge price. Tang Zhen's current concern was those cultivators in the building. If he chose to escape alone, he would have disappeared without a trace. Even if they were to stop him at all costs, they might not be able to kill Tang Zhen. On the contrary, it might lead to even greater casualties. Now, in order to protect Lucheng, Tang Zhen had actually taken the initiative to enter the crystal mine world. One had to admit that this was a great thing. It's best if you don't come out for a walk again. They secretly prayed in their hearts that Tang Zhen had better die in the crystal mine world. Otherwise, the cultivators of the tribe would definitely be trembling in fear. He was afraid that his head would also dance behind Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen led the cultivators of Lucheng and rushed into the sea of sand. Then, he led the team against the current. It was easy to be ejected out of the crystal mine world, but it was extremely difficult to return, and one had to endure a rather terrifying pressure. Fortunately, with Tang Zhen's methods, he was able to withstand such terrifying pressure and lead the cultivators of Lusheng back to the crystal mine world. Under Tang Zhen's command, the huge group passed through the torrent of yellow sand and entered the continuously expanding vortex, set up the protective array. The longer the better. We can't afford to be careless. Tang Zhen gave the order. At the same time, he observed the surrounding environment and discovered that the interior of the crystal mine world was already in ruins. Under the effect of the massive suction force, the crystal mine world had already become a void, and it was filled with terrifying spatial turbulence. At the same time, yellow sand was flying everywhere. If one was sucked into it, it was very likely that they would be torn to pieces. The spatial turbulence, including the yellow sand, was a very dangerous existence that could take the life of a cultivator at any time. This was only one of the dangers. If the world of crystal mines completely collapsed, everything that remained inside would be torn apart. If one was caught in it but couldn't escape at the right time, there was a high chance that one would be crushed to pieces. Tang Zhen naturally knew of the possible danger. He was also betting that the reinforcements of the Lucheng cultivators would arrive before the world collapsed. At that time, even if he led his team out of the outside world, he would not have to worry about being surrounded and killed by the enemy. Even if he encountered an accident and the reinforcements could not arrive in time, Tang Zhen would still have to leave. The process of entering and exiting was to obtain a short period of safety and to avoid the attacks from the enemy. His other purpose was to see if there was a world's consciousness in this crystal mine world. If the yellow sand monster that had escaped earlier was just a target released by the world's consciousness, it meant that its main body must still be in this world. Such a situation was not impossible. The world's consciousness was very clear about its situation and knew that it would definitely die if it went out. The supremacy cultivators from both camps would definitely not let him escape and would definitely pursue him to the death. In the crystal mine world, the world's consciousness was invincible, but in the outside world, he was only a target to be killed. Knowing that it was a sure death situation, the world's consciousness would naturally try its best to think of a way to avoid this disaster. Therefore, the world's consciousness would place the ancient creature's fingerbone and origin power into the yellow sand monster, pretending to be another itself. He would use it as a target to attract the attention of the supremacy cultivators while he looked for an opportunity to escape. The main target of these supremacies was the fingerbone of the ancient creature. They had no interest in the world's consciousness. If he had to choose between the two, he would definitely choose the fingerbone of an ancient creature. If that was the case, the world's consciousness might still be in the crystal mine world, but it was still hiding in the dark. Perhaps, he had already discovered Tang Zhen. However, he did not have the intention to reveal himself. This was to prevent any accidents from happening. The world's consciousness must have already guessed that Tang Zhen was the one who had caused this change and regretted not using all its strength to kill him. But it had already happened. Even if it hated Tang Zhen to the bone, the world's consciousness would definitely not dare to act rashly. He could only suppress his hatred and prioritize his escape. Moreover, he ignored Tang Zhen's existence. The other party wanted to hide, but Tang Zhen might not agree. His divine sense swept in all directions, searching for the world's consciousness in the chaos and constantly sending messages. This kind of deception method is not considered brilliant at all. He thought that it was done quietly, but in fact, it has already been noticed. If you don't believe me, you can give it a try and see if you'll be intercepted by cultivators when you escape. Tang Zhen's tone was filled with disdain and ridicule. His goal was to stimulate the world's consciousness that was hidden in the dark. If the other party had really performed the golden cicada shell-shedding technique as he had imagined, he would definitely not be indifferent to Tang Zhen's ridicule. He even began to wonder if he would really be intercepted and attacked by cultivators when he fled. After abandoning the ancient creature's fingerbone and releasing the origin, the strength of the world's consciousness had been greatly reduced. If they were to fight, perhaps any super expert would be able to kill him easily. In such a disadvantageous situation, Tang Zhen, who had exposed his plan and was in the crystal mine world, might become the only hope for the world's consciousness to escape. Chapter 3500. The conditions for cooperation. 1. At this moment, the crystal mine world was in complete chaos. It was far more dangerous and terrifying than the void. Without Tang Zhen's protection, the cultivators of Lucheng would probably lose their lives if they entered alone. This was truly a desperate situation. Without sufficient strength, entering without permission was equivalent to courting death. It was precisely because they knew how dangerous the world was that the enemy did not follow them, and the cultivators in Lusheng City were temporarily safe. The cultivators in Lucheng would definitely support Tang Zhen's actions. This was because they would definitely die in the outside world, but they still had a chance of survival in the crystal mine world. Perhaps, in the process of persevering, the crisis would be reversed. However, Tang Zhen had a feeling that the matter wasn't that simple. It would be very difficult for the reinforcements of the cultivators in Lusheng to arrive in time. The enemy who launched a surprise attack was fierce and courageous. Relying on their advantage in numbers, they suppressed the cultivators in Lucheng. However, there wasn't a single supremacy in the enemy camp. This situation was clearly abnormal. According to Tang Zhen's conjecture, it wasn't that the enemy's sovereign lords were disdainful to act. Instead, they were responsible for other missions. If there were no accidents, he would probably follow the yellow sand monster to stop the peak divine generals. This meant that the other party had been observing in the dark, waiting for the right time to give Lu Cheng a suppressive blow. It might be easier to win if he attacked the supremacies and the ordinary cultivators separately. This caused Tang Zhen's plan to become a little risky. It was very likely that they would escape from the crystal mine world again, but the reinforcements had yet to arrive. The possibility of such a situation happening was extremely high. However, Tang Zhen had no other choice. He could only try to gamble. He had tried to find the world's consciousness because he wanted to use its means to reverse the crisis. Tang Zhen and the world's consciousness were in the same situation. They were both in danger. If they could cooperate to get out of this predicament, it would naturally be a good thing. There was a prerequisite for this, and that was that the world's consciousness was still in the crystal mine world. Tang Zhen's divine consciousness swept in all directions, but he did not discover anything. It was as if this world had been completely sucked dry. All that was left was an empty shell that could explode at any moment. However, this might not be the truth. By relying on the concealment ability of the world's consciousness, it should be able to hide from Tang Zhen's detection. Perhaps, he had already received Tang Zhen's warning at this moment. However, he was still hesitating. This matter was of great importance, and even Tang Zhen had to treat it seriously. Therefore, he decided to try again. If there was still no response this time, Tang Zhen would give up on this path and then find another way to escape. If there was really nothing else he could do, he could only use his trump card. Tang Zhen's consciousness once again swept through the air when he thought of this. Moreover, he issued his final warning. This is your last chance. If you show yourself obediently, there's still a chance for us to discuss. If you continue to deceive yourself and continue to hide, then even if an ancient creature revives, it will definitely not be able to save your life. Tang Zhen's tone was ice cold and carried a thick disdain. If the world's consciousness had a brain, it would know how difficult its situation was and how rare the opportunity brought by Tang Zhen was. If he continued to hesitate and missed the last chance, he would deserve to be killed. If the identities of both parties were to change and Tang Zhen became the world's consciousness, he would take the initiative to seek cooperation without even greeting. Judging the situation, being able to yield and stretch out, that was the true nature of a man. In fact, Tang Zhen was also very clear that the world's consciousness was wary and afraid of being schemed against again. On this trip to the crystal mine world, Tang Zhen was definitely the true winner. Not only did he kill a large number of enemies, but even the ancient lords and the world's consciousness had fallen for his schemes. They were each other's enemies. Tang Zhen's actions were normal, but it also attracted the fear of the cultivators. The world's consciousness was the same, afraid that he would repeat the same trick and screw it up again. However, this was a matter of life and death. Even if he had scruples, he still had to try bravely. Tang Zhen suddenly understood why the world's consciousness had been busy for thousands of years in vain. This kind of untrustworthy and overly cautious character made it easier for problems to arise the more serious the matter was. He was destined to face this calamity, so there was no need to pity him. This thought had just risen when Tang Zhen felt a wisp of consciousness. It was like a falling leaf in the wind that was drifting erratically. Can't you help it, Yingluo? The corner of Tang Zhen's mouth was lifted into a cold smile after he sensed this consciousness. The disdain in his eyes became increasingly dense. At this time, he finally dared to respond, and it was in a sneaky way. If it wasn't for the fact that such a fellow still had value to be used, Tang Zhen would be too lazy to bother with him. After a few more breaths, in the rolling yellow sand, a blurry figure was revealed. It was that experienced old man who was currently using a complicated gaze to stare at Tang Zhen without blinking. It was as if he had 1,000 words to say, but he could not say a single word. You should know better than me how dangerous your situation is. If you continue to hesitate, only death will await you. If you want to cooperate with me, you have to show absolute integrity and get rid of those messy thoughts. Times are different now. You're just a wild dog struggling on the brink of death. You don't have the qualifications to talk about conditions. If you can think clearly about this, then we can talk about cooperation. Otherwise, there's no need to waste time. The cooperation between the two sides would require their full cooperation. If the world's consciousness had ill intentions, there would be no possibility of cooperation. The other party's previous performance was indeed too vile, and it was difficult for him to win Tang Zhen's trust. However, this was an urgent matter. He was willing to give the other party a chance, which would also help him. The weathered old man's expression was indifferent in the face of Tang Zhen's warning as he gently nodded. No problem. After being pointed out by Tang Zhen, the weathered old man also understood that he could not rely on luck. Only by sincerely cooperating and listening to Tang Zhen's arrangements would it be possible to resolve the fatal crisis. If he missed this opportunity, he could only face it alone and face this dangerous situation that would almost certainly kill him. Tang Zhen nodded slightly after confirming the attitude of the experienced old man. After which, he began to make the next arrangements. It's impossible for you to break through the outer blockade with your own ability. You couldn't do it in the past, and it's even more impossible now. Although you have given up your finger bone and origin, because you came from an ancient creature, you are still comparable to a treasure. If they could refine you, they would have a high chance of obtaining the inheritance of ancient creatures. To some supremacies, you're even more valuable than the fingerbone. Tang Zhen wasn't exaggerating to scare people. The weathered elder was also extremely clear about this. This was also the main reason why he was hesitant and worried. His own existence was far more precious than wealth. Now that there's a change outside, my subordinates and I are also under threat. We're now thinking of ways to get out of this predicament. I have my own ways to get out of this crisis, but my subordinates might be in a fatal crisis. However, your existence gave me some ideas and a possibility to solve the problem. The best way is for you and I to work together to get out of this predicament. When Tang Zhen said this, he looked at the weathered elder and threw out the solution to the problem. If you want to hide from the detection of cultivators, you must accept my refinement. This way, you can merge with me. After completing this step, even a supremacy would no longer be able to detect your existence. I know you won't agree and think I'm tricking you, but let me finish. Refining you is a must. This is the only way to help you hide. However, you and I can sign a contract, and I will only refine half of you, as long as I can hide your existence. After that, I'll use your power to help my subordinates get out of danger, and then I'll choose a suitable opportunity to set you free. Tang Zhen looked at the experienced old man and threw out his final sentence. This is my plan. If you agree, then immediately execute it. If you don't dare to try, then immediately get out of my way.